Synopsis: a modern man finds himself stranded in the mythical age of a familiar fantasy world. To survive, he seeks the guidance of a legendary elven mage while she is still young. He offers his unique creation, magic and culinary skills in exchange for her teaching, sparking an unconventional partnership that will bridge their worlds and change the course of history. Chapter 1: Sarai Be My Teacher. The Age of Myths. A world where gods and demons coexisted. Weak and short-lived creature. In front of the campfire, Kurtz looked innocent as he gazed at the petite elf who had suddenly appeared before him. The flames cast dancing shadows across her face, making her expression harder to read than he'd like. After transmigrating to this world for so long, he finally saw a character he recognized. Her smooth, golden hair cascaded down to her waist like molten sunlight, catching the firelight with every subtle movement. Those pointed elf ears were unmistakable, her gaze sharp enough to cut steel, and a faint smirk played at the corners of her lips, the kind that promised trouble. Despite her arrogant, condescending posture, her youthful face created a charming contrast that would fool anyone who didn't know better. Want some? Kurtz offered the roasted mushroom in his hand, steam still rising from its perfectly browned surface. He really wanted some grilled skewers for himself, but the monsters in this damned world were all ridiculously strong, forcing him to become a vegetarian. At least the mushrooms here had some decent flavor to them. As for the elf girl in front of him, Kurtz recognized her at a glance. It was the famous petite master, Sarai. However, at this moment, she was like a young girl of a few hundred years old, completely lacking the powerful, effortless demeanor she would display in later eras. No overwhelming magical pressure, no casual dismissal of entire civilizations. Just curiosity, barely contained behind those eyes. Sure enough, he transmigrated too early, didn't he? Sarai looked at the roasted mushroom skewer Kurtz offered, her head tilting slightly as she pondered. The scent reached her first, earthy and rich, nothing like the raw foods of her forest home. After a moment's hesitation, she took it. Only after seeing Kurtz take a bite did she gently open her mouth and tentatively bite into it, as if testing for poison. As she took the first bite, the juices burst forth in her mouth, an indescribable deliciousness flooding her senses. It was a taste Sarai had never experienced in the elf forest. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly, a crack in that composed facade. Their elf race believed in nature and harmony, rarely even lighting fires, so how could she have tasted the impact of modern grilled skewers? The very concept of deliberately altering food through heat was foreign to her people. If it were any other elf, they probably wouldn't have taken Kurtz's skewer. The elemental aura on it was too chaotic, too touched by artificial flame. But Sarai was different. She'd always been different. Unlike elves who cherished freedom and peace, Sarai yearned for war and loved this incredibly chaotic age of myths. Where others saw destruction, she saw opportunity. Where others sought tranquility, she craved the thrill of conflict. "My name is Kurtz, what's yours?" Although he knew Sarai, Kurtz naturally couldn't just call her by her name. That would only make her wary, and wariness from someone who could probably incinerate him with a thought wasn't ideal. "Sarai," the petite master replied indifferently, taking another bite of the mushroom skewer. The name rolled off her tongue like it carried weight, which, considering who she'd become, it did. Indeed, food was the best way to bridge relationships. The elf girl, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, now seemed almost approachable. "Almost. Do you know where this is? I'm lost." Kurtz gestured vaguely at the towering trees surrounding them, their branches forming a canopy so thick that only fragments of starlight filtered through. Ever since transmigrating to this world, Kurtz has been lost. Days blurred together in an endless maze of ancient forests and unfamiliar constellations. Until he met Sarai, he hadn't encountered any being he could communicate with that wouldn't immediately try to eat him. Let alone other humans. Therefore, Kurtz speculated whether he had transmigrated a few millennia too early, ending up in the age of myths from FRIEREN. The age when gods still walked the earth and magic flowed like rivers. The outskirts of the elf forest. Sarai's tone suggested this should be obvious, You should be glad you didn't venture deeper into this forest. The elf forest was home not only to their elf race, but also to various powerful magical beasts, ancient things with too many teeth and not enough mercy. This weak human in front of her would probably only become their prey, a brief, crunchy snack before they moved on to more substantial meals. Then have you ever seen humans like me? Creatures like me. Uncertain if humans had appeared in this era, Kurtz rephrased his question. The words felt clumsy on his tongue. How do you ask if your entire species exists yet? At the same time, seeing that the roasted mushroom skewer in Sarai's hand was finished, he quickly offered another one. Her eyes tracked the movement with predatory focus. Gazing at the fragrant roasted mushroom skewer before her, Sarai hesitated for a moment. Pride warred with curiosity, and apparently, curiosity won. She took it with the same careful deliberation as before. I saw one 200 years ago, but that fellow wasn't as lucky as you. A magical beast ate him. She said it as if she were discussing the weather. Death was just another fact of life in this era. Sarai didn't know much about the human race, beyond rumors and fragments. She had only heard about them from the elders of the elf race, usually in the context of cautionary tales. It was said that they possessed bodies similar to those of the gods, but were incredibly weak. A cruel joke of creation they were. They couldn't cast various divine spells like the gods, nor did they possess the eternal lifespan of the elves. They had only a mere few decades. Mayflies burning bright and dying fast. If it weren't for their decent reproductive capabilities, they would probably have long disappeared from this world, like so many other failed experiments of the gods. Despite this, the weak human race still lived a nomadic life, forming various small tribes and migrating everywhere to avoid the wars between the different races. Always running, always hiding, always one step away from extinction. That's why Sarai said weak and short-lived when she first saw Kurtz. It wasn't personal, just an observation of biological reality. If you keep walking in this direction, you'll leave the elf forest's territory. She pointed northeast with one delicate finger. There are no powerful magical beasts along the way either. Mostly just things that will kill you quickly instead of playing with their food first. After finishing her roasted mushroom skewer, Sarai patted her bottom and was ready to leave. The brief encounter was over, filed away as a minor curiosity. To her, this human in front of her was merely an insignificant passerby in her long life. Perhaps 1,000 years from now, she might occasionally recall that on a day like this, there was once a human whose roasted mushroom skewers were delicious. That was all, nothing more, nothing less. Please wait a moment. Kurtz wouldn't let such a powerful ally as Sarai leave. Not when he'd finally found someone who could help him survive this nightmare world. I have an impertinent request. Sarai paused, one eyebrow arching with mild interest. Although he didn't know how much difference there was between this historical Sarai and the later master known as the Walking Grimoire, she definitely knew magic. The air around her hummed with barely contained power. After transmigrating to this world, Kurtz awakened a magical talent called creation. As the name suggested, he could create various kinds of magic, theoretically. However, putting theory into practice was proving difficult. For example, he once attempted to create fire magic by understanding combustion as a rapid oxidation process. After countless experiments, it instead turned into a magic similar to a snap lighter, useful, but hardly the devastating fireballs he'd imagined. Once he wanted to make a fire, he only needed to find dry firewood, use magic to snap his fingers, and flames would appear to ignite the pile. Convenient, certainly, but not exactly battle-ready. Besides that, there were various convenient and useful spells, such as water generation and cleansing magic. Domestic magic, really. The kind of thing that would make him an excellent camp follower, but a terrible warrior. But that was it. He couldn't generate either offensive or healing types of magic, the kinds that actually mattered in a world where everything wanted to kill you. Because he couldn't understand the corresponding concepts deeply enough, he couldn't create them properly. For example, he could understand flame generation as a result of friction ignition, and water generation as the condensation of moisture from air molecules. But how to weaponize these forces, how to channel intent to harm or heal, that touched Kurtz's blind spot of knowledge. A materialist transmigrated into a magical world, unable to grasp what will made manifest actually meant in practical terms. Hearing Kurtz's request, Sarai turned around fully, those ancient eyes focusing on him with new intensity. If this man wanted her to escort him out of the elf forest, she would never agree. She had no interest in playing nursemaid to a lost human, because she currently had no intention of leaving the forest herself. It was true that Sarai liked war and enjoyed this world of divine battles and constant tribal conflicts, but she wasn't foolish. Reckless, perhaps, but not stupid. Many in this world could easily crush her with a single slap. Gods, ancient demons, beings whose names were whispered in fearful reverence. At least until she became strong enough, she wasn't planning to emerge from her forest sanctuary. "I hope you can teach me magic." The words hung in the air between them like a challenge. Kurtz's request left Sarai momentarily stunned. Of all the things she'd expected him to ask, food, directions, protection, this wasn't one of them. "Teach you magic?" Sarai narrowed her eyes, studying him with new interest. She had never heard of humans being able to learn magic, at least not real magic. "You humans cannot learn magic. I cannot teach you." The dismissal was automatic, ingrained by centuries of assumed superiority. "It's not that we can't, but that no one has ever taught us." Kurtz's voice carried quiet conviction, the certainty of someone who knew more than he should. He snapped his fingers, and the blazing bonfire instantly extinguished, not smothered, not gradually dying, but snuffed out completely in a single moment. The kind of precise control that would make even experienced mages pause. Then, with a water generation spell, he completely extinguished the remaining heat of the fire, steam rising briefly before dissipating. Every ember dead, every possibility of rekindling cut off with surgical precision. Interesting, the word escaped Sarai's lips like a breath of surprise. Gazing at the magic she had never seen before, so crude yet so precisely controlled, so simple yet so fundamentally different from elven techniques. Sarai felt something stir in her chest, a feeling that had been dormant for decades. For the first time in her life, genuine curiosity bloomed within her old heart. Chapter 2, My Master Fell Asleep. "Which race's magic did you just use?" Sarai's voice carried genuine puzzlement. Most magic from the mythical era was designed for killing, brutal, efficient, leaving nothing but ash. She had never seen magic as mundane yet convenient as what Kurtz had just demonstrated. "I created it myself." Kurtz's casual response astonished Sarai again. Her golden eyebrows rose slightly. "You created it yourself." Creating magic was almost a realm only demigods could achieve. The complexity of weaving new spells from raw mana required power this human clearly lacked. Yet, evidence of his strange magic still lingered. The scent of extinguished flame, dampness where water had appeared from nowhere. What Sarai didn't know was that magic in this era was forged for war between gods and demons. Creating new spells with similar destructive power required immense strength, at least that of a demigod. However, with time's development, most beings would no longer need such destructive magic. They would research more convenient spells for daily needs. That would herald the true Great Magic era, when magic became a tool rather than just a weapon. But for now, only Kurtz possessed this strange gift. "Yes, but I can't create offensive magic," Kurtz said with frustration, "so I hope you can teach me some." Sarai stared at him. Since this man could cast magic, mana flowed in his veins. The question was whether this power was sufficient for true destructive force. Her lips curved into what might have been a smile, but on Sarai looked predatory. "All right, come with me." Sarai led Kurtz out of the forest shadows into a moonlit clearing. Ancient stones were scattered across the open space like bones of some dead titan. "Watch closely." At this time, Sarai couldn't casually cast the devastating magic she would wield in later generations. What she knew now was the elves' light and plant-based magic, beautiful, elegant, but no less deadly. Sarai raised her hand with fluid precision. Ambient light responded to her will, particles dancing toward her palm like moths to flame, gathering until they formed a dazzling light arrow. The projectile hummed with barely contained energy, casting sharp shadows across the clearing. The light arrow shot out with a sound like tearing silk, instantly piercing a large rock in the distance. But penetration was only the beginning. The boulder exploded into fragments, stone shards scattering like deadly rain. Kurtz's eyes widened, his breath caught. The power was truly terrifying. But what puzzled him was Sarai's casting method. No staff, no elaborate rituals, just pure will. Sarai withdrew her hand with casual indifference. This is the elf's primary attack method, condensing light elemental power and releasing it with destructive intent. She fixed those piercing eyes on Kurtz. How is it? Can you create it? This was her test for this strange human. If he couldn't understand and recreate basic elf magic, then he possessed only clever parlor tricks. Kurtz took a deep breath. Thankfully, Sarai hadn't demonstrated something truly apocalyptic. This fell within the realm of possibility. Since it involved light elemental power, it aligned with his scientific understanding, energy, wavelengths, and particle physics concepts he could work with. I'll give it a try. He closed his eyes. Sarai's casting sequence played back in his mind like a recording. However, his thoughts remained anchored in scientific principles, unable to embrace the mystical nature of this world fully. If light were condensed, would it behave like a laser? Focused photons achieving incredible energy density, but how would the explosive aftermath manifest? Superheating causing rapid expansion. Sarai's attack incorporated both penetration and detonation. Kurtz wanted to understand every aspect before attempting reproduction. He raised his hand, mimicking Sarai's movements. Magic power gathered at his fingertips, but instead of forming a precise light arrow, it coalesced into something resembling a misshapen ball of light. The construct wobbled uncertainly, lacking Sarai's elegant form. The unstable projectile drifted forward like a drunken firefly before exploding mid-flight with an anticlimactic pop, dissolving into harmless sparkles. Kurt smiled awkwardly. Shall I try again? Sarai frowned. Your control of magic power is too crude. But then her expression shifted to puzzlement. But why don't I sense any intent to kill from your magic? Kurtz blinked. What killing intent? The concept seemed alien to him. How was he supposed to infuse emotional states into magical constructs? Magic reflects a person's inner thoughts, their deepest intentions. Sarai paused, considering how to explain something so fundamental. As for killing intent. She raised her hand, assuming the same casting position. But this time, something changed in her demeanor. Just like this. A mysterious smile played across her lips. In that moment, Kurtz felt the temperature drop as bone-chilling killing intent poured from Sarai like fog. This was his first time experiencing such focused malice. The intent seemed to take physical form, pressing against his chest, making his instincts scream warnings. His body trembled involuntarily. A light arrow materialized with deadly perfection, grazing past his ear close enough that he felt its heat. It struck the ground behind him with tremendous force, the explosion showering them, both with dirt and stone fragments. How is it, did you feel the difference? It took Kurtz a long moment to recover, staring at Sarai with her deceptively cute smile while cold sweat traced down his spine. The contrast between her appearance and that terrifying aura was deeply unsettling. Indeed, in a fantasy world built on will and imagination, scientific principles could only take you so far. He finally understood that magic here wasn't governed by natural laws, but by belief, faith, and absolute conviction. I felt it, he admitted, voice slightly hoarse, but asking me to generate killing intent toward a stone feels unnatural. In that case, let me serve as your target for this experiment. Sarai's offer was delivered with casual indifference. Is that safe? Kurtz hesitated. If he somehow made Sarai disappear in a burst of uncontrolled magic, the regret would haunt him forever. Don't underestimate me, mere human. Disdain colored her voice, though with a hint of amusement. Sarai genuinely didn't believe this weak human could harm her. Even if he managed to cast basic elf magic properly, her defenses should easily handle whatever he produced. Still, caution had kept her alive for centuries. She quietly wove several protective spells around herself. "Imagine piercing my body with magic," Sarai commanded, her tone arctic. "Picture my destruction, my death." "No, I can't bear the thought of hurting you." Kurtz's protest was genuine, but he forced himself to follow her instructions anyway. The requirements for mythical-era offensive magic seemed absurd, demanding visualizations of violence that went against his basic humanity. Emptying his mind of scientific reasoning, Kurtz abandoned concepts of wavelengths and energy states. Instead, he embraced pure belief, the raw power of conviction untempered by rational thought. The power of "I think therefore I am." "I believe my light arrow can pierce this ancient master standing before me." Dazzling radiance condensed before Kurtz, but its intensity far exceeded anything Sarai had demonstrated. The light was painful to look at directly, casting stark shadows that seemed to writhe. Even Sarai, who had witnessed centuries of magical combat, felt an unexpected chill of unease. "Why do I sense fear when his intent is so weak?" she wondered. But Kurtz had already moved beyond her ability to analyze the situation. The gathered light didn't form a single projectile. Instead, it split into dozens of individual light arrows, each one pulsing with deadly promise. They hung in the air for a heartbeat before launching forward in perfect synchronization. The volley tore through the night air, with such violence that the air itself seemed to protest. Seeing such overwhelming force bearing down on her, Sarai finally understood that this human possessed something far beyond mere talent. This was raw, untrained power on a scale that defied normal standards. Panic flared in her chest. She frantically layered additional defensive spells over her existing protections, but preparation time was a luxury she no longer possessed. The light arrows struck her barriers in rapid succession, each impact sending shockwaves through her magical defenses. Her carefully woven protections held for perhaps 3 strikes before shattering like glass. The remaining projectiles sent her flying backward, tumbling across the clearing before finally coming to rest against a fallen log. Sarai lay still, consciousness fled, breathing shallow but steady. Kurt stared at her motionless form, horror and guilt flooding him. "Did I just kill my master? NOO." Chapter 3, Become My Partner, Sarai. If someone were to ask Kurtz, "What would you do if a beautiful elf girl fainted in front of you?" Kurtz would righteously answer that he would protect her and wait quietly for her to wake up, maintaining a respectful distance and proper decorum. And now, that very situation was unfolding before him. Kurtz stared in shock at Sarai's unconscious form, guilt and panic warring in his chest. The reality of what had just happened hit him like a physical blow. He immediately snapped out of his stupor and hurried over, his footsteps crunching on scattered stone fragments from their magical exchange. He asked in a low voice, "Miss Sarai, are you all right?" Of course, the unconscious elf couldn't answer him. Her adorable face still held traces of disbelief, as if her mind couldn't quite process being overwhelmed by a mere human's magic. "This is problematic. I am in trouble." He should have realized it earlier. The Sarai of this era wasn't the terrifying master of later generations. She was still young by elven standards, her power impressive but not yet absolute. Otherwise, she never would have been knocked unconscious by his improvised spell. Looking at Sarai lying there within arm's reach, Kurtz found his scientific curiosity warring with basic human decency. Unable to resist entirely, he extended his hand and gently prodded her round cheek. The skin was impossibly soft and smooth, like touching the finest silk or freshly fallen snow. The texture was remarkable, unlike human skin, with an otherworldly perfection that seemed almost surreal. He couldn't help but poke again, marveling at the sensation. I must be the first person in history to dare touch Sarai's face like this, he thought with a mixture of amazement and terror at his own audacity. Just then, Sarai's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes snapped open with predatory sharpness. Kurtz froze completely. His hand was still pressed against her cheek, fingers splayed across that perfect skin like he'd been caught red-handed stealing cookies. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat and withdrew his hand with exaggerated casualness, trying to project innocent concern. "Miss Sarai, are you feeling all right? Any dizziness or nausea?" Sarai's golden pupils were unfocused for a moment, like someone waking from a deep dream. Then awareness flooded back, and her gaze sharpened, boring into Kurt's with uncomfortable intensity. She realized immediately that this presumptuous little human had dared to touch her face while she was sleeping. But that violation, while irritating, paled in comparison to the larger issue at hand. This man's magic was fundamentally wrong. Too powerful, too strange, operating by rules that shouldn't exist. She'd been caught completely off guard and rendered unconscious by what should have been a simple demonstration. Shame and humiliation churned in her stomach, but years of training kept her expression neutral. Still, certain questions demanded answers. "What were you doing just now?" Her voice carried dangerous undertones. Kurtz immediately raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, projecting wounded innocence. Nothing improper, I assure you. I was simply checking for injuries and monitoring your breathing." Just basic offensive magic. Sarai studied him with suspicious golden eyes, cataloging every microexpression for signs of deception. Thanks to the defensive spells she'd hastily erected, she wasn't physically injured. But the impact of his magical assault had overwhelmed her consciousness in a way that shouldn't have been possible. The main issue was her lack of preparation. If she'd had proper warning, additional protective layers would have absorbed the shock. "Your creation magic is formidable." Sarai fell silent for a long moment, then rose to her feet with fluid grace. She brushed dust from her pristine white robes, and a tendril of diagnostic magic rolled around her fingertip as she performed a thorough self-assessment. She murmured under her breath, "My mana consumption exceeded all expectations." Not only had this human perfectly replicated her signature spell, but he'd somehow amplified its power beyond her original casting. The implications were staggering and deeply unsettling. Then her expression shifted, excitement replacing wariness like sunrise burning through fog. "How fascinating! Your magical ability might completely revolutionize this era." In this age of gods, all magic followed established patterns, divine arts handed down from immortal beings who'd perfected their techniques over millennia. Innovation was rare, dangerous, and often forbidden by the very powers that shaped reality. Sarai could sense that this man's appearance would trigger a new magical revolution, one that even the gods might find threatening enough to actively suppress. Her voice carried eager anticipation as she pressed forward. "If I teach you more complex magic, can you create entirely new variations based on those foundations?" Kurtz hesitated. He'd never attempted anything like that and couldn't guarantee success. But the opportunity was too valuable to dismiss. "I can certainly try." "In that case, you should establish a base camp on the outskirts of the elf forest." Sarai's tone became businesslike, already planning their arrangement. "I will visit daily to provide magical instruction and monitor your progress." Compared to the nightmare landscape beyond the forest's protective boundaries, the outer regions offered relative safety. Ancient wardstones still functioned here, deterring the most dangerous predators and maintaining some semblance of natural order. As long as he avoided reckless exploration and respected the territorial boundaries of magical beasts, his survival chances were reasonably good. Moreover, no other elf possessed Sarai's restless energy, constantly seeking new experiences but lacking the courage to venture beyond familiar territory. Something like a master-student relationship, if that's how you prefer to frame it. Sarai had never taken a formal apprentice before, and the prospect of guiding this unusual human held definite appeal. However, something in his expression suggested more ambitious intentions. "Then I must respectfully decline, Miss Sarai." Kurtz's tone grew serious, carrying unexpected determination. "I want to explore this world properly, experience its wonders and dangers firsthand. Rather than a traditional master-student dynamic, I'd prefer to invite you as my traveling companion." While becoming Sarai's disciple would offer incredible learning opportunities, Kurtz hoped to establish something more meaningful, a partnership built on mutual respect rather than hierarchical obligation. He was tired of pretending to be less than he was. Time to reveal his true ambitions and see how she responded. Sarai's eyebrows rose slightly. surprise flickering across her features before transforming into genuine amusement. This human continued exceeding her expectations in the most delightful ways. Her smile held playful mischief as she tilted her head, golden hair cascading over one shoulder like spun sunlight. The gesture was artlessly graceful, unconsciously highlighting her ethereal beauty. Companion, she rolled the word around her tongue, licking her lips, testing its flavor. This marked the first time anyone had extended such an invitation to her. Throughout her centuries of existence, relationships had been formal, distant, and defined by rigid social structures that left little room for genuine connection. Elves tend to be free, naturally emotionally detached as they grow, and maintain cool civility even among their own kind. While there was warmth, the companionship was not that deeply prevalent among most of the elves' age groups. SOUSOU was no exception to these cultural patterns, having spent decades in relative isolation, drifting here and there, but not really attached to anything. Maybe she was, who knows? It was hard to express it when everyone had all the time in the world. Do you understand the implications of what you're suggesting, human? Her voice carried a subtle challenge, testing his resolve. Kurtz met her gaze directly, unflinching. Absolutely. Intriguing. Sarai crossed her arms, studying him with renewed interest. Then explain to me what makes a short-lived, physically weak human worthy of being my companion. Kurtz raised his hand, and gentle light condensed around his fingertip. But unlike the destructive magic from their earlier demonstration, this illumination was purely utilitarian, warm, steady, completely non-threatening. This represented new magic he'd analyzed and synthesized from Sarai's light manipulation, adapting her techniques for entirely different purposes. This is original magic I created by deconstructing your spell structure. His voice carried quiet pride. It provides reliable illumination in darkness without combat applications. I call it the light orb spell. Sarai's pupils dilated slightly, shock breaking through her composed facade. You completely analyzed my magic in that brief observation. This was light attribute magic unique to the elven bloodline, developed over centuries of careful refinement. Yet this human had casually dissected its fundamental principles and rebuilt them for new purposes. Was this extraordinary talent unique to him personally? Or did it represent some hidden potential of the human race that had gone unrecognized? Replicating and interpreting magical structures, then reproducing them with modified parameters to create entirely new applications, that is my gift. As he spoke, the light in his palm began shifting, colors deepening and brightening until it resembled a flower made of pure radiance, petals of luminescence floating in his cupped hands. This was a magic Sarai had never witnessed before, beautiful, purposeless, existing solely because someone had imagined it into being. Creation indeed, she whispered softly, eyes gleaming with unprecedented fascination. How wonderfully impossible. Kurtz allowed himself a small smile. So, will you be my companion and travel with me? I can create more magic you've never imagined, and you. He paused, his tone growing earnest and vulnerable. You can teach me how to survive in this world, how to navigate its dangers, understand its peoples, maybe even find my place in it. Sarai remained silent for a long time, golden eyes distant as she weighed possibilities and risks. The outside world was genuinely perilous. Even she rarely ventured beyond the forest's protective boundaries without careful preparation. Gods and demons, being alike, walked the earth. Ancient grudges sparked into devastating conflicts, and mortals were often casualties rather than participants. But this human was genuinely fascinating. She found herself eager to witness more of his impossible magic, to see what other innovations his strange mind might produce. Ha 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 ha, finally, she laughed softly. A sound like silver bells touched by morning wind. Very well. It would be a brief adventure by elven standards, but potentially the most interesting experience of her long existence. Something worth remembering through the centuries to come. A bright memory to revisit during the inevitable stretches of boredom that defined immortal life. Chapter 4, First Day of Adventure with Sensei. Why didn't you kill it? Having left the elf forest behind, darkness was already settling over the landscape. Kurtz and Sarai began setting up their first campsite as traveling companions, the weight of this new arrangement settling between them. This was their first day as partners in adventure. In Kurtz's hands, he held a long-eared rabbit with a slender horn on its gray forehead. The creature had gone limp, no longer struggling against his grip. With Sarai's guidance and magical help, Kurtz had successfully caught his first prey since coming to this world. The hunt had been surprisingly simple once Sarai showed him the proper technique for cornering the creature. Speaking of which, his survival so far bordered on miraculous. Every magical beast he'd met since arriving had fallen into the same category, too powerful for him to defeat, but slow enough that running away remained an option. The rabbit in his hands, according to Sarai, was called a greyhorn rabbit. Despite its intimidating horn, the creature had virtually no combat ability. Its only advantage was remarkable escape speed, allowing it to flee predators rather than fight them. It represented the absolute bottom of this world's food chain, prey for everything, predator to nothing. It feels weird having an elf encourage me to take a life. Kurtz pulled out a crude stone knife he'd made during his wandering days. With efficient motions born of necessity, he killed the greyhorn rabbit as humanely as possible. The act still felt wrong in some way, but survival demanded practical choices. "Do you think I'm like other elves?" Sarai's lips curved into that familiar smile, amusement dancing in her golden eyes. Compared to her forest-dwelling kin, she remained distinctly different, embracing conflict where others sought harmony, and finding excitement in chaos where others sought peace. "I've only heard of one type of elf that enjoys warfare," Kurtz said while beginning the butchering process. "Dark elves." "What are those?" Sarai tilted her head, confusion on her delicate features. "They don't exist," Kurtz muttered under his breath, realizing his mistake. This was FRIEREN's world, not a typical ice guy. Here, only elves existed, just elves. The elves of this world maintained one form, ancient and immortal, largely unchanged by the passage of millennia. Nothing important, think of them as corrupted elves who have embraced darker magics. Completely impossible. Sarai crossed her arms, refusing the very idea. She was genuinely confused. From her perspective, elves and corruption were fundamentally incompatible concepts. Once transformed by demonic influence, beings stopped being elves entirely. They became something else, something monstrous. "It's irrelevant since we won't encounter them anyway." Kurtz skillfully cut the rabbit meat into manageable pieces, putting them on improvised wooden spits. "Why don't you try some roasted meat? Can elves even digest animal protein?" He worked with practiced efficiency, occasionally taking small bottles and pouches from his travel pack. Various powders and dried herbs found their way onto the cooking meat, each addition releasing new scents into the evening air. A rich, complex smell began coming from the makeshift cooking fire. "What are those substances?" Instead of immediately answering his dietary question, Sarai found herself interested in his collection of containers. "These are my seasonings, my most precious possessions in this world." Kurtz displayed his modest collection with obvious pride. These represented his greatest discoveries during months of solitary wandering and experimentation. Fortunately, some plants in the world resemble familiar earth varieties. Through careful observation and the reckless spirit of ancient herbalists willing to risk poisoning for knowledge, Kurtz identified numerous spices and flavor enhancers. Sarai took one bottle, removed the cork, and smelled it cautiously. The sharp scent immediately triggered a violent sneeze, causing her nose to wrinkle in distaste. "Disgusting," she thrust the container back toward him with obvious displeasure. The logic escaped her entirely. Such unpleasant substances should repel rather than attract, their scent bordered on toxic. Yet somehow, when applied to food, they enhanced rather than destroyed flavor. Could this represent another form of his mysterious magic? Before long, the meat finished cooking, and Kurtz offered her a perfectly prepared skewer. The surface had achieved that ideal balance between crispy exterior and tender interior. "Care to try?" The elemental aura surrounding cooked meat was chaotic and artificial, completely at odds with elven sensibilities. But Sarai found herself unbothered by the discord. accepting the offering with curiosity rather than disgust. Taking an experimental bite, she discovered flavors unlike anything from her forest home. The complexity was staggering, layers of taste that revealed themselves progressively, each more interesting than the last. Even her habitually tense expression softened considerably as she enjoyed the experience. Do elves typically eat animal flesh? Kurtz remembered that FRIEREN herself ate meat regularly, but wondered whether mythical-era elves shared that dietary flexibility. Generally, no. Sarai shook her head while taking another appreciative bite. The elves of the elf forest traditionally avoided foods with overly complex elemental signatures, preferring the clean simplicity of fruits, nuts, and naturally occurring plant matter. However, rumors suggested that elves in other regions occasionally chose omnivorous diets. After all, the elven race wasn't limited to the elf forest's inhabitants. Scattered communities existed throughout the world, each adapting to local conditions. The forest elves simply remained closest to their ancestral, pure form. Very much like the legendary elves from old stories. The single greyhorn rabbit provided limited meat, and both travelers finished their portions quickly. Kurtz initially considered looking for edible mushrooms to supplement their meal, but Sarai's sharp warning stopped him. Don't wander beyond our immediate area. We've left the forest's protection entirely now. Her implication was crystal clear. Hostile magical beasts could attack without warning at any moment. This world existed in a state of perpetual, violent chaos. Dangerous creatures roamed freely, and from their ranks had emerged a more intelligent race capable of sophisticated magic. The demon race, currently locked in bitter conflict with the various elven nations. She found herself increasingly puzzled by a growing mystery. How had this human survived so long in such a hostile environment? He had virtually no survival instincts, and his combat capabilities barely exceeded those of the rabbit they'd just consumed. Any random magical beast should have killed and devoured him within days of his arrival. Yet somehow, this defenseless wanderer had not only survived, but developed genuine magical talent significant enough to interest even her ancient sensibilities. Sarai didn't believe in divine intervention. Even if a goddess appeared before her tomorrow, her first instinct would be to plot assassination strategies. But the accumulation of coincidences surrounding Kurtz's existence strained credibility beyond reasonable limits. Perhaps some higher power was indeed manipulating events behind the scenes. Should we establish sleeping shifts, or do you prefer sleeping at the same time? Kurtz gathered several torches and pieces of kindling, snapping his fingers to ignite them all at once. He then distributed the burning brands around their campsite's perimeter, creating a rough circle of flickering light. Individual torch flames appeared weak and uncertain, but their collective glow pushed back the darkness while providing warmth that should discourage insects and smaller scavengers. What are you trying to do exactly? Sarai watched his preparations. This human made her more confused than she had ever been in her entire life. Using fire to deter wild predators, naturally. I've enchanted these torches with my magic, so they should burn consistently throughout the night without requiring additional fuel. Sarai observed his handiwork in silence for several long moments before speaking with deliberate care. I strongly suggest putting out those torches immediately. Most magical beasts in the world show no fear of fire whatsoever. You're just creating a beacon that sends a message. Look, I am here. Come and eat me to every dangerous creature within kilometers. Sarai was lost at this little human's stupidity. Where had he spent his whole life under a rock? The evidence continued to mount that it must be divine protection shielding this man from his own staggering incompetence. To survive this long with such fundamentally flawed survival instincts defied all logical explanation. Hearing Sarai's urgent correction, Kurtz quickly put out every torch, plunging both back into natural darkness. Sarai then began weaving her magic, forming a complex pattern as green energy gathered before her. A shimmering, magical circle appeared, followed by expanding ripples of detection magic that spread outward like stones dropped in still water. What type of spell is that? Elven ward magic, a specialized early warning system. When any creature approaches our protected perimeter, the spell will trigger audible alarms to wake us. Kurtz's eyes immediately lit up with fascination and desire. This represented exactly the kind of practical magic essential for wilderness survival. He'd assumed Sarai only knew combat-oriented spells designed for destruction, but apparently her knowledge encompassed far more utility than he'd realized. "Please teach me, Miss Sarai." Kurtz pressed his palms together in supplication, his tone carrying genuine earnestness and respect. Sarai smiled with evident satisfaction at his enthusiasm. "Certainly, but first, you must answer something. Where exactly are we traveling? What is our destination?" "I don't have a specific destination in mind." Kurtz's admission was painfully honest. After more than a year in this world, he'd encountered no other humans whatsoever. Without Sarai's casual mention of their existence, he might have concluded that humanity hadn't yet evolved in this era. "Well then, perhaps we should embrace the uncertainty." His expression brightened with optimistic determination. Isn't true adventure about facing the unknown, going to unknown destinations and unexpected discoveries? Observing Kurtz's foolishly cheerful grin, Sarai remained silent for several heartbeats before murmuring softly, "What an amusing creature you are." Despite her words, something in her tone suggested genuine fondness rather than mockery, the first crack in centuries. Chapter 5: Sarai's Talent. It was the second day of Kurtz and Sarai's adventure together. At Sarai's strong insistence, that left no room for argument, Kurtz finally decided on a concrete goal for their travels. They would seek out a human settlement, however distant or unlikely that prospect might be. When Sarai asked him why such a quest was important, Kurtz's response was delivered with unwavering conviction. "Because I want to teach them magic." Since humans in this era remained ignorant of magical arts, and Kurtz had no knowledge of how humanity originally acquired such abilities, nothing prevented him from accelerating the process through direct intervention. The primary requirement for learning magic is innate talent. Sarai's tone carried cold pragmatism. Beyond that, one needs mana flowing naturally within their body. I seriously doubt the human race has either gift. Learning magic in this world was no trivial undertaking. The elves stood as uniquely favored beings, born with magical aptitude woven into their very essence. Their near-infinite lifespans provided countless centuries to refine and perfect their abilities, rarely facing the limitation of mortal death. Thus, the elves maintained their position at the top of the Age of Myths, becoming powers so strong that even gods treated them with wary respect. Looking at the entire world, only the Skywing race, personally crafted by divine hands, and the demon race, evolved from magical beasts into higher intelligence, could claim equivalent status. Therefore, Sarai found Kurtz's ambitious talk of teaching humans magic somewhat presumptuous, if not outright delusional. "The human race absolutely has that potential," Kurtz replied with unshakable confidence. "Am I not living proof of that capacity? I believe that once humans can harness magic, they will certainly carve out a significant place for themselves in this world." In truth, Kurtz was being remarkably conservative in his predictions. After the gods' departure and the conclusion of the Age of Myths, humanity would rise to dominate the world within a mere 1,000 years. Human settlements would spread across every continent, their influence reaching into every corner of civilization. Even the mighty Demon King would eventually fall before human heroes wielding magic and determination in equal measure. Though it was 1 in a million possibility come true, the fact remained. This progression proved humanity's hidden potential for growth beyond any doubt, but Kurtz had no intention of sharing such revelations with Sarai. Even if he explained future history, her skeptical nature would reject such impossible claims. She would only understand these truths after personally witnessing the power hidden within human souls. Sarai chuckled softly at Kurtz's confident declaration, but offered no further commentary. In her estimation, Kurtz represented an extraordinary statistical anomaly, someone who'd coincidentally awakened magical talent and learned to manipulate it through sheer luck. But individual exceptions didn't establish broader racial capabilities. It was the third day of their shared adventure. The traveling companions encountered their first hostile magical beasts of the journey, not a solitary creature, but an entire pack. 7 purple-black-furred demonic wolves emerged from the undergrowth, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger and supernatural malice. Previously, when Kurtz faced such threats, his options were severely limited. Flight remained his primary strategy, or finding suitable trees to climb while waiting for the creatures to lose interest and move on. But circumstances had dramatically changed. He was no longer alone against the wilderness. Sarai raised her hand with casual precision, and light arrows appeared and launched in rapid succession. Each projectile found its mark with surgical accuracy, piercing through demonic wolf flesh and dropping the creatures before they could properly coordinate their attack. Demonstrate the magic you learned from our previous lessons. Sarai's instruction carried expectant authority. She was naturally referring to the light arrow technique Kurtz had adapted from her teachings, though his version resembled an arrow barrage more than individual projectiles. While Kurtz prepared his casting, Sarai observed the flow and manipulation of mana within his body with intense scientific interest. Her magical perception allowed her to make a detailed analysis of his technique's underlying mechanics. Among the elves, Sarai was considered exceptionally gifted in magical comprehension. Most elven spells, after a few demonstrations, became accessible to her understanding and replication. Kurtz drew a steadying breath and began channeling magic according to the mana flow patterns he'd observed from Sarai's earlier demonstrations. Having successfully cast this spell once before, he released it with smooth confidence. However, from Sarai's perspective, his magical energy moved in completely alien patterns. The mana flow bore no resemblance to her own casting method when producing identical results. This fundamental difference was precisely what enabled him to create light arrow techniques with entirely unique effects and capabilities. More than a dozen smaller light arrows appeared before him, each one roughly half the size of Sarai's standard projectiles. As he gestured, these constructs launched in a spreading fan pattern, blanketing the area where the demonic wolves had been positioned. Sarai's eyes widened with genuine astonishment. During their previous encounter, when she was caught off guard and knocked unconscious, she'd missed the opportunity to analyze his magical techniques in action properly. Now, witnessing his abilities with clear observation, she found herself amazed once again. Although each individual light arrow carried only half the destructive power of her own, the sheer quantity more than compensated for reduced individual impact. The surviving demonic wolves were instantly riddled with magical projectiles, their purple-black blood seeping onto the ground and causing nearby vegetation to wither from demonic contamination. "Again, do it again," Sarai demanded, excitement in her usually controlled voice. "But there aren't any more magical beasts in the area." "That's no problem." Sarai cast a detection spell and immediately led Kurtz toward a much larger target. "Here, use magic on this bear." A massive magical bear, easily twice the size of a normal bear, roared upon detecting their presence. Its fur bristled with residual magical energy, and its eyes gleamed with intelligence far beyond animal cunning. The creature charged toward them with earth-shaking steps. Kurtz, recognizing the escalated threat, focused completely and cast his light arrow technique again without hesitation. But this magical bear clearly had superior intelligence compared to the wolf pack, and its natural defenses were substantially more robust. Facing Kurtz's arrow barrage, it suddenly skidded to a halt, then rolled sideways with surprising agility for something so massive. Most of the magical projectiles missed their target entirely. Only 2 light arrows managed to strike its body, leaving wounds that were painful but far from fatal. The injuries only enraged the creature further, its eyes turning blood red as primal fury overcame tactical thinking. Its speed increased dramatically as it charged toward the 2 little meat sticks with renewed violence. "Hey, this bear's hide is too thick. My magic isn't powerful enough." Kurtz quickly turned to Sarai for assistance, only to find her completely absorbed in analyzing the mana flow patterns she'd just observed. She stood motionless, lost in magical theory while danger approached. Panic flared in Kurtz's chest. He grabbed her hand, wanting to run to a safer place, but Sarai's body remained immovable as solid stone in deep concentration. The magical bear's thundering approach grew closer, its bestial stench filling the air. Kurtz could feel the vibrations of its massive paws through the ground beneath his feet. Only when the creature charged directly in front of them, close enough that Kurtz could see rage burning in its eyes and smell the rank heat of its breath, did Sarai finally react. HMPH, nothing more than a weak magical beast. Her voice carried absolute disdain, as if the bear's threat was beneath her notice entirely. Sarai raised her hand and flawlessly replicated Kurtz's light arrow rain technique, but her version blazed with intensified power that made his attempt look like a mere practice exercise. The enhanced magical barrage pierced completely through the bear's entire body, each arrow burning through flesh and bone with devastating efficiency. The magical bear, riddled with such overwhelming force, collapsed instantly. Its massive form hit the ground with a satisfying thud, twitching once before going still. Incredible! Kurtz burst into enthusiastic applause, genuine admiration shining in his eyes. After observing his technique just a few times, she'd perfectly reproduced and improved upon his magic, making it significantly more lethal than his original version. This confirmed that relying on her expertise was an excellent long-term strategy. However, Sarai stood over the fallen creature and shook her head with visible dissatisfaction. It's still insufficient. This level of power won't threaten a god. Huh, did you say something important just now? Kurtz had caught fragments of her muttered comment, and the implications sent chills down his spine. He feigned ignorance while internally processing this revelation. Nothing important. Sarai's dismissal was casual, but her eyes held dangerous gleams. I will teach you more devastating magic. You must transform these techniques into spells capable of killing any creature. Indeed, what he'd overheard wasn't imagination. This petite future master actually harbored such audacious ambitions, contemplating deicide in an age when gods still walk the earth. Good Lord, the heresy, should I introduce her to the Emperor? The revelation truly surprised Kurtz, though connecting it to her later legendary status. Such dangerous thinking aligned perfectly with Sarai's established personality. Once you locate other humans, you must accompany me to a specific destination. Sarai's suggestion carried barely concealed excitement, like a child planning an elaborate prank. Her golden eyes gleamed with anticipation for whatever scheme was taking shape in that ancient, brilliant mind of hers. Kurtz, looking at Sarai, who was making a mischievous cute face like a little gremlin planning for world domination. My master can't be this cute. Chapter 6. As long as you are alive, you have to do something. Where are we going again? The fallen gods land in the west. Sarai's voice held both respect and hunger. Not only does a fallen deity rest there, but also magic capable of killing gods. Gods were immortal and indestructible. This truth shaped how every being saw the world. It was as certain as sunrise, as fixed as the changing seasons. Like the elves, deities lived forever, but unlike her people, they could never die. If an elf took a fatal wound, she died. Simple reality. But gods couldn't be killed. No known magic had the power to destroy divine essence. Every spell, every weapon, every force had failed against their nature. Yet in that western region, a god had fallen. Even the ancient elves couldn't say when she died, though it happened before recorded history. The divine power released in her death had soaked the entire area, creating a barrier that blocked all magical detection. No scrying could pierce it, no divination could reveal what lay inside. After learning about the western fallen god's land from other elves, Sarai had heard the whispered stories told in hushed, fearful voices. She had always burned with curiosity about that place. Now, with this strange human companion, she wondered if this might be her only chance to explore such forbidden knowledge. The fallen god's land, Kurtz's voice cracked with disbelief. The name sounded like a final dungeon from some impossible video game. Could gods actually die? Thinking of the eventual end of the Age of Gods in future history, it seemed possible. But the implications were staggering. If gods could fall, what force could have done it? Sarai's lips curved into a cold smile that held no warmth. Legend says no creature entering that realm has ever returned. Are you frightened? Kurtz shook his head, though worry gnawed at his stomach. Not frightened, just curious. Why do you want to kill a god? Sarai's smile widened, becoming genuine and terrifying in its honesty. This was her truest expression, raw and unfiltered, revealing the dangerous truth of her nature. Because if magic isn't meant to kill your opponent, then it has no purpose. Gods are just opponents who haven't been defeated yet. The casual way she discussed killing gods made Kurtz's skin crawl. This was the mindset of someone from the age of gods, when power meant everything and morality was a luxury few could afford. He found it hard to imagine how she would view the world after humanity's triumph, after the Demon King's defeat, when peace finally settled over the realm. That peaceful future would probably be what she least wanted to see, a world where her beloved warfare became meaningless. But what did that distant future matter to him? He wouldn't survive to see events thousands of years from now, no matter how they played out. He wasn't an elf with infinite life. No magic existed in this world to extend mortal years. Otherwise, heroes like Himmel would have used it long ago to stay with their immortal companions. Human lives were brief. Even if he spent his entire existence at Sarai's side, for her, it would be just a short adventure, a bright moment in the endless span of her immortal years. But right now, Kurtz refused to dwell on such dark thoughts. He stood and stretched, working tension from muscles grown stiff from sitting. All right, let's investigate this place together. I don't have anywhere else to go anyway. Then he quickly added a condition. But we wait until the humans of this era learn magic first. Since fate had brought him to this world, he felt obligated to do something meaningful. As long as he drew breath, he would work to improve humanity's desperate situation. He had limited strength. Right now, his only worthwhile attack magic was the light arrow technique. But even that small ability made him stronger than most humans struggling to survive in this harsh age. He didn't know how humanity had originally gained magical knowledge, but he felt no hesitation about being a pioneer in that development. This era, that's odd phrasing. Cough, cough, slip of the tongue. Kurtz quickly backtracked, scrambling for an explanation. I meant my people living in this current time. He had no intention of revealing his transmigrator identity. That secret would go with him to whatever grave awaited in this dangerous world. Fortunately, Sarai didn't push the matter. She simply studied him for a moment before nodding quietly. Very well, we leave tomorrow to begin your mission. Sarai understood that taking Kurtz to the fallen god's land in his current state would be suicide. His magical abilities were too weak, his survival skills too poor. Such a journey would accomplish nothing beyond adding another corpse to that cursed realm. Night fell across the landscape. Kurtz sat beside their small campfire, occasionally turning mushroom skewers suspended above the flames. This was their evening meal. He'd originally hoped Sarai might find greyhorn rabbits or similar prey, but extensive searching had found nothing edible. During quiet moments, Kurtz found himself gazing up at this world's night sky. The stellar display exceeded anything visible from Earth, as if every distant sun hung within reach. Moonlight spilled across the landscape in silver waves, creating a vista so beautiful he never tired of seeing it. Kurtz, what has your attention? Sarai approached after finishing her protective ward casting, settling beside him with fluid grace. The stars, Kurtz smiled with genuine wonder. In my homeland, every star is an entire world. He wondered if somewhere among those countless points of light, he might glimpse his original home, the blue and green planet where his story had begun. Probably not. The distances were beyond understanding. Sarai followed his gaze upward, her expression growing thoughtful. According to elven legend, stars are divine eyes watching everything in our world. She had observed this same sky for hundreds of years, without finding beauty in it. The constant feeling of being watched, judged, and measured by cosmic forces had long since lost any appeal. Short-lived beings had the luxury of finding wonder in temporary things. Doesn't that make you feel trapped, having every action watched by some divine voyeur? The thought of constant surveillance made Kurtz uncomfortable. Some elves see it as divine favor and protection, Sarai replied with cold detachment. Others find the concept unbearable. Kurtz turned toward her with growing understanding. You must be in the latter group. Sarai offered no verbal response, simply continuing to stare at the heavens with shadowed eyes. Sometimes, silence said more than words ever could. You mentioned that in your homeland, every star is a world. Do you truly believe that? Ever since becoming aware of the night sky, Sarai had wrestled with the same question that troubled philosophers across every realm. What exactly were these distant lights? Her people viewed them as divine surveillance, constantly monitoring mortal affairs. Dwarves saw them as precious gems embedded in the world's crown. Whoever unified all lands would claim mastery over these celestial treasures. The demon race simply hated their presence, calling them the claws of the god of light, instruments of oppression and judgment. Now Kurtz proposed something entirely different. Every star was an independent world. The idea was wonderfully abstract, yet somehow compelling in its scope and possibility. Absolutely true. Kurtz spoke with complete conviction, though he struggled to explain cosmic physics to someone from a magical medieval setting. How could he describe planets and solar systems, galaxies, and the vast emptiness between them? Discussing science in a fantasy world felt wrong somehow. Moreover, in a realm where gods actively shaped reality, perhaps stars truly were divine constructs rather than natural phenomena. Sarai gazed upward, golden eyes reflecting countless pinpricks of starlight like captured fragments of the cosmos. The silver moonlight spilled across her delicate features, giving her an otherworldly quality that made Kurtz's breath catch. If every star truly is a world, she whispered with unusual vulnerability, then is our realm, in the eyes of others, merely another distant star. Kurtz looked at her with surprise and growing respect. He hadn't expected Sarai to grasp such abstract concepts so quickly, or to push them into such deep philosophical territory. Exactly right, he nodded with admiration. Sarai turned back toward him, her expression brightening with something like childlike delight. A fascinating legend, certainly better than some divine voyeurism. This isn't legend, though, Kurtz thought with helpless amusement. This is astronomy. But he kept that correction to himself, content to let her find wonder in scientific truth disguised as mythology. Chapter 7, Elves Tracking Magic. It was the 5th day of their shared adventure. Under Sarai's patient guidance, Kurtz had successfully mastered the precaution magic. Though with his creation talent and fragments of modern scientific understanding, it had evolved into something entirely new. Watching the blue magic circle hovering in Kurtz's palm, Sarai felt waves of magical power emanating from him and spreading outward in precise patterns. After only a brief moment of observation, surprise flickered across her composed features. You've somehow fused detection magic and precaution magic into a single spell. From Sarai's perspective, the magical ripples continued expanding outward, eventually covering several hundred meters in all directions. The spell's signature remained remarkably faint, so subtle that detecting it required focused attention. Anyone being scanned would remain completely unaware of the surveillance. Within Kurtz's magic circle, numerous small dots appeared and moved in real time. These points of light represented detected life forms, and their movement patterns, directions, and even approximate sizes were clearly visible within the magical interface. Yes, I optimized the original structure somewhat. Kurtz studied his creation with obvious satisfaction. How about we call this new magic radar technique? The moment he'd witnessed those two separate spells, Kurtz had immediately seen the potential for combination. Precaution magic could identify approaching threats, while detection magic could scan for distant enemies. The logical next step seemed obvious to his modern mind. Kurtz, hey, I have an excellent idea. Thus, radar magic was born from necessity and innovation. A name with unclear meaning. Sarai tilted her head with mild confusion. Is there any basis for such terminology? Well, Kurtz found himself unable to explain without revealing concepts that wouldn't exist for millennia. How could he describe radio waves, electromagnetic detection, or military technology to someone from a magical medieval setting. Then let's call it grand detection technique. Sarai's alternative suggestion revealed that magical naming conventions weren't particularly sophisticated either. Though, unfortunately, the mana consumption is excessive, which limits practical applications. Kurtz nodded in agreement, then deactivated the grand detection technique. In just that brief demonstration, he'd felt roughly 1/5 of his magical reserves drain away, equivalent to casting 3 consecutive arrow rain barrages. Perhaps only someone with Sarai's immense magical capacity could sustain such spells for extended periods. Is there any method to increase my total mana reserves? Kurtz's magical energy remained frustratingly limited, as Sarai had bluntly mentioned on multiple occasions. According to her casual assessment, any child elf possessed more raw magical power than him, a comparison that struck his pride like a physical blow. He couldn't help his disadvantage. Less than a year in this world simply couldn't compare to natives who'd spent centuries developing their abilities. No shortcuts exist beyond consistent, long-term practice. Sarai's response crushed his hopes for quick solutions. However, among the various monster species, certain races can steal magic from others, even absorbing magical energy from fresh corpses. Her words made Kurtz's blood run cold. Steal magic, his voice carried barely controlled dread. Are these creatures numerous? If such beings existed in significant numbers, he couldn't imagine how anyone could hope to defeat the demon race in future conflicts. After all, the Age of Gods was marked by constant warfare, which resulted in massive death tolls. If he possessed such absorption abilities, he could simply locate active battlefields, find suitable hiding spots, and then absorb magical energy from fallen combatants after both sides finished slaughtering each other. Kurtz couldn't even imagine how powerful his magical level might become through such methods. Perhaps even Sarai, who would live from the Age of Gods through modern times, couldn't match such accumulated power. Very few possess this ability, but those who do are now classified as the demon race. Sarai's expression grew notably grimmer. Creatures whose souls had been corrupted by abyssal influence were collectively termed monsters. Those among them who developed intelligence earned the designation of demon race. Compared to mindless beasts, the demon race displayed cunning and strategic thinking that made them infinitely more dangerous. Unlike races with complex emotions, such as the elves, demons possessed absolutely no capacity for empathy, mercy, or moral consideration. This created truly terrifying opponents. Kurtz absorbed this information with growing unease, his brows furrowing with worry. The ability to steal magical power, combined with intelligence, would indeed make them formidable adversaries. He voiced his growing concern aloud. This is genuinely troubling. If these demon race members endlessly steal magic from their victims, even the gods might eventually prove inadequate to stop them. That won't happen. Sarai shook her head with confident dismissal. The reason gods maintain supremacy lies in the divine power flowing within them. No amount of stolen magic can truly contend with authentic divine essence. Moreover, stolen magical energy gradually corrupts the host's soul. After explaining, she fixed Kurtz with a meaningful, serious stare. So don't even consider creating such magic yourself. These demon race members gained extraordinary intelligence by relying on their stealing abilities, but they will inevitably degenerate back into irrational monsters due to endless magical corruption. Kurtz nodded thoughtfully, understanding flowing across his features. He naturally grasped the deeper implications behind Sarai's warning. His creative talent held tremendous future potential. If he truly dedicated himself to exploring its limits, developing magic capable of stealing power from others wasn't beyond possibility. But as Sarai emphasized, stolen magic would corrupt any living being's soul, transforming them into something monstrous and ultimately self-destructive. Then I'll focus on gradual, honest improvement. He smiled, completely abandoning any thoughts of dangerous shortcuts. Good, your magical talent shows genuine promise. For once, Sarai offered actual encouragement rather than criticism. Given sufficient time and proper training, you will surely become a formidable mage. Kurtz represented an important asset for her magical research and exploration. She had no desire to see him corrupted or led astray by tempting but ultimately destructive paths. Since that's settled, please teach me additional spells when you have time. Kurtz felt no need for false politeness in their arrangement. He and Sarai had established a relationship of mutual magical education. She taught him the foundational spells commonly used by elves in this era, while he improved and transformed them through his creation abilities before sharing the enhanced versions back to her. Very well, Sarai wasted no time with unnecessary words. She simply raised her hand, magical energy beginning to gather around her fingertips. While magical instruction shouldn't typically be rushed, your exceptional talent eliminates such concerns. She pointed toward a large boulder in the distance, but her actual target was the gnarled tree growing directly behind it. Among elven magical traditions, we possess a type of tracking magic. Even after an offensive spell has been released and is traveling toward its target, its trajectory can be altered mid-flight. Her voice carried the authority of someone who'd mastered techniques others spent decades attempting. When this principle is applied to combat magic, it produces devastating tactical advantages. Sarai cast her arrow rain toward the boulder, but the magical projectiles curved gracefully through the air like guided missiles, accurately striking the tree concealed behind the stone obstacle. This represented advanced magic among elven spellcasting traditions. Sarai herself had required several years of intensive study to use it with genuine proficiency. The concept seems challenging to grasp. Kurtz felt a headache building behind his temples. He could currently condense magical energy for direct attacks, but controlling spells after they'd already been released. The mechanics seemed to defy every principle of physics he understood. He couldn't exactly install remote control devices like guided missiles, could he? Speaking of which, did technological development have any future in this magical world? Though pursuing that path would completely change the setting's aesthetic. Take your time, there's no pressure to master it immediately. Sarai revealed a faint, almost fond smile. It was perfectly reasonable for him to struggle with comprehension. After all, she herself had spent over a year just learning to attach guidance systems to already released attacks. Following that, a breakthrough had come, and endless repetitive practice was required to achieve reliable results. Once this fundamental principle was mastered, many different spells could incorporate tracking elements, making it an invaluable tactical advantage in actual combat situations. This represented one of the elven race's most closely guarded magical secrets, and now she was teaching it to Kurtz without any reservations. She found herself genuinely curious about how long it would take this remarkable human to master such advanced techniques. Chapter 8, Another Kind of Tracking Magic. It was the 8th day of their adventure. Sarai was no longer talking to Kurtz. The reason was simple: she had been deeply struck. At this moment, Kurtz noticed a greyhorn rabbit in the forest ahead. Only its gray tail showed behind a thick oak tree, the rest of its plump body hidden from view. Without large-scale attack magic that would devastate half the forest, catching such a skittish creature would prove nearly impossible. But Kurtz had a way. He crouched low, studying the rabbit's position through the undergrowth. His fingers traced patterns in the air as he calculated angles and distances. Then, with practiced ease, he cast a small, light arrow spell. The gleaming projectile arced through the air in an impossible curve, weaving between branches before striking the greyhorn rabbit with a soft thud. That's right, Kurtz had already learned Sarai's tracking magic. However, compared to her methodical approach of weaving magic power directly into an attack spell, Kurtz had adopted what he considered a clever shortcut. He pre-marked the target's position in his mind, then manipulated the spell's trajectory mid-flight, essentially creating his own version of homing magic through spatial calculation. This method required no extensive practice or tedious theory memorization. It saved considerable time and effort. The cost was that Miss Sarai was thoroughly displeased. Sarai leaned against a towering pine with her arms crossed, golden hair cascading over her shoulder. After witnessing Kurtz's entire demonstration, her usually composed expression had grown rigid with barely contained frustration. Her delicate features were drawn tight, her lips pressed into a thin line. She deliberately turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. "That's just a trick," she said. Her voice carried the particular frost reserved for students who dared to take shortcuts. "You're not using tracking magic at all." Kurtz held the greyhorn rabbit by its long ears, his movements efficient as he quickly field-dressed the creature and tucked it into his leather backpack. A helpless smile tugged at his lips despite Sarai's obvious irritation. "But it's really practical, isn't it?" The very thought of Sarai's orthodox method, painstakingly weaving magic power into each attack spell, maintaining perfect control while tracking an enemy's aura, made his head throb. His approach was infinitely simpler, if admittedly less elegant. Heaven knew what cosmic forces had been at work when they'd sent him, a former engineering student, into this fantasy world. Worse still, they'd blessed him with creative magic talent that constantly urged him to apply scientific principles to spellcasting. Sometimes he wondered if the gods had a sense of humor. True tracking magic requires weaving magic power into the attack itself. Sarai finally turned back to face him, her golden eyes blazing with righteous indignation. Each word came out clipped and precise, like a professor correcting a dense pupil. The spell determines direction through the enemy's magical aura, and most importantly, even if the target dodges, it performs secondary and tertiary attacks. As long as the magic power within the spell remains, it can continuously pursue the opponent. This was the most Sarai had spoken during their days of traveling together, her usual silence broken by genuine agitation. Her hands gestured sharply as she explained, punctuating each point with controlled movements that somehow made her frustration even more apparent. "Is it like a guided missile?" Kurtz ventured, using terminology from his previous world. "What nonsense is that?" Sarai's entire expression transformed into fury, becoming incredibly animated, and, if Kurtz was being honest, rather endearing in its outrage. Her eyebrows shot up, and for a moment, the ancient elf looked almost childlike in her bewilderment. "In short," she continued, regaining some composure but still clearly flustered, "this isn't true tracking magic." Deep down, Sarai wanted this human to continue surprising her with his unconventional approaches to magic. But the prerequisite was that these surprises shouldn't wound her professional pride quite so thoroughly. Why had she spent decades perfecting tracking magic when this man could achieve similar results in mere days? Even accounting for his unorthodox methods, the practical outcome was undeniably effective. So Miss Sarai desperately attempted to save face, absolutely refusing to acknowledge his technique as legitimate tracking magic. Watching the diminutive grandmaster with her flushed cheeks and indignant posture, Kurtz found Sarai even more charming than usual. If he wasn't reasonably certain she'd incinerate him on the spot, he might have been tempted to reach out and ruffle her carefully arranged hair, or perhaps playfully pinch one of those puffed-out cheeks. All right, he conceded with exaggerated gravity, this really isn't true tracking magic. The exact terminology hardly mattered to him, and he had no desire to prolong Sarai's suffering over what was, ultimately, a semantic argument. "If our esteemed Miss Sarai doesn't mind, could you perhaps teach me once more? This time, I promise to seriously study the real, genuine, and absolutely orthodox tracking magic." In truth, Kurtz had gradually realized that this tracking magic was likely one of the elves' most closely guarded secrets. The implications were staggering once he considered the tactical applications. Picture this: you're facing a mage in combat. You successfully dodge their initial barrage of spells, and just as you're preparing to close the distance for a decisive strike, you discover their magic has curved around behind you, homing in for a second attempt. The psychological impact alone would be devastating, never mind the physical danger. He couldn't help but wonder why such a valuable technique hadn't been passed down to later generations. Was the learning curve so steep that most practitioners gave up? Or had magical evolution simply rendered tracking magic obsolete, replaced by more direct and overwhelming force? Kurtz suspected there had to have been some catastrophic event or systematic suppression that caused this knowledge to vanish from the magical world. Sarai naturally had no insight into Kurtz's historical speculations. But hearing him formally acknowledge that his method wasn't true tracking magic, combined with his respectful request for proper instruction, caused the corner of her mouth to curve upward in the faintest hint of satisfaction. "Since that's the case," she said, attempting to sound gracious while clearly pleased, "seeing how sincere you are in your request." She raised one pale hand with practiced grace, allowing magic power to condense at her fingertips like liquid starlight. "Watch closely. This is the authentic method for—" Her words were cut short by an explosion that echoed from somewhere far beyond the tree line. Both mages turned their heads in unison, looking toward the distant horizon where the clear afternoon sky had suddenly darkened. Black and purple storm clouds gathered with unnatural speed, crackling with energy that made the very air taste of copper and sulfur. Sarai's expression shifted instantly from tutorial mode to battle-ready alertness. Her golden eyes narrowed as she assessed the magical disturbance. The aura of demonic beasts, and not just any beast. Kurtz immediately cast his grand detection spell. The magic circle materialized in his palm, glowing with soft blue light as it reached out across the landscape. The explosion's origin point lay exactly at the limit of his detection range, but what he saw there made his blood run cold. The magical display showed dense clusters of moving dots, far too many for comfort. "There are many of them," he said, his voice grim as he studied the readout. "Dozens at minimum." His current version of the grand detection spell was still primitive, unable to distinguish between friend and foe or gauge individual strength levels. It could only provide rough estimates of numbers and general positioning, but those numbers were deeply troubling. "What do you say?" Kurtz asked, glancing sideways at his elven companion. "Do we retreat to a safe distance or investigate this, whatever it is?" If he'd been traveling alone, he would have been sprinting in the opposite direction the moment that explosion shattered the afternoon quiet. But with Sarai beside him, Sarai, whose combat abilities far exceeded his own, he felt obligated to defer to her judgment. Sarai studied Kurtz for a long moment, her expression shifting to something that might have been excitement. A predatory gleam entered her golden eyes as she cast her own, more sophisticated detection spell. After a few seconds of magical analysis, her lips curved in anticipation. "Let's go," she decided with obvious relish. "At least it won't be boring." Her enhanced detection had revealed no particularly overwhelming magical signatures among the disturbance, nothing that posed a serious threat to an elf of her caliber. The prospect of actual combat, after days of relatively peaceful travel, held definite appeal. "All right," Kurtz nodded, shouldering his pack properly and checking that his spell components were easily accessible. Together, they moved through the forest toward the sound of distant battle. After traversing dense woodland for nearly an hour, pushing through tangled undergrowth and navigating around massive tree trunks, they finally emerged at the forest's edge. A small settlement spread out before them in the valley below, and the scene that greeted them was one of chaos and destruction. The air hung thick with the smell of smoke and the metallic tang of fresh blood. Flames rose from several burning structures, and the sounds of combat, shouting, clashing metal, and inhuman howls carried clearly across the distance. "Dwarven territory," Sarai observed, taking in the architecture and defensive layout with a practiced eye. "It looks like they're under assault by demonic beasts, a coordinated attack by the positioning." Kurtz raised his hand to shield his eyes from the afternoon sun as he studied the battle below. The village's stone wall had been breached in multiple places, with one particularly massive gap that looked like it had been blown open by explosive force rather than simple battering. Through these openings, dozens of wolf-like creatures poured into the settlement, their dark forms weaving between buildings as they hunted the defending dwarves. "High-grade wolf fiends," Sarai identified, her voice taking on the tone of a scholar cataloging specimens. "They're an evolution of the common magic wolves we encountered earlier. Pack hunters with high intelligence. Their combat effectiveness increases dramatically during full moon nights, and they tend to enter berserk states that make them even more dangerous. Kurt squinted at the creatures, noting their unnaturally large size and the way they moved with predatory coordination. These wolf fiends bore an uncanny resemblance to the werewolves from his world's folklore, though far more bestial and horrifying in appearance. Their fur was matted with dark stains, their eyes glowed with red light, and their movements carried the fluid grace of apex predators. The numerical disparity was immediately apparent and deeply concerning. While the dwarven defenders fought with admirable courage and skill, they were clearly overwhelmed. This wasn't a large settlement. Kurtz could see from one end to the other with little difficulty, and there appeared to be perhaps 20 or 30 combat-capable dwarves at most. Against what looked like twice that number of wolf fiends, the outcome seemed inevitable. Unless something changed, the battle would soon be over. Chapter 9: The Attack on Dwarf Village. What do you say? Should we make a move? Kurtz felt his heart hammering against his ribs. This was his first time facing such overwhelming numbers of monsters, and the nervous energy coursing through him was far worse than what he'd experienced during their encounters with the wolf pack and that massive demonic bear. His palms were slick with sweat as he gripped his staff. Sarai rolled her eyes at him with theatrical exasperation. Why not make a move? Do you think I came all this way to watch the show? The dismissive tone in her voice made Kurtz realize something fundamental about his traveling companion. His elf master thrived on scenes like this. The prospect of large-scale combat didn't concern her, it excited her. He could practically see the battle lust gleaming in her golden eyes. She was probably itching to jump into the fray right now. The wolf fiends are in for a rough time, Kurtz thought grimly. His silent prayers for the beasts were destined to go unanswered. Sarai had no interest in fair play or honorable combat. While the wolf fiends and dwarves remained locked in desperate melee below, she circled to high ground behind the pack, positioning herself with the calculated patience of a master tactician. Then she raised her hand and unleashed hell. It wasn't just light arrow rain. It was an enhanced, continuous fire version that transformed the afternoon sky into a deadly constellation. Golden projectiles poured down like a divine storm, each arrow finding its mark with surgical precision. More than a dozen wolf fiends were pinned to the blood-soaked earth in the span of heartbeats, their howls of rage cut short. The dwarven defenders stood frozen in shock, their bearded faces turned skyward as they tried to process this sudden, miraculous intervention. Several of them lowered their weapons entirely, staring at the source of their salvation with awe. The dwarves were notoriously weak at magic. This was simply a biological fact. The gods had blessed them with incredible physical strength. An adult dwarf could tear a demonic bear apart with their bare hands if properly motivated. But this same divine gift had sealed away their magical talents almost entirely. Therefore, there were naturally no mages in this small frontier village. What they were witnessing was completely outside their experience. Sarai stood silhouetted against the darkening sky, her golden hair whipping in the wind. Her smile carried a hint of wild excitement that would have been deeply concerning on anyone else's face. Sure enough, Kurtz mused, only this kind of large-scale combat can make her truly happy. He had to admit, though, that the spell improvements he'd suggested were proving remarkably effective. Sarai had completely abandoned her previous single-shot light arrow approach, now defaulting to area bombardments at every opportunity. A large range and high quantity made this approach infinitely more practical than precision strikes when dealing with swarm tactics. Kurtz wasn't content to remain idle while Sarai had all the fun. He quickly cast his improved grand detection spell, the magical array unfolding in his palm like a blue flower. After confirming that no wolf fiends remained hidden among the village's narrow alleyways or damaged buildings, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted down to the dwarves. Don't just stand there gaping, for more coming from your left flank. Sarai's devastating arrow barrage hadn't completely eliminated the pack. A few wolf fiends had survived the initial assault, and 2 others had been engaged in close combat with dwarven warriors when she'd opened fire, forcing her to hold back to avoid friendly casualties. The dwarves, jolted from their amazement by Kurtz's warning, snapped back into battle mode. Several of the burliest warriors immediately charged the wolf fiends directly ahead, while the rest wheeled to address the flanking threat. Their movements showed the fluid coordination of brothers in arms who'd fought together for years. With Kurtz providing occasional light arrow support to tip the balance at critical moments, the remaining battle concluded swiftly and decisively. An elderly dwarf who clearly held authority among the defenders stepped forward from the group. His ceremonial armor was dented and blood-stained, but he carried himself with the dignity of natural leadership. "Thank you for your assistance, Honored." His voice trailed off uncertainly as his eyes moved from Sarai to Kurtz, elder elf. The pause was noticeable. He'd never encountered a short-eared elf before, but since Kurtz traveled in Sarai's company, the logical assumption was that he must also be elven. After all, elves were famously exclusive and reclusive. They didn't typically associate with other races. "I'm not an elf," Kurtz explained with practiced patience. "I'm human." The admission drew a blank stare. Humans had virtually no reputation in this era, positive or negative. They simply didn't register on most people's awareness. "Human?" The dwarf leader's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. His expression suggested that he was trying to place this term within his understanding of the world's various races, but was coming up empty. Seeing the bewildered look on the dwarf's weathered face, Kurtz abandoned any hope of finding others of his kind in this remote village. "Never mind the specifics," he said with a slight smile. "I'm Kurtz, she's Sarai, and we're currently traveling the continent." "Travelers," the dwarf leader nodded slowly, the concept more familiar than the racial classification. "I am Amuro Ironfoot, chief of this settlement. We plan to hold a celebration feast tonight in honor of our survival, and I would be deeply honored if both of you would attend. It's the least we can offer to repay this debt." "What do you think?" Kurtz glanced toward Sarai. She had been the primary damage dealer in their brief engagement, personally responsible for eliminating the majority of the wolf fiends. His own contribution had been purely supportive, useful, but hardly decisive. Sarai considered for a moment, then shrugged with apparent indifference. "Acceptable." As night settled over the village, the dwarves kindled a massive bonfire in the central square. The flames cast dancing shadows across the stone buildings and reflected warmly off the defenders' battle-worn faces. During the preparations, Kurtz volunteered for fire-lighting duties throughout the settlement. His casual finger-snap fire magic drew fascinated stares from every dwarf who witnessed it. The simple utility spell represented a level of convenience they could only dream of. If they could master such magic, they'd never again need to go through the laborious process of drilling wood for tinder, then carefully nursing the resulting spark into a sustainable flame. Unfortunately, such techniques remained forever beyond their reach. Dwarves were famously magical idiots, completely unable to learn even the most basic spellwork. "Thank you again, Master Kurtz." Amuro approached with 2 pewter cups, filled with what smelled like potent alcohol. During the earlier cleanup of wolf fiend corpses, Kurtz had provided invaluable magical assistance, for which the patriarch remained genuinely grateful. Monster blood was notoriously toxic to soil and groundwater. Even the corpses required complete incineration, otherwise they risked becoming undead or mutating into something far worse. Having a mage available to ensure thorough disposal was an enormous relief. "Think nothing of it, Chief Amuro." Kurtz accepted the offered cup and clinked it against the dwarfs in a traditional toast. Amuro's beard was impressively long and had turned completely white, giving him the appearance of considerable age. Kurtz recalled that dwarves in this world enjoyed much longer lifespans than humans, typically 200 to 300 years. After all, it had been decades since the new calendar's establishment, and legendary figures like Azel had only recently entered what they considered old age. On the surface, Azel claimed he could no longer properly wield an axe, but in reality, he could still kill demons with single, devastating strikes. Then there was Falu, the dwarven warrior responsible for village defense, who appeared even older than Amuro but remained incredibly strong in combat. It seemed that judging dwarven strength by apparent age was a fool's errand. Honored Sarai, Are you certain you require nothing else? Amuro approached the elf, who sat somewhat apart from the main celebration, holding only a simple cup of clear water. Her golden eyes reflected the firelight as she watched the proceedings with detached interest. "No, I don't drink alcohol," she replied with characteristic bluntness, "and your cooking methodology is too chaotic for my palate." Kurtz felt a spike of surprise at this comment. When he prepared meals for Sarai during their travels, she never complained about ingredients or criticized his techniques. She consumed whatever he provided without comment or apparent dissatisfaction. He took an experimental bite of the roasted meat skewer he'd been offered. The surface was crusted with coarse salt, and the flavor was undeniably robust, hearty, filling, but definitely crude compared to his own carefully balanced cooking. The dwarves clearly prioritized substance over subtlety. Amuro didn't seem offended by Sarai's rejection. If anything, her participation in the celebration at all struck him as more generous than expected from her kind. Compared to Sarai's aloof behavior, Kurt seemed refreshingly approachable and normal. "It seems Master Kurtz truly isn't an elf," Amuro observed, settling down beside the fire with his own drink. "I have to confess, this old dwarf has never encountered humans before. What manner of people are they, I wonder?" He stroked his magnificent beard thoughtfully, a distant look entering his weathered eyes. "In my younger days, I traveled extensively across this continent and encountered many different races. Some were capable of meaningful communication, others were little better than beasts. It's unfortunate that I eventually ran against a group of demons during those journeys and nearly lost my life to them. Since that encounter, I've never left our village boundaries." Amuro pushed up his sleeve, revealing a jagged scar that ran from his forearm clear across his chest. The old wound was pale and twisted, speaking of terrible trauma barely survived. "Are demons really that dangerous?" Kurtz asked, studying the impressive battle scar. "Extremely dangerous, Master Kurtz." Amuro's tone carried the weight of hard-earned experience. "Every demon is evolved from the most powerful examples of their original monster species. Neither their combat capabilities nor their mastery of magic should ever be underestimated." "You must never take demons lightly," Sarai interjected suddenly, her voice cutting through the fireside conversation like a blade. "You should understand that the destruction of the original dwarf kingdom was directly caused by demonic interference." Kurtz noticed that as Sarai spoke, a flash of deep pain crossed Amuro's eyes. Old grief that time had dulled but never fully healed. "This continent once hosted 5 great kingdoms." Sarai continued with the measured tone of someone recounting historical fact. "The dwarf kingdom was among the mightiest of them all. But that entire civilization was destroyed in a single night, its people scattered into wandering clans across the wilderness." Chapter 10, The Dwarfs. Amuro nodded with visible pain etched across his weathered features. "That's right, our Ironfoot tribe numbers among the survivors from that catastrophe. But this village was established much later, after several family branches split away from the original survivors. The dwarves had fragmented considerably in the generations since. The impact of that nation-destroying blow still echoed through their scattered people, creating divisions that might never fully heal." "So your dwarf kingdom was destroyed by the demon race?" Kurtz pressed, studying the patriarch's haunted expression. "Yes," the word came out like a hammer strike. Amuro had been barely more than a child during those dark days, yet the memories remained vivid and terrible. He could still see it all with perfect clarity, a massive magical circle that covered the entire Dwarf King city, its geometry pulsing with evil energy. From that circle had poured forth an endless tide of monsters, wave after wave of claws and fangs and burning eyes. Despite the presence of countless elite dwarven warriors in the capital, despite their legendary axes and unbreakable armor, they simply couldn't withstand such overwhelming numbers. And behind it all, directing the chaos with cold intelligence, had been the demon race itself. From that day forward, the dwarf kingdom had vanished from the world as if it had never existed. Monsters and the demon race had become the common enemies of every living creature on the continent. The memory of it made Amuro slam his wine cup down hard against the wooden table. The cloudy alcohol splashed across the scarred surface as his knuckles went white with suppressed rage. The most damnable irony of it all, he growled, voice thick with bitter self-blame, is that the power source for those demon magic circles came from an ancient relic we dwarves unearthed ourselves. Kurtz felt his eyebrows rise. That was quite the plot twist. The dwarves' legendary hunger for precious metals and gemstones had driven them to dig ever deeper into their mountain mines, always seeking the next vein of gold or cache of diamonds. Eventually, their pickaxes had struck something far more significant and far more dangerous than mere treasure. At the time, the entire kingdom had celebrated the discovery. They'd never imagined they were unearthing the instrument of their own destruction. Kurtz mused. A somewhat familiar plot structure. I wonder if there's an Arkenstone equivalent involved here. What exactly was this ancient relic? He asked aloud. A red stone tablet, Amuro replied, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. Sarai suddenly leaned forward, her golden eyes sharpening with unmistakable interest. And where is that tablet now? The intensity of her question caught both men off guard. Amuro shook his head slowly, his expression troubled. It vanished on the night our kingdom fell. The tablet might still lie somewhere in the ruins of the capital, but at least we know the demons never claimed it for themselves. There is some small comfort in that. Kurtz glanced sideways at Sarai, noting her sudden engagement with the topic, but she had already retreated into her characteristic silence. Her face revealed nothing of whatever thoughts were churning behind those ancient eyes. He'd have to ask her about it when they were alone later. Master Kurtz, Amuro said, shifting his weight and fixing the human with a serious look. I have a request to make of you. Through careful observation during the evening's festivities, the dwarf patriarch had noticed something interesting about the pair's dynamic. Most decisions and conversations seemed to flow through Kurtz, while Sarai remained largely aloof from such mundane interactions. Now that these powerful travelers had appeared in their remote village, perhaps it represented some form of divine providence. Please speak your mind, Kurtz replied, though he held up a cautioning hand. But let me say up front, we're just ordinary travelers. Don't expect miracles from us. The dwarven ale was admittedly excellent, smooth and potent without being overwhelming. Kurtz didn't mind agreeing to reasonable requests, especially given how developed this settlement civilization appeared to be. Various silk fabrics, complete sets of masterwork armor, intricate metalwork, everything demonstrated truly impressive craftsmanship. Before they departed, he absolutely had to acquire some supplies. At a minimum, a few proper blankets to replace their current practice of sleeping on bare ground every night. Actually, Amuro said, seeming to gather his resolve, I want you to spar with my son. The request left Kurtz momentarily speechless, and even Sarai raised her head with what might have been mild surprise. Why would you want that? He asked carefully. Because this rebellious child keeps insisting he wants to go on adventures, Amuro replied, barely controlling his exasperation. I want you to help me crush those ridiculous notions before they get him killed. The patriarch's hands clenched into fists as he spoke. Having experienced the brutal realities of the outside world firsthand, he understood exactly how dangerous travel could be. His son was still essentially a 40-year-old child by dwarven standards. How could any father feel comfortable letting such inexperience wander into harm's way? Only by demonstrating the vast power gap between his son and these obviously capable travelers could he hope to make the boy see reason. But Kurtz suspected there were deeper currents at work here. Unlike most dwarves, Amuro's son sounded like a genuine anomaly among his people, something that would inevitably create social friction in a culture as traditional as this one. He gets splitting headaches from alcohol, Amuro continued, clearly warming to his complaints. Every village celebration becomes an ordeal for him. He's terrible at forging, which is our most sacred craft. Instead, he's obsessed with weaving and other, less masculine pursuits. Kurtz noted that in this particular dwarven community, there seemed to be little distinction between male and female roles. The women wore armor and fought alongside the men as equals. But most importantly, Amuro's voice dropped to an almost mortified whisper, my son doesn't grow a beard. Ah, Now they were getting to the real heart of the matter. A dwarf without a beard would indeed be like a hairless cat wandering into a colony of fluffy Persians. The other cats would definitely hiss. He gets headaches from alcohol? That sounds like a genuine allergy, Kurtz observed. But the beard situation definitely makes him stand out in unfortunate ways. In a village where even the women sported impressive facial hair, being clean-shaven would mark someone as fundamentally different, and not in ways this traditional culture would celebrate. "What do you think, Sarai?" Kurtz asked, turning to his companion. If they were actually going to engage in combat, Sarai would definitely need to handle it personally. He maintained a realistic awareness of his current abilities, and they didn't include defeating dwarven warriors in single combat. "Acceptable," Sarai replied with the casual tone of someone agreeing to a light snack. She certainly wouldn't refuse an opportunity to fight someone new. The prospect probably excited her more than the feast had. "In that case, let's go meet your son." Amuro led them through the village's winding stone paths to a modest dwelling that looked much like all the others. After a few sharp knocks, the door opened to reveal a figure that made Kurtz blink in surprise. He'd never imagined that one day he would apply the word delicate to describe a dwarf, yet the person standing before them absolutely deserved that adjective. Could the absence of facial hair really have such a dramatic impact on dwarven appearance? The young dwarf, Somo, had presumably been present during the afternoon's monster attack, but his full armor and helmet had concealed his distinctive features. Now, seeing him clearly for the first time, Kurtz understood why he might feel like an outsider in his own community. "Father," Somo said, eyeing the visitors with obvious curiosity, "why aren't you escorting our guests to the celebration instead of bringing them here?" Amuro's expression hardened into something resembling paternal determination, mixed with tactical calculation. "Somo, you've always claimed you want to go adventuring. Very well, defeat these two travelers in combat, and I'll give you my blessing." The young dwarf's eyes instantly blazed with excitement. "Really?" He looked eagerly between Kurtz and Sarai, practically vibrating with anticipation. "Just watch me." His confidence was so absolute that Kurtz had to suppress a smile. The kid had no idea what he was getting himself into. Sarai simply regarded Somo with cool indifference. "Amusing," she murmured. Somo spun around and dashed back into his house, emerging moments later with an ornate long-handled battle axe cradled in his arms like a precious child. The weapon was a masterwork of dwarven craftsmanship, its blade covered in intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and flow in the firelight. Rather than a mere tool of war, it resembled a piece of living art. He couldn't forge something like that himself, Kurtz noted, studying the axe's elaborate design. That level of work represents decades of experience. "It's my father's masterpiece," Somo said with obvious pride, running his fingers along the weapon's handle. "It accompanied him through countless battles before he passed it down to me." Sarai examined the patterns more closely, her expression shifting to something approaching professional interest. "Dwarves cannot wield magic in the traditional sense," she explained, clearly directing her words toward Kurtz's education, "but they possess the most sophisticated forging techniques on the continent. They engrave magical formulas directly onto weapons in the form of runic patterns, thereby giving their creations supernatural properties. Magical enchantment, essentially." Kurtz found himself genuinely intrigued by the concept. "I wonder if outsiders could learn such techniques." "It's unlikely, Master Kurtz," Amuro interjected, having overheard their conversation. "Dwarven forging secrets cannot be mastered by other races. The knowledge of these runic patterns is especially protected. It's been passed down through bloodlines for countless generations." Chapter 11, Elf's Defensive Magic. "I see." Kurtz felt no particular disappointment at the limitation. He'd only asked out of idle curiosity anyway. Smithing had never been among his primary interests or goals. However, he mused aloud, his mind already racing with possibilities, perhaps I could develop magic with similar effects. Temporary weapon enchantment, for instance. His muttered theorizing was quiet enough that only Sarai caught the words. Hearing him, she felt her lips curve slightly upward. She found herself genuinely anticipating whatever unconventional magical solutions her little disciple might devise next. But for now, it would be better to focus on defeating this presumptuous dwarf, who clearly didn't understand what he was getting himself into. In an open clearing not far from the village proper, Kurtz raised his hand and conjured a brilliant light arrow that hovered above them like a miniature sun. The magical illumination banished the evening shadows, creating a natural arena for their impromptu combat demonstration. He'd also cast a detection spell as a precaution, confirming no monsters lurked in the surrounding forest. The bright light wouldn't attract unwanted attention from predators. Amuro stared at the floating orb with obvious longing. Such consistent, controllable illumination was far superior to any bonfire for practical purposes. His fingers twitched with the instinct to reach for something he could never truly grasp. Not far away, Sarai stood with deceptive casualness, her posture relaxed and seemingly unguarded. Yet something in her bearing made SOUSOU, positioned across from her in the makeshift arena, refuse to underestimate her for even a moment. He drew a deep, steadying breath and adjusted his grip on the ancestral battle axe. The silver-white blade caught and reflected the magical light, creating dancing patterns across his determined face. "Ready," Kurtz called out. Before SOUSOU could even open his mouth to respond, Sarai had already moved. She raised her hand with fluid grace and unleashed a devastating volley of light arrows that filled the air like falling stars. "Be careful," Kurtz shouted in alarm, his voice cracking slightly with concern. If she accidentally killed the young dwarf, this friendly cultural exchange would turn into a diplomatic disaster. Sarai didn't acknowledge his warning. In truth, she had already significantly reduced the power behind her attack. These arrows would at most force SOUSOU to spend a week or two recovering in bed, hardly fatal. Moreover, if this young dwarf truly intended to venture forth into the age of mythology, he needed to prove he could handle unexpected attacks. If he couldn't even dodge a clear assault like this one, he'd be far better off staying safely within his village walls. Seeing Sarai's sudden, explosive offensive, SOUSOU's eyes went wide with shock. His body's survival instincts kicked in immediately, sending him diving and rolling to avoid the initial barrage. But just as he completed his desperate evasion, the next wave of attacks followed seamlessly. Sarai's casting rhythm was relentless, each volley timed to catch him as he recovered from dodging the previous one. SOUSOU found himself too slow to maintain pure evasion and was forced to go on the defensive. He swung his battle axe in wide, sweeping arcs, deflecting the incoming arrows with metallic rings that echoed across the clearing. But each successful parry sent jarring vibrations up his arms, and the continuous impacts forced him to give ground step by step. "Let me see how long you can maintain this," Sarai said, her smile taking on a distinctly predatory quality. SOUSOU's breathing grew labored as he realized the fundamental problem with his current strategy. He couldn't last indefinitely on pure defense. Sarai's magical reserves far exceeded his physical stamina. He needed to seize the initiative and create opportunities for counterattack. He knew the elf before him was a formidable mage. He'd witnessed her devastating power during the afternoon's battle against the wolf fiends firsthand. But he refused to surrender so easily. Adventure was his only path to gaining recognition from the villagers. If he could prove himself capable here, perhaps they'd finally see him as something more than the village oddity. Gathering his courage, SOUSOU suddenly charged forward, his battle axe tracing a brilliant silver arc through the magical light. Too slow, Sarai observed with clinical detachment. She didn't even shift her feet. Instead, she simply raised her free hand with elegant economy of motion. A translucent magical barrier materialized instantly in the air between them. SOUSOU's axe struck the defensive wall with a thunderous clang, the reverberating shock sending painful vibrations through his hands and up his arms. His grip nearly faltered from the numbing impact. "Damn elven defensive magic," SOUSOU thought bitterly. "If this represents the extent of your abilities," Sarai said, raising one eyebrow with aristocratic disdain, "you should surrender now." She was conducting a professional assessment as much as a combat demonstration. Insufficient strength, average agility, but respectable physical conditioning. His fighting technique showed evident inexperience, though she detected hints of tactical cunning that likely came from Amuro's training and natural, inherited instincts for dwarven combat doctrine. Ultimately, though, he remained painfully green. His entire combat experience probably consisted of repelling the occasional monster raid on the village. Faced with Sarai's calculated taunting, Somo gritted his teeth and suddenly shifted tactics entirely. He retreated several quick steps, then released his grip on the battle axe. The weapon spun through the air in a gleaming arc, while he simultaneously circled around Sarai's flank and drew two smaller throwing axes from his back harness. The kid came prepared for versatility, and his tactical adaptation showed genuine cleverness. Kurtz, observing from the sidelines, nodded with grudging approval. Sarai's magical barrier only protected the space directly in front of her. By attacking from multiple angles simultaneously, Somo had created a genuine tactical dilemma that couldn't be solved with simple positioning. Oh, a flash of genuine surprise flickered through Sarai's golden eyes. A new magic circle materialized in her palm, and she unleashed another large-scale light arrow volley with devastating efficiency. Her barrier deflected the spinning battle axe, while the concentrated arrow rain intercepted and destroyed both throwing axes mid-flight. Simultaneously, several arrows impacted the ground directly in Somo's path, forcing him to skid to an abrupt halt to avoid impaling himself. Good tactical thinking, Sarai acknowledged with something approaching respect, but far too many exploitable weaknesses. From beginning to end, she hadn't moved so much as a single step. Her overwhelming magical superiority was becoming embarrassingly apparent. Somo stared at the destruction around him, his throwing axes reduced to splinters, scorch marks where Sarai's arrows had struck the earth, his own breathing ragged from exertion. The gap between them wasn't just large, it was an unbridgeable chasm. But instead of despair, something stubborn and defiant flared in his eyes. He recalled the runes carved into his ancestral weapon, the patterns his grandfather had spent years perfecting. There was one more enchantment he could try, though using it would be incredibly risky. Somo raised his battle axe high, and the runes along its blade began to glow with brilliant red light. "Somo no," Amuro shouted from the sidelines, recognizing what his son was about to attempt. "That enchantment is too dangerous." But the young dwarf had already committed to his course of action. He charged forward one final time, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into the assault. As his axe struck Sarai's renewed barrier, the weapon's explosive enchantment activated. Boom! The blast wave tore up chunks of earth and sent debris flying in all directions. If Amuro hadn't warned the village beforehand, every dwarf in the settlement would probably be running toward them in a panic right now. Through the swirling dust and smoke, Sarai's golden hair fluttered gently in the artificial breeze. Her magical barrier had completely vanished, though she herself appeared entirely unharmed. That was reckless beyond belief. Kurt strode forward, his voice sharp with concern and relief. Seeing that Sarai had emerged from the blast without injury, his anxiety finally began to subside. He turned toward Amuro with obvious displeasure. "You could have mentioned that particular enchantment beforehand," he said accusingly. Amuro looked genuinely embarrassed, scratching his head with one massive hand. "Ahem, I honestly didn't expect this rebellious son of mine to attempt something so desperate. Thank the gods Miss Sarai emerged unscathed." Somo himself had been caught in his own weapon's blast radius and now lay unconscious several yards away, thrown clear by the explosion's force. Apart from his armor being somewhat scorched and blackened, he appeared physically uninjured, though his pride had undoubtedly taken a severe beating. "Are you hurt?" Kurtz asked, approaching Sarai with visible concern. "I'm perfectly fine." Her tone carried a hint of surprise rather than injury. "I simply didn't expect him actually to manage breaking through my magical barrier." She found herself genuinely impressed by Somo's reckless fighting style, despite its obvious flaws. Ever since that embarrassing incident, where she'd been caught off guard by Kurtz's light arrow, She developed the habit of maintaining layered defensive enchantments at all times. Therefore, Sarai had emerged from the encounter virtually unharmed, having lost only a negligible amount of magical energy. However, she continued thoughtfully, he must have committed his full power to destroying that barrier. Otherwise, it would be impossible to breach elven defensive magic through brute force alone. Elven magical barriers represented the pinnacle of defensive spellwork in this world. The fact that SOUSOU had managed to shatter hers, even with magical assistance and at considerable cost, was genuinely unprecedented in her experience. She found herself looking at the unconscious dwarf with something approaching respect. "Could you teach me that technique?" Kurtz asked, studying the space where Sarai's barrier had manifested with obvious envy. Having reliable defensive magic would dramatically improve his survival odds during future encounters. "Very well," Sarai agreed readily. Amuro approached them with obvious embarrassment written across his bearded features. "My deepest apologies, Miss Sarai. I should have warned you about the axe's explosive capabilities." "He possesses considerable talent," Sarai replied, her calm tone filling the patriarch with unexpected delight. Given proper training and experience, he could develop into a truly formidable warrior. To be able to forcefully breach elven defensive magic through raw determination, even with magical enhancement, was something Sarai had never witnessed before. The achievement spoke to both skill and courage, qualities that would serve any adventurer well. If she weren't a mage herself, Amuro might have begged her to take SOUSOU as an apprentice on the spot. Neither of them noticed that the supposedly unconscious dwarf's ears had begun twitching slightly as he listened to their conversation. Chapter 12, A Great Harvest. Early the next morning. Not long after Kurtz and Sarai had departed the village, Amuro's modest forge received an unexpected visitor. "Father, I've come to say goodbye." SOUSOU stood outside the familiar doorway, a travel pack at his feet and his ancestral battle axe secured across his back. His voice carried a gravity that made him sound far older than his 40 years. Amuro didn't lift his head from his work, focusing intently on the glowing metal he was shaping. The rhythmic hammer blows continued without pause, as if he hadn't heard his son's words at all. The deliberate silence forced SOUSOU to clear his throat and repeat himself. Finally, Amuro set down his hammer and sank heavily into a worn wooden chair, his broad back still turned toward his son. His shoulders sagged with inevitable disappointment. "I heard you the first time," he said quietly. "I understand what you're saying. You still won't listen to me, will you?" As early as the previous night, he'd sensed something different in SOUSOU's expression when the young dwarf had regained consciousness. There had been a new determination burning in his eyes, a resolution that hadn't been there before. Amuro had hoped that witnessing Sarai's overwhelming power would make his son recognize the harsh realities of the outside world, convincing him to abandon these dangerous fantasies. Instead, the demonstration had only strengthened SOUSOU's resolve. He couldn't stop him, just as he had been unstoppable a century ago when he'd stood before his own father with identical declarations. Only now their roles had reversed, and he'd become the one left behind. For the first time, he truly understood what his father must have felt during that confrontation. "You wouldn't listen to my explanations anyway," SOUSOU replied, his tone gentle but firm. The truth was that he'd harbored dreams of adventure for years. Whether he'd fought Sarai or not, this departure had always been inevitable. He needed to prove through his own journey that he was a genuine dwarven warrior, worthy of his village's respect rather than their pity. After finishing his brief farewell, SOUSOU shouldered his pack and turned toward the door. He paused on the threshold, not looking back. "Take care of yourself, old man." Only after his son's footsteps had faded completely did Amuro finally turn around. Despite everything, a smile tugged at his weathered features. He made no attempt to call SOUSOU back, just as his father had made no such attempt all those years ago. Some journeys had to be taken, regardless of the pain they caused to those left behind. On the other side of the village, Kurtz and Sarai walked along a narrow dirt path that might have been carved by any number of races over the centuries. Or perhaps, as a certain writer from his previous world had once observed, There had been initially no road here at all. It had simply appeared when enough travelers chose to walk the same route. Glancing at Kurtz's heavily laden form, Sarai couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. "Why are you carrying so many things?" During their previous adventures together, they'd traveled remarkably light. She hadn't brought anything at all, relying entirely on Kurtz to handle practical necessities like food and shelter. Back then, he'd carried only a small, well-crafted bag that had caught her attention with its unusual design and apparent durability. According to him, he'd been adventuring for almost a year, and that mysterious pack had shown only minor wear despite constant use. Now, however, Kurtz was burdened with a dwarven-made bundle that looked like a patchwork nightmare compared to his previous equipment. The rough stitching and multiple repairs were obvious even from a distance. Anyone familiar with dwarven craftsmanship understood their philosophy: functionality over form. The pack Kurtz now carried embodied that principle perfectly, covered in patches and crude stitching that spoke of purely practical construction. In Sarai's blunt assessment, it was extraordinarily ugly. For Kurtz, though, as long as it worked, aesthetics were irrelevant. "Nothing too exciting," he replied cheerfully, adjusting the straps across his shoulders. "Just some blankets and proper cooking equipment. I have to admit, these dwarves are quite skilled at practical craftsmanship." Coming from Kurtz, this qualified as high praise. After all, one couldn't reasonably expect the same massive hands that forged weapons and armor to produce delicate embroidery or fine textiles. Even so, he felt genuinely satisfied with his acquisitions. This was one of the major advantages of encountering developed civilizations during travel. You could leap from primitive survival conditions to relative comfort in a single transaction. Kurtz had arrived in this world during what should have been a simple hiking trip in his previous life. At the time, he'd carried only a small daypack with some snacks and water, completely lacking useful survival tools. Fortunately, his smartphone had contained extensive wilderness survival information, and he'd managed to absorb crucial knowledge before the battery died and his magical abilities awakened. He'd survived this long primarily through creative spellcasting, while his phone had become nothing more than an expensive paperweight gathering dust in his pack. "I should have brought a solar power bank," he thought wistfully. "What would you like for dinner tonight?" he asked, already anticipating the possibilities. "How does mushroom soup sound?" The prospect of finally cooking a proper pot of soup filled him with genuine excitement. Before acquiring decent cookware, he'd been limited to roasted mushroom skewers and other primitive preparations. Even boiling water had been challenging, forcing him to gamble on drinking from questionable sources most of the time. Though there had been occasional strokes of luck, finding hollow plant stems that could serve as makeshift kettles, and discovering leaves that made acceptable tea substitutes. Those small victories had provided brief moments of civilized comfort during months of rough living. Thinking about it now, Amuro really had been remarkably generous. Not only had he provided substantial supplies, but when they'd departed that morning, he'd tried to press a handful of gold coins into Kurtz's palm. Kurtz had politely refused the monetary gift. Few creatures in this era recognized gold as standard currency. Sarai's elven people certainly didn't. Besides, metal coins were heavy, and he had no interest in adding unnecessary weight to his already substantial load. It was strange how perspectives changed. Before his transmigration, discovering such a pile of gold would have sent him running marathons in pure excitement. Now it represented nothing but inconvenience. Still, for safety's sake, he'd accepted a single coin. If they encountered someone who did recognize its value, it might prove useful for trading. "Acceptable," Sarai replied with characteristic brevity. She wasn't particularly choosy about Kurtz's cooking. Everything he prepared turned out surprisingly delicious. "Doesn't carrying all that equipment seem burdensome?" she asked, watching him adjust the pack's weight distribution. "No choice, these are necessities," Kurtz explained patiently. "Look, we need blankets for sleeping, right? The nights get so cold that we can't rely entirely on campfires for warmth." Sarai opened her mouth to object, then found herself acknowledging the logic of his argument. Having proper bedding would indeed make their travels considerably more comfortable. What about those iron cooking implements? They're quite heavy, why not discard them? Absolutely not. Kurtz's response was immediate and passionate. As wise people have always said, good food represents one of life's greatest pleasures. We can't live like savages, never knowing when our next decent meal might come. I could teach you elven photosynthesis magic, Sarai offered matter-of-factly. It eliminates the need for food for approximately 1 month per casting. Kurtz stared at her with dawning realization. You don't mean you've been using that technique regularly, do you? He seriously suspected that his diminutive ancient companion had been surviving primarily through magical photosynthesis rather than conventional eating. After all, he couldn't imagine her foraging for ingredients or preparing meals independently. The most likely scenario was that she occasionally cast the spell on herself and called it sufficient. Sarai's silence confirmed his suspicions entirely. Kurt sighed with the patience of someone explaining fundamental philosophy to a particularly obtuse student. Sarai, sometimes food isn't just about filling your stomach. He patted his oversized pack affectionately. Tonight, I'm going to introduce you to an entirely different culinary experience. Sarai tilted her head thoughtfully, golden hair catching the morning light as it fluttered in the gentle breeze. Her expression suggested mild curiosity rather than enthusiasm, but she didn't dismiss the idea entirely. If you insist. She made no further objections, and Kurtz could tell that despite her aloof demeanor, his elven companion was genuinely curious about whatever culinary surprises he might produce that evening. Chapter 13, The Skywing Tribe. It was the 14th day of their adventure. Kurtz and Sarai encountered the Skywing Tribe. This was a humanoid race blessed by the goddess of creation herself, distinguished by the magnificent, feathered wings that sprouted from their shoulders. To Kurtz's eyes, they resembled nothing so much as the angels from his world's religious mythology. This Skywing tribe member was soaring high above when she spotted the two travelers on the ground below. She immediately banked into a steep dive toward them, her powerful wings cutting through the afternoon air with predatory grace. Kurtz's battle instincts kicked in immediately. The sight of a winged humanoid diving at them from above triggered every survival reflex he'd developed during months of wilderness travel. His hand moved instinctively toward his staff, magical energy already beginning to gather at his fingertips. Fortunately, Sarai caught his wrist before he could complete the casting. Wait, she said calmly. Theoretically, elves and the Skywing tribe are allies. Pure white wings spread wide to catch the air, and the female Skywing member executed a perfect landing just a few paces away from them. Her approach was controlled and graceful, betraying no hostile intent despite the dramatic nature of her arrival. She wore form-fitting silver armor that seemed to flow like liquid metal across her lithe frame. Light golden hair cascaded past her shoulders, catching the sunlight, while her blue eyes regarded them with curiosity and perhaps a hint of surprise. Elves, her voice carried a musical quality that seemed natural to her species. She frowned slightly as her gaze shifted to Kurtz. And a human, what an unusual traveling arrangement. The fact that she immediately recognized his species sent a spike of excitement through Kurtz's chest. Finally, someone who knew what humans were. He stepped forward eagerly, barely containing his enthusiasm. Hello, we're travelers exploring the continent. May I ask where you've encountered other humans? A human and an elf traveling together. How remarkably rare. The Skywing woman murmured the observation more to herself than to them, completely ignoring Kurtz's question. She folded her magnificent wings against her back with practiced ease, the pure white feathers gleaming like polished marble in the afternoon sunlight. I am Leah, serving as messenger for my tribe. Have you encountered a dwarven village during your travels? Its chief is named Amuro. Kurtz and Sarai exchanged meaningful glances. Sarai stepped forward to respond, her tone carefully neutral. You'll reach it by flying eastward for approximately half a day. My gratitude. Leah spread her wings again, preparing for immediate departure. Kurtz shot a desperate look at Sarai, silently pleading for her intervention. Understanding flashed in the elf's golden eyes, and she spoke before Leah could take flight. If you don't mind my asking, what business do you have with these dwarves? Leah paused, considering the question. After a moment, she apparently decided there was no harm in sharing information with an elven ally. It seems you haven't received word yet. The Skywing tribe, the elves, and the dwarves have formed a formal alliance to begin systematic elimination of the demonic beast populations. Currently, we're assisting the newly crowned dwarf king in reuniting the scattered dwarven clans across the world. The explanation hit both travelers like a thunderbolt. The sheer number of demonic beasts roaming the continent had reached crisis levels, severely threatening the survival of every civilized race. The situation had grown desperate enough to force traditional enemies into cooperation against their common threat. Sarai's expression tightened with concern. She hadn't expected such dramatic developments to occur so soon after her departure from the elf forest. The implications were staggering. This alliance represented a fundamental shift in the political landscape of their world. However, these larger conflicts wouldn't necessarily affect their personal journey. After all, Sarai's ultimate goal had never been hunting demonic beasts. Her sights were set on something far more ambitious. Regarding the humans you mentioned, Kurtz pressed, trying to keep his voice steady despite his excitement, where exactly did you encounter them? Leah considered the question thoughtfully, clearly searching her memory for details. Approximately 10 years ago, I observed a small settlement in the Gemmer forest to the west. However, it was quite modest, perhaps only a few hundred individuals. I cannot guarantee they remain in that location. Her tone carried subtle dismissal, as if humans barely registered as significant in her worldview. They were simply too weak to merit serious consideration from someone of her capabilities. If she hadn't encountered Kurtz today, she probably wouldn't have bothered remembering that humans existed at all. Gemmer Forest. Kurtz repeated the name softly, finally hearing concrete news about his species in this era. The knowledge filled him with anticipation mixed with nervous energy. Leah spread her wings wide, preparing to launch herself skyward. If you intend to travel there, I strongly recommend avoiding the Death Swamp. Recent reports indicate demonic creature activity in that region. The warning carried weight. Demonic creatures were far rarer than ordinary demonic beasts, but infinitely more dangerous. Each one commanded vast hordes of lesser monsters, wielding them like extensions of their own will. Such entities represented existential threats to any living being unfortunate enough to encounter them. Sarai nodded respectfully. Thank you for the warning. We'll take appropriate precautions. Leah launched herself into the air with powerful wing beats, her pristine feathers catching and scattering the afternoon light like fragments of heaven itself. Before disappearing into the distance, she called down a final blessing. May the goddess of creation watch over your journey. The benediction was entirely appropriate. Both elves and the Skywing tribe revered the life goddess as their primary deity. As for Kurtz, Leah probably assumed the goddess wouldn't withhold her blessings from such a weak and seemingly harmless creature. Besides, humans appeared to worship no gods at all, which made the entire question irrelevant from her point of view. In the mythical era, religious blessings carried serious political weight. The phrase, "May you receive the goddess's blessing," could only be spoken between races sharing the same faith. Offering such words to followers of a rival deity might be interpreted as attempted conversion or religious provocation, either of which could trigger diplomatic disasters or outright warfare. After Leah's graceful form had vanished into the western sky, Kurtz turned to Sarai with barely contained excitement. Let's go to the Gemmer forest. It happens to be in the direction we were already heading. Sarai studied Kurtz's eager expression with something approaching sympathy. The Gemmer forest lies approximately 1 month's travel from our current position. However, if we detour around the Death Swamp as recommended, the journey could extend to 4 months total. 1 month direct? Kurtz stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains that marked their western destination. 4 months with the detour, that is quite a difference. Previously, when he'd had no specific goals or directions, he'd wandered this world for extensive periods without feeling any particular urgency. But now that he'd heard concrete news of other humans, A sense of impatience had awakened within him. Sarai idly kicked a small stone with the toe of her boot. Alternatively, we could simply travel directly through the death swamp. Didn't that Skywing messenger just warn us about demonic creature activity there? Kurt stared at her in amazement. His survival instincts rebelled against unnecessary risks, even with Sarai's considerable power supporting him. And Sarai's lips curved into a distinctly dangerous smile. It would provide an excellent opportunity for you to experience the terror of demonic creatures firsthand. Please spare me that particular educational experience. I seriously doubt my ability to defeat such entities. Each demonic creature represented the evolutionary culmination of countless absorbed demonic beasts. Their power levels were presumably beyond anything he could currently handle. Kurtz wasn't confident in his chances. "Don't worry," Sarai said with casual confidence. "You'll have me there to protect you." Kurtz cast a sideways glance at his supremely self-assured companion. If this statement had come from Sarai several thousand years in the future, he might have trusted it completely. But this Sarai, barely a few hundred years old, should probably focus on passing her own trials before taking on legendary threats. He suddenly remembered something and pulled a yellowed piece of parchment from his travel pack. This was the map Amuro had pressed on him before their departure, though the information it contained was clearly quite ancient. "There's a smaller path marked here, adjacent to the death swamp." He pointed to a faded notation barely visible on the aged document. "If we use this route for our detour, it might only add 2 weeks to our journey instead of 3 months. Sarai leaned in to examine the map more closely, her golden hair brushing against Kurtz's cheek and carrying with it the faint fragrance of forest flowers and morning mist. She frowned immediately upon closer inspection, easily recognizing the telltale signs of age in the document's condition. "This map contains information from over a century ago," she observed critically. "Ah well," Kurtz coughed somewhat embarrassedly. "It appears to be the same map Amuro used during his own adventuring days, but it should still be reasonably accurate, shouldn't it?" Even as he spoke, his tone carried doubt. Sarai turned to face him directly, her expression skeptical. "As you wish, but if we encounter unforeseen dangers—" "I understand completely," Kurtz replied with a self-deprecating smile as he shouldered his pack once more. "I'll immediately take cover behind the mighty Sarai. At that time, I humbly request that Lady Sarai save my life in recognition of my dedicated service as traveling companion and cook." Hearing Kurtz's somewhat theatrical declaration, Sarai's lips twitched with suppressed amusement. "Very well," she said with mock solemnity. "I suppose I can protect you when the time comes." Chapter 14, Thinking Partners. What exactly is this contraption? Sarai shook the white hood covering her head, thoroughly perplexed by the strange garment Kurtz had fashioned for her. To her ancient sensibilities, the makeshift hat looked utterly ridiculous. A thin layer of white cloth hung down from the brim, partially obscuring her forward vision. She could still see the path ahead, but only through an annoying haze of fabric that made everything appear slightly blurred. "Essential equipment for swamp and rainforest environments," Kurtz explained patiently. "I know there's no proper gauze available, so we have to make do with this white cloth substitute." Expecting dwarves to weave gauze as delicate as cicada wings would indeed be a pipe dream. Fortunately, Kurtz had requested some basic fabric from them before departure, and with careful trimming and stitching, he'd managed to create rudimentary insect-repelling hoods. "It blocks far too much of my vision," Sarai complained, reaching up to remove the headwear. She immediately put it back on, as a cloud of tiny flying insects descended on her the moment her golden hair was exposed. Witnessing this immediate assault, Kurtz couldn't suppress a weary sigh. Indeed, no matter which world you're in, swamps remain prime breeding grounds for mosquitoes. He truly hadn't expected that even in a fantasy realm of magic and monsters, he couldn't escape the persistent torment of these minuscule creatures. During their previous outdoor camping, insect populations had been manageable. He'd always maintained campfires throughout the night, and the smoke had provided an adequate deterrent. But now that they'd entered the humid swampland environment, the number of buzzing pests had increased tenfold. Irritating creatures, Sarai muttered darkly. She briefly considered casting a spell to incinerate every insect within a mile radius, but ultimately abandoned the idea as impractical. There were simply too many of them. She'd exhaust her magical reserves without making a meaningful dent in their numbers. Perhaps I could develop some kind of insect-repelling magic in the future, Kurtz mused aloud, swatting at a particularly persistent mosquito. I wonder if there are plants with natural repellent properties in this world. Speaking of which, haven't you ever encountered mosquitoes in the elf forest? Sarai shook her head, causing the hood's fabric to flutter slightly. The elf forest is blessed with ancient protective magic. Such weak creatures cannot approach our sacred groves. Kurtz felt surprised by this revelation. He'd never heard of such convenient magical pest control. Then, do you know if there are any plants with similar protective effects? We could collect some whenever we encounter them during our travels. Rather than answering his question, Sarai simply stared at him with the withering gaze typically reserved for the particularly dense. How could an elf who had never ventured beyond the forest's borders for hundreds of years, who had learned everything from other elves within that protected environment, and who had never even seen creatures like mosquitoes before, possibly possess such knowledge? Kurtz realized his mistake immediately, scratching his head with embarrassment. He'd momentarily forgot that his diminutive traveling companion was essentially a sheltered homebody who'd spent centuries in magical isolation. He quickly changed the subject to avoid further awkwardness. Right, regarding that dwarven sacred relic Amuro mentioned, have you truly made up your mind about pursuing it? Several days ago, when Sarai had heard about the relic from Patriarch Amuro, she'd immediately inquired about its current location with interest. Later, under Kurtz's persistent questioning, she'd finally revealed the truth behind her sudden fascination. The sacred relic was intimately connected to their ultimate destination, the land of fallen gods. The reason the particular stone tablet appeared red was that it had been stained with divine blood. When the god had fallen in ancient times, ichor had flowed across the ground, and one tablet that absorbed the most blood had been transformed into the sacred relic, gaining unimaginable magical power. It was precisely this accumulated divine energy that had enabled the demon race to activate their massive teleportation arrays, allowing them to destroy the dwarf kingdom in a single catastrophic night. From that moment, Sarai had gained an additional objective: to locate the lost dwarf kingdom and claim the sacred relic hidden within its ruins. Yes, I believe it would be more efficient to visit the dwarven ruins first, Sarai replied with characteristic directness. Is it dangerous there? Kurtz asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. Honestly, he doubted the ruined kingdom would be any safer than their other potential destinations. While there might not be dragons guarding treasure hoards, he estimated the place would be swarming with hostile monsters. Sarai's response confirmed his pessimistic expectations. Dangerous? She chuckled softly, her finger automatically moving to brush her hair before remembering the hood and abandoning the gesture. Of course it's dangerous. That location has been occupied by the demon race for several centuries. Well, that's exactly what I expected, Kurtz thought grimly. He wondered if the local demon lord happened to be named Azog or some similarly imposing title. This presents a problem, he said, shaking his head with dismay. I don't think it's remotely realistic for just the two of us to assault their stronghold directly. Sarai acknowledged this tactical reality and considered their options carefully before responding. Perhaps we could recruit additional assistance. Since beginning her adventure with Kurtz, she'd been contemplating this very issue with growing frequency. Adventuring in this world was typically conducted in teams. Even elves preferred to undertake expeditions in small groups when venturing beyond their forest sanctuaries. Only races like the Skywing tribe, blessed with natural flight capabilities, dared to adventure alone. Most monsters were earthbound, so aerial travelers faced minimal risk of surprise attacks. Moreover, both she and Kurtz were primarily mages. If they encountered monsters specializing in sudden charges or ambush tactics, the situation could become problematic very quickly. A single tactical mistake might prove fatal. I think that Somo fellow showed considerable promise, Kurtz suggested. After all, he did manage to break through your defensive magic. He's far too inexperienced, Sarai dismissed the idea immediately. Probably not even 50 years old. His combat experience is negligible, and expecting him to serve as a frontline fighter would be setting him up for failure. Sarai's casual assessment made Kurtz feel somewhat self-conscious. If 50 years qualified as inexperienced, what did that make him at barely 20-something? But then again, she certainly had the credentials to make such judgments. Elves in this world represented the absolute pinnacle of their kind, even compared to similar fantasy realms. Their lifespans were essentially infinite, making those thousand-year-old elves from other stories seem like children by comparison. So our current side quest involves recruiting party members, Kurtz asked with a mock-serious tone. He found himself equally content whether they continued as a duo or expanded into a full adventuring team. The possibilities were intriguing. Perhaps he could recruit a dwarf warrior and a holy knight as companions, then legitimately call their group a proper heroes' party. You could say that, yes. Why are you spacing out again? Sarai's voice interrupted his wandering thoughts. Nothing important, Kurtz replied, snapping back to the present. Speaking of potential companions, what kind of candidate do you think would be suitable for our needs? At minimum, someone capable of withstanding a demon race attack for 3 minutes, Sarai stated matter-of-factly. That's an extremely demanding standard. Kurtz's eyes widened with shock. Wouldn't that requirement essentially limit us to recruiting Skywing Tribe warriors? The most physically powerful races in this world were unquestionably the Skywing Tribe and the dwarves. The former possessed not only flight capabilities, but also access to divine magic, which would perfectly satisfy Sarai's stringent requirements. The Skywing Tribe is insufferably arrogant, Sarai snorted with disdain. The way that Leah looked at you during our encounter was like she was observing a talking squirrel that had learned an amusing trick. Chapter 15, Camping. If Sarai hadn't been present, the Skywing messenger probably wouldn't have paid any attention to Kurtz. It was only because an elf was there that Leah had answered his question, and even kindly offered her warning before leaving. Kurtz naturally understood what Sarai meant. Leah had never truly looked at him from beginning to end. The dismissal stung more than he'd expected, not because he craved their approval, but because it reminded him just how far he still had to climb in this world's hierarchy. But Sarai's analogy still made him laugh out loud. At least they admitted I'm human, he said, counting on his fingers with exaggerated theatricality. Dwarves, elves, Skywing clan, and let's add a holy order, since only they can interpret the holy scripture of the goddess and use healing magic. A holy order, Sarai suddenly stopped, her footsteps halting immediately. A dangerous curve appeared at the corner of her mouth under the white veil, the kind of smile that promised cutting remarks. Are you sure you want to travel with someone who constantly preaches about the goddess's teachings? Ever wondered why holy orders can interpret the holy scripture bestowed by the goddess? The main reason is that they are devout enough to hear the voice of the divine. Their fanaticism burns so bright it borders on madness, consuming rational thought until only zealous conviction remains. Only under divine guidance can they learn and use the magic recorded in the Holy Scripture. Therefore, all holy orders are incessantly chattering fanatics, the kind who'd lecture you about divine will while you're bleeding out from monster wounds. Now do you still want to meet them? Sarai asked. Kurtz imagined the scene, endless sermons while trudging through monster-infested territories, and quickly shook his head. Then let's not. He took a water skin from his backpack, the leather worn smooth from constant use, and handed it to Sarai. Want some? I added honey to it. This was a gift from nature along the way. Simple fire magic could procure honey perfectly intact. One of the few perks of having transmigrator knowledge is knowing which trees house the sweetest combs and how to extract them without getting stung to death. Sarai took the water skin with careful fingers, lifted her veil just enough to reveal the pale curve of her lower face, and took a small sip. Her expression shifted slightly in surprise. It's too sweet. Although she said that, She took another sip before returning it to him, her movements betraying the criticism. Kurt spit back a grin. Sarai's actions always contradicted her words in the most telling ways. By the way, Kurtz tightened the waterskin, feeling the liquid slosh inside. Is this swamp large? We're not going to spend the night here, are we? The humidity clung to everything like a living thing, making his clothes stick uncomfortably to his skin. Kurtz and Sarai were already trying their best to stay away from the central area of the death swamp, but the surrounding mosquitoes and insects showed no signs of decreasing. Their constant buzzing created a maddening drone that seemed to burrow directly into his skull. If they camped in such an environment, Kurtz couldn't imagine the torment they would suffer. If we speed up, we might be able to get out before dark, but only if your map is accurate. Sarai's tone carried that familiar note of doubt she reserved for human competence. With a map from 100 years ago and the concentration of many monsters, Kurtz couldn't be sure if the terrain had changed. Swamps were like living things, constantly shifting and reshaping themselves according to water flow and seasonal changes. So he pulled out the map Amuro had given him and studied it carefully, tracing potential routes with his finger. According to this, there should be a highland further ahead. If we can't get out today, we can camp there. Sarai leaned in to look, her presence suddenly close enough that he caught the faint scent of something floral beneath the travel dust. Her golden hair, peeking out from under her hood, brushed Kurtz's cheek inadvertently, silk-soft strands that made him momentarily lose focus on the parchment. This area might already be occupied by monsters now. Kurtz nodded, forcing his attention back to the map's faded ink lines. Sarai had a point. A century was more than enough time for monster populations to claim new territories. Then let's choose another spot. How about here? Although it's close to the central area, there's a small stream which is perfect for camping. A hint of disdain appeared in Sarai's eyes, the kind reserved for particularly foolish suggestions. Is there anywhere we can't see these annoying little creatures? Kurtz didn't answer, just smiled. The expression seemed to irritate her further, which only made his amusement grow. After all, they were in a swamp. How could there be a place without mosquitoes and insects? But Sarai's discomfort with the tiny nuisances was oddly endearing. An ancient elf brought low by bugs no bigger than her fingernail. Fortunately, he had already considered this point. Kurtz patted the large bag on his back, feeling the satisfying weight of preparation. Don't worry, I'll set up a small tent for you then. Tent? Sarai had never heard this word, her head tilting slightly in curiosity. It's fine, you'll know in a moment. The anticipation of her reaction made the heavy pack feel lighter. The two quickened their pace, boots squelching softly in the marshy ground. The humidity in the swamp grew heavier with each step, pressing against them like a warm, damp blanket. They encountered many monsters along the way, hulking shapes moving between twisted trees, glowing eyes in shadowy hollows, but Kurtz managed to avoid them all using his detection magic. The spell painted red dots in his mind's eye, a constantly shifting constellation of danger that required careful navigation. However, this also significantly delayed their journey. Each detour added precious minutes to their travel time, and it was clear they wouldn't be able to leave the swamp today. Kurtz held a wooden stick, probing twice with each step like a blind man navigating unfamiliar terrain, fearing he might step into a hidden mud pit that could swallow him whole. The stick met resistance, sinking into soft earth, striking something solid. Each tap was a small victory against the swamp's deceptions. Of course, he also thoughtfully avoided the puddles on the ground to prevent Sarai's white robe from getting dirty, steering them around patches of particularly treacherous mud and standing water. The care was automatic, born from months of traveling together, and Sarai noticed, her gaze softening a few degrees. Wait, he suddenly squatted down, pointing at a patch of relatively solid ground. Look at this footprint. Sarai leaned down to examine it, her analytical mind immediately cataloging details. It doesn't look like a monster. It should be a normal small animal, and it just left not long ago. The print was clean-edged, lacking the unnatural distortions that mark the corruption of creatures. It seems this swamp isn't entirely monsters. I thought all the normal creatures here had been killed. Relief colored his voice, Life persisting in this forsaken place felt like a small miracle. That's impossible. Although monsters act purely on instinct, they can't always be in a bloodthirsty, berserk state. Most of the time, they fall into a semi-dormant state and only enter a frenzied state when they sense unfamiliar presences. Sarai's explanation carried the weight of centuries of observation, knowledge accumulated through watching the world change around her. After listening to Sarai's explanation, Kurtz gained a deeper understanding of monsters. The revelation recontextualized everything. These weren't mindless killing machines, but territorial predators with their own twisted logic. No wonder it was only now that races like the Elves and Skywing clan began to set aside their disputes and jointly mount campaigns against these monsters. There was this underlying reason. Precisely because most monsters only move within fixed territories, they don't pose a threat to distant settlements. However, the emergence of the demon race, a type of monster with higher intelligence, has forced them to take it seriously. So it seems the demonic wolves that attacked Emuro's village were special monsters then. The pieces clicked together in his mind. Sarai thought for a moment, considering the implications, and felt that Kurtz was right. You could say that. However, even among monsters, those demonic wolves belong to the wandering type and could emerge from any corner of the world. Given this, I'm curious why they haven't gone extinct yet. Do they have some special method of reproduction? Judging from the werewolves they dealt with earlier, they acted purely on instinct with no rationality. Creatures that stupid should have died out within a generation. So how could such creatures be spread all over the world? Kurtz was full of curiosity, his transmigrator mind applying modern evolutionary logic to fantasy biology. Ordinary wolves are corrupted by the abyss and degenerate into irrational demonic wolves, while some powerful individuals among the demonic wolves evolve into what you call werewolves. Sarai's voice carried distaste for the topic. It's a cycle of corruption and degradation. So that's how it is, a self-sustaining system of horror. During their conversation, after turning past a dense thicket that seemed to claw at their clothing, a small stream appeared before them. The water moved with surprising clarity, cutting a silver ribbon through the muddy landscape. He glanced at the sun filtering through the canopy above. Although it would be some time before it set, casting the world in amber light, there was no need to rush. Sarai also cast a detection spell, her magic painting the area in her mind. There are quite a few monsters. If we make a fire, it's easy to attract them. The spell revealed clustering red dots, far too many for comfort. Kurt surveyed the threats in Sarai's magical perception and said, "In that case, how about we clear out a batch of monsters around us first, and at the same time set up a warning spell?" All right, the prospect of violence seemed to brighten her mood slightly. Sarai stepped forward with predatory grace. It was naturally most suitable for her to handle such things. Her magic flowed like water, deadly and precise, each spell finding its mark with centuries of refined technique. After silently dealing with the last monster within a 100-meter radius, leaving only the whisper of displaced air and the faint scent of ozone, Sarai looked around, confirmed it was safe, and then returned to Kurtz's side. "What are you doing?" Curiosity replaced her usual aloofness. Kurtz was taking out some iron nail-like objects, with thick gray cloth beside him. The materials looked foreign to this world, clearly products of his otherworldly knowledge. He was wrapping ropes around the iron nails with practiced efficiency, and then hammering them into the ground with methodical precision. Setting up the tent, just a moment. His movements carried the confidence of repetition. Seeing Kurtz completely engrossed in his mysterious construction project, Sarai no longer disturbed him. "I'll go find some firewood." "Wait," Kurtz quickly pulled out a cloth bag from his pack, the fabric worn but sturdy. "Take this with you, and also see if there are any edible mushrooms around. Swamps are great places for mushrooms to grow." Sarai took the cloth bag, her mouth twitching in what might have been amusement. How am I supposed to tell which mushrooms are edible? Her tone suggested this was beneath her dignity, but she made no move to refuse the task. "Any that grow on trees can be picked. Don't touch the colorful ones. I'll sort them when you get back." His instructions carried the casual authority of experience. You really know a lot about these things, Sarai said, and for once her voice held no mockery. Of course. Kurtz was not modest either, his chest puffing with pride. After all, he had lived alone in this fantasy world for nearly half a year, which was enough to earn him the title of an expert in wilderness survival. Every mistake had been a lesson learned the hard way, and each small success felt like a victory against the world itself. Chapter 16, Night. Night claimed the forest with quiet certainty. Shadows pressed around their small clearing, the warm campfire glow their only defense against the darkness. Kurt stirred the mushroom soup, his wooden spoon scraping against metal in a rhythm that had grown comforting over the past hour. The earthy aroma mixed with wood smoke, creating something that felt almost like home if he'd ever had one that smelled this good. Sarai sat cross-legged nearby, close enough that firelight drove the mosquitoes away, but far enough to maintain her usual distance. With the insects banished, she'd finally pushed back her white veil. Her golden hair caught the dancing flames, each strand holding its own light. Behind her stood a small tent, barely large enough for one person, a practical necessity that suddenly complicated everything. Here, Kurtz ladled soup into a wooden bowl, steam rising in delicate spirals. Try it. Sarai accepted the bowl and immediately pressed it to her lips. The scalding liquid hit her tongue. Ah, it burns, she jerked back, tongue darting out as she gasped. Careful, it's hot, blow on it first, like this foo-foo. Urgency crept into his voice. Has this woman never had soup before? The thought struck him as absurd until he remembered her diet. How does someone live for decades without learning something so basic? Sarai pursed her lips and blew gently across the surface. Steam scattered. She tried again, taking only a small sip this time. Her eyes widened. It's delicious. Simple words, but her tone, genuine surprise mixed with wonder, sent warmth through his chest that had nothing to do with the fire. Kurt served himself, settling back as the warm broth filled his stomach. What do you elves usually eat? Various natural fruits. Sarai blew on another spoonful, more carefully now. Sometimes we mix them with edible plants. Unlike you, always creating these. She paused, frowning. The word strange had balanced on her tongue, but it felt wrong now. How could something this good deserve such a label? Human delicacies, Kurt supplied with a grin. The elves really did live rough lives. If he survived on raw fruit and leaves, he'd probably collapse within a day. No wonder she looked so thin. Sarai didn't argue. Instead, she asked, do all humans live like this? More or less. Though I might stand out among humans, they can't make food nearly as delicious as I can. He wasn't entirely boasting. Human living standards in this era barely surpassed those of 1,000 years before the Common Era. Even a carelessly prepared meat patty would count as fine dining here. His modern cooking knowledge crushed the bland fare of this primitive age. Standing out too. Something in Sarai's small smile made him study her more carefully, but her expression had already shifted to that familiar, distant mask. A gentle breeze stirred the flames, sending shadows dancing across their faces. The forest rustled with quiet night sounds, an owl called distantly, and small creatures scurried through the underbrush. For a moment, neither spoke. Sarai's voice cut through the comfortable silence. Kurtz, why do you want to teach humans magic? His hand froze on the rim of the bowl. The question he'd expected, dreaded, and hoped for all at once. I refuse to let them remain weak. In this world, every race hoarded its magical techniques jealously. Elves taught only to other elves, demons guarded their secrets, and even human tribes rarely shared their knowledge with outsiders. Pure luck had brought him Sarai, making his invented magic intriguing enough to trade instructions. Without that stroke of fortune, humans might remain magically ignorant for centuries more. Learning magic demands everything you have. Sarai's words carried the weight of experience. She wasn't trying to discourage him, he could hear that, but she needed him to grasp reality. Even elves, born with magical talent, didn't all become powerful mages. Many eventually abandoned magic for more physical pursuits, like the warrior monks he'd heard stories about. It doesn't matter, miracles will always happen. He met her eyes across the fire. For intelligent races, miracles will surely come. Wisdom and miracles. Sarai tilted her head, golden eyes reflecting flames as she weighed his words. So believe in miracles, and believe in humanity, Sarai. Something in his tone made her study his face more intently. Certainty radiated from him that seemed to spring from somewhere deeper than hope or faith. She could understand his confidence, which came naturally enough. But this felt different, as if he'd already witnessed proof of what he claimed. You show remarkable confidence in your kind. Of course, no hesitation, no doubt colored his words. Their lives burn short, fragile, and small, but this limited existence makes them treasure every moment. They pour themselves into their brief lives completely, leaving their achievements to future generations. A cycle that will eventually forge a glorious civilization. You speak as if you've already witnessed it. Kurtz's laughter rang across the clearing, startling a nightbird from its perch. That's right, I've seen it in my dreams. After Sarai finished her soup, Kurtz collected the bowls and utensils. The routine of cleaning up felt strangely domestic, normal in a way that contrasted with their bizarre circumstances. You can use the tent now, I'll keep watch a while longer. Sleep had never come easily to him, not even in this world. In his previous life, countless distractions had filled his evening hours. Here, his sole entertainment consisted of staring into the hypnotic dance of flames and listening to the forest's night symphony. Sarai approached the tent with visible curiosity, peering into the dark interior. A soft glow bloomed from within as she cast a small light spell. The space was cramped, with everything tightly packed together, barely fitting one person. However, something about the enclosed walls and the soft blanket spread across the ground created an unexpected sense of security. She settled onto the blanket, pulling it up to her chin. The warmth pleased her, the enclosed space oddly comforting, but restlessness stirred in her chest, an unfamiliar feeling of, what? Concern, guilt. Before she could analyze it, she found herself crawling back to the tent's entrance. What about you tonight? Don't leave such a big gap. Kurtz's voice carried sharp urgency. Mosquitoes will swarm in. If even a few of those blood-sucking pests invaded the warm tent, her comfortable shelter would become a buzzing hell. Sarai quickly pulled the flap mostly closed, leaving only enough space for her head. Aren't you coming in? It would squeeze us together pretty badly. Hesitation colored his voice. When he'd built this shelter, he'd planned for solo use. He wasn't superhuman. Carrying a larger tent would have proven impractical. Everything had been designed for efficiency over comfort. It's fine, I don't mind. Her calm expression revealed nothing beyond practical concern for her traveling companion. Nothing more than ensuring they both get adequate rest. All right. After banking the fire to glowing coals, Kurtz crawled into the confined space. The tent's limitations struck him immediately. They pressed directly against each other, sharing warmth and breathing the same close air. He inhaled the natural fragrance that clung to her hair and skin, something like the scent of forest flowers and fresh earth. The proximity distracted him completely. If he lifted his hand just slightly, he could embrace her. The thought crept in unbidden, dangerous, and tempting. Should he try? The rational part of his mind screamed warnings about overstepping boundaries, about destroying whatever tentative trust they'd built. But another part, the part that had grown stronger during their travels, whispered that some opportunities only came once. Tentatively, carefully, he reached out and drew her closer. Her warmth pressed against him, solid and real. Sarai frowned immediately. What are you doing? It's cramped enough already. I felt a bit cold. The excuse sounded weak even to his ears. Are you? She sounded genuinely puzzled. The night wasn't particularly harsh, and it certainly wasn't cold enough to warrant such measures. It's too cramped like this, very uncomfortable. The practical rejection stung, but at least she didn't sound angry. That had to count for something. Kurtz reluctantly withdrew his arm, settling back into his narrow portion of the tent. Progress came in small steps, after all. Sarai's golden eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, reflecting what little light filtered through the tent fabric. Humans are truly strange creatures. She turned away, presenting him with her back and the cascade of golden hair across the blanket. Now you won't feel cold. Just don't crowd me too much. Kurtz smiled into the darkness, as Sarai's breathing gradually fell into the rhythm of sleep. Her presence beside him, the shared warmth, the quiet intimacy of their small shelter. Somehow, this adventure was exceeding every expectation he'd had. Check out the Patreon for advanced chapters right now. Chapter 17, Surrounded. Rustling sounds jolted Kurtz awake. He rubbed his eyes and spotted Sarai already standing outside the tent, her silhouette sharp against the gray dawn. Last night had granted him rare, peaceful sleep. He'd felt incredibly warm, like his old days sleeping with his life-sized body pillow, except this pillow had felt surprisingly solid and warm. Had he actually held Sarai all night? The memory drifted away like steam. If he'd truly embraced her through the darkness, why hadn't she resisted? Heat crept up his neck. Sarai stood with her back to him, spine rigid. "You're awake?" She didn't turn around. "Pack up. We move faster today. We need to escape this swamp before sunset." Something was wrong. Her voice carried an edge he'd never heard before. Kurt stretched, trying to sound casual. "I didn't do anything last night, did I? My sleeping posture's always been terrible." Sarai turned, golden eyes sharp. "Terrible is right. You clung to me like a barnacle all night." Sarai had completely missed Kurtz's human concerns. This happened when elves interacted with humans. Emotions remained a foreign territory, confusing and illogical. Elves possessed naturally indifferent temperaments, built for observation rather than feeling. When she'd awakened this morning, she'd still felt uncomfortable from pressing against something hard and warm. The sensation had felt strange, unfamiliar. She wondered if humans normally behaved this way during sleep. Now, facing Kurtz's hesitant questioning, she complained without mercy, though puzzlement colored her tone more than anger. Heat flooded Kurtz's face at Sarai's blunt words. "I'm sorry. Next time this happens, you can just push me away." "Next time." The phrase escaped before he could stop it. Beneath his embarrassment, Kurtz harbored a small, selfish thought. He wasn't satisfied with holding such comfortable warmth only once. There might be a next time. Despite his mortification, he found himself hoping for it. Sarai tilted her head. "Why apologize? You acted like a sloth bear. They hug trees for warmth when they sleep. I was only slightly uncomfortable." "Sloth bear." "Forest animal, clingy sleeper," she shrugged, "though you're warmer than they are." Kurtz found himself torn between laughter and tears. Elves understood intimate contact in a completely different way from the human perspective. As expected of an ancient elf from this world, he felt a burning awareness. He secretly sighed in relief, but at the same time, strange loss crept through him. Had he expected something different, wanted something different? "Would you like some tea? It can't be that urgent." Kurtz had obtained many tea-making plants from the dwarves during their previous encounter. The memory of their gruff kindness felt like a lifetime ago. The dwarves rarely drank tea, but they could identify which plants in this world were edible or suitable for brewing. After all, their history stretched back to before the age of myths, when such knowledge meant the difference between survival and extinction. Sarai withdrew her warning magic, then cast a detection spell. Her expression darkened. Strange, the monsters multiplied overnight. Sarai furrowed her delicate brows, the first sign of genuine concern he'd seen from her. Last night, before they'd set up camp, she had specifically cleared out monsters within 100 meters, accomplishing the task silently with surgical precision. Now, after one night of supposed safety, monsters in the vicinity had returned to their previous numbers, and then some. This exceeded illogical. This was impossible. Either this swamp possessed an incredible density of magical creatures, and monsters naturally filled any void like water-seeking level, or intelligent entities had deliberately targeted them both. Kurtz leaned over, studying the red dots on her magical detection circle. "Try 500 meters." Sarai expanded the range, her frown deepened. "Over 300 creatures surround us. We're trapped." Kurtz's blood ran cold as the implication struck him. Regardless of whether this was a terrible coincidence, they could no longer stay here. Something vast and hungry had trapped them in its center. "Follow the stream." Sarai unfolded their map. "We escape by noon if we move now." "I'll pack immediately." Kurtz began stuffing their belongings into his pack. movements sharp with controlled panic, while Sarai continuously monitored the monster's movements on her glowing magic circle. Her face had taken on that mask-like quality he'd learned to associate with serious danger. The only thing that reassured her was that these monsters showed no signs of active movement. However, this only revealed an indescribable wrongness. Like predators waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Kurtz quickly secured their belongings, and the two began walking briskly along the stream. The water burbled cheerfully beside them, oblivious to the closing danger. During this time, Kurtz occasionally glanced back over his shoulder, always feeling as if unseen eyes lurked and observed them from the shadows between trees. "Don't look back," Sarai's voice stayed low. "Pretend nothing's wrong, they're watching." As an elf, her perception exceeded Kurtz's human senses infinitely, honed by centuries of survival. Just as they started moving, the surrounding monsters also began to shift in response, and her worst fears crystallized into certainty. No matter how they moved, these creatures maintained their positions around them like pieces on a game board. Someone commanded them with intelligence and purpose. He immediately realized that for Sarai to show such uncharacteristic gravity, the crisis they faced this time would be unlike anything they'd encountered before. Demons, at least two, commanding hundreds of monsters. Cold fire flickered in her eyes. They've got us surrounded. Cold sweat beaded on Kurtz's palms, despite the morning chill. Is it finally coming? Demons from the Age of Myths. This would be the first time Kurtz faced the legendary enemies of all thinking races. Why haven't they attacked? They're waiting for us to make a mistake. Demons don't have emotions, they have cold efficiency. They want to kill us with minimum risk. Sarai thought grimly to herself, the leading demon probably possessed high intelligence. After identifying her as an elf, it had begun acting with calculated caution rather than brute force. A clever demon was infinitely more dangerous than a savage one. However, when exactly did they discover us? Her warning magic maintained a range of hundreds of meters, and it hadn't issued any alerts last night. Could it be that she had lost focus this morning? The thought of being caught off guard, because of her confusion over human sleeping habits, sent a spike of anger through her chest. Keep moving forward, fewer monsters ahead. If fighting starts, run in that direction. I'll cover you. Sarai delivered her instructions with military precision, already preparing her light arrow magic, mana coiling beneath her skin, ready to unleash devastation at a moment's notice. The bushes ahead shook violently. Watch out! Sarai deployed a magic barrier, shielding Kurtz. To conserve magical energy for the inevitable battle, she had turned off her detection spell moments ago, keeping only the most basic monster perception active, but she hadn't expected anything to approach so silently and get so dangerously close. Could it be a creature with natural stealth abilities? A familiar figure stumbled out, the dwarf Somo, barely recognizable under layers of blood. He collapsed to his knees on the muddy ground, his entire body painted with blood both fresh and dried. The magical runes on his battle axe had grown dim and lifeless, their power utterly spent. "Wait, it's me." "Run," Somo gasped, "so many monsters, everywhere." Check out the Patreon for advanced chapters right now. Chapter 18, Chase. Dwarf Somo, who hadn't been seen for nearly a week, suddenly appeared before Kurtz, who couldn't hide the surprise on his face. The dwarf's armor bore dents, his beard matted with dried blood that wasn't entirely his own. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his usual boisterous energy had been replaced by grim determination. "Somo," Kurtz stepped forward quickly, catching the dwarf as he swayed. "Why are you here?" Somo panted with difficulty, each breath a visible effort. I encountered the demons." He pointed towards the depths of the swamp with a trembling hand. "They have countless monsters with them. They're surrounding both of you." The words hit like ice water. Ever since Sarai had easily defeated him last time, Somo had nursed his wounded pride in silence. During this time, he had been following their footsteps from afar, always just beyond the edge of their perception. He had originally planned to wait until he became stronger, then appear before them at the perfect moment and formally request to adventure with them. A dramatic entrance, maybe saving them from some minor threat, something to prove his worth. But plans never survive contact with reality. After watching Kurtz and Sarai enter the death swamp, he followed without a second thought. His heart hammered against his ribs as he tracked their path, but determination overrode caution. However, he lacked detection magic and couldn't avoid the monsters lurking in the fetid waters. He had plunged headfirst into the monster horde like a fool, battle axe, swinging wildly as claws and fangs found gaps in his armor. Fortune had smiled on him, barely. The demon race in this area had focused all their attention on Kurtz, or rather Sarai. That singular obsession had created just enough chaos for SOUSOU to fight his way out, leaving a trail of monster corpses behind him. Then he had stumbled upon Kurtz and Sarai. Time pressed urgently, and SOUSOU didn't have the luxury of detailed explanations. His words came out in gasps, each sentence a struggle. But even this slight delay allowed the surrounding monster horde to close in. The air itself seemed to thicken with malevolent presence. Sarai's golden eyes hardened, pupils dilating as she extended her magical senses. They're here. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Branches creaked overhead without wind, and something large moved through the murky water nearby. Can you still fight? Kurtz examined the dwarf carefully. Though SOUSOU panted and blood covered him, looking like death warmed over, most of the crimson staining his armor belonged to monsters. His wounds were shallow, painful, but not debilitating. I can. SOUSOU drew a long, shuddering breath, forcing his shoulders straight. His grip on his battle axe tightened until his knuckles went white. Sarai, do you know healing magic? Sarai's expression remained impassive. Impossible. Only by interpreting the Holy Scripture can one learn healing magic. Kurt slapped his forehead, frustration mixing with embarrassment. Of course, how had he forgotten something so fundamental? Magic wasn't just about power. It required a proper understanding and a solid foundation. He made a mental note. Add interpreting the Holy Scripture to his ever-growing list of skills to master. We can only force our way out, Sarai said, her voice carrying that familiar note of cold calculation. The monsters closed fast, within 20 meters now. The surrounding bushes shook violently, and dozens of crimson eyes gleamed like burning coals in the encroaching darkness. Something roared in the distance, answered by another, then another. The sound made Kurtz's blood run cold. Hurry, the situation deteriorated by the second. Sarai didn't waste time on elaborate strategies. Her fingers closed around Kurtz's wrist with surprising strength. Keep up. She directed the latter command at SOUSOU, who hefted his battle axe and nodded grimly. Sarai raised her free hand, mana gathering around her fingers like liquid starlight. This wasn't her usual precise light arrow. This was something far more devastating. Pure, overwhelming force. A pillar of light materialized above the monster horde blocking their path, hanging in the air like a sword of judgment. For a heartbeat, everything went silent. Then it dropped with the fury of a falling star. The explosion was deafening. White light seared through the swamp, turning night into blazing day for one terrible moment. The shockwave knocked Kurtz back a step, and even Sarai's eyes watered from the intensity. Incredible, Kurtz breathed, awe mixing with terror. When the light finally dissipated, a vast crater stretched before them, easily tens of meters wide. Everything within that circle of destruction had been reduced to ash. Monsters, trees, even the swamp water had boiled away, leaving only scorched earth behind. Before Kurtz could fully process what he had witnessed, Sarai pulled him forward into the devastated corridor she had carved. For Sarai to display such urgency, to use magic he had never seen before, the situation was more dire than he had imagined. Smoke and superheated air continued to rise from the blast zone. Kurtz could feel the burning heat through his boots as Sarai dragged him across the steaming ground. Each step kicked up small clouds of ash that had once been living creatures. SOUSOU followed close behind, his battle axe gleaming as he activated its enchantment. The weapon's magic hummed to life, and he brought it down on the first monster that dared pursue them. The beast exploded in a shower of gore and bone. Take the right side, SOUSOU shouted over the chaos. 3 crocodilian monsters burst from the remaining undergrowth. their scaled hides glistening with swamp water and malice. They moved with frightening speed, powerful tails propelling them forward as their jaws gaped wide. More shapes moved in the shadows, too many to count. Sarai didn't even slow down. 3 light arrows materialized and flew with deadly precision, each one finding its mark. The monsters' heads exploded mid-leap, their corpses crashing to the ground in sprays of blood and brain matter. Kurtz lacked Sarai's surgical precision, so he opted for overwhelming firepower instead. His arrow rain spell lit up the swamp like a festival of death, dozens of magical projectiles ripping through the monsters attacking from the left. Their screams echoed through the night. "Stay close to me." Sarai's grip on his wrist tightened almost painfully. Though she already pulled him along, if Kurt stumbled or fell behind, she wasn't sure she could reach him in time. The thought of losing him sent an unfamiliar chill through her chest. She should have chosen the detour, should have listened to her instincts instead of his curiosity about the swamp's secrets. Too late for regrets now. What do monsters generally rely on to catch prey? The question came out of nowhere, startling Sarai even as they ran. But she answered automatically, her mind already working ahead to his reasoning. Most rely on sight and scent. Then I have a way. Kurtz ran while weaving magic, snatching up a fallen branch without breaking stride. Water and fire magic flowed through him simultaneously, the opposing elements fighting each other in his grasp. His fire magic was imperfect. It couldn't generate flames from nothing, requiring fuel or an igniter. But water magic came naturally, responding to his will like an extension of his body. He still didn't understand why. The branch ignited just as water condensed around it. Steam hissed and billowed, expanding rapidly into thick, choking fog. Within seconds, their entire section of swamp disappeared into a gray-white wall of vapor. The monsters' coordination shattered instantly. Roars of confusion filled the air as creatures crashed into trees, into each other, into nothing at all. Some began fighting their own allies in the chaos. Amazing, Somo's grin was fierce and bloodthirsty, but he spun without warning, battle axe cleaving through the air. "Watch your back." A massive serpent, easily as thick as a tree trunk, had been sliding through the mist toward them. Somo's axe caught it perfectly, splitting the creature in half. Foul-smelling blood sprayed in all directions, hissing where it hit the ground. Somo danced backwards, avoiding the poisonous discharge. "Did you create this?" Sarai's voice carried a note of genuine surprise, as she felt the chaos rippling through the ranks of the monsters around them. "You saw me putting out campfires before, right? Water and fire create steam." Sarai nodded slowly. She had indeed watched Kurtz extinguish their nightly fires, often standing motionless afterwards, staring at the rising smoke with intense concentration. She had assumed he was simply lost in thought. Now she understood. He had been experimenting, developing this technique through trial and error. "Don't get bogged down in battle." Sarai's sharp command cut through Somo's growing battle fury. The dwarf had been eyeing the blinded monsters with obvious intent, his axe practically vibrating with eagerness to continue the slaughter. But Sarai was right. In the dense fog, they were barely visible to each other. Move too far apart, and they would become as lost as their enemies. She raised both hands, and brilliant light erupted from her body like a miniature sun. The halo expanded outward in waves, and every monster it touched shrieked in agony before collapsing. Then she shifted to a different magic entirely. Green light flickered between her fingers as plant-type magic responded to her will. Thorny vines erupted from the swamp floor behind them, weaving together into an impenetrable barrier of razor-sharp thorns. The pursuing monsters slammed into the wall with bone-crushing force. Their howls of pain and rage echoed through the mist, but the barrier held. This was the first time Kurtz had seen Sarai use plant magic in all their days together. Now he understood her preference for light magic. Where her radiant spells killed instantly, plant magic seemed designed for control and containment. Support rather than annihilation. Both had their place, but in a situation like this, Sarai's ruthless efficiency was exactly what they needed. Check out the Patreon for advanced chapters right now. Chapter 19, The Elf Who Lends a Helping Hand. The chase continued, their footsteps squelching through the treacherous swamp as howls echoed behind them. After stepping out of the dissipating mist, Kurtz repeated his trick. Steam billowed around his hands as he combined water and fire once more, thick fog rolling across the fetid waters like a living thing. If it were ordinary fire and water, such dense mist would be impossible. This was the result of Kurtz enchanting the elements with his magic, forcing them to interact in ways nature never intended. The side effect hit him like a physical blow, his magic power drained at an alarming rate. Each casting felt like bleeding, leaving him weaker and more vulnerable. After only 3 applications, exhaustion clawed at his consciousness. His hands trembled slightly, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead despite the humid air. He should have taught SOUSOU this technique beforehand. With her vast reserves of mana, she could have maintained the fog indefinitely. Another oversight, another reminder of how much he still had to learn about working with others. "That's enough, leave the rest to me." SOUSOU's voice cut through his preparation for a 4th casting. Her golden eyes noted the pallor creeping across his features, the slight sway in his stance. He opened his mouth to protest, but she moved past him. "It shouldn't be far now, just over that hill, and we'll reach the edge of the swamp." Kurtz had studied the map thoroughly before their departure. Combined with the distance they had already covered before the battle erupted, they were tantalizingly close to safety. Each step forward felt like a small victory against the nightmare pursuing them. Of course, SOUSOU's violent path clearing proved indispensable. She moved like a force of nature, magic flowing from her hands with casual precision. When monsters breached the fog and blocked their route, she responded with devastating efficiency. A light arrow would pierce through a creature's skull, dropping it instantly. Or she would unleash another pillar of light, those terrible bombs of pure energy that carved vacuum zones through the swamp. Each blast left Kurtz's ears ringing and his visions spotted from the afterglow. SOUSOU, following behind them, could only stare in growing amazement. The dwarf's jaw had hung open for the past several minutes as he witnessed true elven magic unleashed without restraint. He finally understood the vast gulf between himself and these creatures. In their previous encounter, SOUSOU had held back drastically. She had used only the most basic light arrow against him, probably out of some mixture of pity and boredom. The ground beneath their feet suddenly convulsed, nearly throwing them off balance. A monster erupted from the swamp floor with earth-shaking force, 3 meters of pure nightmare covered in obsidian scales that gleamed like polished armor. Its eyes burned with malevolent intelligence as it blocked their path with predatory confidence. A demon-scale beast? SOUSOU's composed mask cracked for the first time, a genuine alarm flickering across her features. "SOUSOU, take Kurtz and go ahead." Her mind raced through possibilities and found them all wanting. She hadn't expected such a creature to lurk in this relatively minor swamp. This monster was practically the natural enemy of mages. Those black scales could nullify most magical attacks, absorbing and dissipating energy with frightening efficiency. Even the highest-level magic of the elves would struggle to pierce that natural armor in a single strike. SOUSOU's expression became grave as possibilities played out in her head. Once this demon-scale beast held them back, the massive horde of monsters behind them would catch up and surround them. Then escape would become impossible. It was unfortunate that SOUSOU remained so young and inexperienced. A pure warrior of his potential could have been invaluable against this type of opponent. Physical force was often the only reliable method for dealing with magic-resistant creatures. The demon-scale beast didn't grant them time for lengthy deliberation. It roared, a sound like grinding stone and tearing metal, and launched itself forward with surprising speed for something so massive. SOUSOU unleashed a rapid series of light arrows, each one precisely aimed at potential weak points. They struck the creature's scales and simply vanished. The scales absorbed them without so much as scorching the surface. Her heart sank as she backpedaled frantically, the beast's claws missing her face by inches. The fetid smell of its breath made her stomach churn as it prepared for another charge. SOUSOU's battle cry split the air as he threw himself between the monster and SOUSOU, his shoulder connecting with the creature's flank. The impact sent shockwaves through both combatants, but the dwarf's momentum knocked the beast off course. "Didn't I tell you to take Kurtz and go?" Sarai's voice carried sharp disapproval mixed with something that might have been concern. "I tried, but Kurtz wouldn't agree," Somo said, somehow managing to look sheepish even while facing down a legendary monster. "I won't abandon you." Kurtz's voice stayed steady as he moved to Sarai's side, his earlier exhaustion forgotten in the face of immediate danger. He had also observed that Sarai's attacks were being nullified by the creature's natural defenses. This was troubling. If her magic couldn't penetrate, what hope did his inferior spells have? "It appears to be a monster specifically designed to counter mages," Kurtz observed grimly, not expecting such a perfectly evolved predator to exist in this world. "Yes, their only vulnerability is their eyes, but that requires hitting them." Sarai's tone was clipped and professional, but he could hear the frustration underneath. Even the demon scale beast's eyelids bore protection from smaller scales, overlapping like chainmail. As long as it kept them closed, even perfectly aimed attacks would prove useless. "I'll try to hold it off and create an opening. You focus on targeting its eyes when the chance comes." "How will you?" Kurtz didn't waste time with explanations. He stepped forward, raising his voice. "Close your eyes." Brilliant light exploded from his outstretched hand, not the focused beam of a light arrow, but raw, undiluted radiance that turned the swamp into a miniature sun. Somo reacted a half-second too late, his eyelids slamming shut as the light seared through them anyway. Even with his eyes closed, afterimages danced across his vision in painful bursts of color. The demon-scale beast roared in fury and pain, its sensitive eyes forced shut against the overwhelming brightness. Now, Kurtz dropped the spell and spun toward the dwarf. "Somo, throw your axe, use your skill." Somo squinted through streaming tears, located the beast's general position, and hurled his weapon with all his strength. The battle axe's enchantment flared to maximum power, magic coursing through the steel as it spun end over end. The moment it struck the demon-scale beast's flank, the shockwave split the air. The explosion was tremendous, a sphere of force and fire that lifted all three of them off their feet. Somo felt the shockwave punch through his chest as he struggled to maintain his footing. Sarai, caught off guard by the blast's intensity, stumbled and would have fallen if Kurtz hadn't caught her arm. The blast launched the demon-scale beast backwards, its massive form tumoring through the air before crashing to the ground. The scales around its eye socket had shattered from the point-blank detonation, revealing soft pink flesh and the blood-red pupil beneath. Sarai seized the moment with predatory precision. She leapt forward, condensing raw mana into a spear of pure light that hummed with barely contained energy. The light spear struck true, punching through the exposed flesh and deep into the creature's eye socket. Dark blood sprayed in arterial bursts, but the beast's roar of agony proved it still lived. Sarai wanted to finish the job, but the sound of approaching monsters made her hesitate. The horde behind them surged forward like a black tide, sensing their prey's momentary distraction. "Let's go." Kurt seized Sarai's wrist and pulled her away from the wounded but still dangerous beast. The three of them scrambled up the hillside with desperate energy, loose stones sliding beneath their feet as claws scraped rock behind them. When they finally crested the hill and stepped onto solid ground, Somo collapsed immediately. We survived." His voice was barely a whisper. 100 meters below them, an endless sea of monsters pressed against some invisible boundary. Their eyes glowed like stars in the darkness, but none seemed willing to leave the swamp's embrace. Kurtz gasped for air, his chest burning from the sprint. Why aren't they pursuing us?" Sarai's breathing had already steadied, elven constitution showing its advantages. Her golden eyes remained fixed on the monster horde. "I'm not sure, perhaps they're bound to the swamp's territory." Kurtz shook his head, tactical instincts overriding his exhaustion. These monsters are under demon race control. They shouldn't have concepts of territorial limitation. Sarai opened her mouth to respond, but commotion erupted from the monster's direction. All three turned to look. The demon-scale beast, still sporting Sarai's light spear like a grotesque ornament, came charging up the hillside. Blood streamed down its face in crimson rivers, but its remaining eye burned with undiminished fury. Kurtz grabbed Sarai's hand, ready to flee again, but she didn't move. It's fine, only that one broke free. Indeed, the demon scale beast charged alone, while the other monsters remained stationary, as if invisible chains held them back. I see. Kurtz raised his guard again, magical energy gathering around his hands despite his depleted reserves. Somo hefted his returned battle axe, the weapon's magic still crackling from its previous use. Sarai's stance shifted subtly. With the creature's armor compromised, this fight would be much more manageable. Once we break their natural protection, they become much easier targets. As the demon scale beast closed the distance, Sarai raised a shimmering barrier to intercept its charge. The creature slammed into the magical wall with bone-jarring force, then staggered as Sarai's concentrated magic tore into its exposed head wound. The assault opened the existing injury into a gaping chasm, revealing white bone beneath the torn flesh. Such devastating wounds should have dropped any normal creature instantly, but the demon scale beast remained upright, driven by berserker rage that transcended physical limitation. Kurtz noticed something wrong. The creature's movements were too erratic, too desperate. This wasn't normal predatory behavior. Just as he opened his mouth to warn Sarai, the beast suddenly pivoted and charged toward him and Somo instead. Kurtz began weaving defensive magic, but before the creature could reach them, a blade of pure energy sliced through the air and sent it tumbling backwards. It struggled to rise, claws scrambling for purchase on the rocky ground, but the newcomer gave it no opportunity for recovery. Starting from the massive head wound, he brought his sword down in a perfect vertical cut that split the demon scale beast's skull cleanly in half. Only after the monster's death throes finally ceased did Kurtz get a clear look at their savior. A male elf dressed in the simple robes of a traveling monk, his blade still humming with residual energy. Check out the Patreon for advanced chapters right now. Chapter 20, Craft. Kurtz found the green-haired, pointed-eared elf male who suddenly appeared before them increasingly familiar the more he looked at him. Something about him. He nearly slapped his forehead in recognition. Isn't this the monk Craft? So he was also a figure from the age of mythology. That made sense, though Craft's waist-length green hair flowing free instead of bound had thrown Kurtz off at first glance. In the anime, Craft had shorter hair. However, he naturally had to pretend not to know him now. Playing ignorant was becoming second nature, though it never felt less strange. After dispatching the demon scale beast with fluid, practiced movements, Craft turned to greet Sarai. Sarai, I never expected to see you here. The familiarity in his voice made it clear they knew each other quite well. You appeared just in time to steal my prey. Sarai's golden eyes flashed with genuine irritation, her composed mask slipping for just a moment. This should have been her achievement, her demonstration of superior magical prowess, but Craft had intercepted it entirely. The frustration in her voice was subtle but unmistakable. Kurtz had learned to read the shifts in her expression, and right now she looked like a cat whose mouse had been snatched away. You two know each other. Kurtz stepped closer, curiosity overriding caution. He hadn't expected these two to share a past, though in hindsight it made perfect sense. If both had lived through millennia, their paths would have crossed eventually. If these two knew each other in the far future of the original timeline, Kurtz could understand that easily enough. After all, both were elves who had survived from the age of mythology to the present, so they must have interacted over the centuries. Perhaps when Craft had performed his legendary heroics, Sarai had already heard stories about him echoing through elvish society. But now, their acquaintance was thousands of years earlier than he'd expected. The implications made his head spin slightly. Yes, he's also from the elf forest, but he departed on his wandering journey 200 years ago. Sarai's tone carried a note of something almost like nostalgia, though with her, it was hard to tell. He was already making a name for himself when I was still learning the fundamentals of combat magic. Sarai was several hundred years younger than Craft, Kurtz realized. When she had struggled through her magical education, Craft was already a qualified warrior, making his mark on the world. Unlike Sarai, an elf blessed with extraordinary magical talent that bordered on the supernatural, Craft had naturally gravitated toward the warrior's path, honing his body instead of his mana. "Hello, I'm Kraft." The elf warrior approached Kurtz with an easy smile. "You must be human, correct? And this one here is a dwarf." His manner was relaxed and friendly, a stark contrast to Sarai's perpetual air of superiority. From his casual tone, Kraft had clearly encountered other members of both races during his travels. "Hello, I'm Kurtz." Dwarf Somo stepped forward as well, chest puffed with pride despite his recent injuries. "I'm Somo, warrior of the mountain clans." "Excellent physique," Kraft observed, his experienced eye taking in Somo's build and the way he carried himself. "If you survive long enough, you'll surely become a formidable warrior in the future." The casual mention of survival made Somo's expression darken slightly, but Kraft had already turned his attention to Kurtz. "I sense the aura of magic emanating from you." His green eyes sharpened with interest. "Could it be that you can actually use magic?" Because his own path had led him toward martial arts, his perception of magical energy had become remarkably keen, a necessity when fighting mages who could kill you from a distance. This was also the first time Kraft had encountered a human with genuine magical power flowing through their body. The discovery intrigued him. Before this moment, he had visited several human settlements during his wanderings, and his evaluation had been depressingly similar to what he'd heard from other elves. Weak and short-lived creatures with little to recommend them. Although some impressive warriors occasionally emerged among humans, that seemed to be the extent of their potential. Without the long history of magical inheritance that elves possessed, and without access to unique arcane knowledge, it was challenging for humans to establish themselves as anything more than a minor nuisance in this world. However, Kurtz's very existence now challenged that assumption. "Yes, I can indeed use magic." Kurtz nodded, seeing no point in denial when Kraft could sense it directly. Kraft's expression shifted to something approaching wonder, and he leaned forward slightly. "What type of magic do you practice? Could it perhaps be arcane knowledge recovered from ancient ruins lost to most civilizations?" At this stage in his long life, although Kraft's magical talent remained mediocre at best by elf standards, he was still in a phase where magic fascinated him intensely. "Light magic," Sarai answered for Kurtz before he could respond. Only she could reveal this particular secret safely. Even though Kraft was known as a remarkably good-natured person among the typically emotionally detached elves, Sarai couldn't guarantee he wouldn't create difficulties for Kurtz if he learned the full truth. Every race in this world jealously guarded its magical traditions and knowledge. The elves were no exception to this rule. "What?" Kraft's eyes widened in genuine shock, and he turned sharply toward Sarai. "Sarai, did you actually teach him our magic?" The implications hit him immediately. There were only 3 people present who could have been Kurtz's teacher. Dwarves were constitutionally incapable of learning magic due to their racial nature, so only Sarai possessed both the ability and knowledge to instruct him. Sarai nodded once, confirming Kraft's stunned realization with characteristic directness. "Is there some kind of penalty for learning elvish magic?" Kurtz asked Sarai in a low, worried voice, suddenly understanding why she'd seemed reluctant to reveal this information. "Yes, the lightest punishment mandated by elvish law is complete memory erasure," Sarai replied with casual matter-of-factness that made the words even more chilling. "Severe cases result in imprisonment until natural death occurs." She said it as lightly as discussing the weather, but her words drained Kurtz's face of all color instantly. This was more than awkward. He'd been caught red-handed by another elf who now knew he possessed forbidden knowledge. "It's truly you, Sarai." Kraft shook his head and laughed with a mixture of exasperation and genuine amusement. Although he hadn't interacted extensively with Sarai during their time in the elf forest, he had indeed heard stories about her reputation among their people. Astonishing magical talent that made even ancient elves take notice, combined with philosophical concepts that differed dramatically from typical elvish thinking. Her approach to learning magic focused on studying every spell with the specific intention of maximizing lethality, considered a dangerous anomaly among their generally peaceful population. Fortunately, elves as a race were naturally emotionally detached. so even Sarai's uniquely violent magical philosophy wouldn't attract excessive scrutiny from the forest elders. Now, hearing that Sarai had actually taught forbidden elvish magic to an outsider, Kraft felt shocked, but also found it somehow perfectly reasonable. It was exactly the sort of unprecedented thing he could imagine her doing without a second thought. So, what do you plan to do about this revelation? Report it directly to the Council of Elders. Sarai's voice carried no trace of concern or regret. She had no intention of returning to the elf forest anyway. Even if the elders decided to expel her formally, it wouldn't matter. She'd simply find another place to continue her magical research. Forget it, Kraft waved dismissively. I'll just pretend I never heard or saw anything incriminating. He had no intention of playing informant. Such tasks were tedious and thankless, and besides, he found himself genuinely curious about Kurtz, a human who could somehow learn and master elvish magic. You still haven't explained why you appeared here so conveniently. Seeing that Kraft had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Sarai smoothly changed the subject to safer ground. It's partially a coincidence, I suppose. Kraft's expression grew more serious. Have you encountered a female from the Skywing clan during your travels? She should have been somewhere in the direction you came from. Yes, we have. Kurtz and Sarai exchanged glances, both naturally remembering the Skywing woman named Leah. If it weren't for the information she'd provided about safe passage, they wouldn't have risked crossing this treacherous swamp to reach the Gemir forest. Then do you know what mission brought her to this remote region? Yes, we do. This time, Kurtz answered directly, curious where this conversation was leading. That explains several things. Kraft nodded with satisfaction. I'm serving as a messenger and scout, and this time I'm responsible for investigating detailed information about this swamp's monster populations. He paused, his expression growing grave. At a certain distance from here, in the new Dwarf Kingdom's capital, the leaders of the three most powerful nations in this world have already begun emergency diplomatic meetings. Kraft counted them off on his fingers. The new Dwarf Kingdom, Svartalfheim, the Elf Kingdom, Hithlum, the Skywing Kingdom, Dorantah. The combined armies of all three races have already begun mobilizing and gathering forces, he continued. My specific task is to investigate the exact numbers and activity patterns of monsters in this area, then report back so the military forces can arrive and begin systematic clearing operations. After listening to Kraft's detailed explanation, Kurtz felt his mind racing with implications and questions. He couldn't quite grasp how this development fit into the larger narrative. There had been little information about the age of mythology in the original work, and he had no way of knowing whether current events were following some predetermined plot or spinning off into entirely new territory. Do you want to accompany me, Sarai? The war is about to begin. Kraft's suggestion carried a note of knowing temptation. He understood Sarai's nature well enough to predict her reaction to such an opportunity. Sarai's golden eyes lit with unmistakable interest at Kraft's words. A conflicted expression appeared on her usually composed features, the first genuine indecision Kurtz had ever seen from her. He found himself uncertain whether he should voice an opinion, since it seemed he had no legitimate reason to influence Sarai's choice, regardless of what she ultimately decided. But the thought of her leaving sent an unexpected pang of loss through his chest. Chapter 21, Kraft's Companion. The three-race alliance will benefit from clearing out the monsters in this world. The human race will also gain from this effort, and their living environment will improve significantly. After all, between a race that can communicate and a race that cannot communicate at all and only knows slaughter, people obviously prefer the former. After much deliberation, Sarai ultimately shook her head and refused. I'm not interested in war. Her words struck the air like a stone dropped into still water. Kraft's expression shifted from expectant to bewildered, his mouth opening slightly before closing again. Even Kurtz stared at her in disbelief, his eyes widening as if he'd misheard. Hearing this from Sarai's mouth surprised them as much as hearing, I'm not interested in money, from a merchant. This is truly, Kraft began, then stopped, running a hand through his hair. The warrior who'd faced down countless monsters seemed genuinely at a loss for words. Since Sarai had already made her position clear, he had no choice but to drop the subject. The distant sounds of the swamp settling around them filled the silence that stretched between them. After all, in a national war like this, Sarai's individual strength remained too small, though Kraft suspected she might disagree with that assessment. If someone gave her another 1,000 years or so, she might become a famous mage among the elves. But the current Sarai, despite her obvious talent, clearly wasn't ready for conflicts of this magnitude. "By the way," Kraft said, shifting to safer ground, "why did you cross this swamp? That Skywing clan member should have told you that it's very dangerous here, right?" Sarai didn't speak, but instead looked at Kurtz, a subtle gesture that somehow managed to convey delegation. Her violet eyes held that familiar glint of someone who preferred others to handle tedious explanations. Kurt stepped forward, clearing his throat. "I heard there's a human race tribe in Gemir Forest, and I wanted to see it, so I ventured into this swamp, but I didn't expect." He trailed off, gesturing vaguely at the carnage they'd left behind. He thought they had planned carefully enough. They'd avoided monsters the whole way, cast various detection and warning spells extensively, even taken circuitous routes to avoid obvious danger zones. Yet those demon race members still discovered them. The memory of red eyes gleaming in the darkness made his shoulders tense. Next time, he would have to exercise even more caution if another time came. He had grown accustomed to taking risks in this world, pushing boundaries and testing limits. But he also had to consider Sarai's safety now. She wouldn't have left the elf forest without his request, and that responsibility weighed on him more than he cared to admit. If Dwarf Somo hadn't suddenly intervened, breaking through would have proven nearly impossible. Just that demon-scale beast alone would have overwhelmed them both. "I see," Kraft nodded slowly, his expression warming. "I've also seen that settlement, it's a good one." That human race settlement had left a deep impression on Kraft. Every human there had shown genuine friendliness, not the wary politeness he sometimes encountered elsewhere. He'd even stayed there for a while, enjoying their simple hospitality. During that time, 2 children had approached him with bright eyes and earnest requests, hoping he could teach them martial arts. Kraft had agreed readily. He had taught himself his martial arts, so traditional restrictions of the elf forest or any formal school didn't bind them. The 2 children had displayed excellent talent, learning quickly and improving eagerly. But unfortunately, their human bodies ultimately limited them. With longer lifespans, they could have become truly formidable warriors. 10 years have passed since then. Those children would have grown into adults now, probably with families of their own. Kraft found himself curious about their progress, wondering how far they had developed their martial arts. The thought sparked something in him, a sudden desire to reconnect with that simpler time. "Gemir Forest still lies a bit far from here," he said, making up his mind. "I'll go with you." "What about your reconnaissance mission?" Sarai glanced at him, one eyebrow raised in that way that suggested she already knew the answer. "Don't worry." Kraft whistled sharply, and a small emerald green bird descended from the canopy above, landing gracefully on his extended finger. He pulled out a piece of paper and used magic to write a passage of text in flowing script, then tied it carefully to the bird's leg. With another whistle, the bird took flight, disappearing quickly among the trees. "It seems you've learned quite a few interesting spells over the years." Sarai's tone held genuine curiosity beneath its usual dry observation. She could tell at a glance that he had just used spells that elves had never recorded, practical magic, born of necessity, rather than academic study. He must have learned them during his adventures, picked them up from various sources, and adapted them to his needs. "I had no choice," Kraft replied with a rueful smile. "I can't learn advanced magic, so I had to find spells I could actually master." While the 2 elves continued their conversation, Kurt seized the opportunity to approach Somo. The dwarf was cleaning his weapon with practiced motions, but looked up when Kurtz drew near. "By the way," Kurtz asked quietly, "how did you track us?" According to Somo's earlier explanation, he'd set off shortly after they had, then somehow managed to follow their trail through the treacherous swamp. This made Kurtz's skin crawl. SOUSOU's expression grew sheepish, almost embarrassed. Actually, I didn't dare follow too closely. I've been inferring your movements from the embers of your campfires, the direction you broke branches, things like that. Are you really a dwarf? Kurtz stared at the beardless figure before him in amazement. This level of tracking skill, combined with tactical awareness and restraint, seemed completely at odds with everything he knew about dwarven nature. Where was the rough, uninhibited, charge-first-ask-questions-later mentality he'd expected? Of course I'm a dwarf warrior. SOUSOU puffed out his chest, his tone growing fierce with pride. I'm going to become the strongest dwarf warrior in the future, and I'm determined to make everyone in the village look at me with new eyes. Something in his voice revealed deep hurt buried beneath the determination, old wounds that hadn't quite healed. Kurtz recognized that particular brand of pain. He knew familiar territory when he saw it. Not a bad goal, Kurtz said simply. Since SOUSOU had followed them for so many days through dangerous terrain, Kurtz felt it would be cruel to simply send him away. Besides, they genuinely needed a vanguard warrior, someone who could take hits and dish them out in return. Dwarf SOUSOU had proven invaluable during their escape from the swamp. If he hadn't covered their rear the entire time, Kurtz's combat strength alone might not have gotten them out unscathed. Moreover, that final demon-scale beast had turned both magic and conventional weapons with its hide. Only SOUSOU's attacks had penetrated its defenses, his raw strength and specialized techniques proving decisive. Just as Kraft had observed, SOUSOU would definitely become a powerful warrior in the future. Having him along could only help. Actually, Kurtz really wanted Kraft to join their small group as well. The elf was stronger, more experienced, and knew useful magic that would prove invaluable whether they explored dwarf ruins or headed to Godfall land. But unfortunately, Kraft didn't seem interested in those particular adventures. Not far away, after hearing Sir Rai's ultimate destination, Kraft's expression had grown troubled, his earlier warmth giving way to concern. Sir Rai, he said carefully, as a fellow clansman, I still have to advise you. Neither Godfall land nor the dwarf ruins offer places you can explore at your current level. His words carried the weight of experience, of someone who'd seen too many promising young mages venture into dangers beyond their capabilities. Even at the Three-Race Kings Council, no one dared suggest investigating these two places. The very topics were considered too dangerous to discuss seriously. Although the Dwarf King desperately wanted to reclaim his ancestral homeland, the other two kings would never agree to such a request. The political implications alone staggered the imagination. That place had clearly become something else entirely, a monster kingdom with its own terrible hierarchy and power structure. Their three-race alliance existed to clear out the rampant monsters plaguing this world, not to declare war on an established monster kingdom. The distinction remained crucial, both strategically and politically. Unless one day the creatures there actively stepped out of the dwarf ruins and began invading surrounding territories, only then would the alliance consider initiating a war against them. But that day seemed distant, if it ever came at all. As for Godfall land, just the name alone suggested its nature. Over the past 1,000 years, countless creatures had entered those cursed grounds. Adventurers, monsters, even entire expeditions had vanished beyond those borders. All in, none out. That remained the terrifying reality of Godfall land, a place where even legends went to die. Hearing Kraft's warning, Sir Rai's expression grew thoughtful, her violet eyes distant. She didn't answer immediately but instead looked toward Kurtz, and some unspoken communication passed between them. She wouldn't reveal to Kraft that Kurtz possessed the ability to create new magic. Such knowledge was too dangerous to share carelessly. Before Kurtz became powerful enough to protect himself, others knowing about this talent would only bring him harm. And Sir Rai had no intention of dragging Kurtz to explore these dangerous places anytime soon. She wasn't reckless, despite what others might think. In her carefully laid plans, she would only attempt such ventures after Kurtz became significantly stronger, at least 70% of her current power level, maybe more, depending on how his abilities developed. Before that crucial milestone, She intended to teach him more and more powerful magic, expanding his repertoire until he could create spells capable of challenging even the greatest threats this world had to offer. Only then would they be ready for what lay ahead. Chapter 22, The Faith of the Elves. Day 22 of the adventure. With Kraft joining them, Kurtz and Sarai's adventure became much easier. Especially since Dwarf SOUSOU always charged in first during battles, his war hammer cleaving through monsters with methodical precision. Sometimes, Kurtz hadn't even finished drawing his sword, and the fight had already ended. The dwarf's battle cry would echo through the forest, followed by the wet thud of his weapon finding its mark, then blessed silence. If the opponent couldn't yield quickly, Kraft and Sarai would also step in. The monk's flowing movements complemented the elf's precise spellwork, and basically, no monster could withstand the coordinated attacks of these three. Kurtz found himself handling cleanup duty more often than not, though he couldn't complain about the efficiency. During this time, Kurtz also continued to diligently improve his magic level every day, practicing forms and incantations until his fingers cramped and his voice grew hoarse. He also took the time to ask Sarai to teach him her light pillar missile magic. When he'd first broached the subject, she'd raised an eyebrow in that skeptical way of hers, but naturally agreed once he explained his reasoning. Now she taught him hand in hand how to condense light into solid form, and then make it explode with devastating effect. Her fingers would guide his through the proper gestures, her voice soft near his ear as she corrected his pronunciation. The magic itself demanded complex work, requiring precise mana control and split-second timing, but having her so close made concentration nearly impossible. This scene made Kraft smile wryly repeatedly, the monk's knowing expression growing more pronounced each day. Eventually, he simply took to hiding behind nearby trees during their practice sessions, muttering prayers under his breath and avoiding watching the two of them altogether. "Delicious, delicious. Give me another bowl, Mr. Kurtz." By the crackling campfire, Dwarf SOUSOU held the wild vegetable and mushroom soup in his weathered hands, praising it with the enthusiasm of a man who'd spent too many years eating dried rations. Steam rose from the wooden bowl, carrying the earthy scent of forest herbs and carefully seasoned broth. He tasted such exquisite and delicious cuisine for the first time, and his eyes practically glowed with satisfaction. "Just call me Kurtz." He ladled another generous portion into the dwarf's bowl, watching Somo's face light up like a child. This fellow, apart from his combat prowess and appetite resembling a proper dwarf, differed completely from a dwarf in other aspects. Just the fact that he could sew clothes made Kurtz somewhat unable to keep a straight face. Earlier that day, he'd watched those massive, scary hands delicately mend a tear in Kraft's robes, with stitches so fine they could rival a master tailor's work. He still didn't know how that pair of large hands managed to use a small embroidery needle so skillfully. One could only say that sometimes stereotypes proved deadly wrong. "It's indeed delicious," Kraft said between bites of grilled skewers, savoring the smoky char and herb seasoning. "I suddenly understand why you, Sarai, would travel with Kurtz." The firelight danced across his weathered features, highlighting the contentment in his expression. After decades of sparse monastery meals and wilderness foraging, even simple camp food felt like a feast when someone prepared it with care. "I'm not doing it for this reason," Sarai retorted, though her tone lacked any real defensiveness. She held her bowl of mushroom soup carefully, sipping it in small, measured mouthfuls. Ever since she'd burned her tongue that first night, too eager and impatient to wait for it to cool, she had learned her lesson. Now she would blow on each spoonful twice before drinking, making the small ritual second nature. The memory still stung, both literally and from the embarrassment of Kurtz's poorly concealed amusement. "But I'm very surprised that you would accept these foods," she continued, studying Kraft with curious eyes. Both she and Kraft had practiced pure vegetarianism back in the elf forest, sustaining themselves on fruits, nuts, and the blessed plants that grew under the ancient canopy. She'd only begun trying new and strange foods out of necessity during this journey, starting with those grilled mushroom skewers Kurtz had offered when they first met, crispy and impossibly savory. Watching Kraft now, tearing into meat with genuine relish, did indeed surprise Sarai more than she cared to admit. The transformation seemed so complete, so natural, that it made her wonder what other changes awaited elves who left their forest sanctuary. In the past 100 years of adventuring, I haven't had those fruits and blessed plants from the elf forest. Kraft's voice carried a note of wistful nostalgia as he spoke. So naturally, when you're hungry enough, you eat whatever you can find. Survival teaches flexibility in ways philosophy never could. He paused, chewing thoughtfully before continuing. Basically, all companions who venture beyond the forest eventually adapt like this. The alternative is starvation, and dead elves serve no purpose to anyone. Hearing Kraft speak so matter-of-factly about abandoning elven dietary traditions, Kurtz felt a bold guess forming in his mind. Could it be that thousands of years later, all these ancient elves would transform into practical beings like FRIEREN, who ate meat without hesitation and adapted to whatever circumstances required? The thought struck him as both amusing and oddly touching, immortal beings learning to bend rather than break. Kurtz felt as if he had vaguely touched upon some fundamental truth about how cultures evolved, how even the most rigid traditions eventually yielded to practical necessity. By the way, he said, steering the conversation toward something that had puzzled him, I thought you elves only had the elf forest as a base. I didn't expect there to be an actual elf kingdom as well. His tone carried genuine curiosity, mixed with the slight confusion of someone still learning about this world's history. That would have existed 2,000 years ago, Kraft said slowly, his expression growing more serious as old memories surfaced. The firelight cast deep shadows across his face, making him look far older than his appearance suggested. Back when the God Wars had just begun, and the elves of the elf forest faced a fundamental disagreement about the war itself. The mention of divine conflict immediately captured everyone's attention. Even Somo paused in his enthusiastic eating, sensing the gravity in the monk's tone. It even involves the beginning of the Age of Gods, Kurtz thought, his pulse quickening with excitement. He quickly shifted closer, leaning his entire body forward and tilting his ear toward Kraft, preparing to absorb every detail of this secret history. Knowledge like this was precisely why he'd chosen to travel with these long-lived companions. Their memories reached back through centuries that human historians could only guess about. However, in his eagerness, he didn't notice that his entire body now pressed against Sarai's side. When awareness finally struck him, he realized his thigh pressed firmly against hers, close enough that he could feel the warmth radiating through her travel clothes. The faint fragrance that seemed to cling to her, something like wildflowers and morning dew, filled his senses. For a moment, panic fluttered in his chest. He'd overstepped, surely. But Miss Sarai seemed not to mind this unexpected contact. Her breathing remained steady, her posture unchanged. For her, as long as Kurtz wasn't actively restraining her freedom like he had that awkward night in the tent, casual contact remained acceptable. Seeing that she showed no signs of discomfort or desire to move away, Kurtz made a shameless decision and simply settled more comfortably beside her, abandoning any pretense of accidental contact. Kraft's knowing smile suggested he'd noticed the entire wordless exchange, but the monk mercifully continued his narration without comment. Elves have always worshipped the goddess of creation, he began, his voice taking on the cadence of someone recounting sacred history. But the goddess never chose the elves as her people, her direct kin. That honor belonged to the Skywing clan. The revelation hung in the air like incense smoke. Kurtz filed away this crucial detail, understanding that it explained much about elven culture and their complex relationship with divine authority. When the War of the Gods erupted, the goddess of creation inevitably drew herself into the conflict. Her nature demanded it. Life itself faced threats from forces that would consume or corrupt everything green and growing. Kraft paused, staring into the flames as if seeing those ancient battles reflected in the dancing light. This created a schism among our people. Some elves believed absolutely that we should fight for our goddess, that our loyalty demanded we take up arms in her defense. They argued that she granted our long lives and magical gifts specifically for such moments of crisis. his hands clenched slightly around his skewer, betraying emotional investment in events that had occurred centuries before his birth. But another significant portion of our people held that the elves' choices in war should remain independent of religious faith. They believed that blind obedience, even to a benevolent goddess, represented a form of spiritual slavery that diminished our nature as thinking beings. Sarai shifted slightly beside Kurtz, her expression thoughtful. This philosophical divide clearly resonated with her own struggles regarding duty versus personal conviction. The debates raged for years, Kraft continued. Ancient elders who had remained silent for centuries spoke passionately in council meetings. Families found themselves split along ideological lines that had never existed before. What happened in the end? Somo asked, completely absorbed despite his usual disinterest in political matters. Kraft's expression grew heavier. The final result was schism. Those who chose active participation left the forest entirely, abandoning not just their homes but the very title of eldest elves, renouncing the ancient designation that connected them to the forest's original settlers. That sounds a bit like some legend about the strongest elf in history versus the strongest modern elf. Kurt said with an inexplicable sigh, the parallel striking him as both familiar and melancholy. But the others couldn't understand his reference at all, their blank expressions making it clear he'd drawn from knowledge they didn't share. The strongest elf in history? Kraft asked with genuine interest, leaning forward. Are you referring to Lusami the Lightbringer, perhaps Ladur as the Eternal, or maybe Kael'thas the Starweaver? Kraft rattled off several names that meant absolutely nothing to Kurtz, though they obviously represented legendary figures to anyone familiar with elven history. The reverent way he spoke suggested these heroes' deeds still inspired awe even among elves who had lived through multiple centuries. Realizing his slip, Kurtz quickly backpedaled. It's just some half-remembered legend I heard back in my tribe. Actually, I don't recall the specific names, just the general concept of old power versus new approaches. Sarai studied him with those perceptive eyes, her expression suspicious. Human tribes preserve legends about specific elves. That seems unusual. She had questioned him about his origins before, and he'd only provided the vague explanation about coming from beyond the Eastern Sea, some vast human country that required ocean travel to reach. The story sounded plausible enough, since few people had comprehensive knowledge of what lay across distant waters. But Sarai remained skeptical of details that didn't quite fit together, and her sharp mind constantly noted inconsistencies in his background story. Well, Kurtz continued weaving his fabrication. Perhaps some traveling merchant or wandering adventurer shared it after meeting elves during their journeys. You know how tales get passed down and grow embellished over time. It offered a reasonable explanation, and in this type of fantasy world where communication between distant regions faced limitations, no one could definitively verify what stories might exist in far-off lands. So Kurtz felt comfortable continuing his deception, at least until someone with broader geographical knowledge challenged his claims. Kraft laughed heartily, apparently satisfied with the explanation. I see. It seems we have achieved quite a reputation among human communities. That's both flattering and slightly concerning, depending on which aspects of our nature have become legendary. Indeed, quite famous, Kurtz mused silently. But over time, that reputation became increasingly distorted and romanticized in ways that would probably horrify you. This time, he kept the observation to himself, having learned to avoid comments that would require elaborate explanations of knowledge he shouldn't possess. Somo, who had listened with the patience of someone accustomed to long stories around campfires, suddenly interjected. So what happened next? What became of the elves who abandoned the forest? Kurtz had already formed theories about the subsequent events, the broad strokes seeming predictable given what he understood about this world's history. But hearing details from someone who had lived through the aftermath would provide invaluable context. Kraft's expression became gravely serious. They established the Elf Kingdom in the northern reaches, built cities of white stone that gleamed like captured starlight, and committed themselves fully to this god war that lasted 2,000 years. The campfire popped and hissed, sending sparks spiraling into the dark sky as if echoing the ancient conflicts he described. They became warriors, diplomats, strategists, everything the forest elves had traditionally avoided. Their magic evolved from nurturing growth to wielding destruction. Their songs changed from celebrations of natural harmony to battle hymns and funeral dirges. Until now, Sarai added softly, her voice carrying a note of complex emotion. As a current member of the elf forest, she found herself envying these departed elves quite intensely. To participate openly and unrestrainedly in the great conflicts that shape the world, to take decisive action instead of maintaining cautious neutrality, it represented a kind of freedom she craved but could never claim. Her own commitment to the forest's passive traditions felt increasingly like chains, beautiful and comfortable chains, but restraints nonetheless. After Sarai finished speaking, everyone fell silent for several long moments. The gentle evening breeze made the campfire flames dance hypnotically, and night sounds from the surrounding forest provided a peaceful counterpoint to the heavy historical discussion. Finally, Kraft broke the contemplative silence. "However, Sarai," he said, his tone shifting to something more personal and concerned, "have you reconsidered your intentions yet?" The question came without preamble, but both Sarai and Kurtz immediately understood what he meant. Her desire to eventually challenge the dangerous areas where even experienced elves feared to tread. Her restless ambition to test herself against the world's greatest threats. Kraft sighed deeply when he saw Sarai remain silent, her jaw set in that stubborn line he'd come to recognize over their weeks of travel together. "Very well," he said finally. "But please, do not venture into those forbidden places rashly, not until you feel absolutely certain your strength suffices for whatever you might encounter." His journey with these companions would end at the Gemir forest, where their paths would diverge. After that point, his ability to offer guidance or assistance would vanish entirely. So, this represented his final opportunity to impart crucial warnings, his last chance to perhaps save her from the consequences of youthful overconfidence. Sarai nodded seriously, understanding the weight behind his words. "I know my current limitations." "That's reassuring," Kraft said, though his expression suggested lingering worry. He turned his attention to Kurtz, studying the young man with calculating eyes. "Take good care of her." Kurtz couldn't help but laugh at the reversed expectations. "I think she should take care of me, honestly." From any objective assessment of their respective combat capabilities, Sarai clearly dominated as the more formidable fighter. Her magical abilities far exceeded his own developing skills, and her elven reflexes made her deadly in close combat as well. Kraft's lips curved in a knowing smile. From a pure strength perspective, that's undeniably true, but... He gave Kurtz a meaningful look that seemed to see straight through to his soul. "You are the first being Sarai has ever valued so highly. That creates responsibilities that go far beyond physical protection." Chapter 23, Starry Night. Compared to his emotionally detached kinsmen, Kraft had witnessed far too many emotions during his years of adventuring that he had never encountered before in the elf forest. The raw grief of a widow clutching her husband's sword, the desperate fury of a father defending his child, the bitter laughter of soldiers sharing their last meal before battle. Each memory carved itself into his consciousness like script on stone. This gave him a far greater understanding of emotions than his kinsmen in the elf forest. While they drifted through centuries like leaves on still water, Kraft had learned to read the subtle tremor in a voice that meant fear, the particular way shoulders dropped when hope finally died. In truth, for the elves, emotional detachment actually served as a form of protection. The elves simply lived too long. If they didn't ignore some things and intentionally forget others, it would only torment themselves. Kraft had seen what happened to those who didn't learn this lesson. Elves who counted every mortal friend they'd lost, who remembered every slight as if it had happened yesterday. They went mad, or worse, they became hollow shells wearing familiar faces. Over time, the elves inherently learned how to dilute their emotions, letting decades blur together until pain became merely an abstract concept. Kurtz smiled, not taking up his words. The firelight caught the edge of his expression, making it impossible to read what thoughts moved behind those human eyes. He naturally knew why Sarai valued him so much, but he wouldn't tell her. The secret sat in his chest, knowledge of futures yet to unfold, of a world where Sarai would become legend and he would be nothing more than a footnote in history. If he even survived that long. He understood the principle that an innocent man commits guilt by possessing a treasure. Even the most trustworthy person could reveal secrets under torture. Better to carry the burden alone. Even if Kraft wasn't the type of person to blab, the fewer people who knew about this matter, the better, unless one day his strength became so great that even gods would grow wary. Only then would he reveal this secret. But gods? Kurtz glanced at Sarai's tent and wondered if she would become something close to that, given enough centuries. Gradually, the night deepened. The bonfire also died out, leaving only scattered starlight illuminating the land. The dying embers pulsed like a heartbeat, casting dancing shadows that made the surrounding trees appear to shift and sway despite the still air. Somo had long since used his battle axe as a pillow, sleeping soundly and occasionally letting out soft snores. The dwarf's face, usually creased with worry lines during waking hours, had smoothed into something almost childlike in sleep. Kraft leaned against a tree trunk with his eyes closed, as if asleep, but Kurtz couldn't be sure. The elf's breathing remained too controlled, too measured. Adventurers learned to rest without truly sleeping, to maintain that knife's edge of awareness that kept them alive. Meanwhile, Sarai slept alone in the tent, or at least Kurtz assumed she slept. With Sarai, one could never be entirely certain. Since these two joined, he hadn't lain in the tent with her for a long time, and he suddenly missed the feeling of holding his petite little master. The way she would unconsciously curl closer to his warmth, her usual haughty demeanor softening into something almost vulnerable. Those moments felt stolen from time itself, brief reprieves where the weight of future knowledge couldn't touch him. This time, to be on the safe side, Sarai had directly expanded the warning magic's range to 200 meters, so that even if something unexpected happened, they would have time to react. The spell hummed at the edge of Kurtz's awareness, a gentle pressure that reminded him of standing too close to a waterfall. However, judging by the situation these past few days, she had exercised excessive caution. The roads had remained eerily peaceful, almost suspiciously so. But Kurtz had learned not to question Sarai's instincts when it came to magical threats. Kurtz couldn't sleep, and he turned over again on the ground. The earth beneath him had worn smooth from countless other travelers, but small rocks still dug into his shoulders and hips. He shifted position for what felt like the 100th time. He always struggled with insomnia, but it struck particularly severe today. Images from his previous life kept surfacing unbidden. Fluorescent lights, the blue glow of computer screens, the constant hum of electricity. Sometimes he wondered if those memories contained more dream than reality. Perhaps he could invent a sleep aid magic in the future. Though knowing his luck, he'd probably create something that put the caster into a coma instead. He pondered this in his mind when the tent flap rustled and a small head poked out. Sarai's silver hair caught starlight like spun moonbeams, and her eyes found his with unnerving accuracy in the darkness. Sarai and Kurtz met eyes and he spoke first. "What, going to pick flowers? Do you need me to come along?" He actually joked. He had said this to Sarai before, but at that time, she didn't understand what Kurtz meant by picking flowers. The euphemism had sailed completely over her head, with the innocence of someone who'd lived too long to bother with human delicacy. Instead, she replied to him, "Why go pick flowers late at night?" After Kurtz explained, Miss Sarai finally blurted out a sentence after a long while. "The elves don't need that kind of thing." Her cheeks flushed the faintest pink, barely visible in the dim light. As for whether it rang true or false, Kurtz didn't know. He suspected it represented Sarai's way of maintaining dignity rather than admitting to basic biological needs. In any case, although they adventured together, they couldn't be together every moment. "No, do you want to learn plant element magic?" Sarai shook her head, suddenly asking this. Her voice carried that particular tone she used when she tried to sound casual about something important. This left Kurtz a bit confused. Why ask so suddenly, and in the middle of the night? The timing seemed bizarre, even for Sarai's unpredictable teaching methods. Couldn't she teach magic during the day? Why choose such a strange time? Today is a special day. The night of stars and moon makes plant elements more active, making it very suitable for practicing plant magic at this time. Sarai gestured upward with one delicate hand, as if she could pluck the celestial bodies from their perches. Kurtz looked up at the sky. Indeed, tonight's moon and stars shone exceptionally bright. The moon hung full and luminous, casting everything in silver relief, while stars scattered across the heavens like diamonds spilled on black velvet. Even the air felt different, charged with potential, thrumming with magic so dense he could almost taste it. All right, but we need to go a bit further away. Kurtz pushed himself to his feet, brushing dirt from his clothes. Kurtz didn't want to wake the other two, and Sarai understood his meaning, so she waved her hand. Follow me. The two quietly left the camp, their footsteps muffled by damp earth and fallen leaves. Unbeknownst to them, behind them, Kraft opened his eyes. The elf watched their retreating forms with the detached interest of a cat observing mice. Adventuring in the wilderness, falling into deep sleep would only lead to a quicker death, so even in this multi-person adventure situation, he still maintained his vigilance. Every sound registered in his consciousness. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in underbrush, the almost inaudible whisper of footsteps moving away from camp. However, he had no intention of doing anything. Whatever Sarai's purpose or intention, it held no relevance to him. He'd learned long ago not to involve himself in the affairs of others unless directly threatened. He remained just an adventuring elf, nothing more, nothing less. On the other side, the two arrived at an open space, and after Sarai investigated and confirmed no magical beasts lurked around, she said, "I originally wanted to wait until you had fully mastered light magic before teaching you plant element magic, but I didn't expect your talent to exceed my imagination." The clearing proved perfect for magical practice, a natural amphitheater ringed by ancient trees, their branches creating a living cathedral overhead. Moonlight streamed down through gaps in the canopy, creating pools of silver light on the forest floor. Kurtz possessed exceptionally good magical talent. He himself might not have noticed, but in Sarai's eyes, his magical talent already matched her own. She'd watched him grasp concepts that took most elves decades to understand, seen him adapt spells with an intuitive grace that spoke of natural genius. It struck her as simultaneously thrilling and infuriating. People should know that she had gained quite a reputation throughout the elf forest due to her excellent magical talent and unconventional ideas. Other elves whispered about the strange young mage who asked uncomfortable questions and challenged traditional methods. Among these, the former held the most importance. If it weren't for the former, she would just be a simple, eccentric elf. Talent forgave many sins, even the sin of thinking differently. In Sarai's plan, she might have spent 10, 20, or even 30 years teaching Kurtz, but now it seemed it wouldn't take that long. The thought brought mixed emotions, pride in his swift progress warring with an inexplicable sense of loss. Then should I say thank you? Kurtz also didn't expect Sarai to praise his magical talent. His voice held genuine surprise, tinged with something that might have been wonder. One must know that she would become the strongest mage of future humanity. The weight of that knowledge sat strangely in his chest, pride and sorrow intermingled. Humanity in the future wouldn't represent a clear concept like it did now. Instead, everyone who looked like a human would be called human. The distinction would blur as wars raged, and survival mattered more than race. Of course, the demon race might have been too lazy to differentiate, so they deliberately acted that way. But even so, Sarai would still earn the title of strongest mage on the entire continent, so people could imagine the terrifying extent of her power. To receive her praise, it seemed his magical talent truly excelled. It seems I need to set a small goal for myself, starting with becoming the strongest mage on the continent, Kurtz quipped. The joke fell from his lips before he could stop it. However, Sarai's expression grew a bit strange. Something flickered across her features, too quick to interpret, gone before he could puzzle out its meaning. Brief life, the words slipped from her lips like a prayer, or perhaps a curse. Huh, did you say something? Because her voice rang too soft, Kurtz didn't quite hear what she said. Nothing. Sarai turned away, but not before he caught the tightening around her eyes. Sarai didn't quite believe Kurtz could reach this step. If he were an elf, Sarai might have thought it somewhat possible, but ultimately, he remained just a human. The cruel mathematics of mortality couldn't be argued with. A brief life could not accumulate vast magic power, and naturally, it would prove impossible to become the strongest mage. Even with exceptional talent, humans simply didn't have the centuries needed to build the kind of power that could shake the world. Unless his talent already exceeded her own, the thought sent an uncomfortable shiver down her spine. But how could such a thing be possible? Sarai dismissed this possibility in her mind. The alternative seemed too strange to contemplate, that this human, this brief flame, might burn brighter than she ever could. How could she possibly allow Kurtz to surpass her? The proud Miss Sarai would never admit that such a thing could happen. Pride remained all she had left, sometimes the one constant in a world of endless change. Let's begin. Sarai decided not to dwell on the matter and instead began to wholeheartedly teach Kurtz plant magic. Ultimately, for the elves, plant element magic didn't prove as practical as light magic, or rather, it didn't possess the terrifying, destructive power of light magic. But it had its own subtle elegance, a harmony with the natural world that appealed to Sarai's artistic sensibilities. In most battles, plant magic served restraining and supportive roles, binding enemies, creating barriers, and sometimes healing wounds with the right herbs and preparation. Just like when Sarai previously cast the Wall of Thorns to block the magical beast's pursuit. The memory of that spell still impressed Kurtz, the way thorns had erupted from apparently barren ground, weaving together into an impenetrable barrier in mere seconds. Besides that, it involved controlling plants for entanglement or even attack. If one truly discussed the race most proficient in plant magic, it would still be the Druid clan in the forest. They lived so closely with nature that the distinction between self and forest often blurred. People said that they could summon vines as thick as ancient towering trees for attack, and when necessary, they could even summon treants to control. Kurtz had never seen such magic, but Sarai spoke of it with the respect due to true masters. And their elves' plant magic merely represented a superficial understanding compared to theirs. Sarai's honesty about their limitations proved both refreshing and humbling, a reminder that even the strongest mage had room to grow. Chapter 24, Sarai's Shock. Through Sarai's hands-on teaching, Kurtz quickly grasped the fundamentals of plant magic. He extended his hand, green light flickering around his fingertips as he released the spell. A vine as thick as his finger responded to his will, slowly wrapping around his forearm like a living bracelet. The texture felt rough against his skin, each tiny fiber distinct as he concentrated on the connection between his magic and the plant. Testing its limits, Kurtz gradually tightened the vine's grip. The pressure increased steadily, firm enough to restrain, strong enough to bind. Satisfied with the approximate strength, he loosened his control, and the vine unwound itself with fluid grace. Sarai watched the demonstration with growing unease. Her golden eyes tracked every movement, every subtle shift in magical flow. This learning speed far exceeded normal, far beyond what should have proved possible. A cold realization settled in her chest. She should have understood sooner. When they'd first encountered each other outside the elf forest, the signs had all appeared there. Why had he managed to cast elven light magic just from observation? Why had he not only improved arrow rain on his first attempt, but also analyzed its fundamental structure? Why did he face no obstacles whatsoever in learning magic? The answer struck as simple as it proved infuriating. This human's magical talent surpassed her own. The small spark of pride she'd nurtured, the satisfaction of teaching someone her superior techniques, crumbled to ash. For someone who had lived for centuries, who had mastered magic that lesser beings could only dream of, the revelation hit like a physical blow. Impossible, the word echoed in her mind with desperate intensity. Absolutely impossible. Maybe he simply possessed gifts with light magic and plant magic specifically. Surely, he couldn't maintain this efficiency with other magical disciplines. The excuse felt flimsy even as she constructed it, but she clung to it like a lifeline. Forcing her expression into practiced nonchalance, Sarai crossed her arms. Not bad, though you're still a bit slower than I was at that age. Kurtz shrugged, completely oblivious to her internal turmoil. Can't help it, I'm doing my best here. He flexed his fingers, dispersing the last traces of green magic. Speaking of which, do your people have any more advanced plant magic? Something like accelerated growth? How could there be such a thing? The words came out sharper than Sarai intended. Kurtz blinked, taken aback by her vehemence. What kind of plant magic tradition completely ignored rapid growth techniques? It seemed fundamentally flawed to him. He'd imagined the tactical possibilities, carrying a pouch of seeds, scattering them when needed, solving food shortages with a gesture. If the plants from magically accelerated growth could produce viable seeds for future use, it would create an endless cycle of abundance. The applications stretched limitlessly. Magic made such things possible, transcending the normal biological constraints that plagued mundane agriculture. But you could try creating such magic yourself, couldn't you? Sarai's tone carried a teasing edge that didn't quite mask her genuine curiosity. This should be right up your alley. Based on the magical innovations she'd witnessed, Sarai had formed a theory about Kurtz's abilities. He seemed to need some foundation, a starting point or existing framework, to build upon when creating new magic. Illumination, magic, and arrow rain both evolved from her own light magic, while his fire-making required specific materials as catalysts. This suggested limitations to his seemingly impossible talent. He couldn't simply conjure entirely new magical theories from nothing. If he could, the fundamental laws governing magic in their world would collapse into chaos. Now, watching his reaction to her challenge, Sarai felt a mix of anticipation and dread. Kurtz lowered his head, his brow furrowing as he considered the problem from multiple angles. The mechanics, the magical theory, the practical applications, all of it swirled through his mind in rapid succession. You know what? I actually want to give this a shot. Sarai's confident expression faltered. You think you can actually create it? Look, we could find some druids instead. They have similar techniques. She knew druids possessed specialized plant seeds that could absorb magic infusion during combat, rapidly growing into binding vines and defensive barriers. But their method relied on the inherent properties of the seeds themselves, rather than true growth acceleration magic. The distinction held importance. What Kurtz proposed differed fundamentally and proved far more complex. If he succeeded in creating genuine rapid growth magic through pure theoretical work, Sarai would face confronting a truth she wasn't ready to accept: that this human possessed terrifying magical potential that dwarfed her own centuries of accumulated knowledge. Perhaps agreeing to his adventure proposal hadn't represented a mere whim after all. Perhaps it would prove to be the most consequential decision of her extraordinarily long life. It's fine, Kurtz said, settling into a cross-legged position on the forest floor. The principle should be similar enough. Even if it's not, the end result should be the same. His fingers worked through his travel pack, retrieving a small cloth pouch. From his previous life as a struggling science student, he understood multiple methods for accelerating plant growth. Chemical fertilizers, optimal light and temperature conditions, growth hormones, and the biological mechanisms received well documentation, even if the magical applications remained entirely theoretical. Sarai crouched beside him, her usual poise replaced by undisguised fascination. Her golden hair fell in perfect curtains, maintaining that ethereal quality that never seemed to touch the ground, no matter how she moved. Kurtz carefully buried several seeds in the soft earth, each one a different edible plant he'd collected during their travels. Originally intended for tea brewing, because even roughing it in the wilderness provided no excuse for suffering through bland meals, they would now serve as test subjects for his magical experiment. First step, he murmured, more to organize his own thoughts than to explain, accelerate the germination process. Green magic began to flow from his fingertips. the familiar warmth spreading through his hands as he shaped his will into precise instructions. This demanded delicate work, far more challenging than the crude combat applications he'd practiced. Speed up cellular division while regulating hormonal balance. Kurtz continued, using terminology that meant nothing to Sarai but helped him maintain focus on the complex magical construct he wove. The magic descended from his hands into the soil, seeking out the buried seeds and wrapping around them like tiny cocoons of directed energy. Almost immediately, the seeds began to emit a soft green glow visible through the earth. A tender sprout broke through the surface, its emergence marked by that impossible speed that defied natural law. What is this? Sarai's eyes went wide, her usual composure shattering completely. He'd actually done it. Not only conceived of the magic, but also successfully cast it on his first attempt. The implications sent her mind reeling through possibilities she'd never dared consider. Sweat beaded on Kurtz's forehead from the intense concentration required, but his smile radiated triumph. The precision needed for this type of magical manipulation proved extraordinary, comparable to adding magical enhancement to an already released attack, requiring perfect focus and unwavering control. He'd prepared himself for multiple failures, possibly days of trial and error. Success on the first try exceeded even his optimistic expectations. "Why did you stop?" Sarai asked, noticing that the sprout had ceased its rapid growth. "It's barely started." "Because it's nighttime," Kurtz explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I need sunlight for the next phase, photosynthesis-based acceleration." "Photo what now?" Sarai tilted her head, that unconscious gesture that made her look far younger than her actual age. This human kept using incomprehensible words, cells, hormones, and photosynthesis. None of it made sense within any magical framework she knew. Did this represent some specialized knowledge unique to his homeland? A different approach to understanding the fundamental forces that govern plant life? "Sunlight," Kurtz clarified, noting her confusion. "Plants need light energy to grow properly. It's basic knowledge where I come from." In response, Sarai raised one delicate finger, conjuring a small illumination spell that blazed like a miniature star in the darkness. The magical light shone intense enough to turn night into artificial day. "Will this work?" Kurtz shook his head. "That light is too concentrated, too pure. Plants need a different spectrum, something closer to natural sunlight." Magical illumination operated on entirely different principles from solar radiation. Sarai's spell compared like the artificial sun that could power an entire realm to the gentle warmth that nurtured Earth's biosphere. Both represented light, but their effects on living organisms proved fundamentally incompatible. "But how?" Sarai's voice carried a note of desperate curiosity. "How did you manage this?" Even incomplete, what she'd witnessed exceeded her understanding. The sprout's emergence had shattered her preconceptions about the boundaries between druidic nature magic and traditional spellcraft. She stared at the tiny green shoot with something approaching awe. Could it be that you can create druid magic from nothing more than theoretical knowledge? Kurt scratched his head, suddenly self-conscious under her intense scrutiny. "The principle is actually pretty straightforward. I'm just accelerating cellular division and adjusting growth hormones too." Sarai's expression of complete bewilderment stopped him mid-explanation. He tried a different approach. "Think of it as convincing the plant that it's already experienced years of normal growth, compressed into minutes." Sarai looked at him as if he'd claimed the ability to reverse the flow of time itself. Kurt spread his hands in a gesture of helpless honesty. "That's really all it is." "That's completely absurd," Sarai finally said it loudly, though her tone held more wonder than skepticism. The weight of what she'd witnessed would take time to fully process, but one thing had already become clear. This human's approach to magic operated by rules she'd never encountered in her centuries of study. And somehow, impossibly, those alien rules seemed to work. Chapter 25, Extreme Thoughts. Their adventure reached its 30th day. Kraft's familiarity with the route accelerated their journey, bringing them to the Gemir forest in half the usual month-long travel time. This rapid growth magic truly astounds me. Besides the druid race, I've never seen any other race use it. Kraft watched as Kurtz pulled a handful of seeds from his bag, scattered them on the ground, then cast a spell that made them sprout and grow quickly. The warrior's voice carried genuine wonder. Very few things still surprised him after decades of travel. He had personally witnessed Kurtz hone this magic from an unskilled level to such perfection during their time together. The transformation had astounded him. Kraft remembered his shock when Kurtz first cast the spell in front of him, though that experiment had failed. The seeds hadn't grown successfully, instead, they withered directly. But experiment after experiment followed. The seeds progressed from growing without bearing fruit to now hanging heavy with produce, all within 8 short days. This time frame passed like the blink of an eye for an elf, yet this human had achieved mastery in it. Kraft found himself questioning everything he thought he knew about human limitations. The tender sprouts grew quickly, transforming into complete plants in a flash and bearing fresh red fruits. Kurtz picked a fruit and instinctively handed it to Sarai, who stood beside him. Sarai took the fruit and bit into it. Sweet juice burst into her mouth, causing her to narrow her eyes slightly from the sweetness. Her usual stern expression softened for a moment. Somo approached at some point, his face radiating admiration. "Kurtz, you've become a walking granary." "What a strange comparison." Kurtz laughed and gave the dwarf a harmless punch. He had grown thoroughly familiar with Somo during their travels. Somo possessed the dwarf's natural boldness and bravery, plus an extra touch of meticulousness that ordinary dwarves lacked. Each morning, Somo sharpened his axe with ritual precision, yet he charged headfirst into danger without hesitation. Moreover, after learning about their destination, he showed no signs of backing down. Instead, fighting spirit filled him. From every perspective, he made a qualified adventure companion. It would be even more perfect if his appetite were smaller. Actually, these 2 new companions had drastically depleted Kurtz's precious seasonings, and replenishing them had motivated him to create rapid growth magic. Kraft stood not far away, complex light flickering in his eyes. He had never encountered such a unique magical system. It bore no resemblance to elven heritage or druid race magic. The patterns Kurtz wove belonged to something entirely foreign, yet undeniably effective. The magic no longer seemed to originate from this world. He had previously tried to subtly question Sarai, but she revealed nothing. He recognized their right to keep secrets, so he didn't press further, though curiosity consumed his heart. Some mysteries, he reflected, deserved respect. Furthermore, Kurtz's displayed magical talent guaranteed he would become a powerful mage in the future. Kraft anticipated that day's arrival. That night, the 4 gathered around the bonfire. Sparks drifted upward into the star-filled sky, carrying the scent of wood smoke and cooked meat. Since they would officially enter the Gemmier forest tomorrow, they felt no urgency and decided to rest for the night. Kurtz already felt eager to meet his own kind. After all, this marked the first time he would meet fellow humans since transmigrating over half a year ago. Anticipation weighed heavily in his chest, mixed with uncertainty. He hoped they would encounter a relatively kind tribe. If cunning and strife dominated them, Kurtz would refuse to teach them magic. At this moment, Somo devoured the berries Kurtz had conjured with rapid growth magic, juice dripping down his smooth chin. "Eat slowly," Kurtz said with a smile, handing him a cloth. "No one will snatch it from you." The perfectly grilled skewers, carefully seasoned mushroom soup, and dessert berries could win over any creature's stomach in this world. The aroma alone could make traveling merchants change their routes. Somo wiped his mouth. "Kurtz, your cooking truly delights me. When this damn war ends, you must come to the Dwarf Kingdom and become a great chef." Somo had already learned about the conscription in his village. He had decided that once he became strong, he would return to the Dwarf Kingdom and earn respect as a warrior. The war he referenced, of course, meant the 3-race allied armies' effort to clear out the monsters. However, no one could guarantee when this war would end. Even the leaders of the 3 races themselves lacked confidence. "Being a chef isn't my dream." Kurtz smiled and rejected Somo's suggestion. The firelight caught his expression, amused but distant. Are you kidding? At the very least, he wanted to become the oldest human mage or the first great sage. How could the mere identity of a dwarf chef satisfy him? As for becoming the first hero, Kurtz dismissed that idea. The main reason? The Demon King didn't even exist yet, so even if you saved the world, no big boss would challenge you. Moreover, in the mythical era, distinguishing righteous from evil proved difficult. All races fought for the gods they believed in, making it impossible to separate right from wrong. The races had simply grown tired of fighting and decided to temporarily stop, first addressing the increasingly severe monster disaster. However, perhaps this war will be the last war. Kraft added a log to the fire and suddenly spoke. As the only team member who maintained contact with the outside world, he naturally knew the latest developments. The flames crackled higher, casting dancing shadows across their faces. Why? Sarai suddenly looked up. She understood the subtext in Kraft's words. He meant more than just the three-race allied army. Actually, the Allied Council meeting already hinted at it. Mainly, all races have grown tired of fighting, and even the gods themselves have grown fed up with it. In the mythical era, gods truly existed in the world. At least, they had established their foundation in this world. Just due to this plane's limitations, the gods couldn't exert their full power. However, they could utilize certain means to manifest their divine power among their followers, and even permit their followers to harm other gods. Kurtz had always wanted to witness those legendary gods. The thought both thrilled and terrified him. Tusk! Sarai made a soft sound and lowered her head. Kurtz naturally understood her unhappiness. After all, Sarai's ultimate goal demanded killing a god, and she hoped this war would create as much chaos as possible. Then, suddenly, someone told her that the gods had grown tired and decided to stop this war. Her anger made perfect sense. They stop when they want to stop and fight when they want to fight. What do they take their followers for? If they intended to fight, they should fight to determine victory. Such a stalemate-like ending held no meaning. Sarai's small face hid in shadow, making her expression unclear. But Kurtz noticed her hands had clenched into fists. Kurtz quietly moved closer and whispered, "Don't think too much." Sarai looked up, the firelight reflecting in her golden eyes. "You don't understand, this war has lasted for 2,000 years. A full 2,000 years." Her voice held barely concealed anger, each word sharp as broken glass. Why? Why didn't I appear in this world earlier? Kurtz remained silent. He could feel the weight of her frustration, the burden of arriving too late for whatever purpose drove her. Some of Sarai's ideas in this era had turned extreme. Chapter 26, Demons Appear. Perhaps in later generations, as time passed, her thoughts would gradually calm down, and while occasionally extreme, she would restrain herself. But the current Sarai remained too young. Many of her thoughts displayed themselves openly, without reservation. Raw emotion flickering across her features like flames that hadn't yet learned to hide behind careful masks. This differed a bit from her future self. Kurtz still preferred the later generation Sarai, who, despite speaking more and more extremely, still performed gentle actions beneath her harsh words. "It's all right," Kurtz said, rubbing Sarai's small head. "Whatever you want to do, I'll be with you." The warmth of his palm against her hair sent an unfamiliar flutter through her chest, one she quickly pushed aside. Sarai shook her head, her expression displeased. "Don't touch my head." This temporary human grew more and more presumptuous. The casual intimacy bothered her in ways she couldn't quite articulate, not because she disliked it, but because she didn't dislike it enough. He had hugged her in the tent before, which was one thing, but now he dared to touch her head whenever he wanted. Sarai didn't even dare to imagine what bold actions he would take if this continued. "I need to give him a serious warning, HMPH. Despite feeling somewhat displeased with Kurtz's head patting, Sarai had to admit that it had greatly alleviated the anger in her heart. The gesture carried a strange power, not magic, but something more human and inexplicable. Perhaps even if the war truly ended, witnessing this man invent various spells would prove wonderful. To see what other impossible things he might create with that brilliant mind of his. The only pity was that his life lasted too short. She would not find satisfaction with just a mere 100 years. He'll live for just decades. The thought struck her with unexpected force, leaving a hollow ache she'd never experienced before. An inexplicable feeling arose in her heart, and Sarai couldn't quite describe what kind of emotion it was, as she had never experienced it before. It felt like watching something precious slip through her fingers before she'd even had the chance to hold it properly. Or perhaps it was just her imagination. Sarai comforted herself this way in her heart. However, just then an unexpected change occurred. Kurt suddenly felt a pang in his heart, sharp and urgent, like ice water flooding his veins. Because he had slightly modified his warning spell before, once someone triggered the magic, his Great Detection spell would automatically activate. Now, the automatically activated magic array showed dozens of red dots appearing around them, rapidly approaching from all directions like a closing fist. "Everyone," Kurt suddenly stood up, his voice cutting through the night air, "something's coming." Fortunately, he had extended the warning range to 200 meters earlier, giving everyone ample time to prepare. Sarai instantly entered combat mode, invisible magic power, beginning to condense around her like gathering storm clouds. How many are there? Since Kurtz had already activated the magic array, Sarai did not intend to cast another detection spell. Let him provide the information. The tacit agreement of many days allowed Kurtz to understand Sarai's thoughts immediately. "At least 30, and the number keeps increasing." Kurtz's voice carried a weight that made everyone's blood run cold. Currently, the number of these monsters concentrated temporarily on the east and west sides, but in the next second, all the warning spells on the outskirts of the camp triggered in rapid succession. "We're surrounded." The words left Kurtz's mouth like stones dropping into still water. Kraft and Somo immediately became alert and quickly moved closer to the two, their weapons already drawn. "There's no time to pack up. This number of monsters must have a demon commanding them." Kraft's sword sang as it left its sheath. "Somo, you protect Kurtz." Among their group, only Kurtz possessed somewhat weaker combat ability, and moreover, he constantly cast detection spells to provide information to everyone, so he naturally needed protection in the middle of the group. "Run to the right." Hearing Kurtz's instruction, Sarai led the way, her movements fluid and deadly. After only a few steps, she encountered monsters blocking their path, twisted things with too many teeth and eyes that reflected the moonlight like black mirrors. She directly unleashed a series of light arrows, piercing through all of them with surgical precision. Kraft swung the longsword in his hand with practiced ease, the blade singing through the air as it cut a pouncing monster in half. Dark blood sprayed across the ground, hissing where it touched. "Run towards Gemir Forest. A remaining barrier exists there." Gemir Forest had previously served as a gathering place for fairies, but as wars continued in the mythical era, the fairies left this world, abandoning their sanctuary to darker times. But the barrier remained, a testament to magic more ancient than even Sarai remembered. This barrier could prevent monsters from entering, which also explained why that human tribe could stay in Gemir Forest. Dwarf Somo, who handled covering the rear, swung the battle axe in his hand with devastating force. Illuminated by the moonlight, the battle axe gleamed with a cold light, and he repelled all the monsters that rushed forward, their inhuman shrieks echoing through the darkness. At the same time, Kurtz, protected in the middle of the group, didn't remain idle either. While extending the detection spell's range to its limit, feeling the magical drain like ice in his veins, he also took the time to cast a few light arrows to help eliminate any missed enemies. Several of them had clearly formed a small team with a deadly understanding, each movement flowing into the next. As Sarai unleashed another powerful light explosion, the magic tearing through the night like a miniature sun, she created a gap in the monster horde ahead. Kurtz quickly seized the opportunity. 3 o'clock, no, the northwest direction, break through there. Although the explosion created a gap, the number of monsters remained overwhelming, a tide of gnashing teeth and claws that threatened to drown them. If they didn't continue attacking, this gap would quickly close. So Sarai's magic power erupted again, raw and beautiful and terrible. A huge pillar of light crashed down like divine judgment, vaporizing dozens of monsters instantly and illuminating a dark figure on a distant mountaintop. That's the demon controlling them. Kraft's keen eyes caught the silhouette against the night sky. Kurtz looked up, the figure hid in the night, and its appearance remained unclear, but from its shape, it seemed to be human-shaped. He estimated the distance, about 100 meters, possibly beyond the attack range of light arrow. But before Kurtz could even try a light arrow, the figure disappeared like smoke dispersing in the wind. "Be careful." As if to confirm his warning, a grotesque monster suddenly sprang out in front of them. It opened its lamprey-like mouth, rows upon rows of needle teeth gleaming wetly, and actually swallowed Sarai's magic into its body. Clearly, it was another monster specifically designed to counter mages, an abomination born from cruel intelligence. "I'll do it." Somo raised his battle axe and charged forward, his war cry echoing off the trees. He brought the weapon down with crushing force. The moment the battle axe struck, blood splattered out in dark arcs, and the flying droplets splashed onto Somo's armor. Kurt sensed something wrong, an acrid smell that made his nose burn, and quickly pulled Somo back. At this moment, white smoke rose from the armor where the blood had touched. Just a little bit of the creature's lifeblood had corroded the surface beyond recognition, eating through steel like it was parchment. Fortunately, he pulled him back in time. Otherwise, Somo's armor would have corroded even more severely. Blocked by this monster, everyone stopped in their tracks for a moment. The night seemed to press closer, heavy with malice. And in the darkness, dozens of crimson eyes lit up like burning coals. The demon seen earlier slowly walked out of the shadows, its presence making the air itself feel thick and wrong. It stood as a humanoid creature nearly 2 meters tall, with sickly pale gray skin that seemed to drink in the moonlight. 2 twisted horns grew from its forehead, like a crown of bone and spite. Elf, dwarf, and unknown race, a novel combination. The demon's voice carried no emotional fluctuations, flat and dead as winter stone. But for some reason, its gaze was fixed on Kurtz with unsettling intensity. Sarai had no intention of communicating with the creature and directly shot a light arrow, the magic crackling with her barely contained fury. But the opponent easily dodged it, moving with fluid grace that mocked their efforts. The demon waved its hand with casual dismissal, and dozens of monsters rushed out from the darkness like a living nightmare given form. Sarai instantly released a dazzling aura, her magic blazing like a star, turning the first few rushing monsters into ash and memory. Then she raised her hand again, power coiling around her fingers, and a dense rain of light arrows poured down. In response, the demon likewise cast a spell, and a black barrier bloomed before it, darkness meeting light in a clash that made the air itself scream. This revealed the terrifying aspect of the demon race. They could also learn magic, corrupting it with their touch. They could also learn martial arts and other skills to make themselves more powerful, turning every art of creation into an instrument of destruction. At the same time, Kraft suddenly launched a surprise attack from the side, his blade seeking the gap between confidence and guard. The demon leader hastily dodged, but the sword's edge still struck it. Fresh red blood flowed from its side, too red, too bright, like liquid rubies in the moonlight. But it proved not fatal, only causing the demon some minor injury and a flicker of something that might have been surprise across its human-like features. Chapter 27, Separate Runs. Damn it. Kraft returned to the group, remorse etched on his face. The metallic taste of failure lingered in his mouth as he wiped demon blood from his blade. That demon proved too cunning. He had originally intended to launch a surprise attack, directly splitting him in 2 under the cover of night, but the creature detected him instead. The creature had sensed his approach despite Kraft's centuries of refined stealth, a troubling development. The demon clutched his injured abdomen, dark ichor seeping between his fingers. Anger surfaced on his grayish-white face, distorting features that might once have seemed noble. People said that demons couldn't comprehend human emotions, but they possessed their own feelings. They simply couldn't grasp the profound tenderness in other races or even animal species. This one radiated pure malice, cold and calculating. The demon suddenly raised his hand, and the ground began to shake violently. Dust and pebbles danced as tremors rippled outward from his position. The remains of the monsters the group had previously annihilated began to writhe, their fragmented limbs gradually piecing together. Bone fragments clicked against each other with sickening precision. With the bizarre monster that had swallowed Sarai's magic as the core, they started to gather into something far worse than their individual parts. Kurtz and Sarai sensed danger and simultaneously launched their attacks. The air crackled with concentrated mana as both elves drew upon their reserves. Two identical beams of light instantly appeared above the demon, though one of the light beams held somewhat smaller volume. The difference in their magical output proved subtle but telling. Sarai's beam held steady, while Kurtz's flickered slightly at the edges. The demon, however, cast defensive magic. The black barrier couldn't fully withstand the attacks of the two, hairline cracks spreading across its surface like a spider's web, and it shattered quickly. Seeing this, the opponent directly manipulated the monsters around him, using these monsters as shields to block the subsequent explosive attacks. Chunks of rotting flesh absorbed the magical energy, dissipating it harmlessly. When the smoke cleared, neither the demon nor the constantly piecing together monster beside him suffered harm. Worse still, the acrid smell of burnt flesh filled the air. In fact, because the two had eliminated some more monsters, the scattered remains on the battlefield actually caused that monster to grow several sizes larger. Each defeated creature only fed the abomination's hunger. What is this thing? Soma had never witnessed such a scene. His pupils suddenly widened, and he asked with a trembling voice. His axe felt inadequate against something that grew stronger with each blow. Something like dark magic. Kraft answered uncertainly, his warrior's instincts recoiling from the unholy sight. During his 2 centuries of adventuring, he had heard that a race skilled in dark magic existed, possessing the special ability to resurrect dead creatures. Tales whispered in taverns late at night, dismissed as folklore until now. At first, he didn't believe it at all, but now, this so-called resurrection seemed so blasphemous. The wrongness of it made his skin crawl. The monster eventually coalesced into a gigantic, deformed mass of flesh, with various monstrous heads on it that appeared simply horrifying to behold. Eyes of different creatures blinked independently, while mouths opened and closed in silent screams. Eat them all but that unknown race. The demon commanded, and the flesh mass rolled towards the group with disturbing fluidity. For some reason, when the demon saw Kurtz, hunger arose within him. Not mere appetite, something deeper, more primal. Pure appetite consumed him, unmixed with any special feelings. His mouth watered despite himself not wanting it. Theoretically, their race only needed very little food to survive, but this demon sensed that eating Kurtz would make him stronger. The thought sent shivers of anticipation through his form. Perhaps this unknown race before them naturally served as their race's nourishment, or rather, food. The monster attacked, forcibly disrupting the group's formation, and split them into 2 battlefields. The coordinated defense they'd maintained crumbled under the creature's relentless advance. Soma and Kraft fought on the right, while Kurtz and Sarai battled on the left. The distance between them might as well have been miles. Kurtz! Soma roared, wanting to rush over, but monsters entangled him. Claws raked across his armor as he fought desperately to reach his companion. Kraft continuously swung his longsword, but couldn't break through the increasingly dense monster encirclement. Each cut spawned 2 more enemies, an endless cycle of violence. How many monsters has this demon controlled exactly? Kraft felt secretly alarmed. They had already killed at least 100 of the opponent's monsters on their journey, yet the monsters surrounding them showed no sign of decreasing. If anything, their numbers seemed to multiply. Seeing this, Kraft no longer held back his strength, unleashing his full combat power. His blade sang through the air with renewed vigor, and his powerful aura forced the demon to send most of his monsters to contain him. Now, before Kurtz and Sarai, only the demon and the disgusting monster he had created remained. The odds had shifted, but not necessarily in their favor. However, Kurtz dared not act rashly, fearing that killing monsters would only strengthen that monster. Every instinct screamed at him to attack, but logic held him back. Since that held true, Kurt simply pulled his junior master beside him. Sarai's surprised expression almost made him smile despite their dire situation. Sarai hadn't reacted yet when she felt a tightening around her waist. The unexpected contact sent a jolt through her usually composed demeanor. Kurtz wrapped one arm around her waist, while his other hand condensed a dazzling ball of light. The spell formed faster than he'd ever managed before, desperation lending him speed. Blinding white light erupted, causing all the monsters, including the demon, to instantly cover their eyes, unable to see their direction. The brilliance painted everything in stark white, erasing shadows and depth. Seizing this gap, Kurtz picked up Sarai and quickly retreated, simultaneously shouting to Soma and the others. Break through separately, rendezvous at Gemir Forest. Gemir Forest possessed a barrier, and monsters couldn't enter it. As long as they escaped there, everyone would stay safe. The ancient protection is still holding after all these centuries. Moreover, they had confirmed the coordinates of that human tribe earlier, so they could easily regroup there. Seeing these fellows split into two groups and flee, the demon hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to pursue Kurtz and the other. The hunger drove his decision. Only a small portion of monsters went after Soma and his group. Put me down. Carried on his shoulder, Sarai felt as if her stomach churned, nearly throwing up her dinner from the jostling around. The indignity of it stung almost as much as the motion sickness. Kurtz also knew that this position made her uncomfortable, so he changed his posture to one similar to a Princess Carrie. Her weight felt negligible in his arms, but her proximity proved distracting. My lady, this isn't like the situation in the swamp last time. Last time, the demon in the swamp hadn't appeared, nor had he created such disgusting monsters. Other than the demon-scale beast proving a bit difficult to deal with, it hadn't actually posed much danger. But the situation differed now. Death followed close behind them, patient and hungry. I can walk on my own. Sarai still wanted to protest, but Kurtz clearly wasn't giving her the chance. His grip tightened slightly, protective rather than possessive. However, without Kraft as a guide, the two quickly lost their way. The forest paths all looked identical in the moonlight, and seeing the relentless monster army chasing them, Kurtz temporarily blocked them with a wall of thorns, then put Sarai down. Let's run separately. Kurtz vaguely felt that the demon seemed more interested in him. The hungry gaze had proved unmistakable. No. Sarai refused outright, her voice sharp with determination. If they ran separately and Kurtz encountered danger, she wouldn't be able to save him at all. The thought of losing him to satisfy her pride seemed suddenly foolish. Although many monsters stood before them, she wasn't completely incapable of dealing with them. It would just come at a cost. Her mana reserves were substantial, if carefully managed. However, the demon behind them didn't give them time to discuss. The wall of thorns broke quickly, and the monster opened its massive maw, spewing out a black breath that reeked of decay and death. Careful! Kurtz pushed Sarai away, but the explosion's shockwave sent him flying over 10 meters. His entire body burned with pain, ribs screaming in protest, and before he could speak, a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. But he ignored it, shouting towards Sarai not far away, "Go!" The metallic taste filled his mouth, but concern for her overrode everything else. Then he provoked the demon. "Come and chase me if you dare." His voice carried across the clearing, raw with challenge and desperation. Seeing this delicious food provoked him so, the demon raged once more and prepared to pursue. But the sound of an explosion behind him made him stop. The air itself seemed to thicken with magical pressure. The elf's magic power began to surge throughout her body. He could clearly see the mana emanating from the opponent continuously increasing, growing brighter with each passing second. She still hid her strength. Although the demon felt somewhat surprised, he didn't pay too much attention, as he commanded hundreds of monsters and the pieced-together monster beside him. No matter how strong the opponent proved, she couldn't possibly defeat him. However, just in case, he still ordered the monsters around him to attack Sarai, while he alone pursued the fleeing Kurtz. The hunt would prove more satisfying if he could savor it properly. Chapter 28, Deathly Counterattack. Kurt sprinted through the forest, branches whipping past his face as the demon's footsteps thundered behind him. Each breath scraped his throat raw, tasting of copper and desperation. The good news was that he ran alone. The enemy seemed to have sent most of their forces to deal with Sarai. The bad news was that even with only one demon, Kurtz lacked confidence for victory. His body burned with a dozen different kinds of pain. Every breath carried the metallic scent of his own blood, and the phantom heat from the explosion still crawled under his skin like living fire. Just the aftermath grazing him had left his body feeling like a cracked vessel, barely holding together. At least Sarai's safe. The thought comforted him as another wave of agony shot through his ribs. He'd pushed her away just in time. With such a terrifying attack, even her defensive barriers might not have withstood a direct hit. He wanted to stop, to lean against a tree and just breathe for one precious moment. But the demon's presence pressed against his back like a physical weight. Every step he took away from that battlefield brought Sarai another step closer to safety. Without this demon's control, the remaining monsters would become nothing more than mindless beasts. She could handle them. "Stop, creature, you can't escape." The demon's voice cut through the night air, thick with hunger that made Kurtz's stomach turn. "Your blood smells so good." The words hit him like ice water. Perverted bastard. But even as the disgust washed over him, understanding followed close behind. Demons ate humans, he knew that much from the stories. But in this mythical era, humans appeared so rare that most demons had probably never encountered one. No wonder this creature followed him with such single-minded determination. Personal hatred didn't drive the pursuit. Pure, primal appetite did. "He wants to eat me." The realization should have terrified him. Instead, it just pissed him off. "I'm no one's dinner." Kurtz pushed his legs harder, ignoring how his vision swayed with each jarring step. The forest blurred past him until suddenly a cliff came into his view. His heart plummeted faster than his feet could stop. Below, silver moonlight painted a ribbon of water that looked deceptively peaceful from this height. 30, maybe 40 meters down. Even with the river as a cushion, hitting water from this distance would feel like slamming into stone. "Can't run now, can you?" The demon's voice dripped satisfaction as he emerged from the tree line. Ash-gray skin made him look like something carved from a graveyard, and his smile revealed teeth that had definitely tasted blood before. The closer he came, the more his control seemed to slip. Hunger radiated from him in waves that made the air itself feel sick and wrong. Kurtz had seen that look before on starving animals backed into corners. Dangerous didn't begin to cover it. But as Kurtz looked down at the churning water below, then back at the approaching demon, something shifted inside him. The fear crystallized into something harder, more useful. Who said I was running? All or nothing, win or die trying. The demon paused, confusion flickering across his predatory features. That heartbeat of hesitation gave Kurtz all he needed. Magic power erupted from his core like a dam bursting. Dozens of thick vines exploded from the forest floor, writhing like serpents as they coiled around the demon's arms and legs. Ridiculous trick. Even bound, the demon's voice carried no real concern. His muscles bulged against the restraints, and the sound of snapping plant matter filled the air like breaking bones. Each severed vine sent feedback pain shooting through Kurtz's skull, but he kept his expression steady. "Of course it's not just this, you idiot." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his sneer never wavered. This demon embodied a nightmare made flesh, magic, monster control, and physical strength that could snap a dwarf's neck. The perfect storm of abilities that made Kurtz grateful he'd led the bastard away from Sarai. The last vine snapped. The demon launched himself forward with fluid grace that belonged on something much smaller, clearly intending to take his prey alive. Wants to savor the meal, does he? Kurtz unleashed a barrage of light arrows, brilliant spears of energy that should have turned anything into Swiss cheese. But this demon moved like liquid shadow, dodging what he could and raising shimmering barriers to deflect the rest. Oh, come on. He's a close combat fighter too, as if being a regular demon wasn't unfair enough. With the creature bearing down on him, Kurtz reached for his trump card. The spell he'd saved, the one even Sarai had never seen. He'd planned to show it to her once he'd perfected the technique, maybe earn one of her rare approving nods. Guess she'll have to settle for hearing about it secondhand. He extended his palm, and reality seemed to bend around the complex magic circle that bloomed in his grip. For an instant, the world went black, not just dark, but empty of light, as if someone had erased the concept itself. Then color returned, leaving only a tiny point of brilliant radiance floating above his palm. Buddha's Fury Lotus. He still named his attacks, even when no one stayed around to hear. Call it nostalgia for a different world. The point of light touched the demon's torso, and magic detonated. The explosion lit up the forest like a miniature sun. When the spots cleared from Kurtz's vision, half the demon's body had simply ceased to exist, not burned or torn, but gone, as if reality had decided those atoms belonged elsewhere. The demon's scream tore through the night, raw and animal. For the first time since the chase began, genuine fear flickered in those predatory eyes. Kurt staggered backward, his magic reserve scraped so raw he could taste the emptiness. Loose stones shifted under his feet, and the cliff's edge felt suddenly very close. Should have aimed for the head. But even as the regret formed, he already looked down at the silver river below. Looks like this is as far as I go. The demon raised one trembling hand, rage overwhelming pain as he gathered power for a final strike. The attack lanced out, not precise, just pure destructive fury seeking any target. It caught Kurtz in the chest and sent him tumbling backward over the edge. Wind rushed past his ears as the world spun. Below, moonlight turned the water into hammered silver, beautiful and deadly. At least Sarai's safe. The thought followed him down into the darkness. Above, the demon's roar of frustration echoed across the forest, until footsteps approached from behind. "Where's Kurtz?" Sarai's voice cut through the night like a blade. She moved with predatory grace. Her usually pristine appearance wore the blood of a dozen different monsters. Most of it wasn't hers. The demon's remaining eye focused on her with obvious effort. "Elves' hidden magic. You won't be able to use magic for a while after that display." That's not something a dying creature should worry about. Sarai's golden eyes held no warmth, no mercy, just cold calculation. "Where is Kurtz?" So that's what they called the human? The demon's body writhed against the ground, buying time for regeneration that would never come. Sarai didn't give him the chance. A ring of pure light severed his remaining limbs with surgical precision, ensuring he'd never cast another spell. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "Answer me, and I'll make it quick." He fell, "You'll never." The demon never finished the sentence. A pillar of light descended from the heavens, engulfing him in radiance that burned away shadow and flesh alike. In his final moments, emotions he'd never experienced, fear, pain, and regret, crashed over him in waves. But no time remained to understand what they meant. Sarai watched without expression as the demon crumbled to ash, then turned toward the cliff's edge. Below, the river caught the moonlight like scattered diamonds. She remembered Kurtz explaining once how water could cushion a fall, how the right conditions might let someone survive what should mean certain death. "Wait for me." The words barely formed a breath, but they carried the weight of an absolute promise. Chapter 29, Human Village. "Oh, Norn, look what I found." In an inconspicuous corner of Gemir Forest, a group of simply dressed human tribes lived. Thanks to the barrier left behind here, they could multiply and thrive in this pure land. One of the golden-haired youths returned from hunting and waved loudly at the black-haired man not far away. His voice carried across the small clearing, echoing off the ancient trees that formed their natural boundary. "Eric, don't be so loud." The black-haired man, Norn, walked towards him, wiping his hands on a worn cloth. He'd been mending a fishing net when Eric's shout interrupted him. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the figure behind him. "What is this?" Looking at the creature behind him that clearly resembled a human, Norn felt a little surprised. He had never seen humans other than their tribe before. The stranger's clothes hung torn and waterlogged. clinging to an unconscious form that seemed almost too still. Sure enough, Kraft spoke the truth. Humans also exist in other parts of this world. Where did you find him? In the river over there. I was going to process the prey, but this guy floated down from upstream. Eric shifted his weight, adjusting his grip on the unconscious man. I saw he still lived, so I brought him back. Norn carefully examined the unconscious man's face. Water still dripped from dark hair plastered against pale skin. His delicate face bore some scratches, and his clothes appeared simple, but the sewing technique surpassed what they wore. It clearly came from one of the large tribes. Let's take him back inside first. We'll talk after he wakes up. Norn motioned for Eric to carry him to a low house. The wooden structure creaked as they entered, its walls thick with the scent of dried herbs and smoke from countless fires. He placed him on a bed with a fur mat, and after having his sister look after him, he left. Kurtz opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling, sharp pain radiating throughout his body. I'm still alive. The thought came with equal parts relief and disbelief. Kurtz hadn't expected to miraculously survive, having fallen from such a high cliff without dying instantly. Memory returned in fragments. The demon's claws, the impact, cold water rushing over him. He assessed his physical condition. Pain came from everywhere, but it didn't seem too severe, so he tentatively sat up. The movement sent fresh waves of discomfort through his ribs. Don't move. You have internal injuries and need to rest for a while. A pleasant female voice sounded in his ear. A cute, black-haired little girl, maybe 10 years old, watched him with curious dark eyes that showed genuine concern. But what interested Kurtz more was her appearance as a human little girl. Could it be that he had just arrived at a human tribe in Gemir Forest? To stay safe, he still needed to confirm, "Hello, where is this?" "This is Gemir Forest. Eric picked you up from the river. Are you an adventurer from outside?" The little girl's eyes widened with unmistakable excitement. Their tribe numbered very small, only about 100 people, so almost everyone in the village knew each other. Outsiders appeared rarer than shooting stars. And Kurtz, in front of her, stood as an unfamiliar outsider. Kurtz let out a long breath, the pain in his body easing a bit. The pain had previously contorted his expression, but now he could manage something approaching normal. He showed a gentle smile, trying to make himself look less intimidating. "Yes, my name is Kurtz, and I am indeed from outside." The little girl blinked, seemingly very interested in his answer. She leaned forward slightly, hands clasped in her lap. "What's it like outside? Kraft said there are many dangerous monsters outside. How did you survive?" "Kraft." The name sent a jolt of recognition through him. This seemed indeed the human village he had spoken of, which made things much easier. All he had to do now was wait for them to arrive. After all, they had already agreed to meet here before the demons scattered them. The reunion point they'd chosen back when everything seemed so much simpler. He just hadn't expected misfortune to bless him and deliver him here first. But the price had proven a bit too high. Kurtz said with a bitter smile, "Yes, it's indeed very dangerous outside." He recalled the demon that had chased him and his final attack. The creature's inhuman shriek still echoed in his memory, along with the sensation of his magic tearing through otherworldly flesh. Unfortunately, he couldn't completely kill the opponent, and the opponent's attack hit him into the river. But fortune also smiled upon him when he fell into the river. Otherwise, he would have become the opponent's meal by now. Just as he pondered how to explain his experience, someone gently pushed open the door, and the black-haired man Norn from earlier walked in. "You're awake." Norn held a steaming bowl of herbal soup in his hand and handed it to Kurtz. The ceramic bowl warmed his palms. "Drink it, it will help your injuries." Kurtz took the bowl, thanked him, and slowly sipped the medicinal soup. This marked the first time he had drunk herbal soup since his transmigration. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he sat, finally receiving proper medical care from people living in what most would consider primitive conditions. He could only say that his body avoiding illness in the past 6 months was a miracle. After all, he knew nothing about traditional medicine and couldn't use healing magic. If he got sick, he could only rely on his immune system to work its magic. The bitter taste made him frown, but soon, a warm current spread from his stomach throughout his body, and the pain indeed lessened considerably. "My name is Kurtz, and thank you for your help." Kurtz thanked him sincerely. Norn waved his hand. "You're welcome. My name is Norn, and this is my sister Nayan." He gestured to the girl, who offered a shy wave. "But can you tell me how you got here?" Kurtz stayed silent for a moment, ultimately deciding not to deceive them and to tell the truth. "A demon hunted me, knocked me into the river, and then I ended up here." "Demon?" Nayan exclaimed, her small face draining of color. In their tribe, the adults described demons as the most terrifying and dreadful monsters. Bedtime stories that kept children close to home and adults checking the barrier's strength each night. People said they had 5 heads and 10 eyes, and if you were disobedient or ran off, they would capture you and eat you as food. Just hearing the word made Nayan's calves start to tremble. Norn's expression also grew serious. "Are you sure it was a demon? How could they appear near Gemir Forest?" Gemir Forest didn't even harbor any monsters. It stood as one of the few peaceful areas in this world. The barrier that protected them had held for generations, creating a sanctuary that seemed almost too good to be true. He and Eric occasionally ventured outside the forest to find some monsters to hone their martial arts, but they generally stayed nearby and never dared to go too far from the forest. As for the legendary demons, he had never even seen one. He had only heard Kraft say that they possessed a body shape similar to humans, though exceptions existed. The warriors' descriptions had always seemed like distant warnings rather than immediate threats. Kurtz nodded, absolutely true, and that demon possessed great strength. The memory sent an involuntary shiver through him. He only knew that his attack hadn't completely killed that demon, only severely wounded it, and he had no idea what happened afterward. Then Kurtz added, "Actually, I also have companions, including Kraft. He once told me about your settlement." "Kraft is here too." Norn and Nguyen spoke at the same time, their voices overlapping in shared excitement. Kraft stood like a benefactor to their tribe, the man who had taught them to defend themselves, who had shared stories of the wider world during long winter nights. Kraft had taught him and Eric their current martial arts, and hearing news of him again naturally made them a little emotional. "Yes, you might see him in a few days. Kraft also told me about your tribe." The woman from the Skywing clan initially told Norn's tribe to him, but Kurtz learned more from Kraft. Details about their customs, their struggles, their quiet determination to survive in a world that seemed determined to crush anything gentle. So, no major problem existed with him saying this. Chapter 30, Eric. After Kurtz's assurance, Norn's last shred of doubt completely vanished. Since the other party was Mr. Kraft's companion, he surely wasn't a bad person. Moreover, the other party was a human from the outside, which sparked a hint of curiosity about the outside world in Norn's heart, though his cautious nature prevented him from showing it. He'd always wondered what lay beyond their peaceful sanctuary, whether the stories Kraft told were the norm or the exception. What an incredible coincidence. In that case, Mr. Kurtz, please rest and recover well. Seeing Kurtz finish the herbal soup, Norn took back the empty bowl. The ceramic was still warm from its contents, and he noticed Kurtz's color had improved slightly. He was about to leave when he suddenly stopped, hesitated, and asked, "Will that demon who was chasing you come again?" Saying "come again" wasn't quite right. After all, the monsters couldn't enter this forest. What Norn was most worried about was that the demon was still lurking outside the forest, waiting for Kurtz to leave, which would be troublesome. The barrier protected them, but it also trapped them if something dangerous waited beyond its borders. At this moment, Kurtz didn't know that the monster had been completely dealt with by Sarai, and hearing Norn's question, he was momentarily unsure how to respond. If, because of him, this human tribe were targeted by demons, then it would be tragic. The thought of bringing danger to these kind people, who'd saved his life, made his stomach twist with guilt. The room fell silent. Although the Gemir forest had a barrier, anyone who knew there was a dangerous demon outside, eyeing them menacingly, would feel uneasy. Even the safest walls felt fragile when you knew what prowled beyond them. Kurtz's expression became very serious, and he whispered, "I'm not sure. That demon was severely injured, and I can't confirm if he's still outside. The memory of his final attack surface magic tearing through otherworldly flesh, the creature's shriek of pain and rage. But had it been enough? Hearing him say that, Nguyen's small hand tightly clutched her brother's clothes. Her knuckles had gone white. Little girls were most afraid of such terrifying things. This was true in any era, in any world. Norn took a deep breath and patted his sister's shoulder, signaling her not to be afraid. His touch was gentle but firm, the kind of reassurance that came from years of being her protector. He didn't feel any dissatisfaction with Kurtz, nor did he resent him for potentially bringing danger to the village due to his actions. The ones who were guilty were always those who harmed others. Even if Kurtz's arrival brought danger to the village, it was that demon's fault. Kurtz, who was being pursued, was innocent. Kraft had taught him that much about justice. Blame belonged with the aggressor, not the victim. If Kurtz had intentionally led the demon here, that would be another matter. When the strong wielded blades against the weak, and the weak, to escape, implicated other weak ones, then all became sinners. He said to Kurtz, "I will notify the village to strengthen their vigilance. You rest and recover. If you need anything, just tell Nguyen." "Thank you," Kurtz nodded, grateful for the man's understanding. After Norn left, Nguyen timidly asked, "Mr. Kurtz, will that demon attack the village?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might somehow summon the very thing she feared. Looking at the little girl's frightened expression, Kurtz smiled. "Don't worry, as long as you don't run around, he can't attack the village." The barrier would hold, it had to. Just then, a hearty voice came from outside. "I heard that guy woke up." A blond man burst in, staring intently at Kurtz, his face full of curiosity. His energy filled the small room like sunlight breaking through clouds. "Eric, what are we having for dinner tonight?" "Feathered chicken stew, Norn is already making it." Nguyen swallowed her saliva. Feathered chicken was the most delicious food in this forest. It was not only tender and juicy, but also had a natural fragrance that made her mouth water just thinking about it. Her earlier fear was now suppressed by her appetite. Food had a way of grounding even the most frightened child. "Then I want to go see." Nguyen scurried out of the house, her worried expression replaced by eager anticipation. Looking at her joyful back, Eric smiled. He could tell at a glance that this girl wanted to sneak a bite. But since a little girl couldn't eat much anyway, he didn't bother to stop her. Besides, Norn always made extra, partly for seconds, partly for moments like these. He refocused his attention on the half-reclining Kurtz. "When I first found you, I thought you were an animal carcass floating on the river. Only after pulling you out did I realize you were a human and still breathing." Eric laughed heartily, but his words didn't make Kurtz laugh. The image of himself as a floating corpse wasn't particularly amusing. He just felt something was off about this man's sense of humor. But since the other party had saved him, Kurtz still spoke sincerely. "Thank you for saving me. I am Kurtz." Eric waved his hand indifferently. "My name is Eric. I just heard from Norn that you were being chased by a demon." "Yes. They say you also severely injured that demon." Eric looked at him suspiciously, crossing his arms. "I just don't think that's possible." Mr. Kraft had told him that every demon was incredibly powerful, so much so that even he had to be fully vigilant to deal with them. The warrior stories painted them as near unstoppable forces of destruction. Moreover, demons were incredibly cunning. Once careless, one would be caught off guard and die with lingering regrets. But Kurtz, in front of him, didn't look like a powerful warrior, and even his physique was just average. He seemed more like a scholar than a fighter, lean rather than muscular, more accustomed to books than blades. This made Eric doubt whether what the other party said was true or false. Kurtz also heard the subtext in Eric's words, knowing that this person didn't believe what he said. His body pain had mostly subsided thanks to the herbal remedy, so he directly said, "How about we spar a bit?" Eric was a bit surprised, taken aback by the sudden challenge. He was only suspicious and had no intention of sparring with Kurtz right now, especially since the other party was still injured. "Let's not, after all, I have no intention of taking advantage of someone. It's fine, these injuries don't affect me." As long as he still had magic power in his body, he could cast spells. The only inconvenience was that his injured body made movement difficult. However, he could totally use the defensive magic SOUSOU taught him, and then he wouldn't even need to dodge. Her lessons had been brutal but effective. Eric was still hesitant, scratching his chin. It's fine, it'll be good for stretching. Kurtz checked his body and found no serious internal injuries like fractures, and the herbs Norn had given him earlier were very effective. The pain in his body had significantly eased now. He flexed his fingers experimentally, stiff but functional. Let's wait until you're a bit better. Otherwise, Norn will scold me again. After much hesitation, Eric still restrained the impulse in his heart. The last time he'd sparred with an injured person, Norn had lectured him for an hour about honor and fair play. He really wanted to see the strength of this outsider in front of him, to see what confidence the other party had to dare to venture into this world. The curiosity was eating at him like an itch he couldn't scratch. But he also knew he shouldn't take advantage of someone, so he decided it wouldn't be too late to spar the next day. Patience had never been his strong suit, but Kraft's teachings ran deep. Meanwhile, on the other side, SOUSOU, who had just entered the Gemir forest, met Kraft and Somo, who had been waiting for a long time. "SOUSOU, are you okay?" Kraft stepped forward, relief evident in his voice. The number of monsters chasing them was not large, so the two easily got rid of them. At that time, they guessed that the demon had taken most of the monsters to chase SOUSOU and Kurtz, so they planned to return the same way to help. But the forest had swallowed their trail like a hungry beast. However, they didn't know Kurtz and SOUSOU's escape route, and after searching in the forest for most of the day, they could only helplessly come to the Gemir forest first to wait. Every shadow had looked like potential danger, every sound a possible clue. "Where's Kurtz?" Somo noticed that only SOUSOU was alone and quickly leaned in to ask, concern creasing his weathered features. "Kurtz and I got separated. He was last knocked down into the river at the bottom of the cliff by the demon. Now I need to go find him." SOUSOU's usual composed expression cracked slightly. The admission of losing track of her companion clearly bothered her more than she cared to show. SOUSOU searched along the river all the way, entering the Gemir forest, and coincidentally met the two resting temporarily by the river. The sound of running water had guided her here, along with something else, hope perhaps. "Let's go together." Kraft also knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately prepared to search for Kurtz's whereabouts with SOUSOU. His hand moved instinctively to his weapon, old habits of a warrior who'd seen too many companions lost. Chapter 31, SOUSOU's Self-Blame. The group did not head straight to the human village. Instead, they searched along the river for Kurtz's whereabouts. However, even after searching all day, they made no discoveries. The rushing water had swallowed any trace of their missing companion, leaving growing worry for his safety. It wasn't until night fell that they set up a small temporary camp and lit a bonfire. They didn't need to worry about monster attacks here, and as for wild beasts, they posed no danger to them. The Gemir forest's barrier ensured their safety, though it felt like cold comfort with one of their own missing. "Don't worry, tomorrow we'll go to that human village. Maybe Kurtz has already arrived there," Kraft comforted, seeing SOUSOU's pale little face. Mana exhaustion had clearly drained her complexion. The usual ethereal glow that surrounded her had dimmed to almost nothing. Besides, he had learned earlier that SOUSOU had killed the demon and all the monsters under the demon's command. SOUSOU had obviously exhausted a lot of her mana. "I should have done that sooner," SOUSOU murmured to herself, staring into the flames. They shouldn't have been chased so raggedly by this monster. Her pride stung almost as much as her depleted mana reserves. But SOUSOU hesitated. The monster created by that demon possessed the special ability to devour magic, and SOUSOU had no quick way to deal with it. Every spell she cast had only made it stronger and more dangerous. Even when she eventually defeated it, she had overexpended her mana, continuously casting spells for it to devour, literally stuffing the monster until it exploded. The memory left a bitter taste, victory through brute force rather than her skill. If Kurtz hadn't severely wounded that demon before he fell, her chances of winning against it would have been minuscule. Even now, Sarai's mana remained almost depleted. She wouldn't be able to use very powerful magic for at least a month. For someone accustomed to having limitless magical power at her disposal, the weakness felt almost nauseating. Kurtz is a lucky one, he'll definitely be fine this time too. Dwarf Somo also chimed in to comfort her, his gruff voice unusually gentle. Everyone could see that Sarai and Kurtz had a very good relationship, and now that Kurtz was missing, Sarai must be feeling terrible. The ancient elf, who usually maintained perfect composure, looked fragile in the firelight. Looking at the flickering bonfire, Sarai felt her thoughts growing more and more grave, as she thought whether Kurtz was even alive or not. She had only been traveling with this human for a month, so why was she so anxious about his disappearance? The question gnawed at her like a persistent heartache. Sarai didn't quite understand her current feelings. Regret and frustration intertwined with something else, something she couldn't name. The flames danced before her eyes, but all she could see was Kurtz falling into the churning water below. She had clearly promised to protect him and teach him how to survive in this world. I am really a useless partner in the end. Unbeknownst to her, Sarai had already come to regard Kurtz as a partner. The realization would have shocked her if she'd been conscious of it. Seemingly just a partner. Seeing Sarai remain silent, Somo scratched his head and looked at Kraft with his eyes, asking if he had any good ideas. The warrior's usual confidence seemed to have abandoned him in the face of Sarai's distress. But Kraft shook his head. He was currently in a phase of emotional exploration himself. Understanding others' feelings when his own remained a mystery felt like trying to map uncharted territory. While he could understand Sarai's feelings toward Kurtz, he didn't know how to console her. Such attachment among others had always intrigued and puzzled him. The reason he appeared more emotionally expressive than Sarai was simply that he had encountered more beings over the years, thus witnessing various kinds of emotions and being influenced by them. Until the bonfire died out and everyone lay on the ground, Sarai still felt no sleepiness. Her mind churned like the river that could only think about Kurtz. Looking at the starry sky, she recalled her previous discussions about stars with Kurtz. He'd had such strange ideas about them, theories she'd never heard from any scholar or mage. The small grass on the ground was a bit prickly, and after sleeping on soft blankets for so long, returning to the ground now felt a bit uncomfortable. She seemed to have been well cared for by that guy. When had she become so accustomed to his small considerations? I'm clearly the more powerful one. For some reason, Sarai's lips curved slightly upward, a fact she didn't even notice herself. The memory of Kurtz fussing over her comfort and holding her at night brought unexpected warmth to her chest. On the other side, after a full day of rest, Kurtz felt much better now. At least walking for him was no longer an issue. Although intense movement still hurt a bit, it was within an acceptable range. He tested his limits carefully that morning, stretching and moving until he found the boundaries of his recovery. It might also be related to the herbal soup Norn gave him. He heard Norn say it was a secret recipe passed down through generations in their village, highly effective for internal injuries. Even if you suffered a very serious injury, drinking it continuously for a week would allow you to walk, and half a month would restore you to normal. The village's knowledge impressed him. Perhaps isolation had its advantages. Last night, Norn thoughtfully brought him a bowl of feather chicken soup, which contained a large chicken leg and some unidentified wild vegetables. The chicken soup was very delicious, neither too salty nor too bland. The broth had been rich and warming, settling into his bones with surprising comfort. Kurtz also found some seasoning spices mixed in. He could only say that humans truly lived up to their reputation. No matter where they are, they can invent all sorts of delicious foods. It seems your injury isn't serious anymore, Norn said with a smile, seeing Kurtz walking without problems. Yes, what are you doing? Kurtz saw Norn holding a quill pen, writing on a piece of animal hide. The scene was surprisingly refined for such a remote village. However, this quill pen was somewhat abstract. It felt a little out of place in such a primitive setting. I'm assigning tasks now. Norn lifted the quill pen in his hand and noticed Kurtz's gaze on it. "Are you curious about this?" he asked with a smile. "It's a feather from a feathered chicken. I found it perfect for writing." Practical innovation, Kurtz was impressed by the simple elegance of the solution. "Kurtz, you don't need to worry about this guy." Eric walked over from a distance, grinning widely. "Norn comes up with all sorts of strange ideas every day. I don't know what's going on in his head. There has to be some order. If we keep arguing endlessly about food distribution like before, it'll be a headache." "This way, there's a basis," Norn said grumpily, not looking up from his writing. Kurtz looked at the beast hide record in Norn's hand with interest. There were markings made with charcoal ash mixed with plant juice, resembling ink, clearly indicating the material distribution for each household. The system showed surprising sophistication. "Your village already has writing," Kurtz couldn't help but say. In this primitive world, seeing such a systematic distribution method was truly surprising. Earlier, in Somo's village, he had also seen the dwarves writing the standard script of this world. But since the dwarves once ruled a glorious kingdom, it didn't seem so unusual. But seeing this familiar script in a human village, in such a primitive society, momentarily took Kurtz aback. Norn scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, we all learned from Mr. Kraft. He taught us many things, including writing and counting methods." "That explains it," Eric interrupted, saying, "but Norn is even more extreme. He's constantly experimenting with odd objects. Once, he even tried using tree bark instead of animal hide for writing, but the ink soaked right into the bark." Next time I'll try drying the tree bark before writing." Norn's cheeks flushed slightly at the reminder of his failed experiment. "Wouldn't it just crumble if you touched it lightly?" Eric replied with a playful grin, then shifted his gaze back to Kurtz. "You're recovering quite fast." "Yeah, why? Want to spar together?" Eric's eagerness was impossible to miss. Kurtz recognized the look. Can I?" "Of course you can." Kurtz swung his arm in a circle, demonstrating that his body was okay. The motion only caused slight twinges in his healing muscles. "Eric," Norn called out to his best friend in a tone of dissatisfaction, "you're at it again." Ever since their fighting skills have improved, no one in the village has been a match for them anymore. The isolation that protected them also limited their growth. After he got busy managing the village, there was rarely any time to spar with Eric. So, after Eric found Kurtz, who was from outside, he immediately realized that this guy was probably eager for a fight. The gleam in Eric's eyes for a good fight was hard to miss. Chapter 32, Discussion. "Oh, come on, Norn. It's rare to see an outsider here, not to mention one who can fight demons at that. You don't need to worry." "But Kurtz is still injured." "It's fine, Norn," Kurtz said, rolling his shoulders to test the lingering soreness. "I'm stronger than you imagine. This small injury is nothing." "Oh, big words, huh?" Eric raised an eyebrow, his grip tightening on the wooden stick he'd been carrying. "Let me test you then." Since Kurtz had mentioned it, Norn felt it was best to let go of the idea of stopping him. His sigh revealed his resignation. He stepped back a few paces to create fighting space for them, not forgetting to remind, "Eric, watch your limits." "Don't worry, you're so naggy. Are you my mom or what?" Eric's words made Norn's eyebrows twitch. He wanted to rush up and punch the guy twice, but he still tried hard to restrain himself. His hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. Meanwhile, Kurt secretly thought that someone should actually give him that warning. The irony wasn't lost on him. Eric had no idea what he was really up against. After all, if he didn't watch his limits, Eric would probably turn into a hedgehog. Sure enough, it would be better to use plant-based magic later, something less likely to cause permanent damage. "Come on," Eric pulled out a wooden stick from somewhere and assumed a fighting stance. The weapon was well worn, clearly his preferred training tool. Eric was the strongest warrior in the tribe. Even Norn was weaker than him in some ways. It was just that Norn fought more cleverly, and if he wasn't careful, he would fall into his trap. His raw strength clearly exceeded Norn's. Yet he almost always lost their sparring matches. The frustration had been building for months. This left Eric feeling quite frustrated, and now seeing someone who could fight well, it was the perfect place to vent all his frustration. Facing Eric's poised stance, Kurt smiled slightly, gently raised his right hand, and magic began to surge around him. The familiar tingle of mana flowing through his channels felt reassuring after his recent injuries. From a distance, Norn keenly noticed that Kurtz's aura had changed, something subtle but unmistakably dangerous, so he immediately shouted, "Eric, be careful." "I know, I'll hold back." Eric replied impatiently, having already rushed toward Kurtz like a leopard. His movements were quick, smooth, and practiced. Clearly, Kraft had trained him well. "This guy." Norn cursed under his breath. Eric had misunderstood his "be careful." Norn meant it for Eric, not Kurtz. Sometimes his friend's confidence bordered on stupidity. Eric's speed was extremely fast. The wooden stick, with a whooshing sound, aimed to strike directly towards Kurtz's abdomen, but it stopped abruptly about a few meters away from Kurtz. He hadn't held back, something had forcibly stopped his attack. "What?" Eric looked down and found that vines had entangled his feet at some point. The green tendrils had emerged silently from the earth, wrapping around his ankles like living rope. These vines prevented him from advancing an inch. And in front of him, light green magic slowly flowed from Kurtz's fingertips. Eric realized his opponent was actually a magician. At the same time, these vines, like living creatures, quickly climbed up his legs. Eric tried to struggle but found himself getting tighter and tighter. The more he fought, the more they constricted. "Magic?" Norn's eyes widened, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. He hadn't expected Kurtz to actually be a magician. The casual way he used the power was even more shocking than the magic itself. How did he do it? Kurtz activated a magic circle, and more vines broke through the ground, all tightly wrapping around Eric's body. The spell work was precise, controlled, and clearly showed his extensive training. "How about it? Do you surrender now?" Eric's face flushed red, whether from exertion or embarrassment, maybe both. "Why didn't you say you were a magician earlier?" "Huh, didn't I say it? Then I guess I forgot." Kurtz chuckled, his expression carrying a hint of mischief that definitely deserved punching. At least in Eric's eyes, he really wanted to deck this smug bastard. "I won't give up so easily." Eric suddenly roared, no longer holding back his strength, unleashing it all. Muscles bulged as he strained against the magical bindings. He managed to break free from the vines on his body, with green fragments scattering like confetti. Kurtz retreated repeatedly, keeping his distance. Eric's physical strength surprised him a little. The raw power was impressive even by this world's standards. Freed from the vines, Eric charged at Kurtz again. This time, he was serious, using all of his strength. His footsteps left small craters in the packed earth. Kurtz, on the other hand, kept retreating, trying to widen the distance, and in the meantime, he released vines, wanting to bind Eric again. However, Eric, who had been on guard, managed to dodge them. Learning quickly, he twisted and weaved between the grasping tendrils. So fast, Kurtz was secretly startled. His vines had burst out of the ground in an instant, but Eric still managed to dodge them. The warrior's reflexes were genuinely impressive. "Then can you dodge this one?" Kurtz waved his hand, and dozens of weakened light arrows appeared in the air, their glow soft but menacing. The next second, they all shot towards Eric in a coordinated barrage. Such a large number of light arrows made Eric's scalp tingle, forcing him to abruptly stop his offensive steps and begin to dodge with all his might. He rolled, ducked, and twisted like his life depended on it. "Hey, I'm your savior, have some shame." After barely dodging all the light arrows, Eric hurriedly shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. "I know, that's why these light arrows are weakened, but it still hurts a lot if you get hit," Kurtz replied with a smile. Was this how Sarai and Somo felt when they sparred back then? A noble mage beating up a backward warrior native. This feeling made him so incredibly high. The rush of magical superiority was almost intoxicating. And Eric, facing him, was the one suffering. "And you told me to hold back." He shifted his target to Norn, who was watching from the side. "Tell me how I'm supposed to fight." Norn spread his hands, indicating that he also had no idea. His expression was a mix of fascination and sympathy for his friend's plight. They had only heard of the existence of magicians, but they had never fought against one, so they had no combat experience whatsoever. Mainly, he also hadn't expected Kurtz to be a magician. No wonder he could escape from the demons' pursuit and even severely injure them. The pieces finally clicked into place. "Damn it, I'll risk it." Eric roared and once again charged towards Kurtz with large strides, throwing caution to the wind. Anyway, Kurtz had already said that he wouldn't kill him, so he might as well just go all out. Better to lose spectacularly than give up without trying. Watching Eric's speed surge once again, Kurtz resorted to his old trick, releasing arrow rain, preparing to obstruct him. The spell formation glowed brighter this time. This time, however, Eric did not retreat. After dodging a portion of the light arrows, he swung his wooden stick to knock down those he couldn't avoid. Wood met magic with surprising effectiveness. After deflecting all the light arrows, he immediately charged towards Kurtz, taking advantage of the brief moment after Kurtz had just finished casting his magic. The only way to break the stalemate against a magician was to close the distance. Craft had once taught them this knowledge, finally, some applicable wisdom. However, Eric still underestimated Kurtz, or rather, underestimated Kurtz's magical repertoire. Facing Eric, who was charging towards him, Kurtz neither dodged nor retreated. With just a casual flick of his hand, he cast a defensive magic barrier, blocking the opponent's attack. The transparent shield shimmered in the air like heat waves. "No," Eric called out anxiously, his stick bouncing harmlessly against the barrier. "You're truly despicable, aren't you?" He let out the same exclamation as Somo had back then. Magicians were truly despicable beings, possessing all that power, yet none of the honor. Kurtz did not reply, but merely released arrow rain again, encircling Eric in a ring, but he did not shoot them out. The light arrows hovered circling Eric menacingly, awaiting his command. Eric immediately froze on the spot, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The magical glow reflected in his wide eyes. He absolutely could not dodge light arrows at this distance, and with such a large number, it would be excruciating if he got hit. He forced a smile. "Kurtz, you won't really fire these light arrows, right?" "That depends on whether you surrender or not." The casual threat carried just enough weight to be believable. I surrender." His words ended the fight, and the barrier and light arrows dissipated into specks of light, leaving only the scent of ozone in the air. Chapter 33, Sarai's Arrival. Eric felt dejected. After all, anyone would feel bad being defeated so easily. This hurt more than losing to Norn. After all, Norn had to use his full strength and even some tricks to beat him, while Kurtz had remained at ease the entire time. The casual way he deflected every attack, like swatting away insects, stung more than Eric wanted to admit. If the power gap weren't so big, it wouldn't be like this. "I am such an idiot. I should have realized that since you could severely injure a demon, you must have some special powers." Looking at Eric sitting sulking on the ground, Kurtz walked forward and comforted him. "Your strength is very great, you just lack experience fighting against magicians." Kurtz patted his shoulder. Most people wouldn't have broken free from those vines at all. The gesture was simple, but Eric felt some of the tension ease from his shoulders. At this moment, Norn quickly walked over and eagerly asked, "Kurtz, you can actually use magic. How did you do that?" I learned it from someone," Kurtz replied with some uncertainty. The main reason was that, besides what Sarai taught him, most of the spells came from his creation, or, as he calls it, "I think therefore I am power." A cheat ability that would probably break every magical theory in this world, if anyone knew about it. However, it was better not to let more people know about this. How can that be? Aren't humans unable to learn magic? Who told you that? Kurtz felt confused. Why did all the races in this world assume humans couldn't learn magic? It was like they'd all collectively agreed on some fundamental truth that wasn't true. While learning magic indeed required some talent, it didn't mean that humans, like dwarves, completely lacked magical ability. Those were two completely different things. Mr. Kraft said so. Kurtz hit his head with his fist. Of course, it's him, who else? Okay, case closed. That guy started as an elf warrior. At most, he knew a few spells. His talent lay in being a warrior, not a mage. Not to mention, no race that could use magic would have tried to communicate with humans, who were just weak little animals to them. Forget about the effort of teaching magic. Actually, humans also have the talent to learn magic, but it still depends on the individual. Kurtz didn't speak in absolutes. What if there wasn't a single person in this village who could learn magic? Then he would contradict himself. Just imagining that scene, with all of them looking at me, gives me second-hand embarrassment. There's actually such a thing. Norn lowered his head, fidgeting with something in his hands. He was very interested in magic and wanted to ask Kurtz to teach him, but the words got stuck in his throat. The careful way he avoided eye contact made his desire painfully obvious. Moreover, he knew from Mr. Kraft that each race guarded their magic as their best-kept secret, and the same was true for any individual mage as well. Norn didn't know from whom Kurtz had learned magic, and with how things were outside, it wouldn't be surprising if Kurtz wasn't allowed to teach magic. Norn, deep in thought, considered all possibilities. But Eric couldn't wait any longer and directly asked, "Since that's the case, Kurtz, can you teach us magic?" It was a bit direct, but Kurtz didn't dislike it. After all, his original goal was to teach humans in this world how to use magic. However, he felt hesitant. Because his main spells were elven spells taught by Sarai, Kurtz wasn't sure if Sarai would allow him to teach them to outsiders. She might be okay with it, given her rebellious nature against elven traditions, not to mention, she knew his wish to teach humans magic, and she never opposed it. But again, it would be better to ask her once before doing anything. Seeing the hesitation on Kurtz's face, Norn spoke up to help. "Eric, don't ask such things. Everyone's magic is their secret. Have you forgotten what Mr. Kraft said?" But Eric still wanted to say something, but under Norn's stern gaze, he swallowed it back. The disappointment in his eyes was hard to miss. "Actually, it's not that I don't want to teach, but most of my magic knowledge comes from my elf partner, so I need to consult her first. But don't worry, I have other spells I can teach you." Kurtz would definitely teach them magic. Through their interactions over the past 2 days, he found that these two people were good-hearted. Norn was meticulous and cautious, able to handle everything in an orderly manner, while Eric, though a bit impulsive, was still easy to talk to and a good person. Moreover, just for the kindness of saving his life, Kurtz would repay them. For example, this, "If you want to learn, I can teach you." A small stream of water appeared at Kurtz's fingertip, crystal clear and perfectly controlled. The two stared wide-eyed at this wondrous sight, their faces reflecting the dancing light of the water. "This is water generation magic," Kurtz explained. "This is truly convenient," Norn exclaimed, his practical mind already racing with possibilities. With this kind of magic, they wouldn't have to go to the river to fetch water every day. The daily trek with heavy buckets could become a thing of the past. Is there anything more powerful? Eric wasn't interested in such minor spells. He probably had the same mindset as Sarai, wanting to learn powerful magic. The hunger for strength burned in his eyes like a flame. "Eric, everything has to start from the basics. Don't be too hasty." "Then you start from the basics. I'm surely a genius at magic." "A genius who loses more than he wins," Norn chuckled lightly. "If you're capable, fight fair and square. Why play with dirty tricks?" Eric argued, his face flushed. Watching the two bicker, Kurtz chuckled softly. Their friendship reminded him of his friend from school and college days, this kind of easy camaraderie, something he had lost as time went on and adult life took over. This relaxed atmosphere temporarily eased his worry for Sarai and her group. The knot of anxiety in his chest loosened just a little. After all, theoretically, they should have arrived at this human village yesterday, but they hadn't appeared until now. Could something have happened? The possibilities gnawed at him, despite his attempts to stay calm. However, the next moment, a surprise arrived. A commotion suddenly erupted at the village entrance. "Norn, Eric!" A young hunter ran over in a hurry, breathing hard from his sprint. "There are some strangers outside, and one golden-haired elf who looks quite intimidating." Kurtz's heart skipped a beat. Golden-haired elf, could it be? Kurtz immediately ran off towards the village entrance. Norn and Eric exchanged glances and quickly followed, their footsteps echoing behind him. From Kurtz's anxious reaction, Norn had already guessed who the strangers outside the village were. He, too, became a little excited, as Kurtz had mentioned earlier that Mr. Kraft was also in their group. After 10 years apart, he wondered if Kraft would be satisfied with their current growth. As the group hurried to the village entrance, they first saw Sarai standing outside the fence with a cold expression. Even at a distance, her cold presence was unmistakable, that particular combination of elegance and barely contained impatience that was uniquely hers. Kraft and Somo stood behind her, talking with the young guards from the village. The guards were happy to meet Kraft again. But that happiness was overshadowed by Sarai's cold aura, making them nervous because they didn't know how to handle the situation. Sarai, Kurtz couldn't help but call out. The petite elf also saw Kurtz at the same time he called her, and could no longer suppress the relief flooding through her. Disregarding the guards in front of her, she ran to him, her usual composure cracking just slightly. "You short-lived." Sarai deliberated her words, wanting to complain that he hadn't discussed it with her and had led the demons away by himself, even though she was powerful and he should have trusted her more. But the words got stuck in her throat. Ultimately, she had failed to protect him. The thought tasted bitter. If only she could be stronger. Looking at Sarai's hesitant expression, so unlike her usual confidence, Kurtz pulled her into a hug. "I missed you so much, Sarai." Such cheesy words would definitely make a normal girl blush right now. But Sarai was not a normal girl. Her expression looked troubled, seemingly not understanding why Kurtz was so excited as to hold her in his arms when this wasn't even in the tent. The public display of affection left her slightly bewildered. Humans are truly a difficult species to understand. But in the end, she didn't push him away, only softly said, "Idiot, next time you should trust me more." "I know." Noticing the softening tone of the person in his arms, Kurtz also understood that Sarai wasn't truly angry. The tension he'd been carrying for days finally began to dissolve. He released his embrace, but not fully, as his arms remained on her shoulders, and carefully examined the elf maiden in front of him. She still had that same proud and aloof expression, but the worry in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Dark circles shadowed her features. She hadn't been sleeping well either. Sure enough, his little master Sarai was truly adorable when she worried about him. Chapter 34, I like you so much. As expected of my cute master. Although it sounds a bit off, I've taken care of her for so long, so it's reasonable to say my cute master, right? Of course, he only dared to say such things in his heart. Just then, Kurt suddenly noticed that Sarai's face looked pale, seemingly a side effect of mana exhaustion. The usual vibrant glow in her cheeks had dimmed to an almost translucent pallor. "You've exhausted your mana." "Yes," Sarai nodded lightly. "I killed that demon and all the monsters it controlled." No wonder her face looked so pale. Sarai's strength now was not as terrifying as it would be in the future, so dealing with such a large number of monsters and demons naturally cost her considerable mana. The weight of that battle showed in the slight tremor of her hands, barely noticeable unless you knew what to look for. But if he had known this, should he not have split up and taken such a risk? It almost got him killed. However, seeing Sarai's weakened state still made Kurt soften. The guilt that had been eating at him shifted into something closer to protectiveness. At least the outcome was good. If he and Sarai had directly confronted that demon at the time, the outcome might have been different. Two exhausted fighters against a demon and its horde, the math didn't work out favorably. But he hadn't expected Sarai to handle that demon and all those monsters on her own. This made him feel much more at ease about her capabilities, even if it worried him about her current condition. Kraft stepped forward and patted Kurtz's shoulder. "It seems we worried for nothing. If we had known this, we should have come directly here to find you yesterday." "I made you worry a lot, didn't I?" Kurtz replied, and before he could elaborate, others interrupted him. "Mr. Kraft." It was Norn and Eric, who had joined them from behind him. Their voices carried the eager excitement of students seeing their beloved teacher after long years of absence. Kraft looked over in the direction of the sound, and when he first saw the two, he looked confused, as he didn't recognize them. His brow furrowed slightly as he tried to place the familiar yet changed faces. "I'm Norn, Mr. Kraft." Norn quickly introduced himself. The last time Kraft visited their village, he and Eric were still young teenagers. Now, 10 years later, they had become reliable adults, so it was normal for Mr. Kraft not to recognize them after such a change. Time had a way of transforming boyish features into something entirely new. Upon hearing Norn's introduction, Kraft's eyes lit up. "Norn, it really is you." He strode forward, genuine warmth spreading across his weathered features. "This is truly surprising." Kraft hadn't recognized him at first. Now, he couldn't help but sigh at how quickly the human race grew. Their brief lifespans compressed so much change into such short periods. In just 10 years, the children from back then had become mature adults. Eric also squeezed forward. "And me too, Mr. Kraft, I'm now the strongest warrior in the village." "Eric, indeed, I can see that you are already a qualified warrior." Kraft smiled gently. Seeing the kids he had personally guided grow into qualified warriors brought him joy that he couldn't fully describe. Something was soothing and profoundly satisfying about watching seeds he'd planted bloom into strength. Somo chuckled from the side. This is truly a joyous occasion. Not only had they successfully found Kurtz and confirmed he was safe, but Kraft had also reunited with juniors he hadn't seen in a long time. If this were in their village, it would be enough to hold a feast. Though every feast excluded him, the thought carried its usual sting. "By the way, why are you only coming now?" Kurtz asked him. After all, they were already very close to Gemir Forest before the attack, and it would only take half a day to reach it, not to mention having Kraft as a guide. "Oh, that's because Ms. Sarai wanted to make sure we don't miss you by any chance, so we also didn't take any risk and searched along the river." "I see." It was just as he had thought, Sarai's methodical nature showing through even in her worry. Just then, Kurtz noticed that Sarai's gaze lingered on Norn and Eric, as if she were evaluating something. Her golden eyes held that particular intensity she got when something caught her magical attention. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Sarai shouldn't know these two. Could it be that something about them caught Sarai's attention? Sarai withdrew her gaze. "For some reason, I vaguely sense a magical aura from these two humans." Impossible, right? Kurtz looked at Norn and Eric in surprise. These two shouldn't have studied magic, so how could there be mana in their bodies? They'd shown no signs of magical ability during their sparring sessions. Could it be their innate talent, similar to Fern in the future? Sarai shook her head. "It's just a feeling. I've only felt this similar feeling from the exceptionally talented elves within my clan." The comparison sent a small thrill through Kurtz. If Sarai was right, these two might be exactly what he'd been hoping to find. "Then, when you first saw me, did I have a magical aura?" Kurtz asked curiously. Sarai glanced at him, as if he had asked a very foolish question. "Your mana has almost solidified into substance. You can feel it without even observing." That makes sense." Kurtz gave an awkward laugh. He had directly used magic in front of Sarai at that time, which was indeed different from Norn and Eric, who had never used magic. The comparison was like asking if a bonfire was visible next to a candle's flame. If only there was a spell that could observe the magical aura on others. Sarai casually lamented, though her tone held genuine frustration. Her vague feeling was completely innate. In fact, she wanted a spell that could clearly see how much mana others carried. She had heard back home that demons had similar talents, but it only existed in a few individual demons. Hearing Sarai say this, Kurtz remembered that such magic did exist in later generations, and even the progenitor of human mages had created a method to hide one's mana, which she also taught to FRIEREN. One could only say that a certain great demon who had lived for centuries never imagined that there would be such a cunning elf who constantly disguised her actual mana level. Perhaps he could try to create it himself in the future. His cheat ability might be able to bridge that gap between wanting and having. But these two are indeed good, Kurtz. You were right, humans do have the talent to learn magic. Kurtz's heart stirred. It seemed Norn and Eric indeed had something special, enough to make Sarai, who usually held prejudices against humans, change her mind. Coming from her, that was practically a ringing endorsement. By the way, Sarai suddenly remembered something, took a cloth bag from Somo, and threw it to Kurtz. Here are your things. Kurtz opened it and saw his luggage, which he hadn't had time to pack when the demon attacked them the day before yesterday. They had run for a good distance by then, yet he didn't expect Sarai to still retrieve it. The bag looked exactly as he'd left it, carefully preserved. Sarai, I really like you so much, Kurtz said sincerely. All his precious seasonings were in there, and even the seeds. If he lost them, he wouldn't know where to replace them. His entire culinary future had been hanging in the balance. Don't misunderstand, Sarai turned her face away. I just picked it up along the way. Kurtz couldn't help but smile. His little master, he hadn't expected her to have such a tsundere side. She clearly went back specifically to find his things, yet she still pretended not to care. The faint flush creeping up her neck and tip of her pointed ears gave away her true feelings. However, facing his sincere confession, she showed no reaction at all. As expected, elves were very slow when it came to emotions. Still, thank you. Sarai gave a soft HMPH. But her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, clearly pleased with Kurtz's gratitude, though she tried to hide it. But what did this guy mean by like? Sarai somewhat didn't understand why Kurtz would say that. The word felt heavier than simple gratitude, but she couldn't quite grasp why. Could this also be a human way of expressing gratitude? Saying, I like you the most, when thanking someone. Although she still didn't quite understand, she could try it next time. After all, understanding human customs was part of her ongoing research into the peculiarities of their species. Chapter 35, Demonstration of Magic. Are you saying you want to teach them magic? Sarai tilted her head, staring at Kurtz. After the initial excitement of their reunion faded, Kurtz pulled her aside to make this request. The quiet corner of the village provided just enough privacy for the conversation. As you wish. Sarai had no objections. After all, teaching one was teaching, and teaching two was also teaching. Furthermore, Kurtz's modifications using his ridiculous creation, magic had already improved the magic she and he were currently using, creating something that had departed from the scope of elven magic entirely. It was just that Kurtz would need to convince Kraft himself. However, it shouldn't be a significant issue. After all, that guy hadn't returned from the elf forest for hundreds of years, so he probably no longer cared about those old rules. But what magic did you use to injure that demon so much? Sarai's curiosity sparked in her golden eyes. Sarai remembered that when she arrived at the cliff, the demon was already severely injured, with half of his body destroyed. His survival was entirely due to his race's special physical condition. I estimate that demon must have also modified his own body. Otherwise, such severe injuries would have turned him into ash long ago. Sarai carefully speculated. Since the other party had magic that could control the corpses of magical beasts, it was not surprising for him to perform necromantic modifications on his own body. That is indeed possible. Kurtz nodded, agreeing with her speculation, then explained the move he used to injure the demon severely. As he described the light absorption technique, Sarai's eyes grew increasingly intense. Absorb light and then explode. Sarai found it a bit hard to understand. The concept challenged everything she knew about conventional magic theory. Can you show me? Kurtz felt hesitant. Mainly, he was still in the exploration stage with this move and wasn't very proficient at using it. The memory of barely controlling it during the actual fight still made him nervous. The most important thing was that he only knew how to release it, but not how to retract it, and this caused quite a big commotion. After he told Sarai his concerns, she merely said lightly, "Then let's go somewhere far away to try it." Sarai had never forgotten her purpose: to teach Kurtz magic so that he could create even more powerful spells. The prospect of witnessing truly innovative spell work sent excitement thrumming through her veins. Now, hearing that he had created such powerful magic, she naturally couldn't suppress her excitement. Kurtz nodded and said a few words to Norn and Eric, as he thought if it were too loud later, it would definitely alarm the two of them. It was also a preemptive warning. However, to his surprise, these two also wanted to see it. Their eyes held the same eager curiosity he'd seen when they first witnessed his water magic. Mainly, they had not yet witnessed the terrifying power of magic, and when they had sparred with Kurtz earlier, Kurtz had always restrained the magic he used, employing no large-scale, destructive magic. Kurtz agreed, while Kraft and Somo also joined in together, wanting to see his most powerful magic spell. Looking at the group of people staring intently at him, Kurtz said helplessly, "You really have nothing better to do. It's rare for you to show us something other than delicious food, so I must join in the fun." Somo replied with a grin, his enthusiasm infectious despite the potential danger. Thus, the group arrived at an open clearing outside the village. Because this area was still within the Gemir forest, there was no need to worry about monster attacks, only needing a few guards against the occasional wild beast that might appear. But for everyone present, if any beast ignorant of death dared to appear before them, it would only be an extra dish for dinner tonight. Kurt stood in the center of the clearing, with everyone standing behind him, maintaining a distance, and then began to control his magical power. The familiar weight of mana settled in his chest like a gathering storm, as magic circles began to appear in his palm. The situation had been urgent at that time, and Kurtz didn't have time to optimize this magic, but fortunately, its power still met his expectations. Now Kurtz was preparing to unleash this magic fully. Without the pressure of imminent death, he could take his time and channel properly. Kurtz concentrated on controlling the flow of energy. Sarai could sense that the magic power around Kurtz was beginning to exhibit an incredibly violent state. The very air seemed to thicken, with barely contained force. And in the next second, darkness consumed everyone's vision. To be precise, this space had its light stripped away. This darkness lasted only for an instant, not even half a second. Norn and Eric even thought they had imagined it, a brief blink that left them questioning their own senses. Somo, however, noticed the anomaly, rubbed his eyes, and his body's instinct made him retreat 2 more steps. Years of battlefield experience had taught him to trust those split-second warnings. As for this darkness, Kraft and Sarai, who were the most sensitive to it, both had extremely solemn expressions. The former was due to a warrior's intuition, while the latter had noticed something wrong with the magic power flow in the air just now. The magical signature felt almost predatory in its hunger. "What a terrifying aura," Kraft exclaimed. His warrior's instinct made him instinctively assume a combat stance, and all his muscles tensed to their limit unconsciously. Even his hand drifted unconsciously toward his sword hilt. It seems Kurtz has created a very terrifying magic. Sarai subtly cast 2 layers of defensive magic on herself, while also quietly expanding a magic circle with her small hand, ready to release a magic barrier if the situation went awry. As their words fell, Kurtz's channeling in front of them finally completed. Since he didn't have to face a life-or-death situation as before, Kurtz could channel slowly. The small white dot from before had also transformed into a fist-sized ball of light, indicating that its power had multiplied several times. The sphere pulsed with contained energy, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. This ball of white light floated quietly in Kurtz's palm, then began to rotate, emitting a piercing hum that formed visible light waves, distorting the air around it. Norn and Eric's eyes widened, and they instinctively retreated a few steps, even hiding behind Somo in unison. The primal fear of something beyond their understanding overrode any embarrassment. This made Somo so angry that he blew his beard and glared, if he had one. Among the 2 who did not retreat, Kraft assumed a defensive posture, while Sarai silently unfurled a magic barrier in front of herself. Her expression was one of intense focus, mixed with genuine awe. They had never seen such powerful energy fluctuations. Simply standing far away and watching made their hearts pound with a mixture of fear and fascination. "It's coming." Kurtz suddenly threw his hands forward, launching the ball of light dozens of meters away, then immediately released a magic barrier in front of himself, identical to Sarai's. Boom! The deafening explosion sent a dazzling pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. The sound hit them like a physical force, causing their ears to ring and their bones to vibrate. A violent energy shockwave spread in all directions, blowing away everything on the ground. The explosion reduced everything at the epicenter to ashes, revealing the black soil beneath. Even trees far from the epicenter swayed violently, leaves and broken branches falling like rain. Birds erupted from the canopy in terrified clouds, their cries lost in the aftermath. When the light dissipated, everyone was shocked to find a massive, charred pit dozens of meters in diameter at the center of the clearing. The edges were perfectly smooth, as if some divine hand had scooped away the earth itself. Eric's mouth hung open, unable to speak for a long time. He couldn't even imagine what kind of disaster such magic would cause if it fell into the village. The image of their wooden homes disintegrating under such power made his stomach clench. What powerful magic! Norn stared at the large pit the magic had created, as if contemplating something more profound than mere destruction. If humans could also learn such powerful magic, they should be able to stand proudly in this world, instead of living a life of hiding. The thought ignited something fierce and hopeful in his chest. At this moment, Norn suddenly had a strong desire to make Kurtz teach him these magic spells, no matter the cost, and then he would pass them down to his descendants. These magic spells, passed down and refined over generations, would surely create a better future for humanity. A future where they wouldn't have to cower before other races and the dangers of this world. A future where they could stand as equals in this world. Chapter 36, The Mouth is Tougher Than the Body. Kraft, on the other hand, exclaimed, "No wonder it could heavily injure that demon." This power was already enough to injure most monsters heavily, and even mighty warriors might not be able to withstand it. The sheer destructive force went beyond anything he'd encountered in his centuries of combat. At least for him, facing such an attack, he could only dodge. Sir Rai stood still, a strange light flickering in her eyes. The analytical part of her mind was already dissecting the spell's construction, cataloging its innovations. She quickly walked towards Kurtz, her voice filled with rare excitement, and grabbed Kurtz's hand directly. "Teach me." Her tone contained a hint of command, though Kurtz had no intention of refusing anyway. The grip of her small fingers was surprisingly firm against his palm. Of course, but this magic isn't perfect yet. Theoretically, its power should be able to increase even further. "I know," Sarai's tone was steadfast. "Your magic power isn't enough, so you can only unleash this much power, and the control process is very crude. If it could be refined, the explosion range could increase further." The technical critique came naturally to her, but underneath lay genuine admiration for his innovation. "Sarai, this power is already terrifying, and you still want to strengthen its power." Kraft stepped forward, looking at the scorched pit not far away, then turned to Kurtz and smiled helplessly. The crater still radiated residual heat, distorting the air above it. Good thing this isn't in the elf forest. Otherwise, after causing such a huge commotion and destruction, Kurtz, you'd definitely be arrested. Cough, cough. I can consider throwing it into the sky next time, that way it won't cause so much destruction. But Sir Rai didn't care about these things. How did you come up with this magic? Probably a sudden flash of inspiration, but the basic principle is still based on your elves' light magic. I see. Sir Rai immediately understood that the moment everyone's vision went black earlier was not an illusion. It was this magic at work. The realization sent a thrill of excitement through her, such elegant theory in practice. In that instant, the light in the space disappeared. Kurtz had condensed these lights, releasing such terrifying, destructive power. Watching the few of them discussing intently, Norn quietly said to Eric, "It seems the magic we're going to learn is more powerful than we imagined." Norn was actually more interested in the water creation magic Kurtz demonstrated, as these were spells that could immediately help the villagers. Practical magic that could improve daily life held more appeal than raw destruction. But Eric, beside him, didn't think so. Eric rubbed his hands excitedly. "This is what's interesting. I don't want to learn those petty tricks. Explosion is man's true charm, bigger the better." If he was going to learn, he wanted to learn something grand, powerful magic that could protect everyone and kill all enemies. The hunger for strength burned like bright flames in his eyes. The divergence in their views on magic might, in some ways, determine their future paths. Kurtz and his group temporarily stayed in this human village. On one hand, after gaining Sarai's consent, Kurtz planned to teach magic to the people here. On the other hand, Sarai's current magic power was overdrawn and required some time to recover. Taking advantage of his free time, Kurtz came to Sarai, who was sitting on a large stone, holding a small bowl of emerald green medicinal soup. Drink this, it can speed up your mana recovery. Through the herbal knowledge he had learned from Kraft, Kurtz discovered this magic-restoring herb in the forest. Kurtz also used his experience from his previous life to give it a simple and easy-to-understand name. Mana Recovery Potion. Sarai took the potion, hesitated for a moment, and then tilted her head back to drink it. The liquid caught the afternoon light, swirling like liquid jade in the bowl. The bitter taste made her frown, but soon she could feel the magic power in her body slowly recovering. The sensation was like warm streams flowing through dried riverbeds. "It tastes bad," she commented with distaste, her nose wrinkling slightly. "As long as it's useful." Kurtz took back the empty bowl, noting her expression with quiet amusement. Norn had discovered this herb. Growing right next to the herbs he had been given earlier to aid in his recovery from injuries. According to him, they occasionally picked some and consumed them together, which seemed to speed up injury recovery. No wonder Sarai could feel their magical aura when she first saw them. It was likely due to consuming these herbs. The mystery had been bothering her since their first meeting. How are they doing with their magic studies? Sarai pretended to ask casually, then turned her head and, while Kurtz wasn't looking, stuck out her little tongue, as if to dispel the bitter taste of the herb. However, just as she turned her head back, she saw Kurtz hand her a bright red fruit. Her cheeks flushed slightly at being caught in such an undignified moment. "They're doing all right, but I don't know why, even though I've demonstrated it many times, they still say they don't understand." Kurtz felt that he was becoming increasingly skilled at taking care of Sarai. The realization brought him a quiet satisfaction he didn't quite want to examine. Just as he did this time, when he brought her the herbal soup, he also got a wild fruit to alleviate the bitterness. "That's normal," Sarai said, taking the fruit and taking a small bite. No matter what race, the first time they learn magic, they're completely confused. The sweet taste dispelled the bitterness, causing Sarai's little legs to sway gently unconsciously. The childlike gesture contrasted sharply with her usual composed demeanor. "How did you learn magic back then?" Subconsciously, I guess." Kurtz couldn't remember either. His cheat ability made the whole process feel so natural that it was hard to explain. He had just been trying to make a fire when a sudden flash of inspiration struck, and then somehow he managed to create fire magic. The same went for all the subsequent water creation magic. Everyone's talent is different. Although they have magical talent, it's not as good as yours. Sarai paused, actually. Her magical talent also seemed not as good as Kurtz's. But they should be able to get started soon. She would never admit that her magical talent was not as good as Kurtz's. The thought pricked at her pride in ways she didn't want to acknowledge. "But I really didn't expect Kraft to have no objections," Kurtz sighed. He knew that Kraft was present when he taught those two, and Kraft completely ignored the magic Kurtz demonstrated, which was unique to the elves. "Don't mind him," Sarai replied casually, taking another bite of the fruit. She taught Kurtz's magic, and she allowed him to teach it to others. Even if Kraft had an opinion, he should come to her. However, as it currently stood, he probably had no intention of interfering with this matter. "Do you think there's a possibility that Kraft could join us on our adventure?" Kraft was very strong. His presence would make their journey significantly safer. His combat experience was also very rich. After all, his age was a factor that could never be ignored, and Sarai was considered a junior in his eyes. Although he had previously stated that he didn't intend to travel with them, Kurt still wanted to give it a try. Sarai shook her head, rejecting Kurtz's idea. "Impossible. Kraft has a special status among the elves and is basically very busy all the time. He can't accompany you on an adventure, it's impossible. Craft was more famous among the elves than she was. The weight of reputation brought its own chains. She was famous for her unconventional ideas, while Craft was famous for his seniority and strength. Naturally, he would be assigned more critical tasks. So, it seems you're one of the less busy ones among your elves then. Kurtz teased, unable to resist the opportunity. Hearing him say that, Sarai's cheeks puffed out slightly, clearly a little angry. The fruit paused halfway to her mouth. Because what Kurtz said was true. She was too young and generally did not participate in the elves' various missions. It was a sore point she tried not to think about. Nonsense, I have a special status too, all right. Kurtz chuckled, the sound warm in the afternoon air. This petite master in front of him was soft all over, but her mouth was incredibly stubborn. The contradiction between her fierce words and gentle nature never failed to amuse him. Chapter 37, Craft's Departure. Not bad, you two are learning quite quickly. Kurtz praised Norn and Eric when he saw them successfully condensing orbs of light in their hands. The soft glow flickered between their fingers, unsteady but unmistakably real magic. He had taught them magic for 7 days now. They had progressed from complete novices with no knowledge of magic to grasping its fundamentals. Their speed was already considered fast. The light orbs wavered as the two men concentrated, sweat beading on their foreheads from the mental strain. At least, that's what Sarai said after observing them with her usual critical eye. This is too difficult, isn't it? Eric wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and dispersed the orb of light in his hand. The magic dissolved like morning mist, leaving only the faint tingle of mana in his palm. During this time, he had watched Kurtz use magic with such ease, and he thought learning magic wouldn't be difficult. Magic seemed to flow from Kurtz's hands as naturally as breathing, but that assumption had proven painfully naive. Yet, even a basic light arrow attack had taken them a week to learn, and they still hadn't mastered it. Eric flexed his fingers, trying to work out the cramping that came from maintaining such precise control. If this continued, becoming a powerful mage would take an unknown amount of time. Compared to the impatient Eric, Norn appeared much more composed. After attempting to extend the orb of light once more, watching it stretch into an elongated shape before losing cohesion, he finally dispersed it with a resigned sigh. Kurtz watched Norn's methodical approach and nodded in agreement. Although Eric's raw talent was slightly stronger, Norn's patience and discipline would serve him better in the long run. Norn should learn magic earlier than Eric, despite the other man's natural advantages. How is the teaching going? Sarai walked over and asked Kurtz, her eyes taking in the scattered traces of magical energy that lingered in the air. To be honest, it's a bit difficult. Kurtz had initially thought teaching others magic wouldn't be hard, but once he actually started, he realized how incredibly challenging it was. Every concept that felt intuitive to him required careful explanation. Step-by-step breakdowns of processes he performed instinctively. Mainly, he couldn't treat Norn and Eric the way Sarai treated him. He needed to explain things meticulously, patiently guiding them through each fundamental principle. I suddenly realize now, am I perhaps very talented in magic? Did you just notice? Sarai rolled her eyes at him, though there was the faintest hint of amusement in her expression. To replicate the elves' light arrow and even improve upon it just by seeing it once. This kind of talent could no longer be described as merely formidable. It was the sort of natural gift that appeared perhaps once in a millennium. Sai, this is troublesome. By the way, do you have a better teaching method? Kurtz released a small magic circle in his hand as he spoke. While teaching these two, he had also been honing his magical abilities. The circle spun slowly, its runes shifting in complex patterns. No, this is my first time teaching someone too. Sarai directly refused. When she taught Kurtz magic, she would demonstrate it once, then Kurtz would observe and try to replicate it. If it didn't work once, they would do it again, repeating the process until Kurtz understood. She could describe it as incredibly easy, at least with him. Sarai didn't realize how troublesome teaching magic to normal people was until she saw how Kurtz taught others. His exceptional talent had spoiled her for typical students. Yo, you two are learning quite diligently. Kraft walked over at some point and patted Norn and Eric on the shoulders. Both men straightened slightly under the warrior's familiar presence. He did not prevent them from learning magic. For a warrior, learning magic could also better enhance their strength. The combination of martial prowess and magical ability created formidable fighters. He didn't have much interest in it himself. He preferred the physical training of a warrior over the mental strain that comes with learning magic, so he liked to take it slow when learning any spell for himself. However, since the two had such great potential, they should make the most of it. This was also an important reason why he did not stop Kurtz from teaching the elves magic to them. "Mr. Kraft, learning magic is tough," Eric groaned, rubbing his temples. "I can certainly relate to that." Kraft nodded knowingly. For him, learning magic had always been a bit difficult, like trying to grasp water with his bare hands. "But this time, I've come to bid you farewell. The war is about to begin." The casual words hit the group like a physical blow. The atmosphere shifted instantly, the peaceful afternoon taking on a heavier quality. "War?" Sarai asked, her voice sharpening. "What war?" Kraft's expression grew more serious. "The three-race alliance has already begun to move. Skywing clan scouts have discovered demon armies gathering in the north." The north, where the elf forest was located. Kurtz felt his stomach tighten at the implications. Although the elf kingdom and the elf forest had separated, the latter was the ancestral land of all elves, and furthermore, the two sides had only separated due to different choices. No deep-seated hatred existed between them. Facing the demon clan's gathering, which threatened the elf forest, the alliance had also launched its actions. Kurtz's movements paused, and the magic circle dissipated accordingly. "Is the scale very large?" "Yes, comparable to the wars recorded in history." Kraft's voice dropped to something almost reverent. "So, I must return as quickly as possible." Sarai's eyes narrowed slightly, calculation flickering behind her ancient gaze. Norn and Eric exchanged worried glances. Even though Kraft spoke matter-of-factly, they could both sense that this would be an unprecedented, earth-shattering conflict. "Mr. Kraft, Norn hesitated, the words catching in his throat. Part of him wanted to participate in this war, despite knowing the dangers. Although he understood he would be merely an insignificant pawn in such a massive conflict, Norn had his own reasons for considering it. If they had just stayed in the village, they would never truly solve humanity's current predicament. Before Kurtz appeared, Norn thought that for humans to become stronger, they could only become mighty warriors like the dwarf clan. But Kurtz's appearance had brought another possibility, one that might change everything. As if reading his thoughts, Kraft placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "You two stay here and continue learning magic. This war is not something ordinary people can participate in." Norn blinked in surprise and looked at Kurtz. "Aren't you leaving?" He had assumed Kurtz and his companions would depart with Kraft, which was part of why he'd wanted to volunteer. Kurtz shook his head, first glancing at Sarai. After seeing her subtle nod of confirmation, he spoke. "We have another destination, and it's even more dangerous than the Warcraft is participating in." After all, their targets were the Dwarf Kingdom ruins and the Godfall land, already notorious as forbidden zones where few who entered ever returned. Norn felt a mixture of relief and disappointment wash over him. Since that was the case, he could wait until he had mastered magic entirely before venturing out into the wider world. However, Kraft seemed to have other ideas brewing behind his weathered features. "Kurtz, I have an impolite request." "What?" "Could you take the two of them on the adventure with you?" Kraft asked directly. Kurtz was taken aback. He hadn't seriously considered taking the two of them on such a perilous journey, especially since he was counting on them to pass on the magical knowledge to future generations. "May I ask why? You should know how dangerous Sarai's and my destination is, right?" To be honest, Kurtz even felt a little guilty about Somo. After hearing about his and Sarai's planned destination, Somo had shown no hesitation whatsoever, patting his chest and declaring his intention to come along. Moreover, after observing the dwarf during their time together, Kurtz had realized that Somo genuinely wanted to adventure with them. Somo was proving to be a reliable companion, despite the risks ahead. The two of them are strong, but not strong enough. If they want to achieve anything significant, they need proper tempering first. Kraft's words seemed to echo something deeper, a wisdom born from years of combat and hardship. His statement stirred something profound in Norn's chest, a recognition of truth he'd been avoiding. This should not be for you or me to decide. We need to ask for their own opinions first. Kraft nodded, agreeing with Kurtz's measured approach. I have no objections. Norn's answer came quicker than he'd expected, surprising even himself. He found himself genuinely looking forward to adventuring alongside a fellow human like Kurtz. Perhaps after hearing about his dreams for humanity's future, the other man would offer his support. Me too. Seeing that Norn, who was usually so cautious and deliberate, had agreed so readily, Eric naturally followed suit without hesitation. If his friend was willing to take such a risk, then he would stand by his side. Chapter 38, The Prototype of the Team. 7 days had passed since Kraft left, and Sarai and Kurtz had stayed in this village for 2 weeks now. It seems like more and more people are coming, Sarai said, sitting with Kurtz in front of the campfire at night. The flames cast dancing shadows across her pale features, her ancient eyes reflecting the flickering light. Kurtz wondered if it was just his imagination, but ever since his brief disappearance, Sarai had seemed to grow a bit closer to him. The change was subtle but unmistakable. Where once she had maintained a careful distance, now she sat directly beside him without hesitation. They were close enough that a gentle breeze ruffled her golden hair, the silken strands tickling his arm as they brushed against him. The warmth of her presence felt comforting after the day's training. What do you mean? Kurtz asked, genuinely puzzled by Sarai's sudden observation. It seems our adventuring party has grown, she replied, gesturing toward where Somo sat sharpening his axe, and where Norn and Eric practiced their magical forms in the distance. She had initially thought her 2-person adventure with Kurtz would last a long time, but it had unexpectedly developed into a complete 5-person team in just over a month. For an elf like her, accustomed to thinking in centuries, it felt like the blink of an eye. Indeed, it would be perfect if we just had a monk or someone from the Holy Order, Kurtz mused, watching the flames dance between them. In Kurtz's opinion, a team without a healer always felt dangerously incomplete. Too many adventures ended in tragedy simply because no one could mend wounds or cure poison when it mattered most. However, their current setup was already quite promising. Once Norn and Eric mastered elemental magic, their group would officially begin their true adventure. Their first stop would be the dwarf ruins, a place that promised both treasure and peril in equal measure. However, with their current combat strength, they would likely have to explore slowly from the outskirts, refining their skills and teamwork as they progress deeper. The holy orders of the Skywing clan monopolize all holy scriptures, only they possess healing and blessing magic. The goddess herself created the Skywing clan, their very existence was tied to her divine will. If the goddess were to disappear from this world one day, the entire race would vanish with her, along with their sacred knowledge. Do you want to learn the healing magic from the Holy Scripture, Sarai? Kurtz had attempted to create similar healing magic, drawing on his knowledge from anime, as well as memories of countless fantasy stories and games. But he had failed completely every time. Every attempt resulted in nothing but wasted mana and frustration. This type of magic seemed somehow fundamentally restricted, and even his cheat-like advantages as a transmigrator couldn't break through this divine limitation. I do, Sarai replied without hesitation, her directness catching him slightly off guard. Can you create it? Kurtz shook his head ruefully, unable to hide his disappointment. Sarai didn't seem surprised by this admission. She explained with the patience of someone who had witnessed millennia. Healing magic originates from the Holy Scripture, and the power of the Holy Scripture comes from the goddess herself. It's normal that you can't create it. Can other races interpret this Holy Scripture? The question came suddenly, born from a spark of curiosity that refused to be extinguished. Sarai paused for a long moment, her expression growing thoughtful. She had never actually considered that possibility before, despite her vast experience and knowledge. The Holy Scripture had never appeared outside of the Skywing race. Even the elves, who nominally worshipped the goddess, had never received the sacred texts directly from her divine hand. "I can't answer that, because no one has ever tried." Her admission carried a note of intrigue that matched his growing excitement. "Then there's a possibility, isn't there? It looks like we can add this to our adventure list." Their goals were expanding beyond what they had initially imagined. Exploring the dwarf ruins and obtaining holy relics, and delving into the Godfall land to find a way to kill gods. Now, they had added acquiring and deciphering the Holy Scripture to their ambitious agenda. These were now his and Sarai's shared adventure goals, each more dangerous than most adventurers would attempt in a lifetime. However, each of these objectives was more difficult than the last, almost equivalent to clearing multiple demon lord strongholds single-handedly. The goddess is not an easy entity to deal with. Sarai's voice carried centuries of wariness. Sarai didn't believe in the goddess's benevolence, and even Kraft, who had recently left them, didn't truly have faith, though he hadn't shown it as openly as she did. Someone like Kurtz, who would brazenly march up and demand the Holy Scripture, would most likely face divine wrath and incineration before finishing his request. "That's why we need magic that can kill gods," Kurt said with a confident grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Not having a sword and having a sword, but choosing not to use it were two entirely different positions of power. Even the most arrogant deity, when faced with magic that could genuinely threaten their existence, would have no choice but to negotiate rather than simply smite the petitioner. "Yes, that's true," Sarai smiled too, and for a moment her ancient features seemed almost youthful in the firelight. Finally, this human's ultimate goal aligned perfectly with hers. She was genuinely happy about this unexpected convergence of purpose. However, her smile quickly faded, and she resumed her usual composed demeanor, as if showing too much emotion might somehow diminish her authority. Only Kurtz had learned to discern Sarai's subtle mood changes from the most minor details, the slight tightening around her eyes, the way her fingers moved against his hand. "By the way, did you not drink your herbal medicine today?" Kurt suddenly asked, switching topics with practiced ease. He had been giving Sarai mana recovery potions every day during their stay, and he even planned to take a substantial supply with them before leaving the village. If Sarai ever experienced dangerous mana exhaustion again, he would make her drink a bottle immediately. Of course, he was already planning to increase the concentration. Although it would taste even more bitter, these were necessary sacrifices for her well-being. Hearing Kurtz ask about this particular subject, Sarai's delicate features visibly showed displeasure, her nose wrinkling slightly. "No need. My mana has recovered significantly." "Come on, be reasonable. It wouldn't be good if there were any lingering side effects." Kurtz's tone became coaxing, almost gentle, as if he were speaking to a stubborn child rather than an ancient and powerful mage. Perhaps, from a certain perspective, a sulking Sarai truly was someone who needed careful handling and patience. Finally, after Kurtz's repeated gentle persuasion and increasingly creative arguments, Sarai reluctantly drank the bitter mana recovery potion, her expression suggesting she was accepting poison rather than medicine. Kurtz, seizing the perfect opportunity, cheerfully declared that he would take a generous supply with them on the road, to be prepared for any unforeseen magical emergencies. When she heard him announce this plan so casually, Sarai's face suddenly stiffened, her golden eyes showing what could only be described as 7 parts panic, 2 parts helplessness, and 1 part futile resistance. The rest showed her imagining a future where she would have to drink that abominable-tasting potion constantly. The combination was so endearing that Kurtz couldn't help but laugh, the sound warm and genuine in the cool night air. Feeling embarrassed by his obvious amusement, Sarai kicked him lightly with her small foot, though not hard enough to cause pain, more of a protest than genuine retaliation. For a moment, time seemed to stand still, peaceful and perfect. Kurtz suddenly found himself wishing he could preserve this exact moment forever, capturing the warmth and companionship that had grown between them. "Congratulations, you've become magicians." By the 3rd week, Norn and Eric could cast Light Arrow, though the power output was only about 1/3 of Kurtz's version. Still, it was genuine magic, and that achievement deserved recognition. Looking at the innocent small tree that their combined efforts had cleanly snapped in half, Kurtz clapped his hands and congratulated both men with genuine pride. It took us this long to learn the most basic magic. If we were to learn that devastating spell of yours, Kurtz, who knows how many years it would take, Eric said with a rueful shake of his head. He had been fascinated by the potent magic Kurtz had unleashed during their first encounter, especially after Sarai had learned it and personally demonstrated the technique herself. The memory still sent chills down his spine. The spell Sarai had cast was even more terrifying than Kurtz's original version. The space where they stood had plunged into absolute darkness for a full, breathless second. From an external perspective, all light in that area had vanished, as if a black hole had materialized from nothing. Sarai's magic had created a far greater destructive range than Kurtz's initial attempt. Thankfully, they had traveled outside the forest to experiment safely. Otherwise, the entire woodland might have been permanently scarred. Although the fairies had long since departed this world, this remained their ancestral homeland, and the village had flourished here for hundreds of years. It deserved their respect and protection. Chapter 39, starting again. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Sarai had recovered entirely, leaving no lingering effects from her mana exhaustion, and Somo also declared he had stayed long enough. With their preparations complete, Kurtz officially prepared to venture out again. Of course, this time their team had 2 more members, a development that changed everything about their dynamic. Naoyun, you must listen to the adults here and wait for me to come back. Norn said goodbye to his sister reluctantly at the entrance of the village, his voice catching slightly on the words. Okay, when will you come back, big brother? The little girl's eyes were bright with unshed tears, though she tried to be brave. Norn was speechless for a moment, his throat tightening. He didn't know when he would return from this adventure, if he would return at all. The reality of their destination made any promises feel hollow. But he had something he had to do. Now he didn't want to spend his life just protecting the safety of this one village, no matter how much he loved it. For that greater purpose, he had to become much stronger. Your big brother will come back when he becomes strong enough. Norn squatted down and gently ruffled his sister's dark hair, his touch tender despite his calloused hands. And then, I'll teach you powerful magic, okay? According to Sarai, his sister also possessed the talent for learning magic, a gift that might one day change her life completely. However, she was too young at the time to accumulate enough mana in her small body, so she couldn't even cast the most basic spells. Naoyun gripped her brother's clothes tightly, her knuckles white with the effort of holding back tears, but still nodded vigorously. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Eric, who was standing nearby adjusting his heavy pack, couldn't bear the emotional scene any longer and urged gruffly. Hey, it's not like we're parting forever. You're making it sound like we won't come back. At this moment, Eric was carrying a large pack on his back. Supplies for 5 people were no small burden, and even basic necessities took up considerable space. His shoulders already ached from the weight, and they hadn't even left the village yet. Adventuring wasn't just setting off empty-handed with nothing but good intentions. It required careful planning, like preparing for a long journey into unknown territory. You needed to bring everything essential for survival, as there might not be another chance to resupply. Sarai folded her arms and added with her characteristic bluntness, "It's not wrong to say it's a permanent parting. It's indeed possible we won't come back." Even she had accepted Kurtz's request for adventure with the quiet understanding that she might never see the elf forest again. The destinations they planned to explore were notorious for swallowing adventurers and armies whole. Sarai had always struggled with reading social situations when there were more people around, her ancient perspective making her brutally honest at the worst moments. However, Kurtz didn't correct her. He just quickly smoothed things over before the farewell could become even more tearful. All right, it's time to set off. Norn gave a few more careful instructions to the reliable elders in the village, ensuring his sister would be well cared for, before rejoining the team with visible reluctance. Bidding farewell to the villagers who had gathered to see them off, faces both familiar and dear, the five officially embarked on their journey into the unknown. Thus, the legendary future hero team, destined to be buried in the river of history, was officially formed without fanfare or prophecy. The saint who goes forth, the sage who seeks survival, the godslayer who sleeps eternally, the dark comer who announces death, and the honored one who wears the laurel wreath. For now, none of them knew the roles they would come to play in the world's fate. The village gradually faded into the distance behind them, becoming just another memory on the horizon. After leaving the protective sphere of influence of the Gemir forest, Somo asked the question they were all wondering. Where's our first stop? The Dwarf Kingdom ruins. Kurtz unfolded the worn map they'd acquired, studying the marked locations with careful attention. If what we know is right, then the number of monsters there will be much fewer than before. What do you mean? Soma was genuinely puzzled, his thick eyebrows drawing together in confusion. He remembered that place had long become a notorious monster stronghold, and logically, it should be overrun with dangerous creatures by now. Because of the war, Sarai explained from beside him, her voice carrying the weight of strategic understanding. According to Kraft, the war between the demons and the allied forces has already begun in earnest. Since that's the case, most of the monsters should have been conscripted or transferred to the front lines, Kurtz added, tracing possible routes on the map with his finger. In fact, both the monsters and the demon races were incredibly disorganized during this period. After all, the Demon King had not yet emerged to unite them under a single banner, and none of the demon races truly obeyed each other. They operated more like independent warlords vying for territory and power. However, among these scattered strongholds, the dwarf ruins housed the largest concentration of demon races, already showing faint signs of becoming what would eventually be known as the first Demon King's stronghold. If nothing unexpected happened, the first Demon King of the demon races should emerge from among those very ruins they planned to explore. I see. Somo immediately grasped the tactical advantage this presented. I heard that the dwarves lost their ancient forging techniques during that original attack. That knowledge was supposed to be the foundation of our entire civilization. I wonder if any of it can still be recovered. Early in the mythical era, the dwarves had earned renown throughout the continent for their unparalleled forging techniques. All races had spared no expense to commission the dwarves to create powerful weapons and artifacts for them. Legend claimed that the dwarves had even forged a weapon capable of harming gods themselves. Still, unfortunately, with the catastrophic fall of the first dwarf kingdom, its authenticity could no longer be verified. Do your forging techniques rely on secret formulas rather than being passed down through people? Kurtz expressed his confusion, drawing on memories of how craftsmanship typically worked. In his understanding, as long as skilled practitioners survived, techniques wouldn't simply vanish. They would be preserved and transmitted to the next generation. Unless the dwarves had operated like some paranoid ancient empire, where craftsmen were eliminated after completing sensitive projects to protect state secrets. When the dwarf kingdom fell, many dwarves had escaped the destruction. Were there truly none among the survivors who understood the traditional forging techniques? Somo shook his head with obvious regret. I honestly don't know the details. My current axe maintenance technique was learned from my father, but it's nothing compared to what we've lost. I see. Can outsiders learn your forging techniques? Norn asked tentatively, hope flickering in his voice. Theoretically, no, and as we know, the knowledge has been lost for hundreds of years. There are no dwarves left on the continent who still possess that knowledge. Somo's meaning was depressingly clear. No living dwarves remembered the ancient forging techniques anymore. Even if other races desperately wanted to learn, there was nowhere to acquire such knowledge. However, Somo added with a thoughtful frown, if these techniques truly appeared in the hands of other races somehow, I don't think the leaders of the remaining dwarf clans would just sit idly by and accept it. Norn's expression grew somewhat dim at this warning, his hopes deflating slightly. If the original technique causes problems, there would indeed be political risks, so why not just adapt and modify it then? I'm sure those dwarf leaders wouldn't be able to identify altered versions. Kurtz's pragmatic suggestion made Norn's eyes light up with renewed possibility. He looked at his companion, who smiled knowingly at him, seemingly able to guess the ambitious thoughts forming in his mind. Perhaps he should find the right time to speak privately with Kurtz about his dreams for humanity's future. Someone capable of teaching them magic unconditionally, and even adventuring alongside an ancient elf, perhaps harbored the same revolutionary goals as him. Unlike Norn's weighty concerns about societal change, Eric was more interested in immediate, tangible matters. I heard there are many treasures hidden in the dwarf ruins. Yes, Somo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Legend speaks of statues over 10 meters tall, carved from solid gold and inlaid with rare precious gems, and even treasure vaults with floors covered in gold coins like a glittering ocean. Gold wasn't widely circulated as currency in this era, but the dwarves had always possessed an almost obsessive love for shiny, beautiful objects, including various rare gems and precious metals. Therefore, when different races commissioned the forging of weapons, they would often bring substantial quantities of gold items as payment or tribute. Good heavens, just thinking about it makes my eyes dazzle with possibility. No matter the era, people were drawn to wealth and beauty, even in the simple bartering village where Eric had grown up. Are there other valuable things besides gold and gems? Kurtz asked, his priorities focused on more practical concerns. After all, he couldn't realistically carry vast amounts of precious metals with him, or at least not enough to make the risk worthwhile. I honestly don't know about that, Somo admitted with a shrug. Chapter 40, the first magic book. No such specialized profession as a magic swordsman existed in this world. A warrior was simply a warrior, and a mage could only be a mage. Centuries of tradition had carved the boundaries between these paths in stone. Therefore, for Norn and Eric, they could only choose one direction for their future growth, a decision that would define the rest of their lives. However, neither of them seemed ready to make that choice immediately, and Kurtz could understand their hesitation perfectly. To be honest, he was quite envious that both possessed genuine talents in both magic and martial skills. Although his own magical abilities had developed beyond theirs, if they truly managed to cultivate something resembling a magi swordsman's path, it would be a revolutionary breakthrough. Kurtz, there's something I want to discuss with you. Norn approached during their afternoon rest, his expression unusually serious. Sure, do you need me to step aside for privacy? Sarai was still sitting beside him at this moment, carefully studying her own magical notes, so Kurtz made the offer out of courtesy. No need, this matter actually concerns Miss Sarai as well. Hearing that it involved her, Sarai lifted her ancient eyes from her research, giving Norn her full attention. Actually, I want to compile the magic you taught us into a written book so that it can be properly passed down to future generations, but I don't know if you two would agree to me doing this. Norn chose his words carefully as he presented his request, clearly having thought this through extensively. He had been planning this project ever since he first began learning magic, but he hadn't moved forward without the explicit consent of those who had taught him. If Kurtz and Sarai both opposed the idea, Norn would absolutely abandon it without question. A magic book, Kurtz murmured thoughtfully, the concept stirring something in his memory. Most magic in this era was passed down through direct master-disciple relationships, and the idea of systematic magical texts seemed almost non-existent. At least, Kurtz had never come across one during his time here. However, Sarai's following words corrected his assumption entirely. Magic books, that's actually quite a brilliant idea. Sarai's immediate recognition meant she must have encountered, or at least heard of similar works before. Your people have them among the elves. No, Sarai shook her head, her golden hair catching the afternoon light. Elf magic passes down entirely through oral tradition by our elders. We never deal with written magical texts. However, some other races, for the convenience of trade and diplomacy, will record their tribal magic in books to exchange for resources with other peoples. This represented the primitive prototype of the earliest magical texts, a fascinating development Kurtz hadn't considered. However, in this era, various races seemed to lack systematic recording methods. Their approach was entirely pragmatic, based on which spells had high trade value and could be exchanged for the most resources. It was essentially another sophisticated form of bartering, with knowledge as currency. What do you think about potential complications? Kurtz was genuinely worried about copyright disputes and territorial conflicts that might arise, concepts that might seem anachronistic, but were very real concerns in this world. If Norn's magic book contained elven spells, it could easily cause diplomatic incidents or worse. After all, books had the potential for much wider circulation than oral teaching ever could. Recording your personal magic shouldn't present problems, but the precondition is that you must be willing to contribute these spells to the world freely. Clearly, Sarai shared similar concerns about the political ramifications. What she cared about most was Kurtz's willingness to share all the magic he had created, spells that were uniquely his own innovations. Magic represented the most precious commodity in this era, more valuable than gold or gems. When various races commissioned the dwarves to forge legendary weapons, they often used books containing magical knowledge as payment, a practice that seemed almost absurd on the surface. Theoretically, offering magic books as payment to the magic-illiterate dwarves could be considered quite strange, and might even cause confusion among the straightforward, practical-minded craftsmen. However, the ultimate result was that the dwarves consistently accepted this form of payment, recognizing its inherent value. One could only imagine how incredibly valuable magical knowledge truly was in this world. I have no objections to this whatsoever. After all, magic itself only has meaning if it passes down to others. If it exists purely to satisfy my own ego, then my creation of these spells becomes meaningless. His original motivation for creating magic had been simple: survival in this dangerous world. But after meeting Sarai, it evolved into a desire for personal strength and mastery. And now, Kurtz realized he harbored an additional dream that had grown within him over the past few weeks. He wanted his magical innovations to be preserved and passed down through generations. His initial plan had been to spend his entire lifetime teaching these spells to others, whether human, elf, or any other race. As long as they weren't malevolent, he would freely share the magic he had developed. But Norn's thoughtful suggestion opened up entirely new possibilities for preserving and spreading that knowledge. "Your ideals are quite noble," Sarai observed, her tone making it genuinely unclear whether her words constituted praise or gentle mockery. However, Kurtz chose to interpret it as genuine praise, taking her comment at face value. But Sarai's true meaning was more complex, half sarcasm, half genuine emotion at his naivety. After all, for someone of her ancient perspective, magic was a special, almost sacred existence, and she didn't particularly wish for everyone in this world to possess magical abilities. If Norn and Eric hadn't demonstrated such exceptional natural talents, she wouldn't have even agreed to Kurtz teaching them traditional elven magic. But for Kurtz's sake, she had no intention of expressing these reservations aloud. "Then it's settled," Kurtz clapped Norn's shoulder encouragingly. "If you encounter any problems during the compilation process, come find me immediately. We can start by documenting the most fundamental magical principles." Norn and Eric could already skillfully master Kurtz's basic magical repertoire, whether light arrow techniques or elemental fire magic. They could cast them with reasonable competence. This progress made him genuinely proud of their dedication and natural abilities. Norn nodded with solemn determination. "I understand exactly what you mean. Thank you, Master Kurtz. I thank you on behalf of all humanity for your selfless contribution to our future. Wait until you become a renowned human powerhouse, famous throughout this entire continent, before making such grand declarations. For you and me right now, considering the distant future of the human race might be getting ahead of ourselves." Kurtz replied with casual humor, though the sentiment touched him. Mainly, Norn's formal declaration of representing all humans in this world caught him completely off guard with its sincerity. "Yes, I understand." Norn nodded again, his resolve only strengthening. Since departing from the village, this singular goal had consumed his thoughts and driven his actions. Just then, Sarai suddenly interjected with practical wisdom. Don't forget to state the source and authorship of each spell clearly. She looked directly at Kurtz with meaningful emphasis. At minimum, let everyone who learns from this book know exactly who created the magic they're studying. Sarai couldn't bear the thought of people learning these innovative spells without even knowing Kurtz's name or acknowledging his creative contributions. Kurtz burst into genuine laughter. He had indeed completely forgotten about that crucial detail. To have one's name remembered and honored by future generations was naturally the secret dream of all individuals who hoped to leave a lasting mark on history. And he was certainly no exception to that universal human desire. Statues honoring heroes and saviors would eventually crumble and be forgotten as centuries passed. But magical knowledge would endure far longer. His only real concern was that his magical innovations might eventually become outdated and replaced by superior techniques. But that scenario lay at least 1,000 years in the future. Unless he somehow managed to achieve immortality, he would never witness such developments. Unless he could live forever. Kurtz found himself suddenly enveloped by his own contemplative thoughts, lost in speculation about legacy and mortality, until Eric's enthusiastic interruption dragged his mind back to the present moment. The golden-haired hunter had somehow crept closer during the conversation, now shouting with obvious excitement. "Norn, you wouldn't be secretly studying advanced techniques behind my back, would you? I want to participate in this project too." "You?" Sarai raised a skeptical eyebrow, her expression coolly amused. "Let's discuss that possibility after you've actually mastered the basic light arrow spell. Every single one of your attempts looks more like abstract art than functional magic." Everyone burst into good-natured laughter at the accurate observation. Eric's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Those were just unfortunate accidents. Chapter 41, Participating in History. Sunlight reflected on everyone's faces as Somo approached and asked, "What are you talking about with such liveliness?" He had observed from the side until he saw Eric join in, then he followed suit. The dwarf's curiosity had finally gotten the better of him. Whatever had drawn such animated discussion deserved his attention. "We're talking about writing Mr. Kurtz's magic book into a formal book," Norn explained, gesturing toward the scattered notes they'd organized. He had just agreed to Sarai's request, or rather, it was something he should do. Kurtz's actions deserved to be remembered by future generations. The weight of that responsibility settled on his shoulders like a mantle. Future generations would surely call Kurtz the human race's first great sage. Somo's eyes lit up. This is a huge project. To make a magic book, you must use materials that can withstand the test of time, and the Dwarf Ruins treasure vault should have them. "You dwarves even collect this kind of stuff." Kurtz found it a bit hard to believe. The dwarf treasure vault collected too many and too varied things, didn't it? He'd heard stories from Sarai, but the reality seemed to exceed even those tales. Fortunately, Sarai knew this history and spoke up. "No need to be surprised. You should know that the Dwarf Kingdom was once known for being able to collect all the treasures in the world into its treasury." That sounds a bit strange. This setting of collecting all treasures into the treasury felt a bit familiar to him. Something from his previous world, perhaps, involved dwarves, hobbits, and a wizard who loved to say, "You shall not pass." Norn pondered. If that's the case, are there magic books from other races in there? The question hung in the air, heavy with the possibility of ancient knowledge, waiting to be rediscovered. Somo thought for a moment, then nodded. "There should be. I heard all this from my old man." His weathered face creased with the effort of recollection. Stories passed down through generations of dwarven smiths and treasure keepers. Norn didn't ask further because his doubts had been answered. Next was to verify the truth in the dwarf ruins. At this moment, Kurtz looked into the distance, his thoughts drifting away again. The afternoon light stretched long shadows across the camp, painting everything in golden hues that seemed almost prophetic. He realized that he was participating in the creation of history itself. Perhaps 1,000 years later, when future generations flip through magic tomes, they will praise the sages of the human race. The thought both humbled and terrified him. to be remembered not as just a lost man who came from place unknown, but as something greater. In the chaotic era of disputes among various races during the mythical age, they lit the spark that would lead to the inheritance of human magic. "What are you thinking about?" Sarai's voice pulled him back to reality, sharp as always but with an undertone of genuine curiosity. "I'm thinking about what to name this magic book." Kurtz's magic book. Clearly, their ancient elf had no talent for naming. The suggestion came out flat, practical to a fault. Kurtz certainly didn't want to use that name. He just wanted to add the author's name in the book, not directly on the cover as the title. Too much ego, not enough substance. "Change it." "Then how about God-slaying magic?" Sarai's eyes gleamed with something dangerous, and Kurtz could practically feel the air around them, charged with her enthusiasm for the idea. "That's a bit too overbearing. I'm afraid naming it that might attract lightning strikes. There are gods in this era, and directly naming your magic, God-slaying magic, is somewhat too bold. Better to avoid drawing their attention before humanity was ready for such conflicts." "I'm not naming it, you think of it yourself." Sarai turned her head. She had clearly come up with such excellent names, but this unappreciative fellow in front of her rejected them all. Her pride stung, just enough to make her withdraw from the discussion entirely. This made their ancient elf a little unhappy, though she'd never admit it. Although Sarai withdrew from the discussion, others took her place. The conversation shifted and became more collaborative. Everyone began to argue about the book's title. It seemed that this book was no longer something Norn alone was to complete, but something everyone was prepared to contribute to. Even Eric chimed in with suggestions, although most were quickly dismissed. Ultimately, Kurtz and Norn overruled the objections and successfully named the magic book The Code of Origin. This would be the human race's first official magic book, and it would influence all future humans. The name felt right, simple, profound, carrying the weight of beginning without the burden of arrogance. When everyone finally decided on the title, the warm golden sunlight also fell, and Kurtz even vaguely hallucinated it as the color of history. Light and shadow danced across their faces like pages, turning in some cosmic tome. "Origin, it certainly fits." Norn repeated the name softly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the blank beast-hide paper he carried with him. The texture was rough, honest, a far cry from the pristine pages this knowledge deserved. This was the material he planned to use for recording magic notes. Although simple, it was the best writing tool the tribe could provide. However, such materials could not be passed down forever. Sarai turned her head and said casually, "If you want this book to be passed down for a long time, it's best to use paper made from red dragon hide with dragon blood as ink. Only then can it remain immortal and unfaded for 1,000 years." The suggestion came out matter-of-fact, as if she were discussing the weather rather than materials worth kingdoms. "Dragon blood," Eric's eyes widened comically. "Wait, what are dragons again? Are they very powerful?" Sarai snorted softly. "The second strongest race in this world, what do you think?" She paused, then added with typical elvish superiority, "It's just that the dragons now no longer have a fixed settlement. They are basically all fending for themselves. The strongest race in this world was undoubtedly the gods. Their very existence being repelled by this world was enough to demonstrate the terror of their strength. The second strongest was the dragon race, with the Skywing clan, possessing innate abilities to fly, ranking third. This was followed by the elves, who were skilled in magic, and the cunning and treacherous demon race." Kurtz thoughtfully said, "So every dragon is in a solitary state then?" The implications were interesting, powerful beings, but isolated. Vulnerable in their loneliness, perhaps. Want to kill one?" Sarai asked, eager to try. She had never killed a giant dragon before, and just imagining it made her feel her blood boil. The prospect of such a challenge lit something predatory in her eyes. "We can." Seeing Sarai's reaction, Kurtz naturally wouldn't pour cold water on her. Anyway, dragons were basically 100 harms and not a benefit to humans in later generations, so if they met one, they should probably kill it if they could. Besides, they'd need those materials eventually. Maybe not try to make them extinct, just get the message through. Upon hearing Kurt's agree, Sarai's lips curved upward. She was already a bit impatient to challenge a giant dragon. The smile was sharp, almost a feral reminder that beneath her petite, cute exterior lay something far more dangerous. With the magic created by Kurt's empowering her, she was confident she could kill even a giant dragon herself. A night passed. The next morning, the team packed their gear, ready to depart. The camp buzzed with quiet efficiency as everyone prepared for the journey ahead. Norn carefully put away the preliminary sorted magic notes, while Eric used his free time to practice the water generation magic Kurtz taught him. However, he couldn't control it well and splashed the water in his hands directly onto his hair, making him look like a drowned rat. He stood there dripping, face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, no one on the team paid attention to him, which lessened Eric's embarrassment somewhat. "I think we should write on the first page of the magic book," Kurt said solemnly to Norn before they set off. "Magic is not just imitation. Blindly following the magic in books will not make one a powerful mage." The words carried weight beyond their literal meaning, a philosophy that could reshape humanity's approach to the mystical arts. "I understand what you mean. How about adding a sentence, 'Failure is the mother of success'?" "We can," Kurt smiled with relief. Norn and Eric often failed when they first learned magic, so he probably thought of that. The reminder came from experience, hard-won and honestly earned. Innovation and perseverance are essential for becoming a powerful mage. Kurtz was already imagining the scene in future generations where various magics would emerge one after another, an endless flowering of human creativity built on the foundation they were laying now. Sarai stood not far away, watching them talk, and Soma walked over, looking in the direction of her gaze. "What, worried they won't write it well?" "No, Kurtz will write it well," Sarai said softly. "I'm just thinking that this book might change a lot of things." Once the human race had this magic book, she couldn't imagine what kind of waves they would stir up in this world. The thought carried equal parts anticipation and trepidation. Soma replied, "It might even change this world." At this moment, no one thought that this book would become the most essential magic book for people in later generations. Years later, when the Code of Origin became widely circulated in humanity's First Nation. When humanity's first magic academy was established based on the code, people would always utter a name. The first great sage, Kurtz. Chapter 42, Fighting the Dragon. A series of roars echoed through the empty valley, each one reverberating off the stone walls like thunder trapped in a bottle. A giant, fiery red dragon flew low to the ground, spewing dragon flames from its mouth, targeting a figure frantically fleeing ahead. Its massive wings cast shifting shadows across the rocky terrain as it pursued its prey with predatory focus. The dragon spat out another burst of dragon fire, and the figure barely managed to dodge it, shouting towards the nearby mountaintop, "Help me! Why are you just watching?" This figure was Eric. When everyone had finalized the materials for the magic book, Eric had boasted that he would personally slay a dragon to prove his strength. The words had tumbled out before he'd really thought them through, a young man's pride overriding common sense. This displeased Sarai. After all, even she wasn't confident she could kill a dragon, so how could a magic apprentice like him have such confidence? The audacity of it had rankled her pride more than she cared to admit. Thus, Sarai brought a group of people to the territory of this rather famous dragon. She presented it as a learning opportunity, but everyone could see the gleam of anticipation in her eyes. It was an excellent opportunity for Eric to show off his skills. However, it now seemed he had made a fool of himself. His grand declarations had withered under the reality of dragon fire and crushing terror. "Is this really okay?" Norn asked with some doubt, his knuckles white as he gripped his sword hilt. Having spent the most time with Eric among them, he naturally worried about his friend's safety. The protective instinct clashed with his trust in their more experienced companions. After all, the giant dragon before them, resembling a small mountain, was terrifying just from its aura, and the dragon flames it spat out could even melt hard rock. Heat waves rolled off its scales in visible distortions. He highly doubted whether his friend's small body could withstand it. Don't worry, Sarai glanced over, saying nonchalantly, Kurtz is here, this guy won't die. It turned out that Kurtz was holding a small magic circle at this moment. If Eric had observed carefully, he would have noticed a nearly transparent magic barrier covering his body, shimmering like heat haze. This was Kurtz's improved version of the elven defensive magic. He had fixed the bug that only allowed defense from the front, added the function to cast it on others, and enhanced its defensive capabilities. The spell work had taken him weeks to perfect, each failure teaching him something new about magical theory. The cost was double the mana consumption, but watching Eric stumble through his terror-fueled dance with death, it seemed worth every drop of magical energy. After hearing Kurtz's explanation, Norn's tense mood calmed down, and he even had the leisure to start giving Eric pointers. Hey, Eric, the dragon fire is coming again, don't get burned. Seeing the dragon about to spew dragon fire again, Norn shouted to him. Their distance was just right for the other party to hear. There was something almost cheerful in his voice now, relief mixed with barely suppressed amusement. You bastard, if you're so capable, come do it yourself. Eric again instinctively dodged a stream of dragon fire, not forgetting to turn his head and curse at Norn. His face was streaked with soot and sweat. Dignity had long since been abandoned in favor of survival. He can still talk, so it seems he hasn't reached his limit yet. Seeing Norn's gloating expression, Kurtz silently mourned for the strong-willed Eric. The young man's pride would take longer to recover than his body. By the way, why is that dragon only chasing Eric? Somo raised his question, hefting his battle axe with practiced ease. The few of them were not far away, and the dragon could also sense their presence. He had even prepared for battle, but for some reason, the dragon didn't even look their way. Because dragons are creatures very sensitive to aura. Sarai began to explain, invisible magic power condensing around her like gathering storm clouds. One is an unremarkable weak creature, and the other is a presence that can bring mortal danger to itself. It will naturally choose the former. Her voice carried that familiar note of superiority, but underneath it was something sharper, anticipation. You are clearly enjoying this, Somo thought in his heart, then asked an obvious question. Then whose aura is this dragon fearing? After all, among those present, Sarai's strength was the most powerful. The air around her practically vibrated with barely contained magical energy. Even now, she was unreservedly releasing her magic power, so it was clear who the dragon was wary of. However, before Kurtz could answer, Eric's cry for help came again from not far away. Mr. Kurtz, please help me, I am going to die. Since the person had called him by name for help, Kurtz naturally prepared to act, but Sarai stopped him. Why didn't he ask me for help? Good heavens, you can get jealous over this. Kurtz thought, though he was careful not to let it show on his face. Kurtz was a bit stunned by the petulant note in her voice. Sarai didn't intend for Kurtz to stand by, but was preparing to act herself. Her pride demanded she be the one to end this. After all, it had been her idea to bring Eric here in the first place. The magic power around her began to solidify, and the powerful magic fluctuations made the surrounding few people subconsciously take a few steps back. Even the air seemed to thicken as her gathering power intensified. She instantly unleashed a powerful spell. A pillar of light began to condense in the air. It wasn't Kurtz's magic that could even swallow light, as that move required charging. Sarai usually preferred magic that didn't require such a long charging time, efficiency over spectacle, though the result was spectacular nonetheless. The crimson dragon, which had been chasing Eric, suddenly stopped in its tracks. Its massive head turned towards the mountaintop where everyone was, sensing a dangerous aura from within. His ancient instincts screamed warnings it couldn't ignore. Roar! The dragon let out a low roar, abandoning its pursuit of Eric and instead spread its wings, soaring into the sky. Its yellow dragon eyes stared intently at Sarai, pupils contracting to slits as it recognized the threat she represented. Look, Sarai smiled, and there was something predatory in that expression. This isn't a rational choice. Seeing the dragon finally stop chasing him, Eric collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His legs trembled from exhaustion and terror, pride utterly forgotten in the face of simple relief. He would never dare to brag so carelessly again. Meanwhile, seeing the dragon charge towards them, Kurtz quickly told everyone to retreat, leaving only himself and Sarai to face the dragon. His voice conveyed calm authority and confidence that left no room for disagreement. Mainly, this guy's dragon fire was too terrifying. Among their group, only he and Sarai knew defensive magic and could withstand the opponent's attacks head-on. "It's coming," Sarai whispered as the crimson dragon above them spread its wings, covering the sky. Dragon breath churned in its throat, visible as a growing glow between its jaws, and in the blink of an eye, a stream of dragon breath spewed forth. Facing Sarai's magical attack, which was capable of harming it, the dragon chose to strike first. Survival instincts overrode territorial pride. After all, this was its territory. No matter what race trespassed, it would not let them go. The reason it had initially chased Eric was purely instinctive, starting with the weaker creatures. Now, faced with a real threat, it showed why dragons were feared across the realm. The dragon fire collided with the pillar of light released by Sarai, emitting a dazzling blaze. The next second, the pillar of light directly pierced through the entire stream of dragon fire and shot towards the dragon, leaving a trail of superheated air in its wake. The dragon flapped its wings, narrowly dodging the attack, and then unleashed another blast of dragon fire. Its movements were fluid despite its size, centuries of aerial combat evident in every wing beat. As a fire attribute dragon fire was its magic. Not only could it be released multiple times, but its power was also astonishingly great. Even its release speed was faster than Sarai's ultimate spell. However, it overlooked one thing: Sarai was not fighting alone. Kurtz quickly cast magic, and a triple-layered defensive magic barrier rose in front of the two of them. The barriers shimmered like overlapping soap bubbles, each one designed to absorb and dissipate the dragon's fiery assault. Somo swung his battle axe, and Norn also drew his longsword. His magic was not yet proficient enough to cast spells instantly like Kurtz and Sarai, but he could fight as a warrior. Steel sang as it cleared leather, a sound that promised violence. The triple defensive magic withstood several breaths from the dragon, and seizing this opportunity, Sarai unleashed the maximum number of light arrows. Hundreds of golden arrows, with a flick of her fingertips, shot towards the dragon like a torrential rain. Each arrow hummed with deadly intent, their collective light turning the sky into a constellation of death. The dragon roared again, spewing dragon fire. This time, it wasn't a simple single breath, but a continuous one, forming a crimson pillar of fire directly in midair. The sustained flame turned the air itself into a weapon. The pillar of fire and the golden arrow rain collided in midair, erupting in a blinding light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. The dragon fire knocked down by the arrow rain fell to the ground, melting all the surrounding rocks into liquid. Eric scrambled away from the center of the battle, the heat singeing his eyebrows even at this distance. "This is too exaggerated." He wiped the ash from his face, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. However, he still stood up and hurried over, legs still shaking but determination overriding fear. In such a lively scene, he had to help out. His pride might be bruised, but his courage remained intact. Chapter 43, Killing the Dragon. Meanwhile, Kurt seized the opportunity while the dragon was preoccupied with Sarai, casting plant-type magic. Countless thick vines burst from the ground and flew into the sky, coiling around the dragon like giant pythons seeking prey. He managed to pull the beast down, allowing Norn and Somo to launch their attack. The dragon's massive form crashed toward Earth with a sound like thunder, its wings beating frantically against the constraining greenery. The dragon began to break free from the vines. In just a short time, the vines around its body started to snap, layer by layer. Each breaking strand released the sharp scent of crushed vegetation and dragon musk. "Somo, now. Here I come, Aya." The dwarf warrior seized the moment, leaping directly into the air and swinging his battle axe at the dragon's flank. His war cry echoed off the valley walls as he committed everything to the strike. Clang! The moment the battle axe struck the dragon's skin, it produced a clang like steel meeting steel. Upon closer inspection, one would find that Somo's attack had only left a white mark on the dragon's body, barely a scratch on those ancient scales. Damn it, these scales are too hard. Somo retreated helplessly, his hands stinging from the impact's reverberation through his weapon. No wonder dragon scales are the best material for armor. Even unprocessed scales are enough to withstand most attacks. The dwarf's finest craftsmanship had met its match. Norn followed closely, but he aimed for the dragon's wings, which it relied on for flight. A single sword slash managed to carve out a shallow wound, dark blood welling from the cut. This dragon's wings weren't covered in scales, which made their defense much weaker. The membrane stretched between bone and sinew was vulnerable if someone could reach it. Kurtz immediately noticed this and said to Sarai, "Attack its wings." Upon hearing this, Sarai immediately conjured a spear of light in her palm. The weapon materialized with a sound like crystalline chimes, humming with deadly energy. The spear struck the dragon's wing directly. Sarai's attack was much stronger than Norn's. The dragon, caught off guard, had both its wings pierced by the light spear. The intense pain made it let out an even more deafening roar that shattered loose stones from the cliff faces. However, one light spear did not completely incapacitate the dragon's flight, but now that its weakness was known, things became much simpler. Norn and Somo coordinated to stall, while Kurtz and Sarai were responsible for the main attack. Countless light spears and arrow rain all flew towards the dragon's wings like a golden storm of death. Even if the dragon desperately spewed flames, it was futile. Numerous wounds appeared on its wings, blood splattered onto the ground in steaming pools, and its body plummeted to the earth with a crash that shook the entire valley. But this did not fully kill the beast, and the battle raged on. The fallen dragon roared to the sky, its voice now tinged with something that hadn't been there before, desperation. It never would have imagined that it would one day suffer such severe injuries, not from God or other dragons, but from such weak little creatures who were just children. His pride, ancient and absolute, warred with the growing reality of its mortality. It had slaughtered countless weak creatures and destroyed innumerable villages and tribes, fighting many creatures in the process. Victory had been as natural as breathing for so long. But being forced to such an extent was a first for it. It was all caused by these two despicable mages. Their magic was too unique, whether it was the overwhelming light arrow or the magic barrier strong enough to withstand the dragon's breath. He had never seen anything like them. These weren't the crude spells it had crushed before. These burned with something far more dangerous. The dragon stared intently at Kurtz and Sarai. The intense killing intent, even from a distance, was felt by both of them, a psychic weight that pressed against their minds like a physical force. But Sarai showed no fear at all. If she were to be afraid of a mere dragon, how could she ever kill a god? Her smile remained fixed, predatory, almost amused by the creature's rage. The dragon moved its mountain-like body, emitting a scorching red aura around it, and charged towards the group. The very air around it began to shimmer and warp with unleashed magical energy. "You're trying to pull a dragon charge on me, huh?" Kurtz cursed under his breath and cast a magic barrier, wondering if he could pull off a dragon charge stop maneuver. The reference felt absurd even as he made it, but desperate times called for desperate analogies. However, the barrier, which could easily withstand dragon flames, was now as fragile as paper. It shattered the moment it came into contact with the dragon's body, magical energy dispersing like mist before hurricane winds. Kurtz's eyes widened in shock at the sight. He grabbed Sarai again and ran, her weight insignificant compared to the looming mountain of death behind them. Norn and Somo also quickly dodged, but they were still knocked to the ground by the scorching shockwave emanating from the dragon. Eric, who arrived late from not far away, also immediately stopped in his tracks at the sight, his mouth falling open in pure terror. "It's in a magic release state." Sarai immediately recognized the dragon's current special condition. She had done something similar before, fully releasing her magic when killing that demon and its demonic subordinates. And now it seemed this dragon was also using all its magic to enhance its physical strength. Looking at the dragon whose pupils had narrowed into thin slits, Kurt said, "It's going all out." The entire valley began to tremble with the dragon's movements, causing rocks to fall. Ancient stone, weathered by millennia, cracked and tumbled like the valley itself was coming apart. Even the surrounding temperature rose significantly. The air itself became an enemy, each breath burning their lungs. Good, good, good. If it's going all out, I'll go all out too. Kurtz put Sarai down and said, "Get me some time." Sarai immediately understood what Kurtz was preparing to do and said, "Your damage isn't enough. Let's do it together." Their short but long-standing tacit understanding led them to act instantly. No words needed, just the perfect synchronization of two minds working toward the same lethal goal. An improved defensive magic rose out of thin air. With their combined efforts, a wall of barriers rose in front of them. This barrier wall, like a great wall of steel, forcibly stopped the dragon's charge. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground that could be felt in their bones. But the dragon couldn't just sit there and wait. It gathered magic into its mouth once more, and flames poured out, no, not just flames, but even more terrifying crimson magma that turned the very air into liquid fire. Even this magic barrier began to show tiny cracks under this breath attack. And Kurtz and Sarai's magic was still charging. The space around them was gradually being eroded by darkness, not instantly, but slowly extending, a more prolonged engulfment. Reality itself seemed to bend away from their gathering power. There's no time. Staring at the cracks on the barrier, Kurtz was a little anxious. Sweat beaded on his forehead, despite the intense heat, or perhaps because of it. To achieve a one-hit kill, he and Sarai had to maximize the damage of this move, which required more time. However, they now didn't have much time left. Fortunately, they were a team. He still had his companions. Somo and Norn charged from the side, forcing the dragon to stop its breath attack and instead deal with the two of them. Their courage in the face of certain death struck admiration and pride in Kurtz's heart for both of them. These are my friends. But this, in turn, gave Eric an opportunity. Wielding a longsword identical to Norn's, he leaped high and slashed at the dragon's neck. His earlier terror had crystallized into something more challenging, a determination born of desperation and wounded pride. A full power strike, combined with the fact that scales did not fully cover the dragon's neck, actually allowed him to carve out a rather deep wound. The price was that the longsword in his hand was utterly ruined, the blade shattering against dragon bone after delivering its final service. After all, both his and Norn's longswords were ordinary weapons, far inferior to Somo's specially enchanted dwarf-made items. Hot dragon blood spurted from the dragon's neck, steaming where it hit the ground. In pain, it violently shook its head, sending Eric flying with a fierce impact that would have killed a lesser man. Norn rushed forward to catch him, and the two rolled on the ground in a tangle of limbs and desperate momentum. And just in time, Kurtz and Sarai's magic was complete. The space around them was entirely engulfed by darkness. From the outside, their figures were completely invisible, as if reality had decided to forget they existed. The dragon seemed to sense a fatal threat, but before it could escape, a beam of light shot out from the darkness. It directly pierced the dragon's scale-protected chest. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The dragon's movements froze. It didn't even feel any pain because the flesh and nerves around its chest had been completely burned away, along with its life force. There was something almost peaceful in that eternal instant before the end. Then, boom! The explosion effect of the light beam began to appear. The dragon's body exploded from within, and countless burning fragments scattered like deadly fireworks, painting the sky in crimson and gold. Thus, this dragon, quite famous even in the age of myths, was completely dead. The silence that followed was absolute. Kurtz and his companions absorbed the sight in silence. The battle they just fought was almost surreal. The silence that followed was heavy, as if the valley itself held its breath in respect for what had just passed, but there was something light, something warm and anticipatory. A feeling as if the world itself was lively with excitement, as the wind howled in earthly silence. The death of the ancient dragon heralded the coming of a new era of dawn. Chapter 44, Treasure Hunt Time. Kurtz breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed at the dead dragon's remains, powerlessness washing over him like a tide. He had almost completely drained his mana to maximize his magic's power, on top of what he'd consumed earlier defending against the dragon's breath. His limbs felt like lead, and each breath came with effort. Now, he couldn't squeeze out even a single drop of magical energy. The familiar sensation of power that usually hummed beneath his skin had vanished entirely. Sarai, standing beside him, noticed the fatigue on Kurtz's face and lowered her head, lost in thought. Her expression was unreadable, but something in her posture suggested she was calculating something. For some reason, Kurtz felt a chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with exhaustion. Across from them, Somo and a few others jogged over, their footsteps uneven on the debris-strewn ground. The intense explosion's shockwave had left them even more disheveled than before. Dust and small stones still clung to their clothes and hair. Lucky ones, like Norn, had managed to run behind a large rock the moment the beam appeared, so the blast barely harmed him. His quick thinking had saved him from the worst of it. However, Somo and Eric weren't so fortunate. The shock knocked them to the ground, tumbling several times, and when they got up, dust and serious bruises covered them. Eric still had a dazed look in his eyes, as if he couldn't quite believe they'd survived. Despite their disheveled appearance, their inner excitement couldn't be contained as they approached the dragon's corpse, examining it intently. Victory, it seemed, had a way of washing away exhaustion. Ah, what a pity, it's all in pieces, and these scales are practically useless. Somo lamented as he looked at the scattered remains, prodding at a fragment with his boot. He had hoped to use these scales to craft a simple shield for himself. The dream of dragon-scale armor would have to wait for another day. He didn't know advanced forging techniques. At most, he could only do some simple processing using the forging skills inherent in dwarf genes. But now, this plan lay in ruins. At best, he could only collect a few scales for his collection. His disappointment was palpable, his shoulders sagging as he surveyed the destruction. Speaking of which, with it in this state, are there any usable materials left? Eric asked curiously, looking at the dragon's head, which was only half intact. The sight was both fascinating and grotesque. At the very least, we need to collect the dragon blood. Norn took out a simple water skin from his backpack, intending to collect the remaining blood from the corpse, but the dragon's blood directly burned through the beast's hide water skin. The acrid smell of burning leather filled the air. The dragon's blood temperature was still terrifyingly high even after its death. Steam rose from the pooled crimson liquid like incense from an altar. This was troublesome. Norn felt distressed. Without dragon blood as a material, he couldn't make ink that wouldn't fade, and the flowing dragon blood was rapidly evaporating at a visible rate, which pained him to watch. Each lost drop represented pages of knowledge that might not survive the centuries. Is there any way, Sarai? Seeing this, Kurtz asked Sarai. He didn't want all their efforts to go to waste. The thought of coming so far only to fail at the final step gnawed at him. Sarai shook her head, indicating she had no good ideas, but then she seemed to remember something and said, "We can go to its lair and check." Her voice carried a note of anticipation that hadn't been there before. Dragons have a habit of collecting treasures. Perhaps we can find what we need there. Without hesitation, everyone quickly headed towards the lair deep in the valley. The entrance yawned before them like a mouth filled with promises and dangers. Various colored ores filled the spacious lair, but what struck them most was the small mountain-like pile of gems of all colors. The sight took their breath away. Wealth beyond imagination lay scattered like children's toys. Among them were some gold coins, which, from their style, looked very similar to the ones Amuro had given him back at the village. The familiar design brought a pang of homesickness Kurtz hadn't expected. "I guess that dragon just used these gems as a bed," Norn speculated after carefully observing the gem pile's appearance. The depression in the center, indeed, suggested something large had been resting there regularly. "Doesn't it feel lumpy?" Eric asked, somewhat disbelieving, running his fingers through a handful of smaller stones. These gems varied in size, and just looking at them made them seem uncomfortable. He wondered what special preference that dragon had to use them as a mattress. Perhaps comfort meant something different when you had scales. Who knows, my knowledge of dragons is limited to hearsay. Sarai, at the front of the group, bypassed the colorful ores and gems and went to an inconspicuous corner where someone had placed many armors and weapons. Her movements were deliberate, as if she'd seen similar collections before. However, these pieces of equipment were heavily rusted, clearly never maintained, and some were even partially damaged, making them practically unusable. Time and neglect had reduced once-proud weapons to scrap metal. What are these? Kurtz also noticed the equipment and leaned in to ask, his voice dropping to a whisper in the presence of what felt like a graveyard. Elven bows and arrows, dwarf armor, Skywing clan longswords. These are the equipment of those who died at this dragon's hands. Sarai picked up an elven longbow, her fingers tracing the unrecognizable emblem on the bowstring. Time's erosion had long since worn away the bowstring, leaving only the bow body, made of special wood, intact. Her touch was gentle, almost reverent. Should we take them? No, Sarai put down the longbow with careful precision. It's meaningless, not as good as magic. She felt a bit emotional. If these elves had used powerful magic instead of these weak bows and arrows, would the outcome have been different? The question hung in the air like an unspoken memorial. But unfortunately, not every elf could use advanced magic and become a mage. Elves who couldn't become mages either became mighty warriors like Kraft or became archers, which people considered to have some combat power. Each path had its own dignity, even if some led to dragon hordes. Then let them rest here. Kurtz also gave up the idea of sifting through this pile of equipment. Mainly, these things looked almost entirely like junk at a glance, and there really wasn't anything worth his time to search for. The practical part of his mind warred with a strange sense of respect for the dead. Again, anyone who this dragon could kill probably wasn't left with equipment in excellent condition. Kurtz felt that the kind of novel plot where an adventurer holding a legendary holy sword gets defeated by a dragon, only for someone to find the holy sword again, usually wouldn't happen to him. Reality was disappointingly mundane, even in a fantasy world. Besides, what use would he have for that thing? He couldn't possibly be like some white-bearded old man, wielding a magic staff in one hand and a holy sword in the other to fight people, could he? The image was absurd enough to make him smile despite the somber surroundings. Just then, Somo, who was rummaging through the pile of gems, suddenly discovered a faintly glowing metal box. How did this thing get here? Theoretically, this place should have contained all gems and ores. The anomaly stood out like a beacon among the scattered wealth. Somo had initially wanted to find some valuable materials among them, but he unexpectedly found something like a treasure chest. It was a palm-sized, silver-white box, its surface unmarked by the same corrosion that had claimed everything else. Kurtz wanted to see what was inside, but found he couldn't open it at all. The mechanism resisted all conventional attempts. Magic seal? Sarai noticed the magical traces on the box, her eyes lighting up with professional interest. Let me try. Sarai took the metal box and directly used the most straightforward and brutal method, forcibly breaking the magic seal on it. Her approach was characteristically direct. Why finesse when raw power would suffice? With a soft click, the box cracked open. Inside was a small piece of ore, dark and unassuming. Everyone looked at each other, completely confused about what charm this dark stone had that made it worth storing in such a sealed box. The anticlimax was almost comical after their dramatic battle. When asked, Somo also said he had never seen this kind of ore, turning it over in his calloused hands with the expertise of generations of miners. Since that was the case, everyone decided to put the stone away for now and clear out the box to collect dragon blood. The box, made of special metal, could withstand the dragon blood's temperature. Sometimes the most valuable treasure was the container, not its contents. As everyone left the dragon's lair, Kurtz picked up a few beautiful gems, selecting them more for their aesthetic appeal than their value. Somo packed a large bag full of precious ores, his eyes gleaming with the joy of a craftsman who'd found his materials. Kurtz wondered why Somo needed so many ores when his forging skills were admittedly terrible. Perhaps hope outweighs ability in the dwarf's calculations. Eric, meanwhile, grumbled as he carried a bag full of gems. So, can we exchange these gems for anything? Sudden Wealth's weight was apparently heavier than expected. I don't know, we'll have to try. Norn didn't take too much, only selecting a few gems and gold coins to put in his pocket, a stark contrast to Eric's enthusiastic hoarding. His restraint spoke to a practical nature that valued only what could be put to use. As for Sarai, she didn't take anything. She didn't care for anything in the dragon's lair. She simply wanted to accomplish the feat of killing the dragon. For her, victory itself was treasure enough. Everything else was merely clutter. Chapter 45, I'll give you half. Kurtz, it's time for your medicine, Tilda. Please, can you not use such strange lines? You're scaring me a little. Kurtz's eyebrows twitched as he looked at Sarai, who held a bowl of medicine with a smile on her lips. There was something altogether too pleased in that expression for his comfort. He sat there clearly, not even close to being bedridden, so how did the plot develop to this point? The domestic scene felt surreal after their epic battle with the dragon. He didn't know what sudden whim possessed Sarai to say something like that, completely throwing him off. Her theatrical delivery suggested that this was payback for what he had done to her. During the day, to kill that giant dragon, Kurtz had used up all his magic power, falling into a temporary state of magic exhaustion, but it wasn't as severe as Sarai's had been before. He would probably recover in just a day or two. This gave the petite elf in front of him an opportunity to make him a bowl of magic recovery potion. This bowl of green herbal soup could barely be called soup. It was as thick as porridge, which showed how many herbs Sarai must have put in to stew such a concentrated concoction. The color alone was aggressive, a shade of green that suggested it tasted exactly as unpleasant as it looked. Is she trying to get revenge on me now? What are you, a child? Kurtz had ample reason to suspect Sarai, especially with the malicious smile still playing at the corners of her mouth. That expression was far too innocent to be genuine. Good grief! He hadn't expected his ancient companion to be quite so vindictive. The realization was amusing and slightly terrifying for all the possibilities that could happen. Kurtz took the potion. Although drinking it would be very bitter, it was at least her kind intention, and drinking it would indeed help his magic power recover faster. He could practically smell the bitterness radiating from the bowl. I will remember this grudge, Sarai, just you wait. He would endure it for now, and then he would let this ancient elf taste the consequences later. Fair was fair, after all. Seeing Kurtz gulp down the potion, Sarai somewhat anticipated what expression this human would show. But to her surprise, even when the bowl was half empty, Kurtz's expression hadn't changed at all. His poker face was infuriatingly perfect. Impossible, it can't be. Sarai could clearly recall this herb's taste. It was a bitterness that could numb her tongue, sharp enough to make grown warriors weep. If Kurtz hadn't brought her sweet fruits to alleviate the bitterness before, she would never have been willing to drink such a thing. The memory of that awful taste was still fresh. Why are you not feeling bitter? Sarai asked, expressing the doubt in her heart. Her golden eyes narrowed with suspicion. Bitter, I think it's very sweet. There's no bitterness at all. Kurtz said with a smile, and his words made Sarai half believe him. His casual tone was almost convincing, almost. Could it be that he used magic to change these herbs' taste? Because Kurtz always brought her small surprises and knew many small magic tricks she had never seen, it was reasonable for Sarai to suspect this. His repertoire of unusual spells seemed endless. But the prerequisite was that she had to notice Kurtz's sly gaze, which she was far too proud to acknowledge. How about you try some? I remember you also consumed quite a bit of magic power today. HMPH, so that's it, I get it now. You're still centuries younger to fool me, Kurtz. Kurtz handed over the bowl, and Sarai took it with the confidence of someone who believed she'd figured out the trick. Looking at the green, almost impossibly green, liquid in the bowl, she was still a bit hesitant. The viscous texture caught the firelight in unappetizing ways. After all, she had truly tasted this stuff and knew how bitter it was. not to mention that she had doubled the dosage this time. Logic was fighting with the conclusion she came up with in her mind. However, since Kurtz acted as if nothing was wrong, he had indeed researched some new magic. For example, magic that could turn bitterness into sweetness. The possibility intrigued her professional curiosity. Convincing herself with this reasoning, Sarai began to drink the liquid from the bowl's edge. However, the next second, she immediately spat out all the liquid in her mouth. Kurtz was prepared and dodged to the side with practiced ease, while Norn, who was preparing dinner not far away, was unlucky. The liquid splashed directly onto his trouser leg, creating a large, greenish stain. Ha, Kurtz couldn't hold himself back from full-blown laughter. Sarai's face looked like a little cat that its human had just betrayed by secretly mixing the most bitter medicine into its food. Oh, this stuff is very precious, so please don't waste it, both of you. Norn sighed, examining the damage with resigned acceptance. He could only say it was a good thing he wasn't too close. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been his trouser leg that got dirty. Sorry. Kurt stepped forward, stifling his laughter, and cast a small cleaning spell. The next second, the stain on Norn's trouser leg disappeared as if it had never been there. Across from him, Sarai's entire small face was crumpled in disgust. It's so bitter, she glared angrily at Kurtz, her pride stinging worse than her tongue. Sarai wasn't a fool. She immediately realized Kurtz had tricked her. The audacity of this fleeting and cunning human. You tricked me. Sarai's ear tips turned red with anger, and she raised her hand to splash the remaining medicine at Kurtz. She snapped at him as her composure had finally cracked. Kurtz quickly stopped her. Wait, didn't you hear Norn? This stuff is very precious. Sarai put down the medicine bowl, her anger warring with practicality. Indeed, this stuff was very precious. They had carried a lot of luggage before setting off, and they had only brought a small amount of this herb. Such precious resources were always limited on the road. Although Kurtz could use rapid growth magic, this herb was different from wild fruits and similar plants. Rapid growth required more magic power. Sometimes, the magic power recovered wasn't even as much as the magic power the rapid growth spell consumed. Efficiency was everything when survival was at stake. It really couldn't go to waste. Then you drink it all. Sarai gnashed her teeth and shoved the bowl back into his hand. If he wanted to play games, he would have to suffer the consequences. Kurtz didn't mind. Anyway, he had drunk a lot of traditional medicine in his previous life, so this level of bitterness wasn't enough to make him vomit. Looks like some experiences transcend worlds, apparently. However, he suddenly had another idea. So he took the medicine bowl and went to Sarai. Then let's share it, half each, since you also consumed quite a bit of magic power today. The suggestion came out gentler than he'd intended, his concern for her more essential than their little game. Sarai cautiously took half a step back. No, are you trying to trick me again? No, this time it's real. His fingertips glowed faintly, and the green liquid automatically split into two halves. Then he took out another bowl and poured the other half of the liquid into it. The simple magic made the division precise and fair. Sarai had also consumed a lot of magic power today, so she deserved a share of these potions. However, he also harbored a little bit of selfishness. He wanted to share the burden of that awful taste. Sarai took the bowl. She had wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she did indeed need to restore her magic power as soon as possible. Pride was a luxury they couldn't always afford. Only when she saw Kurtz slightly frown as he drank the liquid did she confirm that the man had been pretending to trick her last time. The micro-expression gave him away completely. HMPH, boring. Although she said that, she still held the bowl and drank in small sips, her dignity demanding some form of protest. Looks like Sarai doesn't understand the universal principle of drinking traditional medicine in one gulp. Drinking in small sips would only make it more bitter for you. But Kurtz wasn't about to share that particular wisdom. But this time, she didn't spit it out. She just frowned tightly, her face a mask of determined misery. Seeing this, Kurtz pulled out some bright red berries from his pocket. Sarai subconsciously took the berries. This was a tacit understanding they had developed before, and the sweet and sour juice diluted the bitterness in her mouth. The relief was immediate, as the berry's sweetness buried the bitterness in her mouth. But then she suddenly realized something, looked down at the remaining berries in her hand, and handed a few back. "For you," the elven girl quietly looked at Kurtz, her golden eyes showing a rare gentleness. The simple gesture carried more weight than any grand declaration. In that moment, something shifted between them. It was subtle but unmistakable. Kurtz was stunned. For some reason, he felt touched in his heart. The unexpected kindness hit him harder than it should have. It was somewhat like the feeling of relief when his own cat grew up and knew to bring him mice from outside. The comparison was absurd, but the warmth was genuine. "Don't eat it then, HMPH." Seeing his lack of reaction, Sarai prepared to withdraw her hand, embarrassment coloring her cheeks. She also didn't know why she would share the berries with this man, perhaps because she saw that he had also drunk the bitter potion. The reasoning, though, felt flimsy even to her. "Of course I'll eat them." Kurtz quickly took them, his fingers brushing hers briefly. For some reason, both he and Sarai suddenly stopped talking, each lowering their heads to eat the berries. The silence stretched between them, comfortable and charged at once. Meanwhile, Eric, who had been secretly watching from beside the fire, leaned over to Norn and whispered, "Don't you think something is going on with those two?" His voice carried the knowing tone of someone who'd spotted something the participants hadn't quite realized themselves. Norn looked up and glanced at the two people Eric was referring to. "They're just good companions." His tone was carefully neutral, though his eyes lingered on the scene a moment longer than necessary. "Then remember to share half of your soup with me later. After all, we're companions too." Eric's grin was entirely too pleased with his own cleverness. "Dream on." "Ha ha ha," Somo just laughed, watching all of this on the side, as he gently cleaned his axe. Chapter 46, Beastman Village. With the materials for the magic book collected, the next step was more in-depth preparation. Making ink with dragon blood as the base was not difficult. Sarai knew the method, having heard about it accidentally from her elders in the elf forest. The ancient knowledge came with warnings about dragon blood's temperamental nature. Too hot, and it would burn through any container. Too cold, and it would crystallize into uselessness. However, she didn't know how to make paper that would last for 1,000 years. But Kurtz and his group encountered another village along the way. Somewhat beast-headed people lived here, with humanoid torsos and limbs, but with beast-like heads that spoke of wild heritage barely contained by civilization. They were intelligent and capable of effective communication. Using this world's common language, Kurtz and his group successfully obtained permission to stay in this village for one night. The negotiation had been surprisingly straightforward. Hospitality seemed to be a universal virtue, regardless of species. "You want to make dragonhide paper." One of the leopard-headed individuals, who appeared very old, was responsible for hosting Kurtz and his companions. His spotted coat had grayed with age, and his movements carried the careful dignity of an elder. During this time, Norn didn't forget to ask if he knew the method for making dragonhide paper. And coincidentally, the other party actually knew. "Honestly, I also heard about this from other races. After all, how powerful are dragons? Just their terrifying dragon flames are something no one can resist, let alone anyone daring to use their hides as material for making paper." The leopard-headed elder had not considered that the seemingly frail group before him would possess the strength to slay a dragon, simply taking it as the curiosity of outsiders. His tone carried the patient amusement of someone explaining fairy tales to children. After all, among these 5 outsiders, besides the elf and the dwarf, he had never seen the other 3 creatures. They possessed bodies similar to his own race, but why did they have no fur, even on their faces, directly exposing their skin? The sight was both fascinating and slightly disturbing, like seeing a creature that had been somehow incomplete. If it weren't for the lack of the elf's slender ears, he might have even mistaken them for the elf race. Through the leopard-headed elder's narration, everyone finally learned that making dragonhide paper also required a special plant. His weathered hands gestured as he spoke, painting pictures of ancient crafting techniques. Even a dead dragon's skin retains terrifying residual heat on its surface, and writing directly on it would evaporate all the ink. The elder's voice carried the weight of stories passed down through generations. Therefore, a cold-attributed vine was needed to neutralize it. As for the specific manufacturing method, it involved some steps similar to the paper-making techniques in Kurtz's memory, both of which involved soaking and crushing the vines in water. The familiarity was comforting. Some processes transcended worlds. However, dragonhide certainly couldn't be crushed, so it needed to be soaked in the crushed vine water. Only after the residual heat had completely faded could the next step of production begin. So where can we find this cold vine? I don't know that. Perhaps you can ask a tribe a bit further north. This type of vine usually grows on the snowy mountains in the north. The elder's apologetic shrug was almost human in its expressiveness. Kurtz felt a little troubled. Their group was heading west, as the Godfall land lay directly to the west, but the dwarf ruins were to the northwest. Adding a northern detour would complicate their already complex journey. How about we go north first to look for the cold vine? Norn suggested. Since we've already collected the dragon blood and beast hide, we can't let these materials go to waste. He actually had some personal motives, which the others could also see, but they didn't expose him. The magic book meant everything to Norn. It was his chance to contribute something lasting to the world. After all, this was something everyone had agreed upon. Somo scratched his chin. This way, we'll have to take a long detour. The Dwarf Kingdom ruins are to the northwest. If we go north first, it will probably add at least half a year to our journey. His practical dwarf nature rebelled against such inefficiency, but he could see the importance in Norn's eyes. This world was very vast. It would take ordinary creatures at least a dozen, or even several decades, to explore the entire world. The distances involved were almost incomprehensible. Continents that stretched beyond the horizon and mountain ranges that took months to cross. Unless you had some special abilities, like the Skywing clan, who could naturally fly, which could greatly shorten this time. Sarai stood to the side and spoke calmly, "It's too far." Sarai didn't care about the half-year journey, she simply disliked the distance. Her ancient patience had limits, and unnecessary detours tested even her considerable tolerance. Seeing Sarai's stance, everyone stopped talking. Her word carried considerable weight in their group dynamics. Only Kurtz pondered for a moment and said, "There's more than just cold vine among cold-attributed plants. Perhaps other types of plants could substitute." Norn's eyes lit up. Indeed, that was true. Hope flickered back to life in his expression. The cold vine's purpose was to reduce the residual heat on the dragonhide surface during the making of dragonhide paper. So theoretically, other plants with the same effect could also be used as substitutes. There were still many tribes and villages to the northwest, and someone among these races would surely know where to find plants with similar effects. The world was very vast, but it was also full of knowledge waiting to be discovered. Sarai mused, if that's the case, ice-attributed magic could also achieve the same effect, but... She didn't know ice-attributed magic. The admission stung her pride more than she cared to admit. Perhaps Kurtz could create it, as he always brought her various surprises. The thought carried both anticipation and a grudging respect for his innovative abilities. The leopard-headed elder listened to their discussion, a hint of surprise flashing in his golden eyes. Did you truly slay a dragon? How brutal were dragons? Moreover, after thousands of years of war during the Mythic era, every dragon that survived was a renowned powerhouse. The survivors were legends made flesh, terrors that haunted entire races' nightmares. Ordinary creatures barely had time to avoid their residual might. How could they possibly dare to challenge them? Eric smiled, eagerly taking out a relatively intact dragon scale from his luggage. The pride in his gesture was unmistakable. Finally, a chance to prove he'd contributed to their legendary victory. Although he wasn't the main damage dealer, he was likely the best at tanking damage. That dragon had chased him for a full quarter of an hour, spewing countless dragon breaths during that time. The memory still made his hands shake slightly. Pure terror crystallized into something approaching bravery through sheer necessity. At the time, Eric almost thought he was really going to die. But when a dragon breath grazed him later, he realized he didn't feel anything at all. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a faint magical barrier around him. It turned out that Kurtz had already taken safety precautions. The realization had been both relieving and slightly embarrassing. Eric, greatly emboldened, immediately decided not to run anymore. He had run long enough, now was the time to counterattack. However, the next second, that dragon was attracted by Sarai's aura, leaving Eric quite dejected, and even his moment of courage had been overshadowed. The yellow fur on the leopard-headed elder's entire face trembled violently, indicating his immense shock at that moment. This is a scale from an adult red dragon. Dragon scales were highly recognizable. Almost no race on the entire continent was unaware of them. They were the stuff of nightmares and legends, symbols of power beyond mortal comprehension. Seeing that the group possessed such terrifying strength, the old tribal chief's attitude immediately became much more respectful. "Honored dragon slayers, please move. We will provide you with a better house." The title rolled off his tongue with reverence. Dragon slayers were legends in the making. In small villages like this, each house represented a single family, and there were basically no extra rooms. So Kurtz and his group still camped outdoors as usual, only preparing a tent for Sarai. The arrangement had become routine, a small acknowledgement of her status and preferences. Now, hearing that the leopard-headed elder would actually vacate a room for them proactively, everyone naturally wouldn't refuse, and so they moved into a sufficiently spacious room. During this time, the leopard-headed elder also arranged for villagers to bring various fruits and meat from unknown animals. The hospitality was overwhelming, with platters of food that conveyed genuine respect rather than mere politeness. Upon hearing that Kurtz and his group possessed the terrifying strength to slay a dragon, every villager's gaze towards them became much more reverent, no longer daring to scrutinize them casually. It was important to remember that when they first entered the village, the villagers had almost all surrounded them. Curious eyes had followed their every movement, children pointing and whispering behind their parents. After all, these beast-headed people had never seen humans, and even elves were rare. Kurtz and his companions naturally piqued the villagers' curiosity. They were exotic, strange, and utterly fascinating to beings who rarely saw beyond their own valley. Now, having gained the reverence of these beast-headed people due to their strength, Kurtz did not ask them for anything else and thanked them for the room they had provided. He was never one to bully the weak. Power, in his mind, carried responsibility and consequences, not the right to demand, but the obligation to protect. Chapter 47, The King and the Sage. After leaving the Beastman village, the group continued to advance northwest. During this time, Norn and Eric's magic improved rapidly. They could already skillfully use the light arrow spell, but they had not yet learned the most advanced tracking magic and light column magic. The progress was remarkable, weeks of practice condensed into fluid motion and confident casting. However, at this very moment, the two made opposite decisions. "Norn, have you really made up your mind?" Kurtz asked seriously, looking at Norn in front of him. Just now, Norn stated that he would no longer learn more advanced magic. "Yes, I have made up my mind." The certainty in his voice was absolute, though Kurtz could see the struggle it had cost him to reach this decision. "May I ask why?" Kurtz felt a bit puzzled. In his opinion, Norn completely possessed the potential to become a powerful mage. The natural aptitude was there, the dedication unquestionable, the intelligence sharp enough to grasp complex magical theory. However, this stage might take decades, which might not be much for long-lived races like elves, but for humans, it could be a lifetime. But this effort was worth it. The sudden appearance of a powerful mage among weak humans would surely leave a deep mark on this mythical era. One legendary figure could change an entire race's trajectory. This doesn't sound like a decision you would make. After this period of adventure, Kurtz had thought he understood Norn well enough. The man who'd risked everything for his village, who'd thrown himself at a dragon with nothing but a sword, this didn't match. He was somewhat like himself, considering the humans of this world. Both outsiders in their way, both carrying burdens larger than themselves. But he was not himself, because he was not as thoughtful as the other party. The two of them would ultimately achieve different outcomes. Just like a king and a sage walking together. Norn, standing before him, possessed the potential to be a king, which could be seen from how he managed his village in an orderly manner. Leadership came naturally to him, people listened when he spoke, followed when he led. Our human lives are too short. I don't have the luxury of so much time to become stronger. Norn's voice carried a weight that spoke of sleepless nights spent wrestling with this decision. Rather than making a name for myself, I want the human race to be known by more people, instead of being gawked at like in that beastman village before. The memory of curious eyes and pointed stares still stung, not from malice, but from the reminder of humanity's insignificance in this vast world. Everyone cannot learn advanced magic, so I only need to refine basic magic and then let more people learn these spells. Kurtz laughed. Not mockingly, but simply because he wanted to laugh. The sound held admiration, frustration, and something more profound, recognition of a kindred spirit choosing a different path. Then, if there are humans with sufficient magical talent like you, would you only teach them the most basic magic? If humans only knew the most basic magic, they would only go from being a weak race to a noteworthy one, which wouldn't change the current situation at all, wouldn't it? If you don't possess sufficient powerful military strength, then how would you resist the oppression and even bullying from other races? Each question hit like hammer blows, driven by genuine concern rather than mere argument. Norn, I'm sorry, I cannot agree with your idea. If you want to prove yourself, then defeat me, defy the will I impose on you, and then walk your own path. Kurtz had his selfish motives. He hoped Norn could become even stronger. The potential was there. It would be tragic to see it wasted on noble intentions alone. Not everyone can make basic magic work wonders. This isn't the future. Basic magic is just basic magic, without many variations. With the same philosophy as his own and this powerful strength, the two of them would be better able to help the humans of this era. But Norn was now saying he wanted to give up on becoming a powerful mage, which Kurtz could not allow, and for this, he did not hesitate to use a firm tone. Anyone with eyes could see that Norn's chances of defeating Kurtz were minuscule. Because Kurtz was stronger than him, stronger than everyone in this team except Sir Rai. The gap was evident to everyone present, an insurmountable gulf of power and knowledge. He only lacked the accumulation of magical power and combat experience, but even Sir Rai found that Kurtz was gradually getting stronger, even having the potential to surpass her. So, regarding Kurtz's demand, Norn knew it was an impossible feat to achieve. Since that was the case, he decided to persuade the other party. I am not giving up on the idea of becoming stronger, Mr. Kurtz. I will still choose the path of a warrior, you know. My magical talent is not as outstanding as Eric's. Perhaps changing paths would open up new horizons. Oh, I see, I understand. So you are going to betray me, betray this noble profession of a mage, to become a warrior full of useless muscles. Tilda. Kurtz spoke in a strange tone that made Norn want to laugh, but he managed to hold it back. The theatrical indignation was so over the top it had to be intentional. He just mused to himself that if Kraft heard this, he would definitely show Kurtz what a warrior's stats truly meant. The elf warrior would probably demonstrate with his fists, too. Mage, just a squishy. Norn took a deep breath and looked directly into Kurtz's eyes. Mr. Kurtz, I am not betraying the mage profession, but rather I want more people to become mages. Human strength has its limits. Becoming a qualified warrior is not difficult, but becoming a powerful mage requires time's accumulation. The harsh reality shaped all their choices. This does not mean that warriors are inferior to mages. It's just that mages' magical power continuously grows with time, allowing them to use more and more powerful magic. However, humans' physical quality determines warriors' upper limit, and clearly, Norn's talent is evident. He cannot become a stat monster like a certain blue horse. Some ceilings were immutable, no matter the effort applied. As for advanced magic, Eric is still here. His talent is better than mine, and he will definitely become a powerful mage. Alas, placing hope on others is not a wise move. But they are not others, they are my good friends and companions, aren't they? The simple statement carried profound trust, the kind that moved mountains and changed destinies. At this point, Kurtz also understood Norn's thoughts. The other party did not want to put all his energy into becoming a powerful mage, but rather hoped to delve into the most basic magic, so that humans could better learn magic. It was a matter of democratization versus specialization, both valid approaches with different costs. He had indeed overlooked this point. Now that he thought about it, the other party seemed to have been aiming for this goal ever since he started making magic books. He came prepared. Every action, every question, every careful note-taking, all of it had been building toward this moment. First, create a magic book belonging to humans, then delve into and refine their basic magic, and then improve the magic book, so that people can better become mages. And for those who wish to proceed, it depends on whether they can comprehend the two sentences at the beginning of the book. Magic is not merely learning, but innovation. Failure is the mother of success. Even if they don't understand, there's still the advanced magic Eric learned as a fallback, multiple paths to the same destination. It seems you and Eric have made your own choices. Yes, he will continue down the path of a mage. Alas, when children grow up, they eventually have their own lives. Mr. Kurtz, please don't use such strange metaphors. Norn maintained a polite smile, though his eyes showed genuine affection beneath the exasperation. Just call me Kurtz, I understand what you mean. Indeed, Kurtz was someone of his kind. Norn thought to himself. Only then could he understand his meaning so quickly. They were both leaders in their own way, both carrying the weight of their people's future. Honestly, Norn even felt his request was a bit ungrateful. Someone was willing to teach him magic unconditionally, and he said he wasn't going to learn it, which was completely disrespectful to the other party. But fortunately, Kurtz was a good person. Understanding radiated from him like warmth from a fire. Before Norn could finish his thoughts, the good person Kurtz, in his words, gave him another shocker. In that case, Norn, let's create a country for humans. Norn. The proposal hung in the air like a lightning bolt, so unexpected it took several heartbeats for anyone to process what had just been said. A country, not a village, not a tribe, but an actual nation where humans could stand as equals among the other races. Sarai, who had been quietly listening to their philosophical debate, raised an eyebrow. Even she hadn't seen this turn coming. Eric's mouth fell open, a half-formed light arrow dissolving in his palm as his concentration shattered completely. Somo hefted his axe and grinned. Now that sounds like a dwarf-sized idea, though I suppose humans will need all the help they can get. The silence that followed was pregnant with possibility and terror in equal measure. The kind of silence that preceded either genius or madness, and sometimes both. Chapter 48, Let's Create a Country. Mr. Kurtz, did I mishear you just now? Norn didn't quite understand why the topic had jumped to this point. He just had the same idea as Kurtz. He wanted more humans to learn magic. Why did it come to the point of creating a human nation? Why did things turn out like this? You didn't mishear. Kurtz's voice was firm, carrying a conviction that surprised even him. He didn't know how the first human nation in this world came to be, but that didn't stop him from promoting its creation. The idea had been brewing in the back of his mind for weeks now, crystallizing with each village they'd encountered, each scattered group of humans they'd helped. We will create a kingdom belonging to humans. That will be the first human kingdom on this continent in history. The ideal nation of air. Are you insane? Sarai finally couldn't help but step out from behind a nearby tree, her golden hair catching the filtered sunlight as she emerged from the shadows. What, not going to eavesdrop anymore? Kurtz had already spotted Sarai's unmistakable golden hair. The ancient elf had never been particularly subtle when she wanted to observe something. Now that he saw her come out, he began to tease her. It didn't matter if Sarai heard about this. After all, Kurtz still planned to ask her for help. I just happened to pass by. Sarai would never admit that she followed them because she was curious about what the two of them were discussing. Her pride wouldn't allow her to make such a confession. But are you serious, Kurtz? Of course I'm serious. When the time comes, Norn can be the king, and the two of us can be grand sages. Although the title of the first human king made him envious, Kurtz lacked the courage to bear the corresponding responsibility. The weight of it felt crushing just thinking about it. Because once they truly established such a nation, and he became the king of that nation, he would have to take responsibility for all humans on the entire continent. Kurtz was not such a saint, he knew his limits. Sarai narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Kurtz with the intensity of someone trying to solve a particularly complex magical theorem. What exactly are you plotting? In her opinion, Kurtz shouldn't be a character like a great saint. Although this fellow truly was a good person and would unconditionally teach his magic to his kind, he was far from being a saint. She'd watched him for months now, seen his pragmatic decisions, his calculated risks. And what he had just said was no different from a saint's actions. Kurtz spread his hands, the picture of innocence. I just think that since Norn wants more humans to learn magic, why not directly establish a nation belonging to humans? This way, magic can pass down systematically, and humans can also have their own sanctuary. The words hung in the air between them. Even as he spoke them, Kurtz could feel the magnitude of what he proposed. Norn finally recovered from his shock, his face pale. Mr. Kurtz, this is too sudden. Norn never dared to hope for such a thing. The very concept seemed like something from a dream or a nightmare. One must know that on this continent with so many races, only 5 nations bore names, and enemies had even destroyed the Dwarf Kingdom once. One could imagine how difficult establishing a nation would be. Territory, citizens, army, and so on, it would be a highly complex matter. Just thinking about it made Norn feel it was impossible. I won't even mention what establishing a nation needs for now. How will you gain recognition from other races? If you want to establish a nation, at the very least, other races must recognize you. If not, conflicts will arise. Sarai, have you heard this saying? When you are strong enough, others will consider whatever you do reasonable. But you are not strong enough yet. Sarai mercilessly poured cold water on him, though something almost fond lurked in her brutal honesty. It's fine, I can wait. Whether it's 20 or 30 years, I can afford it. Besides, in my world, sometimes just one city can call itself a nation. What kind of nation has only one city? Sarai didn't know what kind of nation this could be. With only one city as the entire territory, if the city fell, the whole country would be finished. Moreover, the demon race destroyed the Dwarf Kingdom because they conquered its entire capital, and almost all the dwarves of the royal lineage died in the capital, leading to other clans being leaderless, and thus the nation crumbled. This was completely different from a nation collapsing just because its city fell. We need a name to establish the human nation, unconditionally accept all humans, and provide them with shelter. Then, both citizens and an army will slowly emerge. Norn immediately understood Kurtz's meaning, his eyes widening with realization. Currently, all humans scatter across various parts of this continent, with no large settlements in sight. And what Kurtz planned to do was put out the signboard of the human nation, attracting humans from all over the continent to join them. As time passed, this one-city nation would naturally become a qualified nation. But isn't this world too dangerous for humans right now? I'm worried. Norn worried that even if their name reached other human villages, these people would be too afraid to move. This world was too dangerous. Ordinary people had no chance against monsters. How could they cross vast distances to reach the nation they established? If this caused other humans to abandon the idea of moving, then their efforts would go to waste. So, isn't this where we come in to teach magic knowledge? Kurtz patted his shoulder with a confidence that was becoming infectious. Thus, destiny completed a closed loop at this moment. I understand. Norn looked at Kurtz with admiration, the pieces finally clicking into place. This man had already thought so far ahead, he felt somewhat ashamed of himself. It's just about me becoming king, Norn said with a wry smile, worried he couldn't bear the responsibility. It's fine, believe in yourself. You are the most suitable among us. But Norn still hesitated. If you don't want to, then let Sarai be king. A human nation with an elf queen as king, do you think that's appropriate? Sarai looked confused. How did the topic shift back to her? She hadn't even agreed to help with this mad scheme. Before she could speak, Kurtz continued. I can be king too, but then I'll be a hands-off manager assigning all tasks to you. How does that sound? How is that any different from me being king? Norn muttered softly, though there was less resistance in his voice now. Sarai, meanwhile, looked at Kurtz with a speechless expression. What a self-willed fellow. Kurtz shook his head, completely ignoring Sarai's words. One could only say that the elf queen's cursing skills still needed practice. This level had no effect on Kurtz. Perhaps if Sarai made a disgusted face and cursed him with words like scum, it might make Kurtz a little happier. Don't misunderstand, he didn't have such a fetish. He just genuinely found it interesting when Sarai made such expressions. Her usual composed mask-slipping was always entertaining. So you see, in the end, you still have to be the king. Don't worry, Sarai and I will assist you then. No, I haven't agreed yet. Sarai felt a bit anxious, her usual composure cracking slightly. Why should she help someone else become king? That was utterly meaningless. You will agree. Kurtz leaned close to Sarai's ear, the proximity making her face tingle with an unfamiliar warmth. Norn didn't know what Kurtz said, but he saw Sarai's expression change from reluctance to contemplation, her pupils slightly constricting, and her small hands unconsciously fumbling with the hem of her clothes. Chapter 49, The Power of Imagination. Kurtz's words whispered like a demon skilled at bewitching hearts, making Sarai's face, and even her heart, itch with anticipation. She had to admit, his proposal hit just the right spot for her. He'd laid out the possibilities carefully, his tone carrying a subtle challenge. She had no reason to refuse at all. What do you think? Kurtz looked at her with a smile, that knowing expression suggesting he already anticipated her answer. Sarai turned her face away, her voice barely perceptible. Her long ear tips trembled slightly, a tell she hoped he wouldn't notice. Norn watched this exchange and felt curiosity gnaw at him about what Kurtz had proposed. Since even Sarai agreed, he suddenly thought that this crazy plan might have a chance of success. The elf's approval carried weight that couldn't be ignored. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. If we're really going to do it, we need a more detailed plan. It seems our future majesty, the king, has already begun preparing for his ascension. Please don't make fun of me, Mr. Kurtz. Norn's wry smile didn't quite hide his nervousness. I just feel that rather than running around like headless chickens, it's better to formulate a more meticulous plan. Then you're going to be a very busy person. Kurtz's meaning was clear. Norn would handle both creating the magic books and devising the specific arrangements for this crazy plan. Leadership settled on shoulders that had never asked for it. Kurtz would only provide general direction, and Sarai, apart from combat and magic, would not interfere. Norn would handle all of this alone. This was his duty as king, and this duty would make him very, very tired. I know, that's why I'm suddenly glad I gave up on learning advanced magic knowledge. Bitter irony colored Norn's laugh. Yes, this way you'll have more time to complete this task. It might even take a lifetime. The words hung heavy in the air between them. Norn prepared for a long battle, his jaw set with quiet determination. Kurtz observed from across their makeshift circle and could guess his thoughts with growing accuracy. Spreading magical knowledge to the human race on this continent would take time, and conveying this message to other humans after establishing the nation would also take time. This would be a very, very long time, so long that it made him yearn for immortality with an intensity that surprised him. Don't look at how open-minded he appeared, but thinking about seeing everything he had worked for become reality in the future, watching the human race finally gain the right to stand on the world stage. He didn't want to die anymore. But how could he achieve immortality? Could magic accomplish this? Kurtz didn't know, but that wouldn't stop him from trying, and doing so in secret from everyone, even those closest to him. The three sat together, sunlight spilling over each of them like a blessing on their quiet conspiracy. Future history books would record, the king and the great sage and the elf sat together. The great sage spoke at length, the king supplemented, and the elf remained silent, only watching the great sage with her ancient eyes. As the seed of hope grows strong, the wind will carry this ideal to every corner of the world. Wait, Norn's voice cut through the contemplative silence. What's the name of the country? The ideal nation of air, Kurtz answered without hesitation. It can also be called the everlasting utopia of air. The everlasting utopia, Sarai repeated softly, shaking her head with ancient weariness. Nothing in the world is eternal, and nations are no different. Believe in miracles, Sarai. Belief doesn't need a reason. The familiar words rolled off his tongue. Sarai fell silent, memories stirring. She'd heard those exact words from him before, in a different context, but with the same unwavering conviction. This time, she didn't seem inclined to continue refuting him. Seeing this rare moment of Sarai's acceptance, Norn spoke up. Indeed, it's good. The ideal nation of air, that's a good name. The establishment of the ideal nation was still a long way off. Kurtz and his party's current goal remained focused on becoming stronger. You mean ice attribute magic? After hearing Sarai's request, Kurtz tilted his head, genuinely puzzled why she would suddenly want him to create this type of magic. I thought if it was just about cooling down dragon hide, ice attribute magic should work the same way. Sarai's uncertainty was unusual for her, a crack in her typically confident demeanor. What do you think? Can you create it? She also knew that Kurtz's magic creation had limitations. At least it wasn't the terrifying, godlike ability that could manifest anything on a whim. It still required prerequisites, understanding, and inspiration. But Sarai still wanted to see what kind of surprise this man would bring her. His track record had been impressive. Ice attribute, I haven't tried that. Before meeting Sarai, Kurtz had created magic primarily for survival, practical, desperate measures. Even after she joined him, he'd constantly improved her existing magic, refining it, making it more powerful and efficient. He hadn't branched out to other elemental magic during this focused time. You should try it, knowing only one type of magic isn't enough. Her tone carried the authority of centuries of experience. I just don't feel like I have any ideas. The admission felt strange on his tongue. At Sarai's insistence, Kurtz attempted to create ice magic. Day one brought frustration. With Somo's help, he discovered a mineral similar to saltpeter and successfully produced ice through a chemical reaction. But Sarai kept emphasizing that this wasn't the kind of ice magic she wanted when she witnessed the demonstration. Day 4 saw another failed approach. Kurtz attempted to create ice magic by cooling water to its freezing point, utilizing basic thermodynamic principles. But when Sarai observed the process, she asked pointedly why he needed to cast water attribute magic first to create ice attribute magic, leaving him speechless. The question highlighted a fundamental flaw in his scientific approach to magic. After abandoning attempts to create magic using pure scientific knowledge, Kurtz chose the power of imagination, that intangible force that had somehow allowed him to make fire magic in his early days. Day 10 arrived with crisp morning air. Kurtz came to the stream alone, already sensing a premonition in his heart that if this experiment succeeded, his path in magic might advance significantly further. The magic array in his hand unfolded with practiced precision, and the surrounding temperature began dropping continuously. Tiny ice crystals appeared around him like dancing sprites, catching the early sunlight. Not enough. His breath formed visible puffs in the rapidly cooling air. If this was for just cooling, then he would have essentially created a large air conditioner, functional but hardly magical. Kurtz wanted more than mere temperature manipulation. He placed his hand into the flowing water, fingertips glowing with faint, cold light. The stream water froze into solid ice at a visible speed, and he could even see small fish trapped beneath the crystalline surface, suspended in their watery prison. He completed the preliminary experiment. Now came the real test. Kurtz began attempting to generate ice spears directly in the air, thereby bypassing the need for water entirely. Tiny ice crystals gradually condensed together with agonizing slowness, then formed a slender ice spear. Though in terms of size, it was much smaller than the light spears Sarai could manifest effortlessly. He manipulated the ice spear with careful mental pressure, launching it across the stream toward a small tree on the opposite bank. The projectile struck the trunk with a sharp crack, bursting on impact. The splashing ice crystals spread like frozen shrapnel, and within seconds, the entire small tree transformed into a delicate ice sculpture. Did it succeed? Sarai's voice came from behind him, closer than he'd expected. Kurtz turned around, small ice crystals appearing and dissolving in his palm like ephemeral flowers. The control felt natural now, responsive to his will. It seemed so. Looking at the tree frozen into an ice sculpture, beautiful and deadly, Sarai raised an eyebrow with grudging approval. The power is good, but the speed is too slow. It had taken Kurtz several seconds to cast this magic. In actual combat, that duration would be enough for him to die several times over. However, Kurtz noticed that Sarai had delivered this criticism with a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Clearly, despite the technical flaws, she was really delighted with this particular surprise. Chapter 50, Sarai's Suspicion. Sarai had initially wanted Kurtz to create various types of magic and then teach them to her, allowing her to learn the magic of all races in this world, perhaps even magic that did not yet exist. However, she quickly dismissed this ambitious idea. By the time Kurtz could skillfully use ice magic and teach it back to her, she had only gained a basic understanding of that magic, and half a year had already passed. The seasons had shifted around them, marking time's relentless passage. Time moved too quickly. Her first meeting with Kurtz felt like yesterday, that moment when everything had changed. Sarai understood a fundamental truth. She couldn't learn all the magic in the world from Kurtz because his lifespan couldn't support such a long task. For the first time in her long existence, she felt helplessness regarding mortal lives. The weight of that realization settled in her chest like a cold stone. Looking at Kurtz, who sparred with Eric not far away, Sarai's expression grew complex. Her centuries of detachment warred with something newer, more fragile. The two combatants, naturally, didn't notice any of this. "Ha ha ha, Kurtz, take this." Eric had steadily improved on his magical path and could now skillfully use light arrow magic. Combined with his naturally agile movements, he'd become a genuinely challenging opponent. Kurtz could no longer defeat him immediately. Eric released his magic with a grin, and 3 light arrows attacked Kurtz in a precise triangular formation. Unlike Kurtz and Sarai, who preferred combat styles that relied on overwhelming quantity, Eric seemed drawn to a philosophy focused on raw, concentrated power. The destructive force in these 3 light arrows was several times that of ordinary projectiles. In response, Kurtz calmly established 2 layers of magic barriers. The light arrows exploded into brilliant cascades of light upon impact, and the first barrier cracked and shattered almost immediately. This actually surprised Kurtz. Just how much magic power had Eric poured into those arrows? Did the kid not worry about exhausting himself completely? Fortunately, the second barrier held. Seeing that his attack failed, Eric laughed and leaped high into the air, condensing a gleaming light spear in his grip. "Try this then." "Holy shit, when did you learn that?" Kurtz's eyes widened in genuine shock. This kid had been holding out on him. The light spear cut through the air with deadly precision, thrusting straight forward like a lance of pure energy. Kurtz no longer hesitated. He threw out a similar light spear with a fluid backhand motion. The 2 weapons collided midair, and adhering to the ancient principle that the left side loses in any beam struggle, Eric's spear dispersed into sparkling fragments. Kurtz's light spear, however, continued its relentless rush toward the younger man. "Sarai, remove his magic barrier," Kurtz called out, genuine annoyance coloring his voice. Now Eric's hidden ace had irritated him. If he had been careless, he really might have suffered an embarrassing defeat. Of course, defeat here meant losing the sparring match, but still. Both fighters wore protective barriers that Sarai had cast on them, which was the main reason Eric dared to attack so recklessly in the first place. Sarai nodded after hearing the request and casually dispelled Eric's magical protection. Hey, 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 someone's gonna die here. Eric quickly protested, hastily throwing up his own barrier to deflect Kurtz's incoming spear. This is what you get for hiding tricks from me, kid. Now you'd better dodge well, and don't you dare die on me. Kurtz raised his hand with deliberate menace, and dense clusters of light arrows materialized out of thin air above them. If he didn't teach this overconfident young man a proper lesson, Eric would never learn his place. Eric's face instantly drained of color as he stared up at the sky full of glowing projectiles. The sight was genuinely terrifying. The next second, all the light arrows rushed toward him like a luminous avalanche. He rolled desperately to dodge, but the arrows poured down like deadly rain, exploding into a series of smoking craters all around him. The ground trembled with each impact. Kurtz, you're actually serious. Eric struggled to his feet, noting that the power behind each arrow hadn't diminished in the slightest. Panic crept into his voice. Why didn't you hold back just now, kid? To break through his barrier so easily, Eric must have fought at full power, holding absolutely nothing in reserve. Cough, cough. I just thought that with your strength, Kurtz, I wouldn't stand a chance without using everything I had. Eric explained with an awkward, sheepish grin. Too late for explanations. Talk to my light arrows. Kurtz's voice carried no mercy, and another barrage poured down from above. Eric immediately erected another barrier, and, after barely weathering this wave of attacks, tried to scramble to his feet, only to discover that his clothes were somehow pinned to the ground. A single light arrow had accurately penetrated his magical defenses, fixing him in place and causing him to slump back down helplessly. This is called tactics. Kurtz approached slowly, his footsteps deliberate. In a real battle, you need to pay attention to every single attack from your enemy. Even the slightest oversight can determine victory or defeat. The magic circle in Kurtz's hand showed no signs of dissipating, clearly preparing for another assault. Eric swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry. Wait, I surren. Before he could finish, he noticed frost spreading up his pant leg like creeping death. Intense cold washed over him, as if his entire body had been plunged into an ice cave. There's more. Eric looked up in shock, meeting Kurtz's distinctly cunning gaze. Double kill. Kurt snapped his fingers with satisfaction, and the frost instantly melted away. He'd kept the temperature fairly controlled. It would be counterproductive if he accidentally gave Eric frostbite over a sparring match. Sarai quietly observed this entire exchange from her position nearby. What caught her attention wasn't the dramatic finish, but rather Kurtz's fluid movements when employing composite magic, the seamless transition between two completely different elemental types. Skillful switching between two elemental magics in just half a year, she murmured, her voice barely audible. Her expression grew increasingly complex. A troubling thought occurred to her. If this pace of improvement continued, was it possible that she might eventually be unable to defeat Kurtz? But that shouldn't be possible. She was an elf with centuries of accumulated power, while Kurtz was merely human, destined for a lifespan of less than a century. She would continue growing stronger with time's passage, while he would not. So why, then, did the thought make her feel so inexplicably sad? Sarai didn't understand what was happening to her. Perhaps she was coming down with something. At that moment, Kurtz's actions interrupted her brooding thoughts. She detected a subtle fluctuation in his magical energy, the telltale sign of spell activation, but for some reason, she couldn't identify what type of magic he had just used. Was it her imagination? Kurtz extended his hand toward Eric, who remained seated on the ground. Come on, get up. Eric didn't think anything of the gesture. As he grasped Kurtz's offered hand and started to rise, something strange occurred. At the moment their palms made contact, a sudden wave of weakness washed over him. It forced him to sink back down onto the ground, legs suddenly unsteady. That's weird. Why do I suddenly feel like all my strength just got drained away? Kurtz's smile became noticeably strained, and a flicker of barely concealed panic flashed through his eyes. Probably just because you burned through too much magic power during the fight. You'll be fine after some rest. Eric found this explanation reasonable enough, so he dismissed his concerns. After a moment, he managed to stand and strode toward Norn, who was busy preparing their evening meal. "Yo, Norn, what are we eating tonight?" Only after Eric had moved out of earshot did Kurtz allow his forced smile to fade completely. But as he turned his head, he found Sarai watching him with an unreadable expression. "What's wrong?" Kurtz managed another smile, though this one felt even more artificial. "Nothing." Although suspicion gnawed at her thoughts, Sarai kept her concerns to herself for now. Chapter 51, There is no eternal thing in the world. In the evening, Kurtz used the excuse of keeping watch to slip away from camp alone. Standing under the moonlight, he carefully felt the changes in his body. The cool night air carried the scent of pine and damp earth, but his focus remained inward, searching for something only he could detect. He already possessed an abundance of vital energy and blood, making any increase difficult to detect. Fortunately, he had prepared for this. A magic circle formed beneath his feet, its pale blue glow barely visible in the darkness. Using this improved detection magic, Kurtz began observing the changes within his body. The spell revealed what his natural senses couldn't, subtle shifts in the flow of life forced through his veins. "So it is effective," Kurtz murmured, his tone heavy with complexity. He recalled Sarai's words from months ago, her voice carrying that particular mix of clinical fascination and ancient wisdom. There existed a special type of demon that could plunder the magic power of other races and turn it into their own, somewhat like the star-absorbing great art from wuxia novels. A question had emerged from this knowledge: could other things be plundered? Lifespan, for instance. He'd started with basic experiments, transferring the life force of healthy, growing grass to withered blades nearby. The process required delicate precision to avoid drawing attention. Kurtz worked discreetly. Even though Sarai hadn't noticed, her perception was sharp, but she couldn't monitor him constantly. During adventures, he found plenty of solitary moments for experimentation: hunting, scouting, and standing watch. Each test taught him more about the magic's potential and its terrible cost. He was fortunate that magic in FRIEREN's world operated on idealistic principles, imaginative power that allowed him to create new spells through visualization and creative talent alone. After numerous experiments, Kurtz had progressed from plants to animals. Today, acting on sudden impulse, he'd tested the magic on Eric. The hunter had been complaining of fatigue, a perfect, unnoticed opportunity. The brief contact had only drained some of Eric's vital energy. By tomorrow, the man would attribute his weariness to poor sleep, suffering no lasting effects. But it proved his magic worked on humans. Yet every power demanded its price. As Sarai had warned, demons that devoured magic power eventually suffered complete soul corruption, losing all reason before their bodies collapsed entirely. Kurtz's magic carried similar contamination. Despite the brief usage, corruption had already appeared. Though slight, he detected it clearly, ice water spreading through his spiritual core, leaving traces that would never fully disappear. The specific effects were difficult to explain. If he needed an analogy, it resembled a certain ally of justice who sought to eliminate all evil from the world. Not the red-haired one, but another. That person had harbored righteous ideals, yet over time, his entire being, body and soul, had rotted away, eventually becoming nothing but a collection of obsessions. If Kurtz used this magic to achieve immortality, he would meet the same fate. This wasn't the eternal life he desired. He wanted to live, not become some hollow mockery of existence. He found himself envying elves like Sarai, who possessed natural immortality without worrying about lifespan. The weight of mortality pressed down on him like a physical burden. However, her immortality came at the cost of emotions, a trade-off that made Kurtz hesitant. It was the ancient dilemma. When an immortal person experiences countless years and loses all emotions, is such an existence truly worth it? The question might be as subjective as whether to add sugar to scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Everyone had different answers. Crack! A branch snapped underfoot. Kurtz quickly reined in his thoughts and turned, his hand instinctively moving to dispel the detection magic, erasing any trace of his experiment. The elf emerged from the shadows, moonlight catching her silver hair like spun starlight. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" Kurtz asked, forcing casualness into his voice. His heart hammered against his ribs, but he kept his expression neutral. "What are you doing?" Sarai had originally intended to send Kurtz to rest, reasoning that a few additional warning spells would suffice. As long as they didn't encounter demons capable of masking their aura, there shouldn't be problems. But when she returned from her own patrol, Kurtz wasn't by the campfire. After a brief magical detection, she found him here, alone and lost in thought. Something about his posture struck her as oddly vulnerable. "Just bored, came to train my magic power." Kurtz offered the irrefutable excuse. Sarai found it strange, but didn't press further. His mana felt slightly different somehow, though she couldn't identify exactly what had changed. Sarai moved beside him. The moonlight cast across her face created an indescribable, sacred quality, making Kurtz instinctively look twice. In moments like this, it was easy to forget how ancient and powerful she truly was. She gazed up at the starry sky, remembering their previous argument about the stars. "Do you humans all like to space out at night? I always see you like this." "Maybe I'm an exception," Kurtz replied. The irony wasn't lost on him, if only she knew how much of an exception he truly was. He smiled and condensed an ice crystal rose with a wave of his hand. Roses inherently carried special meanings, but here he simply found it beautiful, harboring no other intentions. Each petal formed with delicate precision, rendered perfectly in crystalline ice. Seeing the unfamiliar flower, Sarai reached out and accepted it. "It's very beautiful." The ice felt cold against her palm, but she didn't seem to mind. "Is that so? In my homeland, this has special meaning." "What meaning?" Sarai tilted her head, studying the ice crystal rose. Curiosity flickered in her ancient eyes. "A certain unchanging, eternal emotion." Kurtz didn't state it explicitly. After all, people who discussed love with elves generally didn't fare well. He had no desire for his name to become an epical cautionary tale. "Eternal," Sarai chuckled softly. "Look." Magic appeared in her hand. The ice rose gradually melted in her grasp, water droplets slipping through her fingers like tears. The beautiful creation became nothing more than moisture disappearing into the earth. Just as ice turns to water, there is nothing eternal in this world. Sarai meant that neither humans nor elves could exist forever. Even elves with nearly infinite lifespans died for various reasons. In the elf forest, very few remained from before the mythical era. But her actions struck Kurtz differently, as a merciless statement about his own fleeting life. The symbolism cut deeper than she could have intended. A rare emotion welled up in his heart. Part anger, part desperate sadness, part bitter irony that she would unknowingly crush his hopes while standing so close. Kurtz took time to suppress the feeling before speaking in a teasing tone. "Sarai, your words are quite hurtful. I'm a little sad." The complaint was somewhat corny, but only by adopting this light-hearted mask could he prevent the emotion from bleeding into his voice. Upon hearing this, Sarai's face became flustered. Her eyes widened slightly as she realized she might have said something wrong. She hadn't meant it that way. She hoped to spend more time with Kurtz, learning more magic from him. But it seemed he'd misunderstood. Her brow creased in a frown. "Sorry," she asked tentatively. "Why is it a question? And where I come from, an apology requires showing." Kurtz closed his mouth, catching himself before the words fully escaped. If he completed that sentence and Sarai took it seriously, the consequences would be disastrous. What should an apology do? Sarai looked at him, puzzled. She rarely apologized to anyone and didn't know the proper protocol. The concept seemed almost foreign to someone who had lived for millennia. "Nothing." The moment passed, tension dissolving into something warmer. Kurtz smiled and stepped forward, rubbing the elf's head until her hair was thoroughly mussed. Her silver strands caught between his fingers, impossibly soft. "Don't touch my head, you mere," Sarai grumbled, though she showed no sign of resistance until Kurtz withdrew his hand. Her protest lacked genuine heat, more habit than real annoyance. Chapter 52, Materials of the Holy Sword. "This thing of yours is new, undoubtedly new." In a large dwarf settlement, or rather, a dwarf town, an old dwarf held a black oar in his hand and exclaimed. His weathered fingers traced the smooth surface with the reverence of someone who understood true craftsmanship. This was one of the 8 major dwarf clans, and the first city Kurtz and his group encountered. One could only say that in the mythical era, most races were distributed across the world in the form of settlements. Existences like this town were too rare. The stone buildings rose from the mountainside like carved monuments, their foundations built to last millennia. Can you explain it more clearly? This isn't an appraisal show. Kurtz was a bit speechless. What was this dwarf talking about? It made him feel like he was in some appraisal program. The old craftsman's theatrical enthusiasm reminded him of those over-the-top television personalities from his previous world. The black stone in the old dwarf's hand was precisely the one Kurtz had picked up from the dragon's lair. He thought that as master blacksmiths, the dwarves should be able to identify its origin, so he found the dwarf in front of him for an appraisal. It seemed this old dwarf was quite famous in this town. At least when Kurtz asked, "Who is the most skilled blacksmith here?" every dwarf pointed to this workshop. The unanimous recommendations spoke volumes about the craftsman's reputation. Eternal ore? The dwarf's voice was excited, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of someone who had just discovered buried treasure. I don't know how many years it's been since I last saw this. It's still so well preserved, almost as new as when it was just dug out. What is this thing used for? Weapons or armor crafted primarily from eternal ore will not be eroded by time, even after 1,000 years. The dwarf's tone carried the weight of absolute certainty. Perfect, the material for the hero's holy sword has been found. Kurtz hadn't expected that his casual thought would actually lead him to find the material. Sometimes the universe had a sense of humor about these things. Really, is that true? Eric couldn't believe it. His voice was tinged with skepticism. Such a black, unassuming stone actually possessed such miraculous power. It looked no different from ordinary coal to his untrained eye. Of course it's true. The dwarf was clearly a bit angry at Eric's doubt, his beard bristling with indignation. Outsider, sell this ore to me, you can ask for anything. The desperation in his voice was barely concealed. Kurtz could practically see the gears turning in the craftsman's mind, already envisioning what masterwork he could create. All right. Kurtz's answer surprised everyone present, but the old dwarf instantly became ecstatic. His face lit up like a child receiving an unexpected gift. Then give me dozens of magic books. The smile on the old dwarf's face froze, transforming from joy to horror in an instant. If the other party had asked for powerful weapons, equipment, or various precious gems, he could have provided them, but he had no magic books whatsoever. What use would he, a dwarf, have for collecting such things? His people worked with hammers and forges, not dusty tomes and theoretical nonsense. Then it seems you don't have any, so the deal's off. Kurtz feigned a sigh, pretending to take back the ore. His fingers moved toward the stone with deliberate slowness. The old dwarf immediately became anxious. Outsider, do you know how precious eternal ore is? Only we dwarves know how to process this. For you to hold it is simply a waste of heavenly resources. Don't worry, Kurtz pointed behind him. I have a dwarf among my companions. The old dwarf followed his finger and saw Somo examining his own work in the workshop, running experienced hands over the crafted pieces with quiet appreciation. Where's his beard? What kind of dwarf has no beard? The old dwarf's words made Somo a bit embarrassed. He touched his smooth chin self-consciously, old insecurities flaring up. That's none of your concern. Kurtz coldly interrupted the old dwarf, his voice carrying a protective edge. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Wait, the old dwarf stomped his foot in urgency, the sound echoing through the stone workshop. I have another idea. Since he couldn't buy the eternal ore from these people, he would have to try a different approach. His mind raced through alternatives, each more desperate than the last. The old dwarf's reaction was all within Kurtz's expectations. He was too familiar with bargaining tactics from both his lives. What idea? I can help you process this eternal ore. But I somewhat doubt your forging skill. What if you damage my ore? Kurtz feigned difficulty, letting uncertainty creep into his voice. Are you looking down on this old man? Even if you look across the whole world, this old man is confident that other dwarves won't outdo his forging ability. Pride blazed in his eyes, centuries of masterwork backing his words. Seeing that he had extracted enough information, Kurtz no longer hesitated and said, "In that case, I'd like to commission you to forge a sword using this ore." Sarai stood by with her arms crossed, adding, "A holy sword that can infuse and store magic." Her tone was matter-of-fact, as if requesting the impossible was perfectly reasonable. The old dwarf's eyes widened. "You really dare to ask for the moon? Do you know how difficult it is to forge a holy sword that can infuse magic?" One should note that Somo's battle axe did not have this function. His battle axe had special explosive skills, because magic-infused ore was added during its forging process. But that was entirely different from Sarai's request. Sarai's meaning was clear. This holy sword must be able to have magic infused into it, store that magic, and then release it during combat. It was somewhat similar to the Caliburn. The legendary sword's reputation preceded it even here. "Didn't you say your forging technique was unrivaled? Can't you do it?" Kurtz chose to provoke him, his words carrying just enough challenge to sting. Clearly, his provocation was effective. "Who said I can't forge it? Give me 1 month." The dwarf's pride wouldn't allow him to back down from such a challenge. The more powerful the weapon, the longer the forging time. It was said that the weapon in the dwarf kingdom capable of harming gods took nearly 10 years to forge, utilizing various precious ores, and even eternal ore was just one of the materials. But unfortunately, its authenticity could no longer be verified. Such legends had a way of growing in the telling. However, the old dwarf scrutinized Kurtz's group with calculating eyes. "Do you have the qualifications to wield a holy sword?" Among the group before him, only the elf looked strong, but she was clearly not a mighty warrior but a mage. As for the others, the old dwarf only felt that the blonde human and the dwarf without a beard looked like warriors. He couldn't tell how strong the rest were. Appearances could be deceiving, especially with humans. Facing the old dwarf's skepticism, Eric puffed out his chest indignantly. "What? Don't believe in our strength?" With that, he pulled out a scale from his bag, a scale from that giant dragon. The crimson surface gleamed even in the workshop's dim light. Dragon scale? The old dwarf recognized it as an adult red dragon scale at a glance, and his attitude even softened a bit. "I never would have guessed you possess such formidable strength." He rubbed his rough palms together, excitement replacing skepticism. "However, the holy sword you request is extremely complex to forge and requires many materials." The old dwarf didn't finish his sentence, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the scale, clearly wanting Kurtz to use the scale as payment. The greedy gleam was barely concealed. "As long as you can forge the holy sword we just described, this scale will be your payment." But these materials are all very precious." The dwarf's tone turned calculating. Clearly, the old dwarf wanted more payment. Adventurers capable of slaying a giant dragon must surely carry a lot of the dragon's treasure. His reasoning was sound, if transparent. This greedy fellow. Kurtz cursed inwardly, but before he could speak, Norn stepped forward at the right moment. "And these gems, you can have them too." Norn took out a small bag of dazzling gems, their faceted surfaces catching the forge light like captured starfire. He hadn't brought so many gems originally, they were all taken from Eric's bag. As for Eric's silent protest, Norn simply ignored it. The hunter's pained expression spoke volumes about his attachment to the treasure. It was rare to encounter a race that accepted these gems, so he naturally wanted to use them up quickly. He didn't want to carry these beautiful but useless stones on adventures every day. They were dead weight that could be better spent. Chapter 53, Forging the Holy Sword. The old dwarf's eyes immediately went wide. He tremblingly took the gem pouch and carefully examined the quality of each stone, his calloused fingers handling them with the reverence reserved for sacred relics. Only a handful of gems in his treasury could compare to these. Truly worthy of a dragon's treasure. Good, good, good. Excitement made him repeat the word 3 times, his voice rising with each iteration. This reward is more than enough. With these gems, the materials and effort he'd expended were completely worthwhile. He could probably retire comfortably after this single commission. "However, I have one more request," Norn said. "I hope to select some weapons and equipment from your workshop." The old dwarf hesitated, his enthusiasm dimming slightly as he calculated potential losses. Seeing this, Norn continued, "These are enough to cover your material and labor costs, and even far more, aren't they?" Norn understood the value these magnificent gems held for the dwarves. Each stone represented months of earnings for even the most skilled craftsmen. He wasn't one to suffer losses. Otherwise, why would he give the old dwarf an entire pouch of gems instead of just a few? He had other intentions. This action made Kurtz nod in approval. The strategic thinking was impressive. A determined Norn was gradually walking the path to becoming a king. However, Kurtz felt that this sentence sounded familiar. Something about the phrasing tugged at memories from his previous life. Ultimately, the old dwarf agreed to Norn's request. The profit margin was simply too good to refuse. Sarai coldly added, "The reward we've given is already more than generous. Don't let me see you play any tricks during the forging, such as replacing the ore or anything like that." Invisible magic began to condense around her, emanating a strong sense of oppression. The air itself seemed to thicken with barely contained power. The old dwarf swallowed hard and quickly waved his hand. "Of course not. I swear by the honor of the dwarves, I will certainly put all my effort into forging this holy sword." If a client paid little, he naturally wouldn't forge with his heart. But Kurtz's group had brought precious eternal ore and scales, plus so many gems as a reward. The old dwarf would naturally use all his energy forging this holy sword for them. This would be the commission of a lifetime. He carefully put away the gems and dragon scales, then looked at Kurtz, hesitating to speak. But, to forge a holy sword that can store magic, one more crucial item is needed. "What item?" Kurtz asked, though he already suspected another complication was on the way. "Crystals that can store magic." "You don't have any?" Kurtz was confused. It seemed like such a fundamental component for magical smithing. "Not at the moment. This item is only used when making magic tools, and I've never stocked it." The dwarves' forging craftsmanship included creating magic tools, but this old dwarf mostly forged various weapons and equipment, very rarely magic tools. Naturally, he wouldn't specially stock magic crystals. Besides, this stuff was quite expensive. He couldn't possibly store materials in his warehouse for something he might not forge once a year. So if there were a need, he would only start forging once materials were available. "You mean for me to go find it?" After all, he'd already paid so much in rewards. Why was he still being asked to find materials? It made him feel like a hapless character in a fantasy novel, asking someone to refine pills. Not only did he have to prepare several sets of materials to ask someone to refine pills for him, regardless of success or failure, but he also had to prepare additional rewards. It was simply miserable beyond compare. "You can also wait. A dwarf merchant caravan will arrive in this city in about a year, and you can purchase magic crystals from them." The old dwarf was equally embarrassed. He only lacked this one material. The main reason was that he hadn't expected the elf miss to request a holy sword that also had magic storage effects. He'd never forged weapons with such effects before. The complexity was beyond his usual expertise. "How about we remove the magic storage function? I can add some other skills for you instead." "No," Sarai directly refused, her voice brooking no argument. "This is the bottom line. It absolutely must be able to store magic." The old dwarf wiped sweat from his forehead. Facing this cold elf, he always felt his heart pounding. Her presence was like standing too close to winter itself. "I understand. Then how about we wait for that dwarf merchant caravan to arrive in a year, and then I forge it for you?" Kurtz frowned. A year was too long. Time was a luxury he couldn't afford, not when every day brought him closer to the limits of his human lifespan. Perhaps this amount of time meant nothing to Sarai, but Kurtz was unwilling to wait that long. Just as the atmosphere fell into deadlock, Somo suddenly poked his head out from the workshop depths. "See if there's anything in here." He quickly walked over. He'd packed a large bag of ores from the dragon's lair back then, and now was a good time to let the old dwarf identify them. The weight had been bothering him for weeks. A pile of colorful ores was dumped onto the ground by SOUSOU, and the old dwarf was once again severely shocked. His jaw dropped as he processed the treasure trove before him. This is sand gold. Its hardness far exceeds that of steel, the best material for a weapon, and such a large magic crystal. His voice cracked with excitement. No, it's so pure and star blue in color. This is a top-grade item that can store massive amounts of magic. Kurtz's expression finally softened. Are the materials all here now? In his heart, he only wanted to thank that dragon. The beast had been more generous in death than most benefactors were in life. Not only did it provide money, but it also provided materials. Even its blood and dragon hide could be used to make magic books. It was simply a great dragon. All here, the old dwarf nodded repeatedly, but then showed a troubled expression. However, to activate the magic in the crystal, a magician needs to infuse magic into it. A light arrow instantly condensed on Sarai's fingertip. Are you doing this on purpose? First, he said there weren't enough materials, and now he needed a magician. The pattern was becoming suspiciously convenient. Just now, he'd boasted that he, a forging master, could forge a holy sword, but it still required their help. No. The old dwarf hastily retreated, genuine fear flickering in his eyes. This is a requirement for forging weapons that can store magic. This also applies to forging magic tools. Kurtz looked at Sarai thoughtfully. So, the two of us together. Sarai's tone carried a mix of resignation and determination. Seeing that the old dwarf had no intention of deceiving them, Sarai retracted the light arrow from her fingertip. The magical energy dissipated with visible reluctance. All right. As the only two magicians in the team, Kurtz naturally felt it was his duty. It seems we not only have to stay here for a while, but we also have work to do. That night, everyone settled down in Dwarf City. There were no inns or similar establishments here. They had to spend a large sum buying a house from a dwarf, a modest stone dwelling with thick walls and tiny windows. After all, they had to stay in this city for at least a month, so they needed a place to rest. The alternative was sleeping in the streets, which seemed inadvisable in a city of proud craftsmen. This made Kurtz curse inwardly once again, those greedy fellows. Why couldn't they learn from SOUSOU? He was also a dwarf, yet he had none of the dwarves' shortcomings, only a desire for honor. Inside the room, Sarai stood by the window, looking at the brightly lit forging workshop in the distance, lost in thought. The rhythmic hammering echoed through the night, a metallic lullaby that spoke of dedication and craftsmanship. What are you thinking about? Kurtz walked over and handed her a cup of hot tea, steam rising from the ceramic rim. Although the dwarves' weaving craftsmanship was terrible, it was at least much better than adventuring in the wilderness. The simple comforts of walls and warmth felt luxurious after weeks on the road. Sarai took the cup, and the warmth from her fingertips made her relax slightly. I was just thinking that once the holy sword is forged, you can use its magic storage function to try and improve your magic. Kurtz was surprised. No wonder, so you thought this holy sword was for me. The realization carried a mix of gratitude and something deeper he couldn't quite name. Chapter 54, Designing a Magic Wand. Is that not the case? Sarai turned her head, somewhat puzzled. Her expression carried that particular confusion of someone who thought they understood a situation perfectly. In her opinion, Kurtz was looking for dwarf forging masters and commissioning a holy sword, so wasn't it for his own use? Although a mage using a holy sword felt strange, if Kurtz were to use it, it might bring her an unexpected surprise. It is now. Kurtz's original intention was to forge a holy sword. After all, he had the materials, and they weren't short on money now. Carrying a holy sword would be like cosplaying at a hero's party. He'd never actually thought of using it at most, just for hero cosplay. The idea had seemed absurd at first. What mage wielded a sword? After all, he planned to be a mage, so wielding a holy sword for close combat wasn't something wrong there. Besides, he didn't have the monstrous stats of a hero, so that the holy sword wouldn't achieve its maximum effect in his hands. But with Sarai's request, this holy sword had an additional function, which gave Kurtz different ideas. Perhaps he could really create a caliburn. The legendary weapon's potential suddenly seemed within reach. The traditional method of continuously releasing small spells to improve one's magic power efficiency is too low, so that you can use this holy sword. As long as you inject magic power into it, it can achieve the same effect. The best way to refine magic power was to continuously use magic, consuming one's own magic power to stimulate the body's potential. Now this holy sword also had this effect. Moreover, at critical moments, the stored magic power might even produce unexpected effects. The possibilities were intriguing. Kurtz was deeply moved by what Sarai said, touched that Sarai had considered this point. Her thoughtfulness caught him off guard. The child has grown up. By the way, since that's the case, how about I forge a magic staff for you? Kurtz had never seen Sarai need a staff to use magic, but he remembered that in the original work, mages needed staffs when casting spells, including FRIEREN herself. Could it be that magic staffs hadn't been invented in this era? The timeline implications were fascinating. What is that? Sarai's words indirectly confirmed Kurtz's guess. Her blank expression said everything. A long staff with a magic crystal embedded at the top, which can better assist mages in casting spells and maintaining balance between spells. I don't need such a thing. Sarai felt this thing was useless to her, but she still wanted to see what it was. Curiosity won over dismissal. But you can make one for me to see. Kurtz didn't dwell on whether Sarai truly wanted it or was just curious. Anyway, if she didn't use it, he or Eric could use it later. Though the mental image of Eric wielding a staff was admittedly amusing. All right, I'll go find that old dwarf tomorrow. The difficulty of making a magic staff shouldn't be high. Instead, a simple magic staff was easy to make. As long as he didn't make a staff similar to the arrogant water dragon king's level, he should be able to manage it. The next morning, Kurtz arrived at the old dwarf's forging workshop early. The sound of hammering and the heat of forges greeted him like a familiar embrace. The old dwarf, or rather, Duller, was directing the dwarf apprentices to build a special magic furnace, prepared explicitly for Kurtz's holy sword. To melt eternal ore, the furnace temperature in his workshop wasn't enough. Only by building a special furnace could the temperature meet the standard. The construction looked intensive, requiring precise stonework and magical runes. If it weren't for the generous payment Kurtz gave, Duller wouldn't have been willing to expend so much effort. Duller saw Kurtz and greeted him. "Mr. Kurtz, are you here to activate the magic crystal?" "No, I'm here to entrust you with another task." Kurtz took out a rough sketch, his design for the magic staff, drawn the previous night. It was crude but recognizable, functional over artistic. The old dwarf took the sketch, squinted his eyes, and examined it carefully. Strange structure, with a magic crystal embedded at the top, and magic patterns to be carved on the staff body. Is this thing called a magic staff? Yes, can you make it? I can, but what is this thing for? Is it perhaps to store magic power? Duller's professional instincts kicked in, already analyzing the design's purpose. I don't plan to have that function for now. One holy sword that could emit light waves was enough. Kurtz still wanted this magic staff to be simpler. Too many enchanted items might complicate things unnecessarily. He pointed to the drawing. The staff body should be made of light but sturdy material, preferably light enough for a small girl to hold. A magic staff was for casting spells, so it should naturally be light. Kurtz didn't want to make it too heavy, as if it were meant to hit people. The image of Sarai struggling with an oversized staff was both amusing and impractical. If that's the case, it won't take much time, but the magic crystal still needs Mr. Kurtz to activate it. The magic crystals they'd provided earlier were pure enough and large enough that a small portion could be used to create a magic staff. Duller was very fast, or rather, Kurtz's request wasn't tricky. His decades of experience made the simple commission seem almost trivial. It only took a day to produce the magic staff, needing only the magic crystal to be embedded at the top. How are you preparing, Mr. Kurtz? It's ready. Kurtz handed the activated magic crystal to Duller. The process had been surprisingly smooth. At this moment, the magic crystal emitted a faint blue glow, but according to Duller, this situation was only temporary. The glow would disappear after a while. It would only reappear when you injected magic power into it again. By the way, if you make magic items, what do you do if there's no mage nearby? Duller carefully embedded the magic crystal while taking a moment to answer. We have other methods. He pointed to a strange device beside him, which looked like a large oven. Steam and magical energy leaked from its seams in thin wisps. This is our dwarf's unique magic resonance device. It can generate magic power using special ores, and combined with special runes, it can also achieve the effect of activating magic power. Then why do you still need mages? Kurtz was puzzled. Since they had this thing, wasn't it redundant for him to spend half a day activating the magic crystal? The logic seemed backwards. Duller smiled awkwardly. This thing can only handle ordinary magic items. The activation efficiency is too slow, and the magic power isn't pure enough. Listening to Duller's many explanations, Kurtz always felt that the old dwarf was still hiding something from him, so he tentatively asked, there wouldn't be other reasons, would there? Like high consumption. How could that be? Duller hastily defended himself, but under Kurtz's increasingly kind gaze, he finally whispered, indeed, there are reasons in that regard. Kurtz said thoughtfully, so you can actually make them independently, right? That's true, but, he lowered his voice, shame coloring his words. Crystals personally activated by a mage will be several times more effective. Only after Duller's later explanation did Kurtz understand. It turned out that the magic crystals on his side were too pure. If they used the dwarf's method to activate the magic power within, the amount of ore consumed might be astronomical. Moreover, the magic power inside wouldn't be pure enough, and the amount of magic power the forged holy sword could contain would also be reduced. Considering many factors, Duller decided to let a mage like Kurtz personally activate the magic power. It was definitely not about trying to save money. The dwarf's pride demanded that disclaimer, even if his practical nature suggested otherwise. Chapter 55, The First Magic Wand in History. Kurtz glared at Duller. When this holy sword is forged, if you upgrade everyone's equipment in our team, I'll pretend this never happened. The old dwarf's face instantly became troubled. His calculating mind immediately began tallying the costs. Upgrading equipment for so many people was no small expense. Just for that beardless dwarf, forging and upgrading his battle axe and armor would take considerable effort. Not to mention everyone else. The only thing that made the old dwarf feel better was that upgrading equipment for a magic user like Kurtz wasn't difficult. He only needed to create some magical tools. Mr. Kurtz, this is a bit too much. I'll give you another dragon scale. They'd picked up 7 or 8 intact pieces of this item on the battlefield, but unfortunately, it was still far from enough to make a shield or armor. Now, it was just right to use as compensation. It could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It was a pity that the situation had been urgent at the time. He and Sarai were both thinking about how to kill that giant dragon, so their magic was released with maximum power. Subtlety had been the last thing on their minds during that life-or-death struggle. If only he'd known, he should have focused more on penetration, aiming for the opponent's head, so that the dragon's body wouldn't have been blown to pieces. Upon hearing that Kurtz was willing to add more compensation, the old dwarf instantly shut his mouth. After considering the pros and cons, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. The profit was simply too tempting to refuse. Just as the two were talking, Sarai appeared silently at the workshop entrance. What are you doing? It was only when Kurtz saw the setting sun scattered on Sarai's shoulders outside the workshop that he realized he'd seemingly spent an entire day here without noticing. The golden light made her silver hair seem to glow from within. It could only be said that activating the magic crystal had indeed taken too much effort, making him not notice how quickly time had passed. Duller's hand trembled, almost dropping the finished magic staff. "Elf miss, we are making Mr. Kurtz's designed, magic staff." Sarai walked into the workshop, her footsteps silent on the stone floor. She was initially curious as to why Kurtz hadn't returned yet, so she'd come to check. Now, hearing that he'd already finished making the magic staff, she had the idea of trying it out. Her expression carried that particular mix of skepticism and intrigue. Sarai took the magic staff and examined it carefully. It was very light, allowing her to pick it up easily, and it wouldn't hinder her movements in combat. It was clear that Kurtz had specifically considered the magician's stamina when designing it. A beautiful blue crystal was embedded at the top, and the staff itself was made of grayish-yellow wood. It felt tough to the touch and made a crisp sound when tapped, like striking metal rather than timber. This is made of profound ironwood. Don't let its light weight fool you, its hardness is absolutely no less than steel. Duller said proudly, stroking his beard. Only a dwarf master like him could forge a long staff made of profound ironwood in a single day. Ordinary dwarf craftsmen would take half a day to process this kind of wood, not to mention the subsequent processing. The material was notoriously challenging to work with. Hearing Duller's boasting, Kurtz also looked at the magic staff in Sarai's hand. He somewhat wanted to see what kind of material this wood was, light in weight but comparable in strength to steel. In some countries, it would simply be the best choice for building materials. The construction applications alone could revolutionize architecture. Sarai ignored the old dwarf's boasting. She just ran her fingertips over the patterns on the staff, frowning slightly. Did you design these magic runes, too? Theoretically, the dwarves shouldn't be able to come up with these magic runes. Only magic users could design them. I designed them, Kurtz admitted directly. You designed them? Sarai was a little surprised, her composure cracking for just a moment. But I didn't teach you. Kurtz continued. I deduced them in reverse based on the magic you taught me. Is this what a genius is? Even though she was already mentally prepared, Sarai was still shocked. Her ancient experience had shown her many prodigies, but this was different. It was already remarkable to be able to understand the principles of her own magic, but to be able to deduce in reverse and design corresponding magic runes from it. This man's talent was genuinely terrifying. Could it be that he wasn't human at all, but the reincarnation of some god? The thought flickered through her mind unbidden. However, Sarai did not show her thoughts, but released magic from her fingertips, modifying Kurtz's runes. Her touch was precise, each adjustment deliberate. The runes here can be replaced to make the flow of magic smoother. After modifying, Sarai injected magic power, feeling the changes brought by using the magic staff. The difference was immediately apparent, like the distinction between swimming upstream and downstream. It was indeed effective. The speed of casting magic was faster. Seeing Sarai's magic just now, Duller said, that was an elf secret rune. Duller had seen elves cast it a long time ago. At that time, it was also about engraving runes on equipment, but he was just a dwarf apprentice then and had no chance to get hands-on, only watching from a distance. The memory was precious, one of his few glimpses into the secrets of elvish craft. Sarai admitted it openly and directly, then threw the magic staff to Kurtz. This action made Duller even more puzzled, and before leaving, she didn't forget to turn around. Remember not to work too late. Her tone was reminiscent of a wife reminding her husband not to come home too late from a social engagement. The casual intimacy of it surprised even her. However, Sarai probably just said that out of concern for her companion. At least that's what Kurtz thought. After Sarai left, Duller rubbed his hands excitedly. Amazing! A magical tool adjusted with elf secret techniques will definitely become a masterpiece. Elf secret runes originated from the core magic of the elf race. Elves rarely displayed them in front of outsiders. Duller was somewhat confused as to what the relationship between that elf miss and Kurtz was. She could actually hand over a magical tool inscribed with secret runes to him. He was a dwarf and could not understand these secret runes, but Mr. Kurtz was a magic user and could completely understand and learn these runes. Was she not at all worried about him leaking these? The trust implied was staggering. Temporarily setting aside the doubt in his heart, Duller spoke. Try to see how effective it is. Kurtz gripped the magic staff and injected magic power into it, attempting to cast the simplest illumination spell. The wood felt warm against his palm, responding to his touch. Buzz! A dazzling ball of light instantly appeared, much faster than Kurtz's usual casting speed, and the magic power required to maintain it was also reduced by about 1/3. This effect is indeed good. Kurtz looked at the magic staff with satisfaction, testing its weight and balance. Not only can it speed up magic casting, but it can also reduce magic consumption. Being able to speed up magic casting was already very satisfying for Kurtz, as he hadn't meticulously designed this item. He didn't expect such a surprise now, that it could also reduce magic consumption. Duller smiled and said it might be related to the magic crystal Mr. Kurtz provided. After all, such high-purity crystals are scarce now. Of course, Miss Elf's modifications also provided some help. Outside the workshop, Sarai had not left, leaning against the wall with arms crossed. Her expression was carefully neutral, but her ears remained tuned to the sounds within. Listening to the exclamations from inside, a smile appeared on her face. Sure enough, this man always brought her surprises. The thought carried more warmth than she was willing to admit. Chapter 56, Accepting the Mission. Life in the dwarf city was quite boring. Mainly, you couldn't expect the dwarves to have entertainment venues like humans in later generations. Here, there were mostly forges and blacksmith shops. The constant ring of hammers on anvils echoed through the stone streets from dawn to dusk, punctuated only by the occasional burst of laughter from a tavern. Occasionally, there were a few item shops, but they only sold various dwarf specialty items and equipment, which Kurtz wasn't very interested in. The craftsmanship was impressive, certainly, but nothing caught his eye as particularly useful for their group's needs. Moreover, he wasn't used to the wine brewed by the dwarves. Kurtz was repulsed by red wine, as the brewing methods of this era were unbearable to witness. And although the dwarves also had distillation techniques, the alcohol content was too high. The first sip had nearly burned his throat raw, leaving him coughing while the dwarves roared with laughter. It was almost as strong as white spirits from his previous life. Few among their group could handle a second cup, not to mention that there was even a dwarf who was allergic to alcohol. Somo had discovered this unfortunate fact the hard way, spending an entire evening with hives covering his arms. But fortunately, there were scattered monsters near this dwarf town, so when Kurtz and his party had nothing to do, they would go out and kill monsters to improve their strength. In doing so, they gained the goodwill of the dwarves in the city. After all, a group of powerful adventurers clearing monsters for free would certainly make people feel good. In the early morning, Kurtz and his party arrived at a canyon outside the dwarf city. According to the dwarves in the city, a group of rock armor beasts resided here, possessing hard scales that ordinary weapons could not damage. The morning mist still clung to the canyon walls, making the rocky terrain appear even more treacherous than usual. The most crucial thing was that they often attacked dwarves who came to mine, which greatly troubled the locals. Besides monsters, this world also contained many unique races. The dragons that Kurtz and his party had previously killed were also included. Compared to monsters, which had nothing useful on them, these creatures could produce many valuable materials. The scales of these rock armor beasts were the best material for making shields, and for this, the dwarves even offered to pay Kurtz and his party to take action. This made their group feel like NPCs accepting quests at an adventurer's guild. But it felt pretty good. Hidden behind a large rock, Sarai observed the rock armor beast group in a nearby cave and instructed everyone. The only weakness of these beasts is their central abdomen, with no scales covering it. Kurtz, you can aim your magic at these spots. As the only team member who had heard of this creature, Sarai reluctantly took on the role of commander. Her tone carried that familiar note of superiority, as if explaining basic concepts to children. Do their scales have magic resistance? Why don't I just aim directly at the scales? Kurtz wondered why they needed to go through so much trouble. The only creatures with innate magic resistance they had encountered so far were the demon scale beasts from the swamp and the stitched monster created by the demon race. Most creatures couldn't withstand a round of his light arrow attacks. Perhaps they want to keep the scales as intact as possible. After all, isn't our mission to acquire more scales? Norn tentatively explained from the side, and Sarai nodded, acknowledging his statement. Somo, you are responsible for attracting the attention of these beasts. Dwarf Somo nodded to indicate he understood. Here, besides Kurt's and Sarai's magic barriers, his defense was the strongest. He hefted his battle axe with practiced ease, the weight familiar in his hands. Moreover, Kurtz's improved magic barrier could now be cast on himself, which could be said to be strength on top of strength. Eric, your magic power probably isn't enough, so try to aim. With Kurtz's current strength, he could directly blow these beasts to smithereens with magic, but Eric couldn't. The latter still had a longsword hanging at his waist, clearly indicating that before his magic fully matured, he did not intend to give up the warrior profession. That's why Sarai specifically instructed him, but unfortunately, the impatient Eric did not intend to listen. Don't worry, I understand what you mean, just watch. Sarai, whose words were interrupted, snorted coldly, and a small light arrow suddenly shot from her fingertip, accurately striking in front of Eric. Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking. To anyone other than Kurtz, she always showed little mercy. The small crater where her arrow had struck still smoldered slightly. It was only because Eric was a teammate that she was willing to say a few more words, but he ended up interrupting her. Sarai was naturally angry. Feeling that disaster was imminent, Eric quickly cast a pleading look at Kurtz. His face had gone slightly pale at the proximity of Sarai's warning shot. Seeing this, Kurtz could only rub Sarai's head and comfort her. All right, it's not the first day you've known this guy. Don't touch my head, you damned human. Sarai suddenly shook her head and flung Kurtz's hand away, but the anger in her heart quietly disappeared with his comfort. Her cheeks held the faintest hint of pink, though she'd deny it if anyone dared mention it. The group began their action. Norn drew his longsword, and Somo carried his battle axe, the two leading the way, silently advancing towards the rock armor beast group. Kurtz and Sarai were in the middle, and Eric brought up the rear. However, this time Sarai did not intend to make a move, preparing to leave everything to the others. She crossed her arms, watching with the detached interest of someone observing a training exercise. After all, in her opinion, these beasts before them were not worth her effort. The group entered the cave, and Kurtz controlled his magic to release a small illumination spell. It wouldn't attract the attention of the rock armor beasts, and it would allow the team to see clearly. The soft glow barely penetrated the darkness ahead, just enough to reveal the uneven cave floor beneath their feet. There are 12 ahead and 6 more at the left fork, Kurtz reported using his detection magic. There's a large one deep in the cave, with a powerful signal. It's probably the leader of this group of beasts. Through the enhanced detection magic, creatures with particularly strong magic or life signals could be detected, which was akin to marking the location of a boss on a map. With Kurtz's intelligence support, everyone began to clear the rock armor beasts before them systematically. Clang! Norn's longsword struck the rock armor beast's scales, making a sound like colliding steel, and the shock force made Norn's wrist ache. The vibration traveled up his arm, leaving his shoulder tingling uncomfortably. Such hard scales. Norn was secretly shocked. Although it couldn't compare to that dragon's, as he couldn't even penetrate its scales, still, the resistance was far greater than he'd expected from the dwarves' descriptions. And now, his full-strength sword strike only made a shallow wound. This hardness was truly astonishing. Let me. Dwarf Somo took over as Norn retreated, swinging his axe, unleashing all of his dwarf brute strength, and fiercely chopping onto the rock armor beast. He directly cut a deep, bone-visible gash on its body, and the rock armor beast immediately fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Dark blood pooled beneath the creature, its final breath escaping in a low wheeze. That's truly impressive, as expected of Mr. Somo. Norn praised sincerely, which made Somo embarrassed. Just call me Somo. This thing is much easier to deal with than a dragon. Agreed. You two stop praising each other. Next time, please try to aim for the abdomen, okay? Kurtz looked at them helplessly. What a good rock armor beast. The scales that should have been their prize were now cracked and useless, marred by deep gouges. Unfortunately, it was first struck by Norn's sword. then almost split in half by Somo's axe, rendering all its scales worthless. If it were that simple, he would have acted long ago. Why go through all this trouble? The two chuckled awkwardly and resumed dealing with the remaining rock armor beasts, but this time they all aimed for the abdomen. Their movements became more precise and calculated as they adjusted their strategy. Kurtz, meanwhile, remained in the center, ready to intervene if the others couldn't handle a rock armor beast. Chapter 57, A Team with Better Harmony. The group quickly dealt with all the rock armor beasts on the periphery and arrived at the deepest part of the cave. "Where's that rock armor beast king?" Eric asked curiously, looking at the empty cave. His voice echoed off the stone walls, seeming louder than intended in the sudden silence. "Don't be careless, it's nearby." Kurt stared intently at the red dot on the magic circle, which showed that the rock armor beast king was near them. As soon as he finished speaking, a rock suddenly pounced down from the cliff face. It was a colossal creature, nearly 5 meters long, several times the size of an ordinary rock armor beast, and its scales had turned a yellowish-gray like stone. The camouflage was so perfect that even Kurtz's enhanced detection had barely distinguished it from the cave wall. No wonder they hadn't noticed it immediately. "Get back," Somo roared, holding his battle axe across his chest, and managed to withstand the Beast King's pounce. The impact drove him back several steps, his boots scraping against stone as he fought to maintain his footing. Norn seized the opportunity to slash at its abdomen with his sword, but only managed to produce a shower of sparks on its scales. No good, its abdomen is also protected by scales. "Let me try." Eric cast a spell from the rear, conjuring a light arrow comparable to a long spear. The light arrow shot out rapidly, but just as it hit the rock armor beast king, it was swatted into the wall by a flick of its tail, causing an explosion. Such a violent explosion made Kurtz's eyebrows twitch. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling, small rocks clattering around their feet. If this caused a collapse, they would have nowhere to escape. The Beast King, having swatted away Eric's attack, opened its large mouth and quickly charged towards them, intending to bite. Saliva dripped from its massive jaws, sizzling where it hit the stone floor. Crack! An ice wall suddenly rose in front of them. It was Kurtz who had acted. The Beast King crashed into the ice wall, but despite the fierce impact, the ice wall remained unmoved. After trying to bite and ram it without success, the rock armor Beast King could only shake its head and retreat a few steps. Frost began forming around its snout from the magical cold. "Idiot," Sarai had appeared behind Eric at some point. "In such a small space, you're pouring all your magic into destructive power. Do you want to cause a collapse and bury yourself?" Eric rubbed his head, feeling utterly ashamed by Sarai's criticism. He could feel the heat of embarrassment creeping up his neck. "I am sorry." "Try again. This time aim to pierce through this beast, not blow it to smithereens." Oh, okay." Eric nodded quickly. It was rare for Sarai to be willing to guide him, so he naturally didn't dare slack off. However, he wished her attitude could be as gentle as Kurtz's. The elf's sharp words always made him feel like a scolded child. At the same time, Kurtz took the opportunity to cast a vine spell, wrapping around the Beast King's hind legs to create an opening for the others. Norn leapt up, a light arrow appearing in his hand, the most basic light arrow spell. This time, he learned from Eric's mistake, focusing all the light arrow's power into penetration. A light arrow accurately pierced through the Beast King's eyelid and into its left eye. The creature's roar of pain echoed through the cave, nearly deafening in the confined space. Norn's attack wasn't over. While the Beast King was still crying out in pain, and before it went berserk, he struck again with his sword, directly blinding its remaining right eye as well. Kurtz nodded secretly, seeing Norn's series of actions. To combine magic and warrior skills, so ideally, if he were to continue researching, he might actually develop something similar to a magic swordsman's technique. The potential was clearly there, waiting to be explored. It's a pity Norn's ambitions don't lie there. Seeing Norn's successful attack, Somo immediately followed up, swinging his battle axe in a wide arc, delivering an upward slash that split open the Beast King's abdomen, exposing it to everyone and creating an attack opportunity. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc, painting the cave wall behind the creature. Now that's teamwork, Sarai nodded slightly. It's finally looking decent. Then she raised her hand and shot out several light arrows. It turned out that some stray rock armor beasts had appeared from somewhere in the distance, attempting a sneak attack, but Sarai had discovered them, pinning their entire bodies firmly against the rock wall. Her casual efficiency made the precision strikes look almost effortless. But you're too slow. Sarai came to Eric's side, looking at him coldly. Your teammates have created the best attack opportunity for you, but your spellcasting speed is too slow. Faster. Eric felt immense pressure, but he didn't waste the opportunity created by the two of them. A light spear shot out rapidly, directly tearing a large gash in the rock armor beast king's body. This time, his magic was focused and controlled, piercing cleanly through without risking cave-in. The creature naturally couldn't withstand such severe injuries. Thus, the battle ended. The haul isn't bad. Somo tallied the spoils of war. These scales should be enough to complete the mission. He ran his fingers over the intact scales, testing their thickness and durability. Norn wiped the blood from his sword, beginning to maintain it with a whetstone he carried. The rhythmic scraping sound provided a calming counterpoint to the aftermath of battle. It's a good thing we had Kurtz's ice wall. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known how to stop that thing if it charged straight at us. Indeed, that thing reminded me of the dragon's charge. Somo shuddered. Although the dragon's charge wasn't directed at him back then, just watching it was enough to inspire fear. A terrifying creature, like a small mountain radiating high temperatures, charged at you. Anyone else would have succumbed to the pressure and fled in disarray. Only Kurtz and Sarai possessed the strength to withstand it. While your teamwork is decent, there's still room for improvement. Kurtz walked over to them. Norn, you were actually a bit too aggressive. You should let Somo handle the main damage output, and you can focus on restraining and maneuvering. That's true, Norn nodded. This time, apart from his final blow, he indeed didn't deal as much damage as Somo. The dwarf's raw power was simply better suited for breaking through heavy defenses. After all, the dwarf's physical strength was evident, giving him an advantage against creatures with strong defenses. I think you also have areas to improve. Sarai suddenly appeared between them. Your vine's strength is too low. That beast almost broke free just now. Is that so? But the result was still good. A good outcome cannot gloss over defects in the process. Her tone carried the weight of someone who had witnessed countless battles over the centuries. It's rare to hear you say something so profound. Don't change the subject. Sarai's face puffed up slightly, clearly displeased with Kurtz's comment. Don't worry, I know what you mean. Kurtz extended his hand, and a magic circle unfolded. A thick vine burst forth from the ground. He tapped the vine's surface, and it actually made a thump-thump-thump sound, like tapping stone. What is this? An improved version of vine entanglement. What do you think? The hardness is certainly enough, but isn't the magic consumption higher? Sarai examined the vine with professional interest, noting how the magical energy had been woven into its very structure. Sarai immediately saw the drawback of Kurtz's improved magic. It would increase magic consumption beyond the original amount. This applied to both increased numbers of light arrows and defensive spells. Yes, that's why I didn't use it just now. After all, we're not the main characters here. Killing the rock armor beast king wasn't difficult. He and Sarai could easily deal with it with one big spell each. However, this time, the primary purpose was to train the team's ability to cooperate. Watching his teammates grow stronger felt more satisfying than simply overwhelming their enemies with raw power. And to refine Eric's magical combat skills. Now it seemed that while Eric's magic was improving rapidly, he still lacked experience. Just casting explosive magic in such a small cave was enough for Kurtz to lecture him for an entire day. I see. Seeing that Kurtz had his own considerations, Sarai said no more. Unbeknownst to her, the man who once had extremely shallow combat experience had now become a powerful magic user. The transformation still surprised her sometimes, though she'd never admit it aloud. Time really flies. Chapter 58, The Sword of Humanity, Elsword. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After receiving Duller's notification, Kurtz and his party rushed to the magic workshop. The familiar scent of hot metal and magical residue greeted them as they entered the cluttered space. Duller held a longsword in both hands, entirely silver-white, with an invisible magical aura flowing along the blade. Residual magic from the embedded crystals allowed this holy sword to possess power the moment it was forged. Even in the dim workshop light, it gleamed with inner radiance. He solemnly handed the sword to Kurtz. "In my 100 years of forging, this holy sword is my finest work." The eternal ore and high-purity magic crystals alone were immeasurable in value. Duller suspected that even the Dwarf Kingdom's treasury held few weapons that could compare. His weathered hands trembled slightly as he released his grip on the masterpiece. Mainly because there aren't many forging masters like him left. Kurtz took the holy sword, unaware of Duller's self-praise. "Does it have a name?" "Not yet. How about Mr. Kurtz gives it one?" Kurtz glanced at Sarai, about to speak, but considering her terrible naming ability, he immediately closed his mouth. The memory of her previous suggestions still made him wince. Sarai didn't care much and said directly, "Just call it the Eternal Holy Sword. After all, it's based on eternal ore." "Didn't you say there's no such thing as eternity in the world?" Kurtz teased. Sarai turned her head away. "You must have remembered it wrong." The tips of her ears turned slightly pink. Ignoring the elf's embarrassment, Kurtz gently stroked the sword's body, feeling the magic flow within it. "Let's call it the human rights sword, Elsword." This was the result of all his companions' joint efforts. The weight of their shared experiences seemed to settle into the blade itself. Everyone contributed to killing that giant dragon. Somo discovered the crucial eternal ore and magic crystals. If it weren't for his preferring an axe, Kurtz might have given this holy sword to him instead. "The human rights sword, Elsword," Norn murmured softly. Anyone could see that Kurtz was naming this holy sword after his talk of establishing a human kingdom. The symbolism wasn't lost on any of them. Did he want this holy sword passed down forever? No wonder it was based on eternal ore. Not a very good name. Sarai was still being stubborn. She felt that Kurtz's naming skill was just as bad as her own, though she'd never admit the comparison. "Oh, right, Mr. Duller. Did you add the materials I asked you to find earlier?" Kurtz suddenly turned around. "Of course. Although I don't know your intention, I happen to have similar ores here and added them as well." "What did you add?" Sarai asked curiously, her earlier pout forgotten. "A special ore, similar to how only those who are acknowledged can lift this holy sword." "Really?" Sarai was surprised. "I've never heard of such an ore." For someone who had lived as long as she had, encountering unknown magical materials was genuinely intriguing. "Of course not, because I was making it up." Kurtz burst into laughter. "Actually, I just added ore that increases its weight. Only by pouring magic into it will the weight decrease." Discovering Kurtz was teasing her, Sarai's face turned red with anger. Her hands clenched into tiny fists. If there weren't so many people around, she would definitely give this ungrateful human a few light arrows. No, not light arrows, light spears. Only then could she vent her anger. Eric leaned over eagerly, eyeing the holy sword. "Can I touch it?" "Here," Kurtz generously handed it over. Eric almost dropped it immediately. Just as Kurtz said, this holy sword was astonishingly heavy. His arms strained under the unexpected weight, muscles already aching. "You need to infuse magic to reduce its weight," Kurtz reminded him kindly. Eric quickly followed suit. He felt the magic in his body rapidly decreasing as the holy sword's weight lessened correspondingly. The drain was alarming, like water rushing through a broken dam. "Forget it, I'll give it back." Eric realized that in just moments, a tenth of his magic was gone. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the combination of physical strain and magical depletion. This thing absorbed magic too quickly. He seriously suspected Kurtz didn't intend to use this holy sword for combat at all. But Eric didn't know that Kurtz had a backup plan, a way for Dwarf Somo to lift this sword as well easily. "Let me see." Sarai took the holy sword from Kurtz's hand. Her petite body holding this two-handed longsword looked strange, like a child playing with an adult's weapon. Be careful. Before Kurtz's words finished, Sarai had already steadied it, and the holy sword suddenly burst into dazzling blue light in her hand. The radiance was so intense that everyone had to shield their eyes. In terms of magic reserves, the current Sarai was equivalent to 2.5 Kurtz, and also comparable to 10 Erics. She wasn't at all worried about the holy sword's magic-devouring effect. Not bad, how about we test its power? Sarai returned the holy sword to Kurtz, who nodded slightly. The anticipation in the air was palpable. Outside Dwarf Town, Kurtz had wanted to find a random place to test the sword's power, but Duller insisted the holy sword's power was terrifying and had to be tested somewhere uninhabited. His expression had grown unusually serious when discussing the weapon's potential. So the group traveled farther from town. Kurtz raised the holy sword high, its tip pointing at the distant ground. As magic was infused, the light on the sword's body grew brighter and brighter, finally becoming as brilliant as moonlight. The air itself seemed to hum with contained energy. Infuse magic and then release it, but it seems mixed with traces of magic, Sarai muttered, staring at Kurtz's every move. Her analytical mind was already dissecting the magical principles at work. Everyone was confused about why Kurtz would do this, but Sarai saw a hint of his intention. Kurtz wanted to use this holy sword to project magic in a torrent. It was a good idea. Slash. With the charge complete, brilliant blue sword light split the earth. Everything on the ground turned to dust the moment it contacted the sword light. The very air seemed to tear along the blade's path. A chasm cut into the ground, whose end could not be seen. A rough estimate showed it exceeded 100 meters. The light and dust receded. The scene fell silent. Even the ever-present sound of wind through the canyon stopped, as if nature itself was holding its breath. Eric's eyes trembled. This power is too terrifying. Sarai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Then she pointed to a small mountain on the other side. Try to see if you can split that mountain. Kurtz gave a wry smile. I don't have that much magic now. The massive energy expenditure had left him feeling drained, like a bucket with a hole in the bottom. The dazzling light gradually dimmed, but the sword's body still glowed faintly. Duller excitedly stroked his beard. It's perfect. Only I can create such a perfect holy sword. Can any other dwarves do it? Ha 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 ha, his pride was infectious, even making the usually stoic Somo crack a smile. Hearing such a familiar statement, Kurtz subconsciously laughed, but fortunately, Duller was still immersed in his masterpiece and didn't notice. But your idea is interesting. Is it newly researched magic? Sarai came to Kurtz's side. Her earlier irritation had been replaced by genuine professional interest. It's not really magic, just re-releasing the magic stored inside. What's the storage limit? A lot. Kurtz didn't explicitly state the limit, but since he said so, Sarai had a bold idea. Her eyes gleamed with the dangerous curiosity that usually preceded her more ambitious magical experiments. She looked at Kurtz, and he happened to be looking at her too. As their gazes met, they immediately understood each other's thoughts. The unspoken connection they had built during their travels conveyed a lot. A knowing smile, unique to the two of them, bloomed at this moment. Chapter 59, What I Forgot. Look, Norn, don't I look like the legendary savior hero now? Eric held a staff in one hand and a longsword in the other, wearing light armor with a cape on his back. His entire outfit was as abstract as it could be. He struck what he clearly thought was a heroic pose, though his excited grin somewhat undermined the effect. Savior hero? I don't think so. More like a clown, Kurtz interjected, barely suppressing a smile. Oh, what's that? Neither Eric nor Norn understood what Kurtz meant. A special profession that wears a funny mask, intentionally makes a fool of himself, and feeds on the laughter of those watching. I don't want to be like that. There are many ways to bring smiles to others. Eric had long decided that if he were to do something, he would be a great hero who could protect everyone and make everyone smile happily. The very idea of noble sacrifice for the joy of others resonated deeply with his earnest nature. But relying on his own embarrassment to make others laugh at him made him uncomfortable all over. sacrificing oneself to bring joy to others, worthy of respect. Norn secretly nodded, his dark eyes holding a contemplative glint as he considered the concept. The spectators didn't care what expression lay beneath the clown's funny mask, they only cared about how funny the clown would be. Perhaps, from a particular perspective, the other party was more like a hero. Their different answers reflected the differences in their personalities. They had left the dwarf city and embarked on their journey once again. The mountain air felt crisp and clean after the smoky atmosphere of the forges, though Kurtz found himself missing the constant warmth of the workshops. Before departing, Old Dwarf Duller had upgraded everyone's equipment and made a simple request. "You can choose any equipment and weapons in my workshop, but I have one condition. I hope you can tell the world that this holy sword is my work." Dwarves value honor above all else. Mighty warriors hope to leave their name in history through strength, like SOUSOU. For a forging master like Duller, the best way to leave a name is to make his works famous throughout the continent. Kurtz had agreed and promised that the name of Holy Sword Elsword would spread across the entire continent. SOUSOU now wears a brand new set of mithril armor with good resistance to both magical and physical attacks. Even his battle axe was reinforced and upgraded. The dwarf kept running his fingers over the new engravings, clearly pleased with the craftsmanship. Eric and Norn chose well-crafted longswords from Duller's workshop, much better than the ordinary ones from their village. Eric's sword had been destroyed in the dragon battle, and Norn's was nearly scrap. Due to Eric's unique nature, Kurtz had specifically designed a magic wand for him, making spellcasting easier. Kurtz and Sarai chose magical items that could accelerate the magic recovery. With the help of ice magic, everyone had successfully produced dragon parchment, and the ink was ready. Norn had already begun compiling the first magic book in human history. The weight of that responsibility wasn't lost on any of them. Another month passed as they traveled on their journey. The canyon outside Dwarf Town gradually disappeared from view, and now they found themselves in an unfamiliar forest. Towering ancient trees blocked the sunlight, and the air was filled with the damp smell of moss. However, they had found no traces of magical beasts along the way, only scattered wild beasts. The silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional crack of a twig underfoot. These wild beasts were all dealt with by Eric, providing extra meals for the night. "This place is too quiet." SOUSOU gripped his battle axe, his dwarf intuition making him tense. "I can't even hear a bird chirping." Sarai's fingertips lit up with detection magic. "There are life signs, but very weak." Kurtz also released detection magic and, after careful identification, shook his head. Not magical beasts, they should just be indigenous people of this forest. Along their journey, they had rarely seen any magical beasts, let alone demons. Because of this, Kurtz had a troubling conjecture. Could it be that all the demons and magical beasts on the continent were converging towards the elf forest? The thought sent an uncomfortable chill down his spine. According to Kraft, the three-race alliance was also gathering there. War was imminent. Half a year had passed, and he didn't know what the situation was like. But it should be fine, right? After all, that was an alliance formed by the three strongest races on the continent, including the Skywing clan, who were directly subordinate to the goddess. Kurtz couldn't imagine any possibility of losing. How could they lose with the goddess on their side? But for some reason, he always had a bad feeling. Something nagged at the back of his mind, like a word on the tip of his tongue that refused to surface. It was as if he had forgotten something important. But no matter what, this war was not something he could intervene in now. He had to become stronger. Suddenly, rustling sounds from within the mist interrupted his train of thought. A dozen figures emerged from behind the trees. They had human-like forms but were extremely short, with disproportionately large limbs and greenish-blue skin that almost blended with the surrounding environment. Their movements were fluid and silent, suggesting perfect adaptation to forest life. "Stop, outsiders." The leading creature spoke, its voice like rubbing leaves, each word distinct and clearly indicating unfamiliarity with the common language. Facing these never-before-seen races, Kurtz looked at Sarai, only to see her shake her head slightly. For once, even her vast knowledge had reached its limits. Hello, who are you? Kurtz took the initiative to speak. But the leading creature slowly shook its head. Their race usually communicated telepathically and didn't need to speak aloud at all. The concept of verbal communication seemed foreign to them, like trying to explain color to someone born blind. Now, facing these outsiders, their limited vocabulary in the common language was simply insufficient, so they had no choice but to remain silent. Naturally, Kurtz and his group were unaware of this reason and felt somewhat helpless in the face of their silence. In that case, have you seen creatures like me? Kurtz asked, pointing to himself. Since communication was impossible, he might as well use this opportunity to ask if this group had any clues about human settlements. Elf, searching. Not an elf, it's me, Kurtz pulled Eric's ear. Elves don't have such short ears. Eric rubbed his abused ear, shooting Kurtz a wounded look. Don't you have ears yourself? Why pull mine? The leading green-skinned creature spoke again slowly. Yes, here. He raised his hand with incredibly slow motion. So slow that Kurtz wished he could press a fast-forward button and pointed in a certain direction. The deliberate pace seemed to be part of their natural rhythm rather than hesitation. One day. Does that mean there's a human settlement about a day's journey in that direction? Norn asked uncertainly. The main reason was that this creature not only moved slowly, but also spoke little, so they could only infer from its limited words. It should be, and it's on our way anyway. Kurtz felt a spark of hope at the prospect of finally finding other humans. Chapter 60, New Human Village. Following the guidance of the unknown green-skinned creatures, the group resumed their journey. After traversing a series of overlapping mountains, their visions suddenly opened up. The steep climb had left them all breathing harder than usual, but the sight ahead made the effort worthwhile. A village built against the mountains appeared before their eyes. This is quite a good place, isn't it? Kurtz exclaimed after observing the surrounding terrain. Yes, located deep within the mountains, all barren peaks where neither beasts nor monsters would venture. This is a natural sanctuary. Norn chimed in, his tactical mind automatically assessing the defensive advantages. Along the way, he couldn't help but admire his village's ancestors for choosing Gemir Forest, a natural monster exclusion zone, as their habitat. The outside world was full of dangers, and it was difficult to survive without great strength. Whether it was their village or this one, both chose to live in areas where monsters wouldn't venture, a sobering reminder of how precarious human existence is. As they entered the village, the villagers immediately gathered vigilantly upon discovering the strangers, holding makeshift weapons. The tension was palpable, radiating from the cluster of worried faces. Norn sighed, realizing that even among human tribes, development levels varied greatly. Because their village didn't worry about monster attacks, they could freely send people out to explore and learn from other races they encountered. In Kurtz's words, they had already entered the Iron Age, but the weapons here were crude, some stone spears were even visible. The contrast was stark. Generations of isolation had clearly taken their toll. These mountains were protective shells, but also obstacles to venturing out. Likely, the only outside contact these people had was with the green-skinned forest dwellers. Norn and Kurtz exchanged glances and nodded. Their intentions were clear. A white-haired elder, leaning on a cane, stepped forward. He appeared to be the village chief. Outsiders, you are. His words suddenly stopped, cloudy eyes fixed on their faces. Are you of the same race? Among these 5 people, the elf's slender ears and the dwarf's short but powerful body were easily recognizable. But Kurtz and the others looked exactly like them in appearance. Their village had records of some outside races, including elves and dwarves, as well as their own kind, which was why the elder asked with uncertainty. Hope flickered in his weathered features. Yes, Norn stepped forward. We come from a distant forest and are currently on an adventure. The villagers, dressed in animal hides, immediately stirred. Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd like wind through grain. The village population was only about 100 people. When faced with the sudden arrival of strangers, almost everyone was present, even the children, showing how prepared they were for conflict. Now, seeing that these outsiders were of the same race, curiosity overcame wariness. Even the children peeked out from behind adults, curiously observing these strangely dressed kin. That night, by the bonfire in the village center, the villagers brought out simple, but their best food to entertain the group. The aroma of roasted meat and wild herbs filled the evening air, creating an atmosphere of tentative celebration. The old chief recounted the village's history. Our ancestors fled here to escape monsters and have lived here for 3 generations, he sighed. But the harvests have been getting worse lately, and I'm afraid that before long, we will have to start a new migration. This area was initially barren, with very scarce vegetation, and thus no beasts or monsters, allowing the village to live peacefully for nearly 100 years. However, this land was ultimately too barren. Even with planting, it couldn't support 100 people. The soil grew thinner each year, as if the mountain itself was slowly dying. They had reached a dead end. Before Kurtz could speak, Norn suddenly stood up. "I can help you." Under the astonished gaze of the villagers, warm light glowed in his palm. The orb of light slowly ascended, illuminating the entire village as if it were daytime. Gasps of wonder echoed from every corner of the gathering. It was the illumination MAGYC Kurtz had researched, and now everyone except Somo knew this simple but useful spell. Kurtz thought about Norn's lapse in composure and ultimately swallowed his words. The younger man's enthusiasm was admirable, even if his timing could use work. He could understand Norn's feelings, but having his thunder stolen still made him a little disappointed. At this moment, a small hand quietly rested on Kurtz's head, gently stroking it. He looked up and saw Sarai, her face holding a joyful smile. "Are you unhappy?" she asked with obvious delight. It was an unexpected reversal. To successfully pat his head, Sarai had even stood up. Otherwise, with her short stature, she would have to raise her arm very high to reach him. The sight of the petite elf standing over him was almost comical. "Is this your revenge?" Kurt said helplessly. "You can think of it that way. It's because you like to pat my head." Sarai had wanted to do this for a long time. She desperately wanted to see that helpless expression on this human's face, just like her own when her head was patted. Unfortunately, her plan was destined to fail. Kurtz didn't mind it at all. Instead, he found the small hand of this petite elf quite comfortable. The gentle touch was oddly soothing after the day's long journey. Seeing that Kurtz did not react after she had patted him for a long time, Sarai eventually withdrew her small hand, though her expression was quite unhappy. Why didn't this guy get angry about it? She was utterly baffled. She'd expected at least some indignation, not this calm acceptance. But her thoughts were interrupted by the conversation nearby. Is this a miracle?" the chief asked, trembling. "No, this is magic," Norn explained. "Anyone with talent can learn it." The chief's emotions suddenly became agitated upon hearing magic. His gnarled hands shook as he gripped his walking stick tighter. He naturally knew what magic was. All magic, without exception, was something only powerful races possessed. He never expected to see it on a fellow human one day. "Could it be?" He tremblingly stood up and bowed deeply to Norn. "Respected magic user, can our human race also learn magic?" Norn quickly supported the elder. "Naturally, you can." He stopped speaking after that, realizing he seemed to be overstepping his bounds. The leader of their team should be Kurtz. Even if Norn shared the same wish, he shouldn't make decisions for himself. This was his respect for his companion and gratitude to Kurtz for selflessly offering his magic. So he turned his gaze to Kurtz. Kurtz naturally understood and took over the conversation. "Please rest assured, the purpose of our journey is to teach magic to more humans." The surrounding villagers stirred once again. The excitement was infectious, spreading through the crowd like wildfire. Several young people whispered excitedly to each other, while the children widened their eyes, gazing curiously at the floating orb of light. Chapter 61, Teaching. In the days that followed, Kurtz and his party temporarily stayed in the village. Their presence became a daily part of village life. Every morning, the open space at the village entrance was crowded with villagers eager to learn. Hope flickered in their eyes, which had known only hardship, as they turned toward their makeshift classroom. However, not everyone had the talent for learning magic. Most of the villagers were excluded, and in the end, only 7 people, including 3 children, met the conditions for learning magic. Originally, Kurtz did not plan to teach these children magic, as they were too young and could not accumulate enough magic power in their bodies. But Norn proposed a solution. The solution was to weaken the power of magic to 1/10 of its original level. This would significantly reduce the required magic power, enabling the children to begin learning spells. As they gradually grew up and had enough magic power in their bodies, they could master the complete magic on this basis. Of course, Norn would also copy the content of the first chapter of the unmade magic book and leave it to these villagers, so that they could pass these spells on to their descendants. Kurtz agreed to the proposal and then personally revised how the magic would be taught. He made the adaptation himself, carefully adjusting the spells. If the spells were too weak, they would be useless. If too strong, the children's bodies could not endure the strain. At this moment, Norn stood on a flat stone and began to explain the most basic magic power perception. Close your eyes and imagine a warm stream flowing through your body. His voice carried the patience of someone who understood struggle intimately. Feel the flow of magic power in your body. Meanwhile, Kurtz patiently guided a young boy, his hands steady as he demonstrated the proper gestures. Even Eric participated, his palm condensing a small ball of light. Just like this, first feel, then guide. The golden-haired hunter's natural teaching ability surprised everyone. Sir Rai stood by, coldly watching these people. Soma walked over. I wonder how long Brother Kurtz plans to stay this time. Not too long. Sir Rai currently had no intention of taking on any students herself, so she simply watched the others instruct the villagers without participating. She had once thought of taking Kurtz as her first disciple, as his talent had indeed caught her attention, but unfortunately, he refused and instead upgraded his status to that of her companion. Sir Rai did not feel much regret in her heart, whether it was a disciple or a companion. As long as she could witness more magic from him, she would be satisfied. Though watching him teach others stirred something unexpected within her, curiosity, perhaps. Several days passed. Most with magic talent were still confused and fumbled through exercises with growing frustration. Only a few children managed to guide the magic power within them, causing a faint glow to appear on their fingertips. It's too difficult. A strong villager shook his head in frustration. Sweat beaded on his brow despite the cool mountain air. I can't imagine how these magic powers flow at all. Don't give up, Kurtz said, patting his shoulder. Everyone discovers magic differently. If you persist, you'll get there. Kurtz's encouragement worked. The villager regained his confidence once again. He had witnessed the power of Kurtz's magic. With a raised hand, dozens of light arrows appeared, each leaving a pit in the ground. Both inspiring and intimidating, the demonstration lingered in his mind. Such immense power filled the villager with longing. He soon vowed to learn powerful magic like this. However, it was only when he tried it himself that he realized how difficult it would be. Please rest assured, Mr. Kurtz, I must learn this magic. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a gasp of surprise not far away. He turned his head. Among the children taught by Norn, a small, thin girl had succeeded. She actually condensed a ball of light in her hand. Kurtz knew this was the first step to success. Next, she only needed to use her imagination to extend the ball of light into an arrow shape, and then shoot it out to be considered a beginner. Lysa did it, May called out. The other children cheered and pressed close, excitement fizzing as they crowded around their friend. Even Sir Rai approached, squatting down as she asked in an unexpectedly gentle voice, How? What did you do? I just imagined it and it happened, Lysa whispered, wonder in her voice. Very good talent. Sir Rai stood up and looked at Kurtz. Something like approval flickered in her ancient eyes. The most important factor in casting magic is the power of imagination, and this young girl in front of her possessed that power in abundance. Lysa's success ignited enthusiasm in everyone. Kurtz, his companions, and the villagers all saw hope take form in the child's glowing palm. A week later, all of these people could release balls of light in their hands, and Lysa had even begun to condense the balls of light into the shape of arrows. Although it was still far from true magic, It was an incredible start. Lysa's talent is outstanding. Norn flipped through the magic book he was writing. Ink stained his fingers from careful transcription. Her magic talent should be no less than mine. Kurtz nodded. Indeed, perhaps we can let her learn magic first. That way, even if we leave, she can teach these spells to other villagers. Sarai suddenly spoke. That girl, I'll guide her. Everyone looked at the elf in surprise. Even Norn and Eric rarely received personal guidance from Sarai. What's wrong, you want to take on a disciple? Norn teased, though his tone held genuine curiosity. If the future grand ancestor could take a human as a disciple in advance, it would also be a good thing. However, he would have to apologize to a certain red-haired mage. No, it's just out of interest. Sarai truly had no intention of taking disciples. She was just finding something to do for herself, nothing more. Yet something about the child's natural talent called to her in ways she didn't care to examine. Another week passed. Lysa could already cast small light arrow magic. Although she was very unskillful, she could still be called a mage. Her light arrows were limited to single-shot, weakened types. They were far from the large-scale spells of Kurtz and the others. However, they were already sufficient for self-defense. One morning, Sarai took Lysa to an open space away from the other students. She took a small ring from her bag. Sarai had brought it from the dwarf city before leaving. The ring could help a user better control the magic power in their body. Focus! Sarai placed the ring in Lysa's palm, the metal warm from her own touch. Try to make it glow. Lysa nervously closed her eyes and mobilized the limited magic power within her. A moment later, the ring actually emitted a faint silver light. Very good, Sarai nodded in satisfaction, her voice filled with genuine pride. It's yours. This item was not of much use to a powerful magic user like herself. For that reason, she chose to give it to someone who needed it more. Presumably, that human thought the same. Lysa ran happily to her friends, clutching the ring to her chest. A faint smile appeared on Sarai's lips as she watched. Is this what it feels like to teach someone? It's not bad. If only all beginners were like this little girl in front of her. Instead of being like Kurtz, who grasped things quickly and then ended up becoming the teacher himself. After everyone in the village with magic talent had learned the basic light arrow magic, Kurtz and his companions prepared to bid farewell. Before leaving, Norn solemnly handed his handwritten copy of the first chapter of the magic book to the old village chief. There was not enough dragon skin paper, so he used simple paper, fragile but precious beyond measure. Although it's only the most basic content, it's enough to protect the village. The old village chief trembled as he took the book. His weathered hands shook with more than age. This is too precious. We don't know how to repay you. You don't need to repay anything. Kurtz smiled warmly. I only hope that you can pass on this knowledge to future generations. When they left, the entire village came to see them off. Voices called out blessings and gratitude as the group made its way toward the mountain path. Lysa chased after them for a long distance. Only when Sarai looked back at her with a subtle nod did she reluctantly stop, watching until they vanished beyond the rocky ridge. Chapter 62. Competition with Sarai. Before anyone knew, it was the second year of them adventuring together. Tusk, what a handful. Under the hot sun, Kurtz and Sarai stood across from each other, sweat on their faces as they circled each other like hunters, while the other three sat on a nearby rock, watching the spar which have become quite frequent recently. The large and small craters around them proved that the battle between the two had been going on for a while. Burned earth and broken stone showed their growing rivalry. This wasn't Kurtz and Sarai fighting for real, it was just a normal practice match. This was Sarai's idea. She wanted to test Kurtz's strength every so often, though her competitive nature made these sessions more and more intense. I bet tonight's dinner that Kurtz won't be able to beat Sarai, Eric said confidently, chewing on dried meat while sitting against the warm stone. Somo shook his head again and again. I'm not betting with you, the odds aren't fair at all. There's no chance of winning. Even Somo felt that the chance of Kurtz winning was too low. After all, Sarai was an elf who had lived for hundreds of years, and Kurtz had only been learning magic for a year and a half at most. Their magical power was simply not on the same level, though the gap seemed to get smaller with each month. Norn, meanwhile, focused on the battle between the two and didn't speak. He really wanted to know how powerful Kurtz had become, especially after seeing his rapid growth back in the village. At this moment, the battle between Kurtz and Sarai began again. Sarai lightly raised her fingertips, and 3 light arrows instantly formed, their glow brighter than usual. When fighting Kurtz, she could no longer use arrow rain because both of them had magical items and protective magic, and ordinary arrow rain couldn't break through their defenses at all. She could only follow Eric's example and take the simple route, making fewer light arrows and making each one stronger. This way, she wouldn't waste magical power and could still be dangerous to Kurtz. The change annoyed her. She preferred using overwhelming force over careful planning. "Come on, let's start the second round." Before she finished speaking, the arrows had already shot through the air with deadly aim. Kurtz calmly opened his improved double-layered light shield. The first layer of the shield broke in response, pieces of light scattering like glass, but the second layer successfully blocked the remaining power. At the same time, a magic circle appeared in his left hand, and several vines suddenly shot out from beneath Sarai's feet. In response, Sarai cast the same defensive magic, blocking the first wave of attacks, but these vines immediately changed direction and attacked the corners that the light shield couldn't cover. Meanwhile, the magic circle in Kurtz's hand, not far away, was working, clearly showing that he was controlling the vines with disturbing skill. Seeing this, Sarai made light wheels in her hand, their edges sharp like razors, and these spinning discs instantly cut up the thick vines. At the same time, she threw the light wheels back with deadly intent. Kurtz's reaction was to release light arrows, shooting down all the light wheels in a display of aim that impressed even Sarai. Both of them were using the same magic, so neither could break the other's moves through raw power alone. So Kurtz prepared to change his attack method. He stuck his holy sword into the ground, filled it with ice magic, and released it. With the holy sword's boost, the entire ground was quickly covered in frost, the temperature dropping noticeably. As soon as Sarai lifted her foot, she found it frozen to the ground. "Interesting." She raised an eyebrow slightly, truly interested in his tactical thinking. In her sight, Kurtz, taking advantage of her limited movement, had already released several light arrows towards her. Cracked. An ice wall rose in front of her, perfectly blocking the light spears shot by Kurtz. The broken ice crystals reflected bright light under the harsh sun, temporarily blinding the watchers. When they finally opened their eyes, they found that Sarai had already broken free from the frost, and a long spear of light had formed in her hand. The moment the ice wall disappeared, the light spear shot out with devastating force. Kurtz didn't hesitate either, releasing the same move. For a moment, the intensity of the battle made the entire ground shake, small stones dancing from the magical pressure. Both of them were using the same moves: light arrow, light spear, vines, and ice walls, all magic they had taught each other over their months of travel. "How about it? Can you do this much?" Norn leaned closer to Eric and whispered, his voice filled with awe. Eric glared at him in annoyance. "How could I? I haven't even learned all light magic yet. Look at these two, they switch between ice magic and plant magic like it's nothing. There's no comparison, all right." Sarai's frustration was obvious, though mixed with admiration rather than jealousy. "You're right." Norn knew his friend's abilities and mostly agreed with him. "I never thought Kurtz would be so powerful. I'm really curious how he managed to do it," Norn said from the heart, watching another exchange of powerful spells. "You can only say that there are differences among humans. Kurtz has good talent, what can you do?" Eric shrugged, though his tone held no bitterness. At first, he might have thought about catching up to Kurtz's pace and becoming a companion who fought alongside him. But now, he had given up on that impossible dream. There was nothing wrong with hiding behind Kurtz. Someone had to watch his back. Kurtz's magical talent is indeed amazing. I'm afraid even the elves who are most skilled in using magic would find few who could compare to him. Somo, carrying his battle axe, also shared his feelings, his usual rough manner softened by genuine respect. "That guy isn't human, is he? Perhaps an elf who looks like a human, or even a god. The more Eric thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, how could a human with such monstrous talent appear out of nowhere? Don't talk nonsense. Norn quickly interrupted Eric's wild guessing, though his voice carried more worry than anger. In his opinion, every action Kurtz took now was to help humanity, and he and the others should not doubt his identity at all. At this moment, the battle between the two finally came to an end. Facing Kurtz's increasingly fierce attacks, Sarai had to move frequently to dodge, but unexpectedly, at some point, Kurtz released a small vine on her inevitable path. She wasn't paying attention and tripped over the vine, her entire body falling backwards in an unusual moment of clumsiness. Taking advantage of the elf's momentary loss of balance, Kurtz backed away to create distance, pointing his holy sword's gleaming point directly at the sky. EXCA. Enough, Sarai interrupted coldly, her pride hurt by the near defeat. She was now floating in midair, her body surging with magical power that made the air shimmer. Clearly, the previous battle hadn't used much of her magic. Do you want to blow up the entire forest? As the one who had spent the most time with Kurtz, she naturally knew how much magical power he had put into the holy sword during this time. Once fully released, its power would be even more terrifying than during their initial test, possibly leveling the mountainside. Kurtz chuckled awkwardly as he put away his stance. Cough, cough, I got a little too into it. The three gathered around, Eric eagerly shouting, "That was amazing! But Kurtz, were you really going to use the holy sword at the end?" His excitement was contagious, though mixed with a healthy fear of the weapon's potential. No, I was planning to see if I could use it with minimal power. Kurtz stretched his arms, working out the tension from the intense fight. Speaking of which, Sarai, why haven't I seen you use this floating spell? This was a good thing. If Sarai had taught him earlier, he might have been able to create flying magic. I just created it, Sarai puffed out her small chest, floating a few feet off the ground with evident pride. She wanted to make this human understand that he wasn't the only one who could create magic. Amazing, amazing. Kurtz quickly clapped his hands in praise, genuinely impressed by her innovation. He really hadn't expected that Sarai was also trying to create new magic. This was right. This was how the great grandmaster of later generations should be, constantly pushing boundaries. Facing Kurtz's praise, Sarai proudly tilted her small face, looking very pleased despite her attempts to maintain her usual aloof manner. Chapter 63. There is more than one person who does not understand emotions. What incredible magic! After mastering the levitation magic, Kurtz floated in the air, looking at Sarai. The sensation of weightlessness felt strange, like standing on nothing while his body insisted gravity should pull him down. How did you think of creating this? It's not creation, more like improvement. Sarai shook her head, though something flickered in her expression, perhaps annoyance at being credited with more than she'd done. Her work fell far short of creation. It was miles from Kurtz's ability to conjure ice-attributed magic from nothing. Do you remember the race we encountered on that high mountain? Vaguely. His group had traveled for months, meeting many races along the way. The faces and encounters sometimes blurred together. Last month, they'd encountered a race living on a high mountain. Those creatures knew a special magic that could reduce their falling speed, not quite flight, but controlled drifting. Their physiology was remarkable. They could survive with little oxygen, their lungs adapted to thin air that would leave most beings gasping. These traits let them live high in the mountains, safe from enemies. When they needed to descend, they didn't trek over valleys, they used magic to drift down like falling leaves. Kurtz had met this race at the mountain's foot and traded magical items for their magic. The negotiation took most of an afternoon. Their language was strange, full of clicks and whistles. Though each race's magic was typically a closely guarded secret, exceptions existed. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the incident of trading magic books with the dwarves. I didn't expect you to have been studying this magic all along. I planned to research it later. Kurtz was interested in this magic, but hadn't delved deep, mainly because he had too much to do. Time always felt insufficient. He had to improve his magical power, study various magics, and write magic books with Norn. He honestly couldn't spare more time. Seems I got ahead this time. Sarai's smile held smugness. Suddenly, Kurtz thought of an idea. He reached out and grasped Sarai's wrist. Come, help me with an experiment. He wanted to see if this magic could carry people. Of course, he also had selfish motives, though he didn't examine that thought closely. Wait you. Before Sarai could react, Kurtz activated his magic, carrying her as they floated skyward. The magic wrapped around them like invisible hands lifting them. Sarai instinctively clutched his arm, her golden hair scattering in the wind. For all her magical prowess, the sudden movement caught her completely off guard. Relax, Kurtz's voice carried amusement. You know levitation magic. You don't have to worry about falling. Sarai looked down at the receding ground, then glared at Kurtz. You reckless human, at least warn me first. Though she knew levitation magic and could float even if Kurtz let go, it happened so suddenly that she felt nervous. Her pulse had quickened, embarrassing for someone of her age and experience. This short human was becoming more audacious. I'm telling you now. Nonsense, who tells someone after they've started? Besides, why this way specifically? Wanted to try if this magic could carry people. Mainly, such beautiful views needed someone to share them with. Kurtz wasn't a solitary admirer, he preferred sharing scenery with others. Some experiences felt incomplete without a witness. Isn't that obvious? Sarai complained, though her grip on his arm hadn't loosened. Soon, her complaints were interrupted by the scene before them. As they ascended, distant scenery unfolded like a scroll opening. Clouds above were gilded by the setting sun, each wisp touched with gold and amber. Distant mountain outlines resembled sleeping dragons, their peaks softened by evening mist. Even farther away, traces of buildings appeared, tiny as toy blocks from this height. That was their first destination, the ruins of the first dwarf kingdom. The ancestral land of the dwarves. Unknown to them, they'd almost arrived. Their journey neared its first milestone. So beautiful, Sarai whispered, her voice softer than usual. This was a sight she'd never seen in hundreds of years. Just by changing perspective, everything became different. The world she thought she knew had revealed a hidden face. I never realized this world could be so beautiful. Hearing Sarai say this, Kurtz frowned. She really shouldn't say that, not when she had centuries ahead to discover such beauty. However, he didn't break the atmosphere. He quietly adjusted his posture, bringing them closer. It is beautiful. When I think those Skywing clan guys see this view daily, I'm mad with jealousy. Sarai chuckled softly. Even the most beautiful scenery gets boring if you see it daily. Perhaps in their eyes, such beauty is just ordinary. A gentle breeze swept by, Sarai's hair lightly brushing Kurtz's cheek, making him tingle. The strands carried the faint scent of mountain herbs she'd gathered earlier. Kurtz felt his heart flutter, so he changed the subject. But the magic consumption is terrifying. Even bringing only you, the consumption increased several times. Strange way of putting it, though she wanted to comment on what Kurtz meant by only bringing Sarai, she restrained herself. It's normal, that's how this magic works. Then this magic can be improved further. Oh, Sarai turned her head, her eyes meeting Kurtz's, which were now very close. This human had been looking at her from the beginning. They were so close they could feel each other's breath, warm against the cooling evening air. Seeing Sarai suddenly turn, Kurtz was momentarily stunned. Her fair face and beautiful golden eyes filled his vision, blocking out everything else. He didn't know why his sight was filled with her image. For example, change it so it can fly freely. Kurtz's voice unconsciously softened. A perfect idea. I look forward to that day. And, for some reason, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart, prompting Kurtz to lean closer, his lips brushing against Sarai's ear. How about adding a protective shield, to prevent getting too cold from the wind? Sarai's ear tingled from his breath, and she involuntarily trembled. The warmth of his voice sent an unexpected shiver down her spine. Why was this human so close to her? Sarai couldn't understand Kurtz's reason for this. In her long life, she'd rarely experienced such proximity with anyone. However, she didn't move away, only giving a soft Time seemed to slow immensely. The world below continued its rhythm while they floated suspended between earth and sky. Just then, "Hey, you too," Eric's loud voice came from below. "Why did you run up so high?" The atmosphere shattered instantly, like a soap bubble popping. Kurt seemed to wake up, quickly pulling away and coughing lightly suddenly. "Ahem, let's go down." He didn't know why he'd made such a gesture. His actions felt foreign, as if someone else had controlled his movements. Ever since he'd taken Sarai skyward, his actions had become more impulsive. The altitude was making him lightheaded, perhaps. Did he like the elf miss in front of him? Kurtz was unclear about this. The question hung in his mind like the magic that held them aloft, mysterious and without clear answers. Chapter 64, Ruins of the Dwarf Kingdom. Be careful. On the cliff, Eric missed a step, a loose stone crumbling beneath his boot, but Kurtz noticed in time and pulled him back, preventing him from falling into the abyss below, where jagged rocks waited like teeth. "Phew, you scared me." After regaining his footing, Eric's heart pounded wildly, sweat beading on his forehead despite the mountain chill. If he had fallen, he would probably have become Eric Paste. Perhaps only Kurtz and Sarai, who knew levitation magic, could ensure their safety in such treacherous terrain. "Do we have no other paths?" After calming down, Eric spoke, his voice still shaky. Their group was currently inside the dwarf ruins, navigating paths that hadn't been kept up in decades. "Of course there are, but monsters guard those places. This place is safer." To prevent Eric from falling again, Kurtz released several vines and threw one to him, the magical plant responding to his will. "Tie this on." "Is it long enough?" Eric muttered, examining the relatively short vine with skepticism. Kurtz manipulated the vine, and in the blink of an eye, it grew dozens of meters long, the magical growth defying natural laws. Then Kurtz looked at Eric without speaking, one eyebrow raised in amusement. This was a vine generated by magic. It could be as long as he wanted, and it was incredibly sturdy, better than any safety rope. Eric saw this and tied the vine around his waist with an awkward smile, feeling foolish for questioning magical limitations. "You guys tie them on too. Is your magic power enough?" Norn hesitated, concern evident in his weathered features. To guard against monsters in this area, everyone was conserving magic power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have expended so much effort climbing this cliff instead of simply flying up. "It's fine." Seeing Kurtz's confidence, Norn and Somo no longer hesitated and tied the vines around their waists. This eased the anxiety in their hearts as they prepared for the dangerous crossing. "I'll scout ahead, wait for the signal." Kurtz and Sarai exchanged glances, silent communication passing between them, then he leapt off the cliff, activating levitation magic just as he began to fall. The airflow supported his body, then he glided along the rock face with practiced ease. Kurtz had only recently learned this trick, and hadn't yet created flying magic he could control as he wished. If he had known this mountain peak was so steep, he might have created flying magic first, and after he and Sarai had both learned it, then come to explore. But now that they were here, there was no reason to give up when they were so close to their goal. "How convenient," Eric muttered enviously, watching Kurtz maneuver through the air with apparent effortlessness. Norn heard his muttering and said indifferently, though with a hint of teasing, "Then you should hurry up and learn it. Kurtz won't refuse to teach you." "Cough, cough, I'll try my best." Since Norn stopped studying advanced magic, his life had been quite leisurely. Every day, he just researched basic magic and wrote magic books, finding simple satisfaction in the steady work. Eric was confused. Could Norn really make something special out of just a basic light arrow and defensive magic? But he didn't dare ask. After all, this guy was in charge of the team's meals. If you provoke him, you might not have dinner tonight. Why did Lord Kurtz teach all his skills and secret recipes to Norn, making himself completely dependent on him for decent food? There wasn't much time for Eric to lament. A moment later, a faint blue light appeared on the opposite bank, cutting through the mountain mist. This was Kurtz's signal. Sarai saw this and cast levitation magic, but she didn't cross. Instead, she signaled for the others to go first with a gesture that brooked no argument. So Norn started to move. With the vine tied around his waist, he climbed the rock face using both hands and feet, his movements careful and deliberate. But when a strong gust of wind blew, his right foot suddenly slipped on the smooth stone. Careful, Somo quickly tightened the vine, his powerful grip preventing disaster. Seeing this, Sarai stopped her forward movement, ready to intervene if needed. Norn was suspended in midair, cold sweat soaking his back despite the cool mountain air. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves, and found a foothold again. After a difficult climb that tested every muscle in his body, he finally reached the opposite bank, and Kurtz pulled him up with strong, steady hands. "My turn," Eric swallowed nervously and began to climb, imitating Norn's careful movements. But he had only climbed halfway when his arms began trembling from strain. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have neglected his physical training recently, spending too much time practicing magic and not enough time maintaining his body. However, he had no time to hesitate. Just as he was about to continue climbing, the rock he was gripping with his right hand suddenly cracked with an ominous grinding sound. "Help me!" Even though he knew he was tied to a vine, his survival instinct made Eric shout out, his voice echoing off the stone walls. Fortunately, Sarai had been watching with hawk-like attention. To prevent this guy from experiencing the thrill of aerial bungee jumping, she immediately came to his side and, grabbing him by the back of his collar like a wayward cat, directly brought him to the opposite bank. Thanks." Eric slumped to the ground, his face pale and his hands still shaking from the near-death experience. Sarai said coldly, though her eyes showed a flicker of concern, "What are you afraid of when you're tied to a vine? Besides, your physical fitness is terrible." Fortunately, Eric's shouting did not alert the monsters below. Otherwise, all their painstaking secret infiltration would have been wasted. "You still need to practice your courage." Kurtz patted him on the shoulder, his tone supportive despite the mild rebuke. "Less nonsense. Since you can carry people, why didn't you just carry me over earlier?" "You are too heavy," Kurtz said helplessly, though his tone held no honest criticism. For every increase in weight, the magic power consumed by levitation magic increases several times. Otherwise, I would have flown you up directly long ago. Why bother climbing with such effort? "All right." Knowing what was going on, Eric said nothing more. After all, he was complaining to mask his embarrassment. When it was Somo's turn, the dwarf found it challenging. His short arms and legs were a disadvantage in this terrain, and sometimes it was hard for him to grip rocks that seemed designed for taller climbers. "Use this." Kurtz cast a spell to summon magic to his side and threw over the holy sword, its weight somehow manageable in his magical grip. "Insert it into the rock face as a fulcrum." Somo immediately understood and laughed, his beard bristling with amusement. "Is it really okay to use a holy sword as a climbing tool?" "Only a holy sword that can be useful is good. Climb with confidence, I'm watching." Somo stopped talking, grabbed the holy sword, and began to climb with renewed determination. The holy sword, which should have been incredibly heavy, felt strangely light, but Somo had no time to pay attention to that peculiarity. His astonishing strength was now fully displayed. Each time the holy sword was inserted into the rock face, it sparked dramatically, thus carving out a path step by step with careful precision that would have impressed any stonemason. When all five had safely arrived, breathing heavily from their exertions, what appeared before them was an entrance covered by centuries-old vines. Kurtz pushed aside the vegetation, revealing the stone door hidden within like a secret from long ago. A secret passage of the dwarf kingdom. Somo examined the emblem on the stone door with reverent fingers, his voice heavy with ancestral memory. "We've found the right place." This was information the group had obtained from Duller during their preparations. As one of the survivors of the Dwarf Kingdom's disaster, he naturally knew about this secret passage, one of the few who remembered the old ways. Therefore, he exchanged this information with Kurtz and the others. If Kurtz and the others could successfully delve into the dwarf ruins, Duller hoped they could search for the legendary Holy Sword, said to be able to harm gods, a weapon of myths and desperate hopes. Or rather, Duller wanted them to verify whether this holy sword truly existed, or if it was merely another legend born from desperation. Kurtz naturally agreed to this request. After all, he himself was very curious about it, and the prospect of such a discovery made the dangerous journey worthwhile. Chapter 65, Deep into the Ruins. Looking at the stone door in front of him, Kurtz turned his gaze to Somo with a mix of hope and uncertainty. According to Duller, only a dwarf could open this stone door. Although Somo was a dwarf without a beard and allergic to alcohol, he was still a dwarf by blood, and thus qualified to open this stone door, or at least, they hoped so. Somo took a deep breath, his hand trembling slightly as he stood before the stone door. There was a minor groove on it, worn smooth by countless hands over the centuries. After he placed his palm against the cold stone, a magic circle appeared, pulsing with old power. The stone door slowly opened with a grinding sound that echoed through the mountain passage. I thought at least someone from the dwarf royal family would be needed to open this door. I didn't expect just any dwarf could do it, Eric said, confused by the ease of it. Dwarves believe in strength. As long as one is strong enough, they can be the dwarf king. Besides, this stone door is just one of countless back doors, so naturally, there won't be many limits. Norn explained from the side, his voice carrying hard-won knowledge. Through his adventures in the past 2 years, he had learned much about different races, especially during his stay in that dwarf city, where he mixed with dwarves daily, sharing meals and stories around their great forges. He also learned much about the dwarf's first kingdom and its sad fall. It's precisely because there weren't hard opening conditions that many dwarves escaped. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the 8 great clans later on, Kurtz said, though his tone carried unease. There were many odd points surrounding the end of the first dwarf kingdom. Even if they faced a sudden attack from a monster army, the entire royal family couldn't die out overnight. The speed and completeness of the destruction suggested something more planned, more deliberate. Could it be that all the demon races on the continent were involved? But that was the only possibility that made sense. Now, the elf forest was facing the same situation, and even the separated elf kingdom was similar. After all, the two were originally one. Without the elf forest, there would be no elf kingdom. The only good thing was that those elves were not the only race. They also had the help of dwarves and the Skywing clan. Surely, nothing would happen right. A bad feeling appeared again, as if he dimly sensed something dark on the horizon, a pattern he couldn't quite grasp but felt in his bones. Kurtz didn't know what was happening, but the feeling stuck like a shadow. Are you spacing out? Sarai noticed Kurtz's distraction, turned her head, and stared at him with those old golden eyes, asking with concern barely hidden beneath her usual coolness. Oh, maybe I'm sleep-deprived. Let's go in. Sarai didn't say anything more, though she filed away his strange mood for later thought. She cast a small, light spell, and with Somo leading the way, everyone stepped inside. After passing through the stone door, they arrived at a deep, dark passage that seemed to swallow their light. Built into the walls were special oars, similar to glowing pearls, that gave off a faint blue light in the darkness, like distant stars. Even after centuries of wear, they still gave off leftover heat, proof of dwarven skill. With the help of this faint light, the complex network of forks ahead became visible, a maze designed by worried builders. Why did these dwarves build so many forks? Can they tell them apart? Looking at the branching paths in front of him, Eric felt his head swell with confusion. Indeed, it's like a prairie dog's burrow. Kurtz also agreed, mainly because there were so many similar-looking passages that it was confusing even for someone with his spatial awareness. What is that? I've never heard of such a creature. Sarai found that she always heard things from Kurtz that she had never heard of before, despite her vast experience. She had hundreds of years of experience, plus the knowledge she had heard from her elf elders. She initially thought she had a good understanding of this world, but Kurtz's appearance made her realize something unsettling. She still had a long way to go to understand this world, or perhaps there were worlds beyond her knowledge entirely. She was very curious. What kind of place was Kurtz's homeland on the other side of the sea? Nothing, just assume I'm talking nonsense. Kurtz thought for a moment and decided not to explain this creature. After all, there was a real dwarf in their team who might take offense. Although this dwarf was also quite unlike a traditional dwarf in many ways. Luckily, SOUSOU didn't mind Kurtz's strange comparison and was constantly searching for something in the passage, his fingers tracing worn symbols on the walls. Finally, he stopped before a passage with special markings carved deep into the stone. It should be here. SOUSOU touched the markings on the wall with respectful fingers. This is a dwarf miner's mark. Our village has this mark, and it usually shows that a head is the central area. Nice job, Eric gave SOUSOU a thumbs up, real relief evident in his voice. It was good they had SOUSOU the dwarf in the team. Otherwise, with so many confusing passages, it would take them an unknown amount of time and effort to explore, assuming they didn't get hopelessly lost. Eric's praise made SOUSOU very embarrassed, a flush creeping up his neck. Let's go. Kurtz urged them forward, excitement overriding caution. He was already impatient to know how many secrets were buried in this ruin. Everyone proceeded along the passage, their footsteps echoing softly despite their efforts to remain quiet. As soon as they turned the corner, they all stopped without thinking, horror freezing them in place. Because in the cave ahead, countless demon spiders were thickly coiled on their webs, creating a nightmare wall of silk and hard shells. Besides the newly hatched ones scurrying like living nightmares, the smallest were the size of a hound. There are too many, Eric gasped, his voice barely a whisper. Even Sarai frowned, her usual calm cracking. She felt a mental dislike of these ugly and disgusting creatures, their multiple eyes gleaming with evil intelligence. Can I kill them? She raised her hand, and a magic circle began to appear, power crackling at her fingertips. Let's not. If we alarm more monsters, things will get hard. Kurtz quickly stopped her, reaching out to gently lower her hand, lest Sarai, in a fit of passion, really attract every monster in the ruins. Damn it, SOUSOU lowered his voice to barely audible levels. These guys can not only spit venom, but their webs are also very tough. They are arguably the most troublesome monsters. Before, in the village, SOUSOU had fought against these demon spiders and bore the scars to prove it. Luckily, there were only a few demon spiders that appeared at that time, and they were within a manageable range. But even so, a few dwarves were scratched by these demon spiders when they weren't careful, and the venom had left permanent marks. Now, facing such a large number of demon spiders, he felt very nervous, old wounds aching in phantom pain. Kurtz also frowned deeply, his mind racing through possibilities. Logically, there should be far fewer monsters here. They hadn't even reached the core area yet and had already encountered so many monsters. If there were even more in the core area, their mission might be impossible. How about using a detection spell? He suggested to Sarai, though he already suspected her answer. Sarai shook her head. It's unclear if there are any demon races here that are sensitive to magic power. Once we activate a detection spell, it's like telling them we've intruded. Currently, Kurtz's group was still secretly infiltrating, coupled with the aura-hiding magic Kurtz had researched, so as long as they didn't actively attack, ordinary monsters wouldn't discover them. The principle of detection magic is to spread magic power, and after encountering a life form, send the information back, just like radar waves. A problem arises from this. If they encountered a demon race sensitive to magic power, then this detection magic would instead expose their presence like a beacon in the darkness. This was also an important reason why Kurtz and Sarai had not activated detection magic. Stealth was their only advantage in this situation. Should we go around? Yes. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Kurtz and Sarai began to cast spells at the same time, their magic weaving together in careful harmony. Chapter 66, where the stars and the silver moon intersect. Using water surface reflection, Sarai tapped her fingertips and set up a mirror-like barrier around everyone. She didn't have invisibility magic, so this was her best option for concealment. It would fool the low-intelligence demon spiders, especially since they were all sleeping. As long as the group stayed quiet, they wouldn't wake the creatures from their web-bound dreams. Kurtz strengthened the aura-shielding magic, pouring more power into the spell to make everyone vanish from the demon spider's senses completely. Be careful, everyone. Don't make any noise, our magic can't eliminate sound. Let's pass through quietly, Kurtz whispered. Stay close and don't leave the magic's range, Sarai warned, her voice deadly serious. The others nodded, understanding the stakes. The group held their breath as they moved through the demon spider swarm, every step calculated. With the spiders so close, their mandibles clicking in sleep, everyone felt like they might stop breathing. But as they pushed deeper, the demon spiders remained still, and their racing hearts settled into a nervous rhythm. These demon spiders are actually quite cute when you look at them, Eric mused silently, studying the patterns on their shells. He wanted to say it aloud but feared making a sound. Kurtz didn't know his sentiment. Otherwise, he would have said, "This kid is seriously ill." Norn nearly stepped on a small, dormant demon spider, but Kurtz spotted him in time and pulled him back with swift, silent movement. There were simply too many spiders here, and the newly hatched ones were only fingernail-sized, nearly invisible in the dim light. The most nerve-wracking moment came when a giant demon spider suddenly woke up, unfolded like a nightmare, then lifted its head and stared at its reflection in the mirror. Its compound eyes hung just centimeters from Kurtz's face, each facet glinting with alien intelligence. Kurtz was prepared to attack, magic gathering at his fingertips. Sarai flicked her finger. An ice crystal shot silently into the distance, striking stone with the faintest sound. For her, releasing such small magic produced no fluctuations. Her control was so refined that barely a whisper of power escaped. The sound drew the demon spider and slowly crawled away, along with the other awakened spiders. Thanks to Sarai's mirror, they couldn't perceive the group's presence, seeing only their own reflections. Kurtz gave the elf a thumbs up for the clever misdirection. After passing through the nest, the group encountered several more waves of monsters, but the numbers decreased each time. Kurtz and Sarai repeated their tactics, and everyone reached the core area of the dwarf ruins without major incident. Upon reaching an open area in the core region, Kurtz let out a long breath. Finally, we can rest. That journey was terrifying. I didn't expect so many monsters here. I thought most had already left, Norn said, wiping sweat from his brow. These monsters are few, Sarai said coldly. Most gather in the outer areas. You almost never see monsters in the center. Good. Kurtz felt relief flood through him. This way, they could explore the core area safely. Their first target was the treasury of the Dwarf Kingdom. Both the holy sword that harmed the gods and the holy relic stone slab should be stored there, waiting in the darkness for centuries. But what exactly did Duller mean by, "The place where the stars and the silver moon intersect is where the treasury is located"? Norn had been turning this riddle over in his mind. Back then, the Dwarf Kingdom had gathered countless treasures, but the king didn't intend to keep them for himself. Instead, he had a wise man among the dwarves create a riddle. The place where the stars and the silver moon intersect is where the treasury is located. When someone solved this riddle, they could take one treasure from the treasury unconditionally. This riddle also ensured that, even if the king died, there would still be dwarves who knew the treasury's actual location, as the opening method was contained within. They say a special ore was used in building the dwarf treasury, which could block any magical detection. Even when entering or exiting, the dwarf artisans had to cover their eyes. Apart from the king and those dwarves who could solve the riddle, no dwarf could know the true location, Somo said. Didn't these dwarves think that if you use ore that blocks detection magic to build the treasury, then I just need to release detection magic? Wherever it can't detect, that's where the treasury is. Sarai sneered repeatedly. You are a genius. Kurtz reached out and rubbed the petite elf's head. Why didn't I know before that my Sarai was so smart? Don't touch my head, you annoying guy. Sarai slapped Kurtz's hand away, displeased with his phrase, my Sarai. This damn human was getting too possessive. But what if the demon race detects it? Norn voiced his concern. After all, no one could be sure if demon race members still lurked in this ruin. It's fine, I'll control the range within this area. Sarai immediately released detection magic. After a while, her face darkened. How is it? Kurtz asked quickly. HMPH, these dwarves do have some tricks. This entire area is filled with that special ore, making detection impossible. Then the treasury is in this area. Sarai's method was nearly foolproof. To avoid revealing the exact location, those dwarves embedded this entire area with special ore. But this exposed the general area where the treasury was located. But it's huge here. Norn shook his head, surveying the vast chamber. Although Sarai proved the treasury was here through reverse logic, this area had no trace of buildings. If the treasury were underground, they'd have serious digging to do. Stars and silver moon, Kurtz looked up at the dome. Is it up there? Everyone followed his gaze. Although the area did have a dome, it didn't look like a place where silver moon and stars intersected. At least you should be able to see those things, right? But all they saw was stone, with occasional glowing crystals embedded like distant lights. Can't look at it like this. Kurtz cast levitation magic, activated his aura concealment, and began flying toward the dome. Above the stone surface, numerous glowing crystals were embedded in a careful pattern. Flying farther, Kurtz found they were actually arranged in constellation patterns, their light forming familiar star maps against the artificial sky. These should be the so-called stars. Now he just needed to find the silver moon. Then Kurtz noticed a silver mark on the stone wall, its metallic surface catching the crystal light. This mark stopped abruptly at a certain point, as if waiting for the right moment to be completed. It really is here. Kurtz smiled. These dwarves were truly cunning. If you couldn't fly, you'd never notice this constellation and the special silver moon hidden in plain sight. He returned to the ground and shared his discovery with everyone.